6 years after the Great Disaster, Grey Saturn, a planet devastated by the disaster, was covered in endless ruins and wilderness. Every day here is a race against death and zombies. Resources are scarce, order has collapsed, and survivors have gathered into small patches of shelters, fighting fiercely for survival supplies. Every inch of land in the wilderness is soaked in blood and conspiracy. Somewhere in this ruin, in an isolated two-story building, Team Captain Chen Yiming was discussing the future with his deputy Song Pengfei. Their team fights for survival in this wilderness, accumulating supplies bit by bit, just to obtain equipment and resources that can change their destiny. This time, they finally achieved their goal. The team will use these precious spoils to exchange for an advanced mecha, and even buy genetic enhancement drugs to improve the physical fitness of the team members and enhance their ability to resist corpse poison. However, behind all these hopes, there are undercurrents. Song Pengfei, the deputy who was once pulled back from the brink of death by Chen Yiming, is no longer satisfied with his position in the team. He was jealous of Chen Yiming's prestige and longed to gain absolute control of the team. His ambition was concealed by his loyalty, and a deadly conspiracy was quietly brewing under the calm surface. Just as the plan was moving towards its most critical stage, Song Pengfei betrayed Chen Yiming. In a carefully planned operation, he used the zombie's claws to pierce Chen Yiming's chest and injected the zombie virus directly into his blood. In shock and pain, Chen Yiming struggled desperately, but was completely defeated by the gradually spreading feeling of powerlessness. He could only watch himself fall into a coma and hear Song Pengfei's disguised crying echoing in his ears. "What's wrong with the captain?" The other soldiers were attracted and saw Chen Yiming's bloody chest and the wound that was gradually turning black, and they all panicked. However, Song Pengfei's acting was flawless. He lied that Chen Yiming was attacked by zombies in an accident, and he beat his chest and stamped his feet in grief, winning the sympathy of the team members. When everyone agreed that there was no hope, Song Pengfei took control of the team and claimed the team and the future as his own. Chen Yiming fell down, as if he was completely defeated by fate. However, this was not the end, but the beginning. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had not turned into a zombie. Instead, a strange and clear memory flooded into his mind. This Chen Yiming, is actually an ordinary person from another world. He had just experienced a car accident, and traveled to this doomsday, and entered the body of this dying captain. To his shock, Chen Yiming discovered that he not only inherited this body, but also unexpectedly gained an extraordinary ability. He can sense and manipulate the molecules of matter, whether it is metal, wood, or any material in the wilderness. It can change its form under his thoughts. The first time he used this power, he tried to expel the virus from the wound in his chest, but found that it had no effect on the cells in his body. This limitation frustrated him, but he also realized that this power might be his only reliance for survival in this apocalyptic situation. In this wilderness, staying alive means not only fighting against zombie attacks, but also facing the darkness and betrayal of human nature. Now, he must quickly adapt to this strange and cruel world, use his supernatural powers to collect resources, and find an anti-zombie fighter to save himself. "Brother, since I have traveled through time through your body, I will help you avenge you," Chen Yiming whispered to himself with a firm tone. After searching his body, he breathed a sigh of relief and found a pistol on his waist. He knew that the most urgent thing was to collect supplies and exchange them for anti-corpse medicine. After calming down, he went downstairs to the second floor, but was spotted by a wandering zombie at the door. The zombies growled and pounced on him. Chen Yiming instinctively raised his gun and shot, but forgot to turn on the safety. As the gun did not fire, he could only grab the wooden ball in his hand and smash it, then quickly turned around and rushed back to the room on the second floor and locked the door. When he leaned against the door and gasped for breath, he realized his mistake and quickly turned on the safety, ready to fight. There were heavy footsteps on the stairs, and the zombies were chasing after them. The door was shaking violently, being scratched madly by the monster outside. Chen Yiming held his breath, gripped the gun tightly, pulled the door open, and shot at the zombies. With 2 bangs, bullets shot into the zombie's chest, but only made it retreat 2 steps, and it continued to advance. Chen Yiming's heart tightened, and he fired continuously in panic until one bullet hit the zombie's head. Black and purple blood plasma and brain matter splattered, and the zombie finally fell to the ground. Faced with this horrifying scene, Chen Yiming felt the bloodiness and cruelty of the end of the world for the first time. He couldn't help but vomit violently, almost vomiting out everything in his stomach. He suppressed his discomfort, stepped over the fallen zombies, walked out of the small building, and headed towards the depths of the city ruins. This ruin was once the home of mankind. 6 years ago, a sudden zombie virus swept the world, and all electronic equipment failed. The government collapsed overnight, and humans fell into panic, relying only on small settlements for survival. However, these settlements were not necessarily safe, as zombies and evolved beasts constantly threatened human survival. 2 years later, humans have recovered some of their technology and used the genes of zombies and evolved animals to develop a gene-enhancing fluid to help survivors increase their physical fitness and improve their resistance. These scientific and technological achievements brought hope, but resources were always the biggest problem for survival. It was not until the 4th year of the cataclysm that the successful development of mechas gave humans the ability to fight against large evolved beasts and zombies. However, the outskirts of the ruins have long been plundered, and only deeper inside could undiscovered resources be found. Chen Yiming had no choice but to go deeper into this dangerous area in order to survive and to avenge this body. Chen Yiming held his breath, gripped the gun tightly, and approached the zombie little by little. He had to make sure that this crucial shot hit the head, otherwise there would be only one way to go: death. When the distance was shortened to a few meters, the zombie suddenly sensed his presence and turned around and pounced on him. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet accurately shot into the zombie's head, and the zombie fell to the ground. Chen Yiming breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could relax, a soldier who had climbed out of an abandoned car shouted, "Brother, thank you for your help. There's a submachine gun on the ground. Come and kill that level 2 armored corpse. The team will definitely be grateful to you." Chen Yiming picked up the submachine gun and rushed towards the armored zombie with the soldiers. This huge, hard-skinned second-level zombie was swinging a giant hammer to repel the sturdy captain who tried to stop it. After a dull thud, the captain was knocked dozens of meters away by the giant hammer and fell heavily to the ground. Taking this opportunity, the soldier holding the bazooka quickly fired a rocket. Boom! In the explosion, half of the armored corpse's body was blown into a bloody mess. However, this terrifying monster did not fall down, but stood up again. It waved its remaining arm and rushed towards the soldiers. At the critical moment, Chen Yiming shouted, "Get out of the way!" He pounced on the 2 soldiers and pushed them aside. However, the other 2 soldiers had no time to dodge and were directly thrown away by the huge arm of the armored corpse, falling far away and unable to move. Chen Yiming quickly stood up and fired at the armored zombie's head with his submachine gun. However, the bullets could not penetrate the zombie's hard skull and only embedded in the surface of the skin. Looking at the unharmed armored corpse, he couldn't help but curse. "Damn, what kind of monster is this? Its head is so hard." The armored corpse was enraged by the attack and turned to pounce on Chen Yiming. He quickly rolled over and hid in a shabby shop on the side of the road, trying to use the pillars inside the house to avoid the monster. But the armored corpse, which was nearly 3 meters tall, was not restricted by the narrow space at all. It chased into the house and smashed the load-bearing columns frantically with a huge hammer. Bang! The pillars shook, and the ground trembled slightly. Chen Yiming was secretly shocked. "If this hits me, I will bleed internally." He quickly moved around the pillar, narrowly avoiding the attack. The soldiers outside finally reacted, and the sturdy captain rushed in with a huge shield. Just as the ironclad corpse raised its arms again to attack, the captain used his shield to block its attack path and pinned the monster to the ground. "Quick, aim at the eyes!" the captain roared, and several soldiers quickly surrounded the armored corpse and fired continuously with their guns at the eye sockets. Da-da-da. After a burst of gunfire, the armored corpse finally lost its ability to move and lay on the ground dead. The sturdy captain rolled over and got off the zombie, lying on the ground laughing, releasing the huge pressure. "Ha! I, Li Tiesua, am alive again today!" Chen Yiming was deeply moved and shouted, It's so good to be alive!" At this moment, the shadow of death seemed to dissipate temporarily. Li Tiesua sat up and thanked Chen Yiming. "Thank you for your help, brother! What's your name?" "My name is Chen." Chen Yiming was about to say this when he suddenly realized that if this team came from the Blue Shield gathering place, exposing their identities might cause trouble for Song Pengfei, so he changed his words and said, "My name is Chen Yiming." "Haha, Brother Chen, what a domineering name! Thanks to you this time, otherwise our team would have been wiped out," Li Tieso said with a big laugh. Chen Yiming responded casually, "It's nothing. My team was destroyed by the zombie tide and I'm the only one left alive. I'll help if I can." After hearing this, Li Tieso sincerely invited, "Why not join us? Although I am only a primary gene evolver, if I buy some gene enhancement fluid, I should be able to upgrade to level 2 soon. Then, it will be much easier to deal with this level 2 zombie." Chen Yiming hesitated. He knew that joining Li Tieso's team meant quickly obtaining anticorpse medicine, but at the same time he might also face the threat of Song Pengfei. If he was recognized by Song Pengfei, he and the team would probably be persecuted. In the end times, there were still rules and constraints within the gathering place, but outside the gathering place, it was a world where the strong were king. Although he was full of hesitation, he finally decided to agree and follow the team temporarily. He understood that in order to survive and become stronger in this doomsday, he must seize the opportunity, and to solve the threat of Song Pengfei, he could only consider it when he was strong enough. The journey back to Blue Shield City was long. After passing through the ruins, the convoy finally arrived at the city gate. The guards at the city gates are on high alert, and all those entering the city must undergo a 3-hour quarantine inspection to prevent the zombie virus from invading the gathering area. Li Tieso bribed the guards with gifts and successfully secured emergency treatment for 2 seriously injured members of the team in an isolation room. He was familiar with the rules and human relationships of the apocalypse and successfully resolved the life crisis of the team members. Chen Yiming observed the surrounding environment with mixed feelings. He knew that although the rules here could provide a certain sense of security, outside the city gate, the strong still ruled. During the break, Chen Yiming deliberately tested the situation by asking whether the team had any anticorpse potion. Li Tieso generously handed his spare potion directly to Chen Yiming. "You must take this with you when you leave the city. You can use it first, brother. Don't be polite." Chen Yiming felt relieved holding the potion, but he did not use it immediately. He carefully put the potion away and decided to wait until no one was paying attention before injecting it to avoid exposing his injuries and true condition. 3 hours later, the inspection was completed, the 2 seriously injured were in stable condition, and the team finally entered the city. The wide driveways of Blue Shield City are large enough to accommodate vehicles and mechas at the same time. After entering the city, Sun Hao drove an off-road vehicle towards the team's base. The team's residence is located in a small community where other teams gather. Although the conditions are not luxurious, it is rare to be stable in the end times. After entering the base, Li Tieso enthusiastically arranged accommodation for Chen Yiming. "The house is small, so I'm sorry you have to live in the living room." Chen Yiming had no objection to this arrangement, and was grateful for the captain's generosity and frankness. Late at night, when everyone was asleep, Chen Yiming quietly walked into the bathroom and sat on the toilet. He pulled out the needle of the anticorpse agent, slowly inserted the needle into the infected wound on his chest, and slowly pushed the needle forward. He kept his eyes fixed on the wound, patiently waiting for the potion to react. After more than 10 minutes, the blackened skin around the infected wound began to fade and return to normal. He gently touched the wound, sensing the changes inside the body, and discovered that the virus cells were being devoured by other cells, like an evenly matched fight on the battlefield. After another 10 minutes, the virus was completely eliminated and the skin returned to its healthy color. Just as he was about to get up and return to bed, a warm current flowed from his chest to his limbs, bringing him an unprecedented sense of comfort. Chen Yiming almost groaned, but the feeling of comfort instantly turned into severe pain, as if countless steel needles pierced into his bone marrow. Chen Yiming fell to the bathroom floor, twitching in pain and sweating profusely. He couldn't even groan. The pain that penetrated his bones and the inability to faint made him feel like he was in hell. I don't know how long it took, but the severe pain finally subsided slowly, and a feeling of relaxation and comfort filled my body again. Chen Yiming collapsed on the ground, not wanting to move at all. He looked down and found that his whole body was covered with a layer of black sticky substance, emitting a foul odor. Chen Yiming suppressed his nausea and took off his clothes. He turned on the shower and used warm water to rinse off the dirt thoroughly until no stench remained on his body. Only then did he feel completely relaxed. After cleaning, he returned to the bed in the living room and fell into a deep sleep. In the early morning, Chen Yiming was awakened by Li Tiesuo shouting, "Brother Chen Jingren, get up and eat!" Chen Yiming suddenly sat up from the bed, holding his hands in a defensive posture. Seeing that there were only team members around him, he relaxed a little, scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, I thought we were still in the wilderness area." The team members laughed and expressed their understanding. While setting up breakfast, Sun Hao joked, "Brother Chen, you are used to spending the night in the wilderness area, but you are still so nervous when you return to the gathering place. It seems that you are really experienced." The dining table was filled with mutant beast meat and some simple side dishes, and the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Chen Yiming picked up the chopsticks and was about to pick up a piece of meat when he suddenly heard a crisp crack, and the chopsticks in his hand broke. "Sun Hao, get another pair of chopsticks for Brother Chen," Li Tiesuo said casually without thinking much. Chen Yiming was secretly shocked as he held the broken chopsticks. He clearly didn't use much strength, so how could the chopsticks break so easily? While no one else was paying attention, he tried to stack a few chopsticks together, applied a little force, and with another click, several chopsticks broke at the same time. Chen Yiming realized that his body might have undergone some changes due to the injection of drugs last night. He decided to hide it for the time being, and after taking the new chopsticks, he carefully controlled the strength to finish his breakfast. After breakfast, Li Tiesuo announced the day's mission. "Today we are going to a small gas station in the ruins. Yesterday we found that there was still oil reserve there, but because there were no tanker trucks and there were too many zombies, we had to give up temporarily. Today we have a tanker truck, and we must transport the oil back." "When do we set off?" Chen Yiming asked. "Let's go now. I have already contacted a tanker truck. The rental fee is 400 credit points a day, and the team's house will be used as a deposit. We must succeed this time no matter what," Li Tiesuo said in a firm tone. Chen Yiming nodded, knowing the importance of this mission. Li Tiesuo then pointed to the weapons behind the SUV and said, "Wan Yong and Gao Bing were seriously injured. The only weapons left are this rocket launcher and sniper rifle. Pick one that is convenient for you." Chen Yiming chose a sniper rifle because the rocket launcher was too heavy and not flexible enough to use. Afterwards, the group drove to the trading market in Blue Shield City to rent a tanker truck. The trading market in Blue Shield City is huge and is an important place for transactions and purchases between teams. Li Tiesuo brought Chen Yiming to a rental shop with a prominent facade. The rental owner Jia Zhaolin greeted them with a big smile on his face. "Boss Li, how big a tanker do you plan to rent this time?" "Boss Jia, you have to find a reliable car this time. If it breaks down halfway, I won't pay the rent," Li Tiesuo said half-jokingly. Jia Zhaolin smiled and patted his chest to assure, "There is absolutely no problem with our cars. If they break down on the road, we will give them to you directly. However, if they are damaged by human factors, you will have to pay double compensation." Soon, both parties completed the leasing procedures. Just as they were about to leave, Li Tiesuo suddenly turned to Chen Yiming and said, "Brother Chen, can you drive this car?" Chen Yiming was stunned for a moment, cursing in his heart, "You rented a tanker truck but don't know who can drive it?" But he still nodded and agreed. After all, driving a large vehicle is not difficult for him. As the convoy left Blue Shield City and headed for the wilderness ruins, the road was crowded with various vehicles and well-equipped teams. Just as Chen Yiming was driving the tanker truck to overtake, he saw a large mecha swaying on the road with the cockpit open. Through the rearview mirror, he clearly saw that the driver was Song Pengfei. A strong anger of revenge surged in his heart, and Chen Yiming gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his fingers trembling slightly. However, he took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the emotions in his heart, and refocused on driving. It seems that Song Pengfei really bought a mecha and started to gain a foothold in the team, Chen Yiming thought to himself. I must speed up. I can't fall behind. Otherwise, not only will I fail to take revenge, I may not even be able to protect my brothers. After more than 3 hours of driving, the convoy arrived deep in the city ruins. A small gas station appeared in sight, with dozens of zombies wandering around, apparently mutated former staff and drivers. Li Tiesuo decisively commanded. Sun Hao drives the off-road vehicle to attract the zombies, and Li Ji uses the heavy machine gun to cover. Brother Chen, after the zombies are lured away, we will hurry up and pump the oil. Sun Hao drove his SUV close to the gas station, honking the horn to attract the zombies' attention. The zombies gradually caught up with him, so he took the opportunity to turn the car around and lead the zombies to the street in the distance. After confirming that the zombies around the gas station had been cleared, Chen Yiming drove the tanker truck to the gas station quickly. However, just as they got out of the car and prepared to pump oil, two zombies hiding in the house suddenly rushed out. Li Tiesua raised his shield to fight, smashing one of the zombies with it, smashing its head to pieces. The other zombie was shot in the head by Chen Yiming. "Hurry up and start!" Li Tiesua looked around vigilantly. "We can't stay here for long." Chen Yiming quickly connected the equipment and started pumping oil, and the low roar coming from a distance made his heart tighten. He looked up and saw a tall figure approaching the gas station, the armored corpse. "The armored corpse is coming!" Chen Yiming reminded in a low voice. Li Tiesua took a deep breath and gripped his shield tightly. "Keep pumping oil, I'll hold it back." Li Tiesua quickly inserted the oil pipe into the oil tanker and started the oil pump of the tanker truck. The roar immediately resounded around. The noise attracted nearby zombies, and several wandering zombies gradually approached the gas station. Chen Yiming sensed the threat and immediately reported the situation. "Stay away from the fuel, stand on high ground and use a sniper rifle to deal with them," Li Tiesua commanded loudly. Chen Yiming looked around and found that the roof of the gas station was the best sniper point. He took a few steps, kicked the wall with one foot, grabbed the eaves with both hands, and used the force to turn over and easily climb onto the roof. His agile movements made Li Tiesua stunned. "Okay, Brother Chen, you are really good at hiding your talents." Chen Yiming just smiled slightly and quickly entered sniper mode. The zombies in the scope became targets one by one, and with a few gunshots, the zombies' heads exploded like rotten watermelons. After a few minutes, the threat was eliminated. Just as Chen Yiming was breathing a sigh of relief, Sun Hao's anxious voice came from the intercom. "Captain, help! A level 2 evolved dog is targeting us, and we can't get rid of it." Chen Yiming turned his head and saw a red off-road vehicle speeding on the path in the distance, followed closely by a huge evolved dog. The monster looked like an enlarged version of a yellow dog, with strong and powerful limbs and amazing speed. Lija on the roof of the car fired wildly, trying to suppress the evolution dog's actions with a heavy machine gun. Even so, the evolution dog's speed made it difficult for them to escape. "Switch to armor-piercing bullets. The second-level evolved dog has strong defense," Li Tiesua reminded loudly on the ground. Chen Yiming had already replaced the armor-piercing bullet and quickly aimed at the target. He pulled the trigger, and after a muffled sound, the bullet flew towards the evolved dog. However, the monster was extremely fast, and the bullet only left a deep bullet hole on the ground. "The speed is too fast. I must predict it in advance," Chen Yiming reminded himself secretly. At this moment, the evolved dog found an opportunity and jumped up to try to pounce on the off-road vehicle. Chen Yiming seized this moment and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet hit the evolved dog's head accurately, and the powerful impact knocked it away. When everyone thought the threat had been resolved, the evolved dog slowly got up and continued to wander around the gas station. "How is it possible?" Chen Yiming stared at the scope, looking at the bullet embedded in the head of the evolved dog, his heart full of doubts. He knew the power of armor-piercing bullets, but this monster seemed to have amazing defense. "Rockets, get ready!" Li Tiesua made a prompt decision. Lija took out a rocket from the off-road vehicle, aimed at the evolving dog and pressed the launch button. The rocket flew towards the target with a tail flame, but the evolved dog keenly sensed the danger and dodged flexibly, and the explosion created a flame behind it. "The sniper rifle's armor-piercing bullet can't kill him, and the rocket can't hit him either. This is a problem." Li Tiesua's face was solemn. The roar of the oil pump engine continued and the oil pumping work could not be stopped, but the current situation made everyone feel extremely depressed. Through the sight, Chen Yiming observed the bullet embedded in the evolved dog's head. He fell into deep thought. If the armor-piercing bullet was more powerful, perhaps it could completely penetrate its skull. He suddenly thought of the design principle of tank armor-piercing shells on Earth, improving penetration through secondary detonation. He quickly unloaded 2 armor-piercing shells and used his special ability to transform them. He used his power to press a dent into the tip of the first bullet, and the second bullet's warhead was disassembled and embedded into the dent of the first bullet. In this way, once the bullet hits the target, the secondary detonation can release a stronger impact force. After completing the transformation, Chen Yiming felt slightly weak all over and cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but he gritted his teeth, loaded the bullets into the magazine, and reloaded it. The evolved dog in the distance wandered for a while before gradually approaching the gas station. It crouched low, with its front legs pressed down and its hind legs arched, like a beast ready to pounce on its prey. Chen Yiming observed through the scope and thought to himself, this is a sign of its attack. The sniper rifle in Chen Yiming's hand was loaded with 2 bullets. The first one was an ordinary bullet, and the second one was a special armor-piercing bullet that he had temporarily improved. He took a deep breath, waited until the evolved dog's body pressed down again and was about to attack, and then he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The first bullet hit the ground 10 centimeters in front of the evolved dog, and dirt splashed everywhere. The frightened evolved dog instinctively jumped up, its entire body soaring into the air. Its action was exactly what Chen Yiming wanted in the air. The evolved dog could not use the force to dodge. Immediately afterwards, the second bullet cut through the air and shot accurately at the evolved dog's head. Bang! The improved armor-piercing bullet pierced the evolved dog's head, and the huge impact caused its body to flip in the air and fall heavily to the ground. Chen Yiming confirmed through the scope that the target had fallen to the ground, and was shocked by the potential of his ability. He whispered to himself, "It seems that this ability still has more room for development." On the ground, Li Tiesua and other team members looked at the fallen evolved dog and were stunned for a moment. As a second-level mutant creature, this kind of monster has always been a nightmare for small teams. But now, this evolved dog was killed by Chen Yiming with just 2 or 3 shots. He was killed so easily! Sun Hao was incredulous. "Brother Chen, your marksmanship is simply amazing! Gao Bing didn't have this ability at the beginning." The team members all turned their eyes to Chen Yiming, showing surprise and admiration. Chen Yiming waved his hands modestly and said with a smile, "Maybe it's just luck." He concealed the truth about his ability because it was his trump card for survival and could not be easily exposed. After Li Tiesua calmed down, he ordered Sun Hao, "Go and check to make sure the evolved dog is completely dead." He remembered the lesson of the second-level armored corpses, faking death, last time and did not dare to be careless. Sun Hao had a bitter look on his face, but he didn't dare to refute. He walked carefully to the evolved dog and poked it a few times with the tip of his submachine gun. After confirming that it had no reaction, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned around and shouted, "Captain, it's dead!" The team members were finally relieved. As the tanker truck was filled with fuel, there was still a small amount of fuel left in the gas station's tank. After discussion, everyone decided to return temporarily and wait for the next time to refill. The convoy was back on the road, with Sun Hao driving the off-road vehicle leading the way and Chen Yiming driving the tanker truck following closely behind. 2 cars were driving on a small road in the ruins. When they were about to merge into the main road, several jeeps suddenly rushed out from both sides of the road and blocked the middle of the road. Immediately afterwards, more than 20 militants jumped out of the jeep, each holding a submachine gun. They were wearing masks, so their faces could not be seen clearly. The leader shouted loudly, "Be smart and leave the tanker behind. We can give you a way out." Li Tiesua refused to be outdone. He picked up his shield and blocked it in front of him, shouting back, "You are dreaming! The worst that can happen is that both of us will die." Chen Yiming quickly turned off the engine, and while the enemy's attention was drawn to Li Tiesua, he quietly used his ability to destroy the tanker truck's circuit and braking system, ensuring that even if the enemy stole the vehicle, they would not be able to drive away smoothly. Then, his expression changed, and he pretended to be timid and walked down from the cab with a sad face, raised his hands above his head, shook them, and shouted, "Don't shoot! I surrender!" This scene made Li Tiesua so angry that he yelled, "Qin Jingren! I didn't expect you to be such a coward who is afraid of death." Sun Hao and Li Jia also showed contemptuous looks and expressed disdain. "Captain, as long as there is life, there is hope." Chen Yiming continued to pretend to be timid and said in a pleading tone. Seeing this, the enemy leader laughed and agreed. "This brother is sensible. As long as you leave the car behind, you can still survive, and you can also take the body of the evolved dog away." When Chen Yiming heard the other party mention the evolved dog, he was shocked. Obviously, this group of people had already known their whereabouts. Under Chen Yiming's persuasion, Li Tiesuo hesitated for a while, and finally compromised. Get in the car, we'll retreat. As expected, the enemy did not pursue, but focused on surrounding the tanker. Li Tiesuo drove away quickly with his team. After the convoy drove out a few blocks, Chen Yiming suddenly said, Stop. Sun Hao looked at Chen Yiming with disdain and said coldly, A coward like you is not qualified to command us. Li Tiesuo sensed something and asked tentatively, Brother Chen, do you want to go back? Chen Yiming smiled slightly. That's right, I am enough to deal with them alone. You go back to the gathering place first and take care of the wounded. Li Tiesuo wanted to follow Chen Yiming, but he refused decisively. In desperation, Li Tiesuo and others could only return first. Looking at the red SUV gradually going away, Chen Yiming turned around and quietly sneaked back to the previous direction. At this time, next to the tanker truck, several robbers were busy surrounding the vehicle. A soldier who knew a little bit about car repair stuck his head out from the roof and shouted, Boss, we found the problem. All the fuses are blown. The leader frowned and cursed in a low voice. This guy actually broke the fuse. Is there any spare fuse in the car? Then several people were busy replacing the fuse and finally got the truck started. However, they found that the tanker truck was still unable to move, and the brakes could not be released due to lack of air pressure. The robbers were immediately in chaos. At this moment, Chen Yiming had already turned back and was hiding in a nearby high-rise building, silently observing the movements of this group of people. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sarcastic smile. Want to take advantage of me? Let's see if you have the ability. After retracting his gaze, Chen Yiming began to look for steel materials in the building, preparing to build a simple set of armor. His ability allows him to manipulate metal molecules, but it has a limited range and consumes physical energy. He was well aware of his physical shortcomings, so he insisted on not letting Li Tiesuo stay to avoid exposing his abilities. After a busy period, he managed to make a steel helmet, but he was so tired that he sat on the ground gasping for breath. Before dark, he finally finished making several pieces of armor, including a helmet, a breastplate, a back armor, wrist guards, and leg guards. He used ropes to fasten the armor to his body and adjust the fit. In order to avoid being exposed by metal reflections, Chen Yiming searched the building for black paint and painted the surface of the armor black. After completing the pitch-black armor, he even concealed the joints to ensure that there was no reflection on the entire body. After getting dressed, he checked his equipment. He carried 2 black daggers with him, the disassembled sniper rifle parts were carried on his back, and the barrel was bent directly using his ability. Chen Yiming stood under the night sky, hidden in the darkness, like a shadow blending into the night. He looked up at the hexagram in the sky and squinted his eyes slightly. Now it's my turn to be the hunter. Let you have a taste of being the hunted. Instead of rushing into action, he hid behind a building and secretly observed the robbers' movements. After several hours of surveillance, he figured out the robbers' rotation pattern. They changed shifts every 2 hours, with 3 people on duty at a time. He chose to act at 2 in the morning because this was the time when people were most sleepy and least alert. Under the cover of night, he silently approached a robber who was most focused. This was his priority target. He quickly attacked the robber from behind, covered his mouth with his left hand, and twisted his neck suddenly with his right hand. There was a slight sound of bone breaking, and the robber collapsed silently. In order to avoid the smell of blood-attracting zombies, Chen Yiming deliberately did not use a knife. He caught the submachine gun that the robber had dropped, gently placed it on the ground, and murmured softly, that was a close call. Then, he used the same method to quickly kill the other 2 sentries. Just as he was about to take further action, a robber who had woken up for the night walked out of the tent in the camp. The man walked towards Chen Yiming and asked casually, Why are you the only one standing guard? Where are the others? Chen Yiming responded in a low voice, Oh, they went to the toilet and will be back soon. The man said, Oh, but suddenly stopped, as if he realized that there was something wrong with the sound. Chen Yiming grabbed the robber's throat at lightning speed, quickly pulled out the dagger with his right hand, and stabbed it into the heart accurately. The robber had never expected Chen Yiming's movements to be so quick and efficient, and he fell silently with fear in his heart. After resolving the sudden incident, Chen Yiming quickly went into the big tent in the camp. He knew that the smell of blood was everywhere outside and the zombies would be attracted here soon, so he had to speed up. There were more than 20 robbers sleeping in the tent. Chen Yiming acted quickly, covering the target's mouth each time and slashing the carotid artery with a knife. Within a dozen seconds, the robbers fell silently one after another in the dim tent. Those robbers who were aware of the danger could only watch their companions being killed without even the chance to raise the alarm. After cleaning the big tent, Chen Yiming quietly moved to the single tent next to it. He judged that the leader was most likely living there. However, the moment he entered the tent, the silence of the night was broken by a hoarse zombie roar. The bloody smell outside finally attracted the first zombie. The roar woke up the robber leader in the single tent. He opened his eyes in confusion and saw in the night light a dark figure stabbing at him with a dagger. The leader instinctively rolled away, breaking the tent, but he barely avoided the fatal blow. After standing firm, the leader looked around and found that the big tent was strangely quiet. He instantly realized that all his men were wiped out. He stared at Chen Yiming with a gloomy look and asked, "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" "I am a hunter," Chen Yiming responded coldly. "I will let you have a taste of what it feels like to be the prey." The leader snorted coldly and quickly retreated, his hand reaching for the pistol at his waist. He was a primary gene evolver and was extremely fast. But Chen Yiming, as an innate genetic evolutionist, had a better reaction. He was not afraid of the threat of the pistol, and rushed forward directly, swinging his knife straight at the opponent. Bang! A gunshot pierced the night sky. The leader thought the bullet would hit the target, but was shocked to see that Chen Yiming's steel armor easily deflected the bullet, leaving only a shallow mark. At the same time, Chen Yiming's dagger had pierced the leader's heart. "You!" The leader only had time to say one word before he fell down helplessly. Chen Yiming looked at the corpse coldly and said calmly, "Humph, what can you use to fight me?" After killing the leader, he quickly collected the robbers' weapons and jumped onto the tanker truck. He knew he couldn't stay for long, as the smell of blood had attracted zombies, and further delay would only put him in danger. The moment he started the truck, he used his supernatural powers to repair the damaged brake air pipe, and then stepped on the accelerator frantically. The pressure in the gas tank on the dashboard slowly rose, while the horde of zombies in the distance was rushing towards them frantically under the light of the car lights. "Faster, faster!" Chen Yiming gripped the steering wheel tightly and stared at the pressure gauge. Just as the zombies approached the truck, the pressure finally reached him. He quickly released the air brake, shifted into first gear, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. With the roar of the engine, the truck started slowly and then accelerated. Faced with the oncoming zombies, the truck crushed them mercilessly, with blood flowing under the wheels. Outside the ruins of the city, in a room far away from the gathering place of Blue Shield City, Li Tiesua and others stayed up all night. Sun Hao muttered in a low voice, "In 2 days, this house will belong to someone else. What should we do?" Li Jia suddenly asked, "Boss, do you think Brother Chen stayed here to fight those robbers?" "I don't know either." Li Tiesua sighed. "If I had known earlier, I should have accompanied him. Killing one will cover my losses, and killing 2 will make a profit." Sun Hao was skeptical. "Maybe he was scared and ran away. Don't forget how cowardly he was at that time." Li Jia retorted, "Brother Chen might have been acting to paralyze the robbers. He didn't look scared at all." Just as the three were arguing, Chen Yiming in the distance was driving a truck, breaking through the group of zombies and speeding out of the ruins. After rushing out of the swarm of zombies, Chen Yiming did not return to Blue Shield City immediately, but drove the truck to a relatively safe open space and stopped. He pondered, how did the robbers find their location so accurately and know that they had killed the level 2 evolved beast? There must be another hidden reason. While inspecting the car body, Chen Yiming discovered a hidden camera on the roof. Following the camera's line, he found a signal transmission base station in a hidden location. My thoughts gradually became clear. It was obvious that these robbers were in collusion with the equipment leasing company. The lessors monitored the actions of the lessees through the cameras installed in the cars. Once they find someone with a big harvest, they notify these disguised teams and turn them into robbers to carry out the robbery. This double return scam made Chen Yiming sneer. He destroyed the storage card of the signal transmission base station and drove directly into the installation location of the base station to completely destroy the traces. With a loud bang, the front of the truck was smashed to pieces, and the base station was completely scrapped. After doing all this, he reversed and drove straight to Blue Shield City. When the truck entered Blue Shield City, it was already daybreak. The body of the truck was covered with zombie debris, and the damaged front attracted a lot of attention. According to the rules, Chen Yiming received a time card and waited patiently for 3 hours before entering the city. He returned to the car to take a short rest and regain his strength. 3 hours later, Chen Yiming successfully entered the gathering place and drove directly back to Building 19 of the team community. At the same time, Li Tiesua and others in the building had just woken up. Sun Hao's first words were, "Boss, this house will no longer belong to us in a few days, what should we do?" The houses in Blue Shield City need to be purchased with supplies or credit points, and the unpurchased houses will be returned to the gathering place once they expire. They also face the problem of living in poverty, and even have no place to get breakfast. Leisha suggested, "Didn't you bring back an evolved dog last night? Cut off one of its legs and stew it, and sell the rest to exchange for some weapons." Li Tiesu agreed to the suggestion and thought that he should also nourish his body. So, several people got busy and stewed a pot of dog meat and potatoes. After the dog meat was stewed, it smelled delicious. Just as they were about to start eating, there was a rhythmic knock on the door, dang dang dang. Several people looked at each other with a hint of disbelief. When they opened the door, they saw that the person standing outside was Chen Yiming with a sniper rifle on his back. He looked exhausted and had obviously not slept all night. He walked straight into the house, smelled the aroma of stew, sat down at the table, and began to devour it. Several people were stunned until Chen Yiming put down a pair of car keys before they reacted. "Brother Chen, how did you come back?" Li Tisua asked. Chen Yiming didn't answer, he just focused on eating. He was too hungry, and at this moment, it was more important than any explanation. Chapter 12, Toba at the Scrapyard. Instead, he took the truck keys out of his pocket and placed them on the table. This key can explain all the questions that several people want to ask. Several people looked at the truck keys and their mouths widened. Especially Sun Hao, who had a lot of complaints about Chen Yiming before. Now that he saw the truck key, he didn't know how to express his feelings. He was excited because the house was finally saved, but also a little apologetic because he had said a lot of bad things about Brother Chen before. "Brother Chen, is this the key to the truck?" Li Tiesuo asked in disbelief. Chen Yiming, who was busy eating with his mouth full of dog meat, could only look at Li Tiesuo and nod. "There are more than 20 people on the other side. How did you snatch the truck back from them?" Lija on the side asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. After eating a few bites of dog meat, Chen Yiming finally felt more comfortable in his stomach. He swallowed the dog meat in his mouth and said, "That's not easy. Kill them all while they are asleep at night." Chen Yiming said it very calmly, but everyone knew that things would definitely not be as simple as he said. That was a group of more than 20 robbers. Even if they were resting at night, how could there be no one standing guard? Besides, zombies were very active at night, so how did Chen Yiming get out of the ruins of the city? The most important thing is that Chen Yiming accomplished all this by himself, which is incredible to think about. At this time, Lija's face turned red. He finally mustered up the courage and said, "Brother Chen, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said bad things about you behind your back." "Haha, come on, stop being petty like a child. I just put on a show to deceive those robbers and make them lower their guard. The fact that you can scold me behind my back shows that my acting skills are pretty good," Chen Yiming said with a smile. Although Chen Yiming did not say anything like it didn't matter, his words resolved Sun Hao's embarrassment. The few of them quickly finished a relatively sumptuous breakfast in the Doomsday, and then went downstairs together. When they saw the shape of the tanker truck again, they were shocked again. The shattered front of the truck, with the windshield gone, and the remains of zombies hanging on the truck, all indicated the thrilling scene last night. However, Li Tieso and the others did not say much, but kept the matter silently in their hearts. Soon, Sun Hao drove the off-road vehicle and led the way again, arriving at the material recycling point of the large trading market in the gathering place. Although there are some private teams in the gathering place that recycle energy and other materials, the recycling prices are similar. An ordinary small recycling point may not be able to come up with so many credit points to recycle so much fuel at once, and it may also cause envy. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, Chen Yiming chose to sell the fuel directly to the gathering place. We arrived at the material recycling hall of the gathering place. As it was mid-morning, the teams that went out to collect materials had not returned yet. There were almost no people in the trading hall, with only a few staff members behind the counter. As soon as Chen Yiming and his companions walked into the material recycling hall, a waitress came over. Fuel has a fixed price, and there is no need for both parties to bargain, just weigh it directly. After final calculation, this truckload of oil was worth a total of 199,883 credit points. After coming out of the recycling hall, Chen Yiming sent the tanker truck back. Just to avoid arousing the other party's suspicion, the two sides argued about the truck's repair costs for almost half an hour before they reached an agreement. In addition to the normal car rental fees, Chen Yiming also needs to pay the rental company 1,300 credit points as compensation for car repairs. In fact, Chen Yiming didn't need that little credit at all. The reason for bargaining was to make the other party think that he got nothing. After all, he killed more than 20 people on the other side, and he didn't want to confront the other party openly now. Coming out of the leasing company, Li Tiesuo was holding the property deed used to mortgage the rent, his face full of joy. "Brother Chen, we really need you this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't know where to live in a few days. Especially Wan Yong and Gao Bing, who are still recovering from their injuries. If this house is lost, I don't know how to explain to my brothers," Li Tiesuo said excitedly. "Captain, take a look. These are the credit points from the sale of supplies just now," Chen Yiming said, taking out a magnetic card. "Brother Chen, what are you doing? We have already agreed that materials are distributed according to work. If it weren't for you, we might not even have a house, so how can we share your credit points? Besides, you killed a level 2 evolutionary beast yesterday. If you sell the body of the evolutionary beast, we can also share a lot of credit points." When Li Tiesuo saw Chen Yiming took out the magnetic card that stored the credit points, he refused to take it no matter what. Even Sun Hao and Li Zhe beside him kept shaking their heads. Helplessly, Chen Yiming had to accept the credit points first. Because there were still wounded people to take care of, Li Tiesuo and his companions went back first if there was nothing else. After separating from several people, Chen Yiming first came to the supply store at the gathering place. In the store, Chen Yiming bought 10 primary gene evolution liquids. After this trip, he worked so hard that he only earned less than 200,000 credit points. It would take a long time to save enough money to buy a mecha. Chen Yiming didn't want to waste it bit by bit. So Chen Yiming planned to use these 200,000 credit points to improve the overall strength of the team. The price of one bottle of evolution liquid is 10,000 credit points, and if you want to become a primary genetic evolver, you need to drink the evolution liquid continuously until your body strength reaches 300 kilograms of strength in one hand, then you can become a primary genetic evolver. As for Chen Yiming himself, he felt that his body was getting stronger every day. Before he fully understood the side effects of the genetic evolution fluid on the body, Chen Yiming did not plan to take the evolution fluid, so as not to affect his physique as a congenital genetic evolver. As for guns and ammunition, we had obtained a lot of them after killing the robber group, so there was no need to replenish them for the time being. Then, Chen Yiming came to the scrap yard of the trading market. It's called a scrap yard, but it's actually some old world stuff that some teams brought back from the outside world. Old world scrapped cars, old world electronic equipment, all kinds of things. In the scrap yard, Chen Yiming picked and chose. He first found an old desktop computer and some electronic parts. Suddenly, Chen Yiming walked around a pile of scrap and found a scrap 6-wheeled pickup truck with a relatively intact frame. After inspection, it was found that the engine and other internal items were still there, but because the circuit was damaged, it was considered a scrapped car. A vehicle like this that can be repaired should be quite expensive. After repair, it can be sold for at least 200,000 or 300,000 credit points. But for some unknown reason, it was treated as scrap and thrown away in the scrap heap. "Boss, how much is this?" Chen Yiming pointed at the 6-wheel off-road pickup truck and said. When the owner of the scrap yard saw Chen Yiming pointing at the 6-wheeled pickup truck, he immediately said, "Boss, you have a good eye. After this pickup truck is repaired, it will definitely be a good car. Not only can it carry people, but also goods. Boss, but it's a scrap car. If you can fix it, I will definitely pay a high price. Chen Yiming's words choked the boss, who was chattering. If the boss continued to talk, how could he lower the price? I'll sell it for 50,000 credits. The owner of the scrapyard gave a price and Chen Yiming got up and left. Hey boss, don't be in such a hurry to leave. If the price is too high, can we negotiate it? The boss of the scrapyard quickly caught up. Seeing the owner of the scrapyard catching up with him, Chen Yiming finally felt relaxed. He didn't really want to leave, he was just pretending to leave so as to lower the price. Then he said, "The most I can give you is 30,000 credit points, and these things are also included in the amount." As he spoke, Chen Yiming pointed to a computer, several aerial photography drones, and some other miscellaneous electronic parts next to him. Chapter 13: Transforming the Chariot. When Chen Yiming came out of the scrapyard, he had spent more than 20,000 credit points, bringing his total to more than 50,000. The boss of the scrapyard smiled with wrinkles on his old face. This was a one-time purchase of more than 50,000 credit points. This kind of big customer is not common. These 50,000 credit points can be used to buy a lot of things, including a large pickup truck and a lot of electronic parts and equipment. Considering that Chen Yiming spent so much and bought so many things, the local officials even provided a car to deliver the things to Chen Yiming for free. Fortunately, there was an unused garage downstairs of Building 19 in the team community. Chen Yiming spent another 10,000 credit points to rent it, and then put his things in the garage. Now, Chen Yiming didn't have many credit points left. He spent 160,000 of his 200,000 credit points in one day, leaving only more than 30,000 and less than 40,000 credit points. After sorting the electronic equipment into categories, Chen Yiming began his work. Before traveling through time, Chen Yiming was the director of a high-tech electronics company. He was mainly responsible for projects such as artificial intelligence AI, intelligent robots, intelligent driving systems, and other electronic intelligence projects. It was because of his busy work and frequent overtime that he had a car accident on his way home. In the garage, the first thing Chen Yiming did was to disassemble the shell of the pickup truck and remove all the electronic circuits. The next step is to perform an overall maintenance on the engine. Since this car is from the old world and was abandoned for 6 years after the apocalypse, the lubricating oil in the engine has deteriorated and must be completely replaced. Then, after the engine maintenance was completed, Chen Yiming began to disassemble the computer from the old world. After taking apart the computer, Chen Yiming found that the accessories inside the computer looked intact on the outside, but the computer could not be used when connected to a power source. After applying his supernatural powers to the computer, Chen Yiming discovered that an unknown substance molecule was mixed in the computer's hardware devices. The performance of this molecule is extremely overbearing. Whenever electrons pass through this overbearing molecule, the current will be instantly accelerated by dozens of times, making the electrons in the electronic device extremely unstable and causing the electronic device to burn out. After extracting this special molecule, it becomes a white powdery, somewhat translucent substance that looks very strange. Since you have the ability to accelerate electron current, I will name you JS1 type material powder. Chen Yiming put the JS1 type translucent powder extracted from the computer aside, and then continued to work. After spending more than half an hour, Chen Yiming finally repaired the burned part of the computer. After plugging in the power, the computer screen finally lit up. Because Chen Yiming inherited the memory directly when he traveled here, so Chen Yiming also recognized the characters on the Grey Earth planet. As the computer starts up, a simple computer desktop appears. Chen Yiming operated the computer and directly entered the background of the computer to write the program and began to write a new car system. While programming the car system, Chen Yiming began to repair various sensors and electronic coils on the engine. Not knowing how long he had been busy, Chen Yiming felt his stomach growling. He raised his head and looked out the door. It was already dark. After saving the half-written car system, Chen Yiming packed up, locked the garage door, and went straight to the team's Unit 4, Room 301. "You're back, Brother Chen." As soon as Chen Yiming entered the room, Sun Hao immediately greeted him. He even stopped calling him Brother Chen and just called him Brother Chen. "Come on, you can't call me brother for nothing. This is for you," Chen Yiming said, and took out 2 bottles of genetic evolution liquid from his arms and handed them to Sun Hao. Sun Hao took the thing that Chen Yiming handed over and didn't care much at first. But when he saw that it was the evolution liquid, Sun Hao couldn't believe it. Is this genetic evolution liquid? For me? Sun Hao asked 2 questions in succession with an incredulous look on his face. Of course it's for you. There are 2 for each person in our team. Looking at Sun Hao's wonderful expression, Chen Yiming said with a smile. At this time, Li Tiesuo also walked out of the room and just heard what Chen Yiming said, 2 evolution liquids for each person. Brother Chen, this is not possible. 1 bottle of evolution liquid costs 10,000 credit points, and this is a full 100,000 credit points. Li Tiesuo quickly dissuaded him. It's okay. Strengthening the bodies of the brothers in the team will reduce injuries in future battles and even save lives at critical moments. Just think of these as loans from me to the brothers. It won't be too late to return them to me when you have them later. Chen Yiming knew that Li Tiesuo had a stubborn personality, so he had to change his words. After saying that, Chen Yiming distributed 2 bottles of evolution liquid to each person, even to Wan Yong and Gao Bing who were lying on the hospital beds. Thank you, Brother Chen. Thank you, Brother Chen. Now, all members of the entire team started calling him Brother Chen. At this time, Sun Hao took out a plate of dog meat and some corn grits from the kitchen. Brother Chen, you haven't eaten yet so late. Come and eat quickly. Leisha left some food for you in case you'd be hungry again when you come back, Sun Hao said. After dinner, Chen Yiming lay on the bed, his mind full of the programming of the locomotive system and what programs should be added. I don't know how long I thought about it before I fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, Chen Yiming, who was half asleep, smelled the smell of dog meat. Breakfast was still dog meat stewed with potatoes. In this doomsday, there are not many vegetables. Potatoes, which are easy to store and have high yields, are the main vegetables for humans. After breakfast, Chen Yiming went to the garage again to continue his modification and maintenance work. All the electronic sensors on the engine were repaired and replaced, and then the sensors were connected to the computer. After everything was ready, Chen Yiming pressed the switch next to the computer, and the starter started working immediately. I heard the engine humming, but it only turned a few times before shutting down. After checking the data displayed on the locomotive computer, it was finally determined that the reason was that the engine ignition timing was too late. After redebugging the car system, Chen Yiming began to try to start it for the second time. Buzz! With a pleasant engine roar, the engine was started directly. Looking at the data continuously coming in from the computer, Chen Yiming felt happy. Some data were adjusted and determined to be at the optimal position, and then the engine section of the car system was completely completed. The next step is to write other data, which is what Chen Yiming is best at, the locomotive automatic driving program and the vehicle assisted driving system program. Chapter 14 Eye in the Sky. The locomotive's fully automatic driving mode must rely on a large number of electronic cameras and sensors, as well as some fully automated control equipment. After searching through the electronic parts he had bought, he found that the number of cameras and servo motors was not enough. Chen Yiming had no choice but to go to the scrapyard to buy some old electronic equipment and disassemble the parts from them for use. This trip cost Chen Yiming more than 20,000 yuan, and the owner of the scrapyard was smiling with wrinkles on his face again. A few days later, Chen Yiming, who was writing a fully automatic driving system, suddenly discovered a major problem, which was that there were no navigation satellites in this doomsday. This time Chen Yiming was completely confused. Without a navigation satellite system, the car could not be positioned, so how could it be autonomous driving? After saving the completed autopilot system, Chen Yiming returned to the team's base early. Brother Chen, why are you back so early today? Wan Yong and Gao Bing, who had been recuperating for a while, were able to get out of bed and move around. Seeing Chen Yiming coming back from outside, they immediately greeted him. Well, how is your recovery going? Much better, thanks to the 2 bottles of evolution liquid you gave me, Brother Chen. The strength of my single arm now reaches almost 200 kilograms. I estimate that with 2 or 3 more bottles of evolution liquid, I can become a primary genetic evolver, Wan Yong said excitedly. Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? Why do you look unhappy? Seeing Chen Yiming looking somewhat dejected, Gao Bing beside him asked. Nothing much. I'm just thinking that the available supplies are getting less and less. I don't know where there are more valuable supplies. What should we do in the future? Chen Yiming did not tell them about his troubles, because even if he did, they would not be able to solve them and it would also expose his special abilities, so he just made up an excuse. Those large teams have their own unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, which can find supplies from far away. It would be great if we could have one too. At this time, Li Tiesuo, who had just finished training in the inner room, walked out covered in sweat and said with a sigh. Drone? Chen Yiming said, and a light bulb went off in his mind, as if he remembered something important. Yes, large teams all purchase drones from large gathering places outside. They basically rely on drones to explore the way and search for supplies. Otherwise, how could they find so many supplies? Li Tiesuo continued. Yes, drones. If there is no GPS system for positioning, drones can be used instead. Thinking of this, Chen Yiming said, "Thank you," and ran out directly. Seeing Chen Yiming running out in a hurry, Li Tiesuo and the others were confused. What happened to Chen Yiming? Why did he run away after saying thank you? What was he thanking for? Chen Yiming returned to the garage again, immediately turned on his computer, and began designing a new drone system. If the autonomous driving system is to be compatible with drones, the drone's camera must be redesigned and manufactured. Ordinary cameras can only take pictures, and at best they can make the pictures clearer. However, if you want to use it in unmanned driving technology, you must use an infrared remote sensing camera. After the drone takes pictures on the ground, it can get the distance data of the object and quickly build a 3D holographic map. Then the computer will analyze where the road is and where the obstacles are. Finally, autonomous driving is completed through the unmanned driving system. Chen Yiming, who had an idea, typed on the computer keyboard with his hands flying. The drone's automatic flight system, picture linkage system, scene retention technology, and hard disk map database. When Chen Yiming gets busy in front of the computer, he feels like he is back in the company on Earth. He forgets to eat and sleep and often forgets the time. It is precisely because of this character that Chen Yiming can be responsible for so many projects at the same time in a technology company. Chen Yiming was busy all night, and only stopped working when his stomach growled with hunger. He hit the enter key on the keyboard to save the program, then walked out of the warehouse. After returning to the team's base, he hurriedly ate breakfast, didn't even sleep, and went straight back to the garage to continue working. This busy work lasted until late at night. The drone system and the newly made drone were finally completed. There are 4 newly manufactured drones, with an integrated core in the middle and 4 propellers. This can greatly reduce the wind resistance of the drone, increase the speed of the drone, and also reduce the weight of the drone. The appearance of the drone is somewhat similar to the DJI drone on Earth. The drone's camera uses a high-definition infrared laser camera, which can not only capture high-definition 3D images, but also has good shooting effects at night. And under the drone, there is a high-brightness laser headlight, which can provide better lighting for driving at night. There is also a huge drone base. By installing the drone base on the roof of the pickup truck, the drone can take off quickly from the roof and can also return quickly for charging. Finally, a heavy machine gun is installed on the roof, anti-collision guardrails are added to the body, and a tow shovel is installed at the front of the vehicle. The modification of the entire pickup truck is completed. After completing all the work and continuously using his supernatural powers, Chen Yiming was so tired and sleepy that he fell asleep in the car. When Chen Yiming woke up, it was already bright. Looking at the newly modified pickup truck, Chen Yiming decided to go out and test the performance of the car and whether the drone's automatic driving function was useful. Buzz! Chen Yiming pressed the start button of the car with his finger, and the engine immediately roared. He slowly drove the pickup truck out of the garage. In the center of the pickup truck's workbench, there is a rectangular screen, and below the screen, there is a removable keyboard. It turns out that Chen Yiming directly modified a desktop computer and installed it on the pickup truck as a car machine. The car machine was named Yinhao. Chen Yiming said to the central computer's intelligent position, "Galaxy, start the eye of the sky." After installing the artificial intelligence system, it becomes more convenient to operate. After Chen Yiming finished speaking, 2 of the 4 drones parked on the top of the pickup truck took off directly. After the drone flew around the galaxy, the 3D map was completed. A map was immediately displayed on the screen of the galaxy's central computer, and the galaxy was in the middle of the map. Chapter 15 Tracking. Looking at the galaxy, which he had repaired and renovated himself, Chen Yiming felt very satisfied. Driving the galaxy, Chen Yiming drove directly out of the city, intending to test the performance of the galaxy outside. After leaving the Blue Shield gathering place, Chen Yiming casually drove in a direction with fewer people. Above the galaxy, 2 drones were hovering in the air, collecting terrain information around the galaxy and then storing it in the database. Chen Yiming was driving the galaxy and he stepped on the accelerator directly. The 6x6 drive system had an absolutely perfect acceleration effect. With a single step on the accelerator, all 6 wheels of the galaxy exerted force simultaneously, and the 6-meter-long vehicle body rushed out directly. "Haha, cool!" Chen Yiming shouted loudly in the car while driving the galaxy. Suddenly, he found that several off-road vehicles were catching up with him, and the speed was also very fast. Chen Yiming, who had no intention of going far, began to slow down the galaxy and drove it to the side of the road, intending to make way for the convoy behind him. Soon, the convoy behind roared and passed Chen Yiming's galaxy. Just as the convoy was about to overtake Chen Yiming glanced inside the convoy. In the SUVs of the fleet that surpassed Chen Yiming's galaxy, everyone wore black hoods. This reminded Chen Yiming of the gang of robbers who had robbed him at the gas station. Thinking of this, Chen Yiming stepped on the accelerator and followed directly from behind. "Galaxy, activate the eye in the sky and monitor the vehicles ahead." Chen Yiming, who was driving the galaxy, spoke to the car computer. After Chen Yiming finished speaking, the galaxy's onboard computer said in a very mechanical voice, "Okay, got it." Then one of the 2 drones that were originally hovering over the galaxy immediately separated and quickly chased forward. Due to the small size of the drone and its high flying altitude, the convoy in front had no idea that there was an unmanned aircraft hovering above their heads. After Chen Yiming followed in the galaxy for a while, the convoy in front went directly into a small village. After passing the small village, there was a large forest behind the village. At this time in the forest, 2 girls are fighting an evolved wild boar. "Xia Shui, hurry up and leave. I'll hold this wild boar beast back." One of the girls protected the other girl behind her, and the girl in front spoke to the girl behind her. "Sister Ding Ding, if we have to go, we should go together. How can I abandon you?" the protected girl said as tears started to flow. "Why are you wasting time talking to me? Hurry up and leave. This is a level 2 evolved wild boar. If you don't leave now, either of us will be able to leave. There are so many children in the gathering place waiting for you to go back." Jiang Tingding, who was standing in front and confronting the wild boar, shouted loudly to Xia Shui behind her. But... Just as Xia Shui was hesitating, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The gunshot was so loud that even Chen Yiming, who was outside the forest, could hear it clearly. After a gunshot, a fist-sized hole was pierced directly on the head of the second-level evolved wild boar, making it deader than dead. Seeing the evolved wild boar being killed, the 2 girls were immediately excited. Thank you for saving us," Xia Shui said excitedly in the direction of the gunshot. But then, something unexpected happened to the 2 girls. 2 anesthetic needles were shot directly into their bodies. A leader in the crowd said to the people beside him, "Take the genetically evolved ones away, and leave the ordinary people here to fend for themselves." When the subordinates heard the order, they directly carried Jiang Tingding into the car. "Boss, is this girl still here? Why not take her with you? Let the brothers keep her for fun before killing her." One of the men looked at Xia Shui's pretty face and said reluctantly. Snap. As soon as the subordinate finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. "Don't you understand what I'm saying? If you leak the secrets of the Temple of the Gods, you'll be dead," the leading man said angrily. The subordinate who was slapped in the face immediately nodded and said respectfully, Yes, Captain, I was wrong. Soon, the group took Jiang Tingding, the level 2 evolved beast, and even the small truck that Xia Shui and the others had driven away, leaving only the ordinary person Xia Shui behind. Maybe this group of people thought that an ordinary person who had been shot with a tranquilizer gun would not survive long in this remote place, so when they left, they did not waste bullets to kill Xia Shui. From the drone surveillance, looking at the group's swift and decisive work style, they must be a well-disciplined organization. He originally planned to continue tracking the whereabouts of this group of people, but when he saw Xia Shui still lying on the ground in the drone footage, Chen Yiming hesitated for a few seconds and decided to save her first. Following the route recorded by the drone, Chen Yiming directly found Xia Shue's location. Remove the anesthetic needle from Xia Shue's body, and then carry Xia Shue to the car. After waiting in the car for a while, Xia Shue's anesthetic effects finally wore off. "You're awake." Chen Yiming sat in the driving seat, glanced at Xia Shue behind him, and then spoke. After Xia Shue was paralyzed, her body could not move, but that did not mean she lost consciousness. So Xia Shue was very clear about what happened during this period of time. After waking up, Xia Shue immediately stood up and begged Chen Yiming, Please save Jiang Tingting. Why should I save her? Who is she to me? Besides, who are you?" Chen Yiming didn't intend to agree to save someone without knowing the other party's strength and situation. If he did, he might get himself into trouble. When asked this by Chen Yiming, Xia Shue immediately wilted. Suddenly Xia Shue unbuttoned her collar one by one, saying as she did so, "Please, as long as you can rescue her, I will do whatever you want, even if it means being your slave, or even if you want that. I don't need it. In the gathering place, a woman as beautiful as you can be played with as you please for just a piece of bread. You'd better put that away." Chen Yiming still refused mercilessly. Hearing Chen Yiming compare her to the women in the gathering place, Xia Shue immediately said, "I'm different from them. This is my first time. Don't you men like this? As long as you can save her, I can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter if I die, but there are still a dozen children in the gathering place who rely on her for their livelihood. Without her, those children will starve to death." Chapter 16, Intricacies. "Put on your clothes and tell me about your situation." Chen Yiming sighed and decided to take a look at the specific situation before deciding whether to go and rescue people. Jiang Tingting is a teacher at a girls' junior high school. After the apocalypse broke out, she led her students to fight all the way until they hid in a gathering place. Later, Jiang Tingting suddenly became a genetic evolver, relying on picking wild vegetables every day, and managed to survive in the gathering place with a dozen students. Xia Shue told Jiang Tingting everything. "Then why did they take her away?" Chen Yiming asked again. "I don't know, I really don't know." As she said this, Xia Shue's tears fell again. Suddenly, Chen Yiming seemed to have thought of something and continued to ask, "Where did you get that small truck?" That small truck is rented, the deposit for renting the car, but it's all our savings accumulated over the years, woo." Thinking of the deposit for renting the car, Xia Shue cried even harder. Even when she spoke, she sobbed a little. "In the trading market, Qingxin Equipment Leasing Company, the boss is Jia Zhaolin." Hearing Chen Yiming tell them the address of the rental car, Xia Shue couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How did you know that?" "Okay, I'll help you with this. But let me make this clear, I can't guarantee that I can rescue the person, but I will do my best." After getting Xia Shue's confirmation, Chen Yiming said, thank you so much." Upon hearing that Chen Yiming decided to save people, Xia Shue grabbed Chen Yiming's arm tightly as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw and said, "Sit tight, we're ready to go." After Chen Yiming finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel to the left. The 6-meter-long Galaxy pickup truck turned around on the spot, shocking Xia Shue and causing her to scream again. Looking at the screaming Xia Shue, Chen Yiming really didn't know how a woman like this could survive in the apocalypse and be well protected by others. As soon as the Galaxy rushed out of the forest, the remaining 2 drones on the pickup truck suddenly took off and flew quickly into the distance. About an hour later, the first 2 drones that took off flew back from a distance and landed on the drone base on the roof of the Galaxy. After the drone lands, 2 small leg clips immediately extend from the base, directly clip the drone onto the base, and then start charging the drone. After leaving the forest, Chen Yiming followed the guidance of the drone and followed the convoy all the way. Soon, after the masked convoy arrived at the gathering place in Blue Shield City, they did not conduct quarantine, but went directly through a back door and all entered the quarantine room, and then walked out from another door of the quarantine room. The purpose of doing this is just a cover to deceive people. When entering the city, you need to be quarantined. This is a hard condition that no one can violate. Even the largest team in the gathering place cannot violate this rule. But what kind of forces are behind this team? The car rental company, the robbery group, and today's arrests are actually related to some forces in the gathering place. When Chen Yiming drove the galaxy to the gate of the gathering place, he was isolated outside the city wall, and was not allowed to enter for less than 3 hours. Fortunately, there were 2 drones hovering thousands of meters in the sky, which could monitor every move of the convoy entering the city. Soon, Chen Yiming, who was sitting in the car, saw through the images transmitted by the drone that the convoy went directly into a refugee area. The convoy was even more arrogant in the refugee area, rushing all the way. It didn't stop until it came to a location close to the city wall, at the gate of a bungalow compound. There was a small house in the middle of the courtyard. Several team members took Jiang Tingting into the house and soon came out. Then the convoy left the refugee area directly. Chen Yiming, who was waiting for the quarantine time outside the city, controlled 2 drones, one following the convoy and the other staying in place to continue monitoring the small house. Suddenly, the 2 drones parked on the roof of the galaxy started to start up, and after taking off, they began to climb rapidly. The second batch of drones that took off were running out of power, so the helicopters that had returned to recharge began to take over. About a minute later, 2 drones appeared and landed on the drone base on the roof. Since drones took over the job, the images on the galaxy's monitoring equipment were basically seamless and had never been interrupted. The convoy that left the refugee area did not go directly to their destination, but instead wandered around in the gathering area. Finally, the convoy dispersed and rushed in different directions. Even if there were drones in the sky, Chen Yiming had no way to monitor the convoy and could only monitor the small houses in the refugee area. After Jiang Tingting was sent into the small house, no one has entered or left that small house since then. The drone had been recharged 2 or 3 times, and Chen Yiming's quarantine time was up. He put down the car computer and drove directly into the gathering place. "Where do you live? I'll take you home," Chen Yiming said to Xia Shui while driving. When Xia Shui heard that Chen Yiming was going to send her back, she suddenly refused to do it. "No, Sister Tingting hasn't been rescued yet, I can't leave. All the food has been snatched away by those people, what will they eat?" As she said this, Xia Shui had tears in her eyes and was about to start crying again. "Come on, take me to see them. I still have some credit points, and I can't let you starve." Helplessly, Chen Yiming could only speak out. Following Xia Shui's guidance, Chen Yiming came to an apartment building in a refugee area. The environment of the refugee area can only be described as dirty and messy. Sewage and garbage are everywhere, and collapsed houses can be seen everywhere. On both sides of the street, there are refugees begging for food. Seeing Chen Yiming's galaxy entering the refugee area, some brave refugees immediately rushed over. "Please be kind and give me some food. I haven't eaten for 3 days." But Chen Yiming knew that he must not be soft-hearted at this time, because once he gave them alms, the other refugees would flock to him, and he would be in trouble. Without saying a word, Chen Yiming took out his sniper rifle and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! After a gunshot, the refugees who were about to come forward to ask for food were frightened and immediately retreated, thus making way for the other side. It's not that Chen Yiming has no compassion, but at this time, compassion cannot be excessive. After turning a few corners, we came to a stinky ditch. Next to the stinky ditch, there was a half-built shed. Xia Shui pointed to the half-collapsed shed and said, "Then, this is our home." Xia Shui, who was leading the way, lifted the torn curtain that covered the draft, and the 2 of them walked straight in. In the room, there were 8 girls about 18 or 19 years old. They were all skinny from hunger and sat slumped on the straw mats on the ground, seemingly without the strength to even move. After seeing Xia Shui coming back, the girls forced a smile. "Sister Xia Shui is back. Where is Sister Tingting?" One of the girls spoke up, while looking behind Xia Shui. Chapter 17 Exploration. The girls did not wait for their Sister Tingting, but followed Chen Yiming into the room. Chen Yiming looked at the 8 girls in the room and couldn't help but admire Jiang Tingting in his heart. In the end times, it was already very difficult for ordinary women to support themselves. Jiang Tingting actually supported 9 people by herself. "Well, your Sister Tingting has to go out for something and can't come back for the time being. During this time, I will take her place to take care of you." Looking at the skinny girl, Chen Yiming still couldn't hold back his hard-hearted heart and felt compassion. "Sister Xia Shui, I'm so hungry." A girl who looked smaller spoke up. "Hold on a little longer. When Sister Tingting comes back, you'll all have food to eat. Xia Shui came to the girl's side and spoke to comfort her. Oh, I understand. Is it possible that Sister Tingting will never come back? The girl said. The girls in the room, although they didn't say it explicitly, had some guesses. In this apocalypse, death was too normal. It turned out that among them, more than a dozen survived after the apocalypse broke out, and now only the 8 of them and Xia Shui and Jiang Tingting were left. Chen Yiming couldn't stand the atmosphere in the room any longer, so he finished his meal and walked out. Arriving at the trading market in the gathering place, Chen Yiming bought some wild vegetables and some corn. Chen Yiming wanted to buy some meat, but meat was expensive because it was the meat of evolved beasts. Also, the girls had been malnourished for a long time, and if they suddenly ate meat, they would probably get stomach upset. So Chen Yiming gave up the idea of buying meat. After returning to the shabby wooden shed from the market, Chen Yiming walked straight in with the wild vegetables. Brother Chen, why did you buy so many things? Xia Shui said in surprise when she saw Chen Yiming walking in with a large basket of wild vegetables and corn. Normally, after deducting the cost of renting a car, they would not have much wild vegetables left every day. But if they did not rent a car, the wild vegetables near the gathering place would have been eaten up long ago, so they would have to go to places farther away. Come and help, cook the vegetables and corn quickly. They must be hungry. Chen Yiming, who was carrying wild vegetables, spoke up. Hearing Chen Yiming's reminder, Xia Shui reacted immediately. Oh, here it comes. In a corner of the wooden shed, there is a stove made of broken wood. Next to the stove is a bucket with murky water. The water is collected when it rains. Xia Shui carefully scooped some water from the bucket and washed the wild vegetables carefully. When the corn in the pot was almost cooked, Xia Shui put the washed wild vegetables into the pot. Chen Yiming, who was watching from the side, suddenly said, Why did you only put so few wild vegetables? There are still a lot of them in the box. No, we need to save those wild vegetables for tomorrow, otherwise we will have nothing to eat tomorrow. Put them all in. I'll bring you food tomorrow. They are growing up. When they have enough strength, I'll let them go out with me to collect supplies. That way, everyone will have enough to eat. With Chen Yiming's assurance, Xia Shui put some more wild vegetables into the pot. In the end, Chen Yiming did it himself and threw all the wild vegetables into the pot. After another 7 or 8 minutes of cooking, the corn and vegetable porridge was ready. The girls got up one by one and gathered around the stove waiting for the meal. Wait a moment, I'll serve a bowl to Big Brother first, Xia Shui said, and first served Chen Yiming a bowl of corn and wild vegetable porridge. Try it and see how it tastes, Xia Shui said as she served everyone another bowl. After taking a bite of the corn and wild vegetable porridge, there was no salty taste, only a little taste of corn and the bitterness of wild vegetables. After taking a bite of the wild vegetable porridge, Chen Yiming felt that he could not eat any more. But the girls on the side were all very satisfied as they ate the wild vegetable porridge in big mouthfuls. The girls finished a pot of wild vegetable porridge in no time. I'm full, finally full. I haven't had a full meal for a long time, a girl said and started crying. Those who have never been hungry will never know how much of a luxury it is to have enough to eat. By the time Chen Yiming left the broken wooden shed, it had already darkened. Chen Yiming returned to the garage and checked the drone's surveillance footage and found that no one had ever entered or left the cabin. It has been almost a day since Jiang Tingting was captured. The later we rescue her, the greater the possibility that something bad will happen to her. Chen Yiming put on black armor, put on 2 pistols with silencers and modified armor-piercing bullets on his waist, and walked out of the garage in the dark. Under the cover of darkness, Chen Yiming circled around the shelter for a few times, and then rushed towards the small house near the city wall. Standing outside the courtyard wall of the cottage, there was not a trace of light inside. After climbing over the courtyard wall, Chen Yiming quietly approached the hut and looked inside through the window. At this moment, there were 2 guards on duty in the hut, guarding in front of a large iron gate. Just as Chen Yiming poked his head out, a voice came from inside. Who's outside? Then 2 footsteps were heard walking outside. Hearing someone talking, Chen Yiming immediately hid in a shadowy place. These guys are so insidious that they don't turn on the lights in the house just to be able to see clearly what's going on outside. However, people outside can't see inside the house and can only see it when they get close. The 2 men walked around the house, but did not see Chen Yiming hiding in the shadow of the house. "You must have been dazzled just now. No one knows about this place, so how could someone come here?" one of them said to the other. "Maybe, but I clearly saw a black shadow as big as a human head on the window just now," another person said uncertainly. After the two men exchanged a few words, they returned to the house and continued to stand guard. Chen Yiming, who was outside the house at this time, didn't know what to do. If he forced his way in, the two people would definitely raise the alarm, and the person being rescued would be in danger. But if he didn't force his way in, as soon as Chen Yiming opened the door, he would be discovered by the two people. And there are two of them standing guard together. This is simply unsolvable. After squatting in the shadow of the corner for a long time, Chen Yiming still couldn't think of any good solution. Suddenly, Chen Yiming heard a buzzing sound in the room. He looked over and saw the big iron door behind the two guards slowly opening. Inside the big iron door was an elevator car, and two soldiers who were changing shifts came out. Because the elevator was running, there was sufficient light inside the elevator car, so several people did not see Chen Yiming lying by the window watching. It turned out that this group of people used this dilapidated house to build a basement underground. No wonder. Soon, inside the room, the handover was completed. Two people came out of the elevator, and two more went in. After the elevator door closed, Chen Yiming started to worry again. There were still two people at the door. How could he get in? Chapter 18, Evil Laboratory. At this time, in the underground laboratory, a hunched old man with gray hair, wearing a white coat and a crazy face, looked at Jiang Tingting, who was tied up. "Look, what a perfect experimental carrier, a congenital awakener. If the evolved zombie gene is added, the most perfect superpower in the world will be born. He is born a superpower, which is simply perfect. Once my experiment is successful, I will have superpowers, and then I can enter the headquarters of the Temple of the Gods, haha." Next to Jiang Tingting, who was tied up, there were several coffin-like incubation chambers. In each of them, there was a pregnant woman with a bulging belly. "Who are you? What are you going to do to me?" Jiang Tingting, who was tied up, regained the ability to speak and asked the crazy old man. "Look at these pregnant women next to you. They are all my masterpieces. I use the wombs of female genetic evolutionists to incubate embryos containing high-level zombie viruses. During the incubation process, the embryo will produce gene mutations. The baby born at that time may have special abilities. Then I will use gene extraction technology to transfer the baby's special ability genes into my body, and I will have special superpowers," the hunchbacked old man said as if the experiment had been successful, and continued excitedly. "And you are the perfect carrier, a congenital gene evolver. Only one congenital body may appear among 10,000 evolvers. I can't wait, haha." "Bah, you're dreaming. Even if I die, I will never let you do such a disgusting experiment." Jiang Tingting, who was tied up, spat at the hunchbacked old man and cursed. "Dr. Chiu Dunsher, there is an abnormality with carrier number 3. The fetus in the belly seems to be almost formed, and the movements are very violent." At this time, an assistant researcher in a white coat spoke to the hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man ignored Jiang Tingting's constant cursing and shouted, "Hurry up, inject the sedative, use the gene irradiator on the fetus, and analyze the fetus genes." Soon, several researchers started to get busy. One of the researchers held a scanner and shone it on the woman's abdomen above the incubator. The shape of a fetus was immediately displayed on the computer next to it. The zombie baby had a sharp mouth and fangs, and the nails on its limbs were particularly long. Every time the zombie baby moved, the pregnant woman would let out an unconscious wail. "Oh no, the baby is about to burst out of my stomach." As a researcher was talking, he saw a pregnant woman's belly in the incubator being cut open by a zombie's sharp weapon. Then a bloody claw stretched out from the pregnant woman's belly, followed by another claw. Finally, the two claws exerted force and a hole was torn in the pregnant woman's belly, and the body of the zombie baby drilled out directly from the hole. However, due to the thick bulletproof glass of the incubator, the zombie babies could not get out. The zombie baby attacked the glass of the incubator several times, but when it found no results, it immediately bit the flesh of the dead pregnant woman beneath it. The changes in the incubator made Jiang Tingting, who was watching from the side, feel goosebumps all over her body. The feeling of being dominated by fear made Jiang Tingting struggle violently. "Oh, it failed again. Clean the culture chamber and prepare for embryo implantation in the next carrier. The hunchbacked old man seemed to have long been accustomed to everything that happened in the culture chamber, and spoke to the researcher next to him. But at this time, the weather was not good, and it started to rain. Chen Yiming hid in a dark corner of the house in the heavy rain. Suddenly, Chen Yiming thought of a solution. Since it was difficult for him to get in, he would find a way to get the other party out. Wouldn't it be possible to solve the problem by changing the method? Chen Yiming found a place with dim light but where he could see inside the house, and waited quietly. At this moment, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. The bright light of lightning instantly illuminated the dim location where Chen Yiming was. Looking out from inside the house, he saw a dark figure standing there. Immediately after the lightning, there was a loud thunder. A guard standing in front of the elevator door saw a flash of lightning outside, and then a dark figure appeared. But after the lightning, the figure disappeared. The guard rubbed his eyes and said to another guard, "I seem to see a figure outside just now." "You must have seen it wrong. Why don't I see anyone?" another guard said. "Let's go out and take a look." "No, it's raining so hard. If you want to go, go ahead, I won't." Just as the other guard was about to say, "I won't go," another flash of lightning flashed across the sky. Both of them clearly saw a dark figure that looked like a human figure. "I seem to see a figure too." The two looked at each other and walked out the door together. The two men came to the place where they saw the figure, but found nothing. However, Chen Yiming had already hidden himself. "There's no one here." A guard, holding a flashlight, looked around but didn't see anyone. "Are we really dazzled?" The two looked around and didn't see anyone, so they turned around and started walking back. At this time, Chen Yiming took advantage of the sound of rain and came directly behind the guard who did not have a flashlight. He reached out and covered the guard's mouth, and twisted it hard before the guard could react. As soon as Chen Yiming put the dead guard on the ground, the guard holding the flashlight next to him said, "This damn weather, I'm soaked." "Yeah, but I also have to thank this damn weather." After letting one guard go, Chen Yiming came to another guard and spoke. The other guard heard that the voice was not that of his companion and was about to turn around, but Chen Yiming grabbed his neck from behind and twisted it hard, and the other guard also lost his breath. After dragging the two guards into the hut, Chen Yiming changed into the clothes of one of the guards and put them over his armor. Then he took out a magnetic card from the guard's pocket and swiped it against the elevator's sensor area. The indicator light of the underground elevator immediately lit up, followed by a buzzing sound, and the elevator in the elevator started to move upward from the underground. Chapter 19 Timely. After waiting for about 10 seconds, the iron door of the elevator slowly opened. Chen Yiming stepped into the elevator, and the iron door of the elevator began to close slowly. Along with a feeling of weightlessness, the elevator began to move downward. After running for about 10 seconds, the iron door of the elevator began to slowly open. The elevator is located in the middle of the underground laboratory. When the elevator is opened, it faces a small central hall. It was late at night and there was no one in the central hall. Only a chandelier on the ceiling was still on. On the right side of the hall is a huge iron gate, which seems to be an important place. On the left side of the hall is a corridor with doors, which are places for people to rest. Chen Yiming walked towards the corridor on the left and used his supernatural power to open a small hole in the door. He looked into the room through the hole, and it was pitch black inside, and he could not see anything. After quietly using his special powers to change the shape of the door lock, the door was opened directly. With the help of the lights in the central hall, I could barely see two soldiers sleeping soundly in the room. Chen Yiming would not show mercy to his enemies. He took out the silenced pistol that he had prepared long ago from his waist, and with 2 puffs, he sent the sleeping soldier directly to hell. Chen Yiming would not think that such a person who did all kinds of evil could enter heaven. The same procedure was followed for the other rooms. Open the doors directly and kill the sleeping soldiers. When they arrived at the last house, as soon as they opened the door, a foul smell hit them in the face. Chen Yiming was so irritated by the stench that he took 2 steps back and covered his nose. When I looked inside the room, I saw 3 women, tied by their ankles with thick iron chains. On the other side of the 3 women, they were urinating and defecating everywhere. These 3 women were locked in a room like this. At this time, the 3 women were not sleeping, but were huddled together, staring blankly at Chen Yiming, who opened the door. Were you captured here by them? Chen Yiming asked first. Yes, we were all captured here by them. Who are you? Are you here to save us? One of the three women spoke up. After hearing the answers from the women, Chen Yiming walked directly into the room, picked up the chains around the women's ankles, and prepared to open them. Seeing Chen Yiming pick up the chain, one of the three women spoke up again. The chain can't be opened. We have tried many times. Before the woman finished her words, she heard the iron chain clang and was thrown to the ground by Chen Yiming. The lock on the woman's ankle had been opened. Seeing the chains being opened so quickly, the three women were shocked at first, and then excited. Yes, there was hope that they would be rescued. At this time in the research laboratory in the basement, Jiang Tingting's body was fixed in the culture chamber. You bunch of demons, bastards, and beasts, you will not die well. Jiang Tingting in the incubator was cursing, but the abuse had no effect on the researchers who had already lost their humanity. Rematch the genes of the evolved zombies and prepare for implantation. The hunchbacked old man ordered the researcher beside him. Okay, Dr. Chiu Dunsher, we are extracting genetic cells from the pituitary glands of the zombies. 80% has been extracted. It is estimated that the extraction will be completed in another 2 minutes. A researcher in a white robe spoke while operating an instrument. Okay, turn on the gene implantation equipment and preheat it, and be ready for gene implantation at any time. The hunchbacked old man ordered another researcher. Yes, Dr. Chiu, the machine is turned on. After untying the chains, Chen Yiming said to the three women, Have you seen the woman who was just arrested today? She was wearing very tattered clothes. When describing Jiang Tingting's clothes, Chen Yiming really had no better adjective. A woman was sent here today, but she was taken away not long ago. She might be another sacrificial test subject. Well, you guys hide first, I'll come back and take you out later. After saying that, Chen Yiming turned around and walked towards the large iron gate on the right side of the central hall. Using the same method, Chen Yiming used his supernatural powers to open a small hole in the iron gate, and looked inside through the hole. Inside the laboratory, various high-tech equipment are placed and separated by a huge piece of glass. Inside the glass, there were several coffin-like glass culture chambers. Several researchers were operating instruments around one of the culture chambers. And Jiang Tingting was trapped in this incubator at this time. After Chen Yiming opened a hole in the huge iron door, the sound from the laboratory came out. Although the sound was very small, Chen Yiming was a genetic evolver, and his 5 senses were very sensitive. Dr. Chiu, the zombie genes have been extracted. Quick, put it in the gene implantation device, and really do the gene implantation. After hearing a few simple conversations inside, although Chen Yiming didn't figure out what was going on inside, he knew that the zombie genes and implants didn't seem to be doing anything good, otherwise they wouldn't be so sneaky. However, this huge iron door was not a simple door lock, but a huge electronic mechanical lock. There were more than 30 huge lock pins on the entire door. When Chen Yiming opened the door with his supernatural power, he would probably be exhausted to death. Moreover, even if Chen Yiming knocked on the door little by little, it was estimated that everything inside would have been done and the opportunity would have been lost. At this time, Chen Yiming noticed that there was a magnetic card sensing area on the wall next to the iron gate. Chen Yiming immediately swiped the guard's ID card on it. The door lock only made a beeping sound, and a red light came on. The red light flashed a few times and then went out. The iron door did not respond at all. It seems that in order to enter here, only people with a certain status can come in. What should I do now? There is no way to get in. Am I just going to stand outside and watch everything happen inside? Suddenly Chen Yiming thought of a solution that was not a solution. Although he had never tried it, he had no choice but to give it a try now. Chen Yiming used his special ability on the card swiping area and carefully sensed the internal structure of the card swiping machine door lock. Inside the sensing area of the electronic lock, there was only an identity recognition system, a data transmission line and a power supply. While sensing the electronic running path in the identity recognition system, Chen Yiming used the guard's identity card to swipe the sensing area of the door lock again. In the door lock's identification system, a special data current flashed through. Following this current, the door lock's identity information storage card was found directly. Inside the memory card are countless transistor memory units, and these transistor memory units are used to store information. Sensing the data in the memory card, it is necessary to analyze the function of each molecule. It is like countless data refreshing the screen in the brain. Chen Yiming feels that his brain is about to explode by this huge amount of information. Almost instantly, sweat broke out on Chen Yiming's forehead. But Jiang Tingting was still inside, waiting for him to rescue her. Chen Yiming could only grit his teeth and endure it, feeling every stream of information flashing through his mind. Finally, Chen Yiming found a high-level identity information storage area in an area of the memory card. He used his supernatural powers to control the transistor memory unit, swapped the identities of the two, and then swiped the guard's identity card across the sensing area again. A stream of data information was transmitted directly from the identity sensing system along the data line. Then there was a click, and then the drive motor of the lock block started, and the huge iron door finally opened slowly. Chapter 20 Kill the Evil Researcher. The iron door of the laboratory was suddenly opened. The researchers who were preparing for gene injection were startled by the sound of the door opening, and all turned their heads to look in the direction of the door. Through the huge glass, I could see Chen Yiming wearing guard clothes and standing at the door. Guard? Why are you running here instead of just standing guard? No, your ID card doesn't have enough authority. Who are you? How did you get in? The hunchbacked old man looked at Chen Yiming and questioned him from behind the huge glass wall. Ignoring the old man's words, Chen Yiming raised the pistol in his hand and pointed it at the researchers through the glass. Puff! There was a slight gunshot, and the bullet went straight through the glass, leaving a bloody hole on the head of a researcher. These researchers had previously only used vicious methods on others, but when the same thing really happened to themselves, everyone became scared. After this researcher was shot dead, the remaining researchers panicked and fled in all directions, looking for cover. Boy, who are you? I advise you to leave here quickly, otherwise when the Super Gene Warriors come, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. The old man hiding behind the bunker shouted loudly at Chen Yiming. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you all have to die today, Chen Yiming said in a low voice. Boy, if you kill us, the Temple of the Gods will not let you go. The hunchbacked old man continued to threaten. The Temple of the Gods? What else can I do if you won't let me go? Then I will uproot the Temple of the Gods. Humph, you are the only one who can rely on me. The pantheon alone has dozens of level 5 gene warriors, and there are also people with superpowers. Blue Shield City is just the smallest branch of the pantheon. As long as I can kill you all, that's enough. As he said that, Chen Yiming fired again. Puff. A bullet once again passed through the glass and hit a researcher, but this time the hit was not fatal. No, please don't kill me. The researcher who fell to the ground wailed. Not killing you? Am I going to let you do such unscrupulous things? Chen Yiming said, and shot the researcher lying on the ground in the head. Seeing that the 3 words, Temple of the Gods, had no effect on Chen Yiming, the hunchbacked old man immediately changed to a threatening tone and said, Boy, don't go too far. If you dare to shoot again, I will activate the self-destruct system of the laboratory. At worst, we will all perish together. Really? Then start one and let me see, Chen Yiming said, and shot at another researcher again. Bang! Crash! When the bullet passed through the glass, the huge glass could no longer withstand the impact of the bullet, and shattered into glass shards on the ground. The researcher hiding behind the cabinet was shot through the cabinet by the armor-piercing bullet improved by Chen Yiming. He fell to the ground and died without even a cry. In just a few words, the 3 assistant researchers of the hunchbacked old man were all killed by Chen Yiming. Seeing Chen Yiming firing again, the hunchbacked old man could no longer bear the pressure and shouted at Chen Yiming frantically. Stop, don't come over. If you dare to take another step forward, I will activate the self-destruct system immediately. Don't force me. Then, as if to prove that what he said was true, the old man stretched out his hand that was holding the remote control from behind an instrument, deliberately letting Chen Yiming see it. Then he continued, Boy, as soon as I release my finger from the button on the remote control, this place will explode immediately. Even if you are a genetically evolved person, you cannot withstand the power of this explosion. At this time, Chen Yiming was in a dilemma. Going in, Chen Yiming didn't know whether the remote control was a real bomb remote control, so he didn't dare to gamble. But if he retreated, there were surveillance cameras everywhere in this laboratory. By then, the Pantheon would not let him go. Humph, stop lying to me. How could you install a bomb in your own laboratory? I don't believe it. Chen Yiming pretended not to believe it at all and stepped over the broken glass on the ground and walked into the experimental area of the laboratory. Stop, the bomb is right under your feet. If you dare to take another step forward, I will let go and detonate the bomb. The old man hiding behind saw Chen Yiming take another step forward. He screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Hearing that the bomb was right under his feet, Chen Yiming squatted down pretending to be curious and touched the ground with his hands. While using his supernatural power to sense the molecular structure underground, he pretended to be half believing and half doubting and said, Is there really a bomb here? Seeing Chen Yiming squatting there and not moving forward, the hunchbacked old man breathed a sigh of relief and said, The experimental equipment here is all provided by the headquarters of the Temple of War. This small blue shield city gathering place can't make it at all. In order to prevent the loss of experimental data and experimental equipment, a self-destruct device is necessary. Chen Yiming, who was squatting on the ground, really sensed the bomb underground at this time, and the bomb was only separated from the ground by a layer of floor. Seeing that Chen Yiming didn't say anything, the hunchbacked old man continued, Boy, I think you are very courageous. If I recommend you to join the Pantheon based on your ability, I believe it won't be long before the Pantheon will grant you a large amount of genetic evolution fluid, and even superpowers. How about it? Superpowers? What are superpowers? Chen Yiming asked curiously. Superpowers are those who have congenital gene awakening. When they awaken, a gene mutation occurs, which produces some special abilities. Those who have special abilities are called superpowered people. Superpowered people are 1 in 10,000 among those who have evolved genetically. The hunchbacked old man explained. At this time, Chen Yiming, who was groping on the ground, finally found the detonator of the bomb. However, in order to delay, he pretended to speak out. What are superpowers? And what is the Pantheon? Superpowers, such as the ability to discharge electricity, the ability to control fire, and so on. The abilities are different due to different genes. The Pantheon is the place where these superpowers are trained. As long as you enter the Pantheon, you can gain eternal life. The hunchbacked old man said this with a look of longing on his face. At this time, Jiangtingding, who was trapped in the incubator, suddenly said, My friend, don't listen to his nonsense. Have you seen these incubators? They use female gene evolvers to inject zombie genes into women's wombs to cultivate fetuses, and then extract genes that produce fetuses with special abilities. This is how they claim to have superpowers. They are simply evil. Don't join them. Shut up! You are just a victim of an experiment. You should feel honored to be sacrificed for the Pantheon. The hunchbacked old man shouted angrily. At this time, Chen Yiming finally used his special ability to cut off the fuse of the bomb. Now, even if the old man released the button on the remote control, the bomb would not explode again. However, I'm not interested in what you said. But I am very interested in your equipment. Chen Yiming stood up and said. What? You agreed to join the Pantheon? No, I decided to move out directly. After Chen Yiming said this, he walked directly towards the hunchbacked old man. Chapter 21 Making the enemy uncomfortable is my greatest joy. What? Stop, if you come over here I will let go. Chen Yiming pointed the gun directly at the hunchbacked old man and said. Then let go. You force me to do this. After the hunchbacked old man finished speaking, he looked calm as if he had made up his mind, and released his thumb from the remote control. However, the next second, he was still alive and well, and nothing happened. How could that be? There is clearly a bomb underground. You'd better go to hell and figure it out. Having said that, Chen Yiming pulled the trigger of the pistol. With a puff sound, a gunshot pierced the hunchbacked old man's head, and then his body fell straight down. Arriving in front of the incubator and looking at the coffin-like incubator, Chen Yiming pulled open the hatch with force. After untying the chains that bound Jiangtingding sat up directly from the incubator, hugged Chen Yiming's neck, and began to cry loudly. Wow, I thought I would become as ugly as them, with my stomach ripped open by zombies. Thank you for saving me. Wow. In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time that Chen Yiming was hugged by a woman, and it happened at this time. He couldn't describe the feeling. He patted Jiang Tingting's back gently, and then said softly, "Okay, stop crying, we have to leave here quickly." After dealing with the enemy, Chen Yiming immediately began to dismantle the laboratory equipment. These equipment were all good things, all of which were precision instruments. Finally, Chen Yiming called the 3 women he had rescued directly, and there were 5 of them in total, all of whom were genetic evolutionists. Each of them carried a large instrument on his back and 2 small instruments in his hands. Anyway, whatever could be dismantled and taken away was taken away. As for those that could not be taken away, Chen Yiming did not intend to leave them to the enemy. Instead, he used the bombs buried underground to make a time bomb. I am ready to blow up all the remaining things and resolutely not leave any useful things for the enemy. Making the enemy uncomfortable is my greatest happiness. After everything was ready, Chen Yiming took the women on the elevator back to the ground. After several trips back and forth, they finally transported the equipment they were going to take away to the ground. After Chen Yiming took the 4 girls away, a huge explosion occurred in the courtyard in the refugee area of the Blue Shield City gathering place. The violent explosion sounded across most of Blue Shield City in an instant. And because it was an underground explosion, the flames from the explosion shot straight into the sky. Even in this rainy night, it was clearly visible, just like a big firework. The heavy rain also covered all traces of Chen Yiming and his companions. Not long after the big explosion, a group of people rushed to the explosion scene. "Palace Master, our laboratory has activated the self-destruct system and everything has been blown up," a masked man in black reported to a tall masked man in red robe after going forward to investigate. "Find out who destroyed my laboratory," the masked man in a red robe said in a cold voice. After a while, another masked man in black came over and said, "Reporting to the Palace Master, the footprints were washed away by the heavy rain. Even the smell left behind was washed away by the heavy rain, and it is impossible to track the smell. But I was at the explosion site, and I could smell the man's scent. If I could get closer, I would have a chance to recognize him." "What? We can't even find who did it. You guys are a bunch of trash," the masked man in red robe said angrily with red eyes. Seeing the red-robed man's anger, all the black-robed men immediately knelt down in the heavy rain. "Palace Master, please forgive us for our incompetence. Things have developed to this point, and getting angry now will not help." The red-robed man calmed down and suppressed his anger and said, "Since we can't find the person who did it, you go to guard the city gate tomorrow. I don't believe that person will stay in the city forever. Once you find him, report immediately. The rest of the personnel will be dismissed on the spot, and we will discuss other matters after we find the culprit." After disbanding, all the masked men in black dispersed in different directions. Some of them went straight back to a shop in the trading market, took off the black cloth covering their faces, and transformed themselves into shop owners or employees. Others directly returned to a certain team, took off the black mask, and transformed themselves into members of the team. The masked red-robed hall master went directly back to the equipment leasing company in the trading market. After taking off his mask, he looked very similar to Jia Zhaolin, the owner of the leasing company. This person was Jia Zhaolin's brother, Jia Zhaosen. "Brother, what happened outside?" Jia Zhaolin asked as soon as Jia Zhaosen came back. "A very important research institute has been taken over. Please stop doing that for the time being and release those rental equipment. Otherwise, your reputation will be ruined and no one will dare to rent equipment from you, and we won't be able to fish." Jia Zhaosen spoke very calmly, but he could hardly hide the anger in his heart. "Well, that's fine, brother, I understand. The company's business is somewhat declining now, so I'll organize some discount activities. I won't do anything if there are no big fish, and I'll just keep the small fish and shrimp first," Jiaolin said. On his side, Chen Yiming had already quietly returned to the garage with a few women. After piling the equipment he brought back in a corner of the garage, Chen Yiming said to the women, "You are now being targeted by the Temple of the Gods, so try to avoid showing up in crowded places in the future. Just stay here for one night tonight, and those who want to stay can stay. If you don't want to stay and want to leave, I won't stop you. These women are all genetically awakened. To be targeted by the pantheon, they must be people with outstanding abilities, so Chen Yiming also wanted to recruit them. I'm so grateful for your kindness. My name is Lin Mingqiu. I still can't let go of the sisters in the team, so I have to go back to see them. If you need me in the future, just come and find me. My address is Central District XXXX. After Lin Mingqiu finished speaking, she stared at the heavy rain and left. After Lin Mingqiu left, Jiang Tingting finally couldn't help but say, "Although I really want to stay, there are still many people waiting for me to take care of them. I'm really sorry." Before Jiang Tingting left, Chen Yiming immediately said, "Don't worry, I have taken care of your students for you. If you are still worried, you can bring them all here tomorrow. But I suggest that you don't bring them here for now, so as not to expose your whereabouts. You are the experimental subjects that the pantheon is paying close attention to. Only leaving them there is the best way to protect them." After hearing what Chen Yiming said, Jiang Tingting had no choice but to stay. Among the 4 women, one chose to leave, and Jiang Tingting chose to stay. Chen Yiming turned his gaze to the remaining 2 women and asked, "What are you 2 planning?" My team members have all been killed, and I'm the only one left. I want to stay. But I have a request. When I become strong in the future, I will go for revenge, and you can't stop me." Lu Xiaoyu said from the second girls' school. "Yes, I am the same as her. In the basement, she didn't even treat us as human beings, even worse than dogs. I will definitely take revenge if I have the chance," Lu Wei said. "You don't have to tell me, I will do it." After hearing what Chen Yiming said, the 2 women chose to stay. That night, Chen Yiming turned on the car computer again and began to write the signal reception and analysis program. "Since you can use rental equipment to harm those small teams to obtain supplies, then I can also take advantage of this loophole and take advantage of it while the Oriole is behind." Chapter 22: Hiding 3 Beauties in a Golden House. Early in the morning, Chen Yiming returned to the base of the 301-room team. In the room, Li Tiesua and others had already gotten up. Because they had taken the gene evolution liquid, everyone had been exercising more during the past few days to absorb the gene evolution liquid to the maximum effect. The injuries of the 2 injured have basically recovered thanks to the evolutionary fluid. "Brother Chen, you haven't come home late these days. Tell me, have you found a lover?" Sun Hao, a gossipy man, saw Chen Yiming coming back from outside early in the morning and immediately started gossiping. "Stop talking nonsense. Be careful, or you won't get any evolutionary liquid in the future," Chen Yiming said to Sun Hao. When Sun Hao heard that he would not get any of the evolutionary fluid, he immediately became timid and said flatteringly, "Brother Chen, I was wrong. I will never say nonsense again. Come, Brother Chen, have some water." Seeing Sun Hao's cowardly look, Li Tiesua and others couldn't help but laugh. "I came back just to see how the team is preparing. I plan to go out and search for some supplies in the next few days. I successfully broke through this morning and became a 2nd-level genetic evolver. I would also like to thank Brother Chen for the 2 bottles of evolution liquid," Li Tiesua said from the side. "Our injuries have almost healed. If we stay at home any longer, I feel like we're going to grow hair. You must take us with you when you go to search for supplies this time," Wang Yong also interjected. "Okay then. I'll go to the supply hall of the gathering place and buy some anti-corpse medicine and some necessary supplies. We'll set off at noon." "Depart at noon? Then we may not be able to get back at night," Li Tiesua said puzzledly. "I won't be back at night. This time I'm going to stay in the ruins of the city for a while, so I won't be back at night. But if our people don't come back at night, they may be in danger. It won't be too late to wait until they all become evolvers," Li Tiesua said with some concern. "No, I found a few genetic evolvers these days. With them, we should have enough manpower." After Chen Yiming finished speaking, he went out to prepare the necessary supplies for spending the night in the wild. However, before going out, Chen Yiming first came to the refugee area and transferred some credit points to Xia Shui. At least during the time they were away, the girls would no longer have to go hungry. After arriving at the material trading area of the gathering place and purchasing some anti-corpse medicine, Chen Yiming's credit points were almost gone. Fortunately, the ammunition reserves were sufficient and no more replenishment was needed. Then we came to the tent sales area, where all kinds of tents were hung on the walls. Seeing Chen Yiming coming over, the salesgirl in charge of selling tents immediately introduced them to Chen Yiming with a smile on her face. "Hello sir, would you like to see the tents? We have all kinds of tents here. Look at this tent, it is made of the skin of a level 3 evolved beaver. It is tough, soft, and waterproof. It is the best choice for the team to camp outdoors." How much does this tent cost? Sir, this tent is the best tent in our store. It is made of the skins of 2 level 3 evolved beaver beasts. It has a very strong defensive ability. Ordinary level 3 evolved beasts cannot break through the tent in a short time. The price is only 350,000 credit points. The salesgirl tried her best to sell it. When he heard that it would cost more than 300,000 credit points, and that a tent was more expensive than his entire fortune, Chen Yiming could only say awkwardly, "Do you have any cheaper tents?" "Yes, this tent is made of the fur of a second-level evolved beast and costs 200,000 credit points." Is there anything cheaper?" "This tent is made of the skin of a first-level armored zombie. After going through many processes, the stench of the zombie has been removed. The tent's defensive capabilities are still very good. It only costs 30,000 credit points." But now, Chen Yiming didn't even have 30,000 credit points. He could only continue to ask, "Well, is there anything cheaper?" "Sir, no matter how cheap it is, it's just an ordinary tent. It has a certain warmth-keeping function, but no defensive ability. If you encounter an evolved beast or a sneak attack at night, the tent can be torn apart with just a slight effort," said the salesgirl. "Just give me the cheapest one." Finally, Chen Yiming bought 3 three-person tents under the contemptuous gaze of the salesgirl. When they returned to room 301, Li Tiesuo and others were already prepared. They had packed everything they needed and were just waiting for Chen Yiming to come back. "Brother Chen, you said you found a few more evolvers, why didn't they come?" Seeing Chen Yiming coming back with only a few tents, Li Tiesuo asked. "Don't worry, I'll take you to meet him right away," Chen Yiming said with a smile. Taking Li Tiesuo and a few others downstairs, they went straight to the garage used to repair the galaxy. Li Tiesuo and his companions were dumbfounded. These are the genetic evolvers you mentioned? They are all women," Li Tiesuo said with some disbelief. "What's wrong with women? Women are also genetically evolved. Brother Chen, you have hidden many beauties in this golden house, and you have 3 of them at once." Sun Hao, the chatterbox at the side, gossiped. Hearing Sun Hao say this, the faces of the 3 women beside him instantly turned red. However, none of them refuted it. "I say, kid, are you itching for trouble again? You're out of evolutionary fluid in the future." "No, Brother Chen, I was wrong, I was really wrong." When he heard that the evolution liquid was gone, Sun Hao immediately became scared again. Chen Yiming did not continue to care about Sun Hao, but introduced a few people to each other. "This is the captain of our team, Li Tiesuo. You can find him if you have any questions," Chen Yiming introduced. He, deputy captain. Brother Chen is the captain," Li Tiesuo said with a smile. Hearing Li Tiesuo say that he was the captain, Chen Yiming immediately called Li Tiesuo and others aside. "What's going on? When did I become the captain?" "Brother Chen, I have been thinking about the captain's question these days. Why do I become the captain? It is to allow my brothers to survive well in this apocalypse." But after this period of time together, from the first meeting, to later going out to look for supplies and encountering robbers. If you were not there at the time, with my impulsive personality, I might have directly fought with the other party, and the consequences, every time I think about it later, I will be afraid for a while. So I feel that you are more suitable to be the captain than me. Rather than letting you be the captain, it is better to say that I am bringing my brothers to join your team. Although the 3 genetic evolutionists are women, they are also genetic evolutionists. And you can make the whole team stronger faster and let the brothers live better. So today, I just took this opportunity to speak my mind. After Li Tiesuo finished speaking, Li Zhe and the others just stood aside without saying anything. They were also struggling with this question in their hearts. "But this..." "Don't say buts. Just tell me whether you are willing to take us brothers in." Before Chen Yiming could finish his words, Li Tiesuo interrupted him. Chapter 23, Loneliness. "What do the other brothers think of this?" "Don't look at me, I listen to Brother Li," Li Zhixing said. "I'll listen to Brother Li too." Sun Hao. "Me too." Wang Yong. "Okay, I'll listen to you all." Gao Bing. Chen Yiming took a long breath and said, "Thank you all for trusting me. From now on, as long as I, Chen Yiming, eat a bite of meat, my brothers will also eat a bite of meat." "Chen Yiming? Isn't your name Chen Jingren?" Li Zhe, who was standing by, immediately noticed the problem. "I'm really sorry. I didn't tell you my real name before because I didn't want to implicate you for some reasons. But now that you've asked me to be the captain, I have to be honest with you. My real name is Chen Yiming. Chen Yiming, Chen Jingren, the name is Jingren. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Haha. Li laughed, and the matter was over. After loading all the equipment into the car, when Chen Yiming drove the Galaxy out of the garage, Li Tiesuo and others were dumbfounded again. Brother Chen, where did you get this car? It's so cool. Sun Hao looked at Chen Yiming's Galaxy and said with envy. I found it from the scrapyard and then I fixed it myself. How is it? Chen Yiming, who was sitting in the driver's seat, said with a smile. Wait a moment, I'll drive and we'll go. Sun Hao said, and ran to get the team's red SUV. Soon, 2 cars, one red and one white, came out from the gathering place of Blue Shield City and drove towards the distant city ruins. Brother Chen, there are still 5 hours to go. How about we compete to see who is faster? Suddenly, Sun Hao's voice, which could not bear the loneliness, came from the intercom. Okay, I'll let you run first. Chen Yiming turned on the intercom and said with a smile. Sun Hao, who had been driving behind, immediately stepped on the accelerator with Chen Yiming's consent and directly overtook Chen Yiming's Galaxy. Chen Yiming directly turned on the Galaxy's automatic driving function and set it to automatic tracking function. After setting up the automatic follow-up driving function, one of the 2 drones in the sky immediately landed directly above the team's off-road vehicle. At this time, Chen Yiming put the driver's seat back and began to rest. It takes 5 hours to get from here to the target city ruins, and Chen Yiming doesn't want to make himself that tired. Chen Yiming had just put the chair down, and Jiang Tingding, who was sitting behind Chen Yiming, stretched out her tender little hands and began to massage Chen Yiming's shoulders. Thank you for taking care of the children for me. Jiang Tingding didn't know why, and although Chen Yiming didn't say anything, she still found an excuse for herself. Chen Yiming just opened his eyes and glanced at Jiang Tingding without saying anything, then closed his eyes and began to enjoy it. But Sun Hao, who was driving in front, didn't know about this and just drove the car with a focused look. Chen Yiming's Galaxy just followed behind the team's off-road vehicle, not falling behind. Sun Hao glanced in the rearview mirror of the SUV and found that the Galaxy was just following behind him. He couldn't help but feel anxious and stepped on the accelerator even harder. There was a sharp turn ahead, and Sun Hao was driving the off-road vehicle with no intention of slowing down. When the off-road vehicle was about to enter a turn, Sun Hao pulled the handbrake hard, and then the entire off-road vehicle began to drift, drawing an arc on the road, a perfect drift corner. The Galaxy, which was following behind, made almost identical movements to Sun Hao's driving. At the same spot, the Galaxy's automatic handbrake was instantly tightened, and then the accelerator was stepped on. The drifting action around the corner was even smoother and more stable than the off-road vehicle driven by Sun Hao, without even a bumpy feeling. The women working in the Galaxy were all shocked at this moment. When it comes to car autonomous driving systems, they have heard of them, but they have never even heard of one that can be so autonomous and intelligent. At this time, Lija, the heavy machine gunner on the off-road vehicle in front, felt a little bored standing in the position of heavy machine gunner, so he adjusted the direction of the heavy machine gun backwards. He happened to see Chen Yiming lying down to rest and enjoying the massage of the beautiful woman. Then he looked at Sun Hao, who was concentrating on driving, and Li Jie didn't know how to describe his current mood. He quietly called Li Tiesuo and others, asked them to look at Chen Yiming in the Galaxy, and then pointed at Sun Hao, who was driving. They all smiled and said nothing. The journey that was supposed to take 5 hours was shortened by more than an hour as we drove all the way. When they were about to reach the city ruins, Sun Hao discovered that the Galaxy was following him all the time, with no intention of overtaking. Looking back carefully through the rearview mirror, I found that there was no sign of Chen Yiming at the driving position of the Galaxy. At this time, Chen Yiming adjusted the backrest of the chair and sat up, rubbing his face with both hands to cheer himself up. Seeing this scene, Sun Hao didn't know how to describe his current mood. Because they were about to enter the city ruins and face various complex situations, Chen Yiming turned off the automatic driving function. Then I saw Chen Yiming taking the steering wheel, adjusting the driving mode of the Galaxy to the violent mode, and stepping on the accelerator. The Galaxy's intelligent vehicle system immediately provides more fuel output to the Galaxy's engine, and at the same time quickly downshifts to provide the Galaxy with more powerful power output. With such powerful explosive force, the 6 driving wheels of the galaxy instantly exerted force. The galaxy, which was originally following the team's off-road vehicle, suddenly overtook it at a high speed, while rolling up the sand and gravel on the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Finally, Sun Hao couldn't bear the curiosity anymore, so he picked up the intercom and said, "Brother Chen, what were you doing just now? Why can't I see you in the driver's seat?" After a while, Chen Yiming's voice came from the intercom. "Oh, this journey is really long, so I took a nap and the autopilot system was driving the whole time. You're doing a good job as a navigator. Keep up. I'm going to speed up." So I was driving like this all the way, but in the end I ended up competing with a robot driving system. Was I competing in vain? Chen Yiming's main goal this time is to eliminate the strength of his old enemy. After entering the city ruins, Chen Yiming opened the signal receiving and cracking program he had written previously and began searching for all nearby signals. Chapter 24, Mecha War. However, what Chen Yiming didn't know was that after the laboratory was destroyed, the actions of the pantheon had subsided. In the outer areas of the city, although there are still some signals, they are just equipment rented by ordinary teams, and there are no robbery groups taking action. At this time, deep in the ruins of the city, there was a team of hundreds of people with 2 mechas. The mechas were already covered with scars, and even one of the mechas had lost an arm, with a bunch of mechanical parts and wires exposed at the shoulders of the mechas. "We've finally broken through the zombie swarm. If we move forward a little further and reach the outskirts of the ruins, we'll be safe," the team captain, driving a mecha, shouted into the walkie-talkie. "Receive." Soon, reports from each team were heard over the intercom. At this time, Chen Yiming led his team and circled the outskirts of the city ruins for several times, but did not find anything new. "Brother Chen, you've been taking us around the outskirts of the ruins for quite some time. What exactly is our target?" Sun Hao, who was following behind the galaxy, asked while holding the walkie-talkie. "Don't worry, we will find it." Chen Yiming picked up the walkie-talkie and replied. Suddenly, 3 small red dots appeared on the map on the galaxy's locomotive computer screen, and 3 square video images appeared at the bottom of the screen. There were 5 mechas on the screen, and the 2 sides were facing each other. On one side were 2 mechas that were badly injured, including one with a broken arm, and on the other side were 3 mechas that were intact. However, this picture is not taken from the perspective of a drone. The shooting position should be on a car, but the car cannot be seen in the camera, so it is not known what car it is. Moreover, the pictures from the 3 perspectives are the same, so there should be 3 cars transmitting video signals at the same time. A quick glance at the location of the red dot on the map showed that it was at the junction of the outer area and the central area of the city ruins. "There is a new discovery, follow me," Chen Yiming said into the walkie-talkie, then turned the steering wheel, and the galaxy immediately turned around and headed towards the location of the red dot. At this time, it is at the junction of the outer area and the central area of the city ruins. "If you're smart, leave everything behind and lay down your weapons, and I can spare your lives. Otherwise, you'll all stay here today." A man's voice came from the loudspeaker of a black and red mecha standing in the middle of the 3 mechas. "Humph, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Should I put down my weapons and let you kill me?" said the mecha with a broken arm. "You really don't want to accept my toast. I think you don't want to live anymore. If you want to fight, then stand still. We have seen the appearance of your mecha. Can you still let us go? Are you waiting for us to come back and take revenge later?" A woman's voice came from the scarred mecha. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the team with only 2 mechas took the lead. The armless mecha leaped up and rushed towards the 3 enemy mechas. At the same time, it used its only remaining arm to swing a huge chainsaw. As the chainsaw was swung, the chain began to rotate faster and faster, and in the end only the blurry shadow of the saw teeth could be seen. Seeing the enemy suddenly launch an attack, the 3 mechas of the robbers obviously did not react. By the time they reacted, it was too late to attack. However, the mecha's body was more than 6 meters tall, so it couldn't jump backwards at all. It could only retreat backwards awkwardly and dodge. After retreating and shooting continuously, the 3 mechas barely managed to avoid the attack of the one-armed mecha. At this time, another mecha with scars all over its body also rushed up. The mecha's chest area was almost not defended at all, and it swung the Taiha steel giant sword in its left hand and slashed at the 3 people, with a completely desperate fighting style. This is probably why the army that suffers the most will win, because the two people driving the mechas know that if they lose today, the outcome will be death. Bang! A crashing sound was heard, and the huge Taiha steel sword directly hit a huge shield, making a deafening crashing sound. The mecha holding a shield caught the giant titanium alloy sword that was chopped down, then retaliated with a punch, hitting back at the mecha driven by the woman. But the woman had no intention of preparing for defense. She aimed the howitzer in her right hand directly at the robber's mecha. The howitzer was extremely powerful, and the two sides were so close to each other. If it exploded at such a close distance, neither of them would be in any danger, and at the very least, they would be seriously injured. Seeing the other party fighting so desperately, the robbers were helpless for a moment. At this time, Chen Yiming also rushed over in the direction where the signal came from. From the drone's footage, one could see that the two sides were fighting fiercely. In the middle of the battlefield were 5 mechas fighting each other, and on both sides were their respective combat team members, constantly firing. The heat from the battle was so intense that even before getting close one could clearly see the smoke rising. When they were still some distance away from the battlefield, Chen Yiming ordered the vehicles to be hidden. Then all the combatants got out of the vehicles, spread out, and moved towards the battlefield little by little. On Chen Yiming's wrist, there was a 5-inch screen wristband. It was showing the images taken by the Galaxy Sky Eye. On a map, the positions of green dots were displayed, representing his teammates, while red dots represented enemies. Li Tiasuo, there is a sniper on the 3rd floor 50 meters in front of you, kill him. Gao Bing, quickly climb to the roof and aim at the robbers' combatants. Do not expose your position for the time being. Follow my orders. With the help of the Sky Eye's surveillance footage, the team members quickly took their positions and prepared for the ambush. At this moment, there was a loud boom, and the howitzer was really fired. A violent explosion occurred between the two mechas. The two mechas were blown away and separated by a long distance in an instant. Magia, Magia! After seeing the scene after the explosion, the one-armed mecha threw away its opponent and rushed towards the mecha that was blown away. At this time, the cockpit door of the mecha driven by the woman was blown directly into a hole by the huge explosion force. Some bloodstains could be vaguely seen on the edge of the hole. Although one could not see the angry expression of the man in the mecha, one could hear the extreme anger in his voice. You bunch of bastards, I'm going to fight you! The man roared like crazy, driving his one-armed mecha and rushed towards the two mechas of the robbers. Chapter 25 The Yellow Bird Behind. One of the mechas swung its Taiha steel axe to resist the chainsaw attack of the one-armed mecha. The other mecha, taking advantage of the one-armed mecha's attack being blocked and unable to withdraw, swung its Taiha steel giant sword and prepared to stab the one-armed mecha's cab. If this sword hits, the driver of the one-armed mecha will surely die. Looking at the giant sword getting closer and closer, the driver of the one-armed mecha felt his heart sink. He couldn't avenge his lover. If he went down, how could he face her? At this moment, Chen Yiming, who was standing on a rooftop watching the battle, fired a sniper rifle in his hand. Bang! A specially modified armor-piercing bullet was fired directly at the mecha holding the giant sword. However, Chen Yiming did not choose to aim at the armor plate that protected the driver, but directly aimed at the oil pipe of a hydraulic cylinder at the ankle of the left leg of the mecha. Bang! Squeak! Squeak! The oil pipe at the mecha's ankle was blown, and the pressure in the oil cylinder was instantly released, causing one of the mecha's legs to lose power directly. One of the centers was not balanced enough, and the mecha holding the giant sword fell to the ground with a headfirst move. Even the titanium alloy giant sword in its hand was thrown away. Who? Come out! The mecha fell to the ground, and the driver's angry roar came from the loudspeaker. However, what greeted him was another armor-piercing bullet from Chen Yiming. Bang! The heavy sniper rifle fired again, and an armor-piercing bullet directly hit an oil pipe on the right leg of the mecha. Although the oil pipe was wrapped with pure alloy steel wire, the power of Chen Yiming's special armor-piercing bullet was too great, and after the secondary acceleration, the bullet directly penetrated the oil pipe. The mecha, which had already stood up halfway, fell to the ground again. This time, both legs lost power. In the building not far from Chen Yiming, several people who had been waiting for orders, especially Gao Bing, who was a sniper himself, knew how difficult it was to shoot at an oil pipe as thick as a baby's arm on the roof of a building over 20 stories high. What's more, the mecha is still in motion, and the bullets need to pass through the gaps in the mecha's armor plates and then hit the oil pipes, which makes it even more difficult. Boss, that's awesome. That was a mecha worth tens of millions of credit points, and you solved it with just 2 shots. The chatterbox somehow couldn't help but speak first, picking up the walkie-talkie. You only saw the mecha being hit, but you didn't see that the bullet entered through the gap in the mecha's armor plate. Such a fast mecha also exploded the oil pipe. This requires calculating all factors such as the speed of the bullet when firing, the speed and angle of the mecha's movement, the wind direction and speed, etc. Only after all the calculations are made can this be achieved. There are also the oil pipes of the mecha, all of which are wrapped with pure alloy steel wire. Even if you hit the oil pipes, you may not be able to burst them. And the boss was able to seize that split-second opportunity to blow up the oil pipeline. This is where the boss is awesome. After listening to Gao Bing's more professional explanation, everyone couldn't help but open their mouths in amazement. The 3 girls all looked towards the rooftop where Chen Yiming was. Although they could not see Chen Yiming, there were stars in their eyes. At this time, the driver of the axe mech who was blocking the chainsaw saw that his companion mech had lost some power, and immediately exerted force to push the chainsaw out. At the same time, he gave orders via the intercom. All team members, be alert. 1-on-2 teams, immediately go and eliminate the sniper who is in the way. Everyone else continue to attack. Yes, received. Soon, the voice of the team member was heard from the intercom. At this time, Chen Yiming also began to give orders to the team members. Everyone, pay attention, the robbers have started to act. I will attract their attention. You don't act for the time being, let them come. After they act in large numbers, everyone will start to encircle them. Chen Yiming, who was standing on the roof, saw from the drone's surveillance footage that 2 teams of people, a total of more than 20 people, were surrounding the building where Chen Yiming was. Chen Yiming took out a grenade from his waist and silently calculated the time in his mind. When the robbers were about to enter the building, Chen Yiming simply pulled the ring of the grenade and threw it down from the roof. Boom! There was an explosion, which exploded directly in the robbers' team. 3 people in the team of more than 20 people were killed instantly, and no one was injured by the fragments of the grenade and lost the ability to fight. The timing was just perfect. Hide, pay attention, that guy is on the roof. Follow me up and kill him. The leader of the robber group saw that his team members had lost half of their fighting power in an instant, and his eyes turned red with anger. He shouted to his team members like crazy, and then took the lead and rushed into the building. Boom! Then there was another explosion. The booby trap that Chen Yiming had set up in the stairwell was triggered by the angry captain. More than half of the 2 teams of robbers were killed in the 2 explosions, leaving only a few members following behind. Although they were not injured, they were too scared to move forward easily. On the battlefield, the giant sword mech whose 2 oil pipes were blown up by Chen Yiming had already used its arms to prop up the mech, curled up its legs, and turned its back to Chen Yiming, opening the hatch of the mech's cockpit. The action of the giant sword mecha is obviously intended to carry out battlefield repairs. The other axe mecha was blocking the middle of the chainsaw mecha to prevent teammates from being killed by the chainsaw mecha while repairing. Gao Bing, Gao Bing. Gao Bing received. Please speak. It looks like the giant sword mech is being prepared for repairs. Now it has its back to me, so I can't snipe it. Your direction is just right, so you can snipe it. As long as someone repairs the mech, snipe it immediately. We must not let the robbers repair the mech. Chen Yiming gave orders to Gao Bing. Okay, Gao Bing got it, and we will definitely complete the mission. Gao Bing, who was standing on the roof of another building, answered into the intercom. After that, Gao Bing's expression became more focused, and he kept scanning the giant sword mecha through the scope of the sniper rifle. At this moment, the one-armed chainsaw mech on the battlefield also knew the urgency of the situation. At this time, he must not let the other side repair the giant sword mech, otherwise he would be completely defeated. Although he didn't know where the team that suddenly appeared came from, he was sure that they were helping him. The chainsaw of the one-armed mecha began to accelerate continuously, making a buzzing sound. When the chainsaw reached its fastest speed, the one-armed mecha suddenly launched an attack and chopped towards the axe mecha. Chapter 26 How did this become an auction? The axe mecha, seeing the aggressive one-armed mecha, did not dodge at all. It immediately raised its axe and chopped towards the opponent's one-armed position, starting a hard fight. If your chainsaw hits me, you will lose your arm. The one-armed mecha is already damaged, so it only has one arm that can be used for attacking. If it is broken, it will lose its offensive capability. The heavy mecha, which was over 6 meters tall and weighed over 40 tons, was not as flexible as expected. It was too late to suddenly change the attacking moves. In a desperate situation, the broken arm mecha made an unexpected move. Then I saw the broken arm mecha leaning forward and using the cockpit of the mecha to block the attack of the axe. Bang! There was a loud bang. The axe hit the shoulder of the one-armed mecha directly, and the armor plate of the cockpit was directly split by the axe. One could even see that inside the cockpit of the mecha, the distance between the driver's head and the axe was less than 20 centimeters. The chainsaw of the one-armed mecha also chopped on the arm of the axe mecha. The high-speed chain of the chainsaw directly cut the arm of the axe mecha into 2 parts, and even cut a gap in the cockpit of the axe mecha. From the broken arm of the mecha, the driver inside the mecha can be vaguely seen. However, because the armor of the mecha was too hard, the serrated chain on the one-armed mecha's chainsaw broke directly and was thrown out after cutting off the opponent's arm. The giant sword mecha that fell to the ground could not be repaired at all because Gao Bing's sniper rifle was still holding it. At this time, because the small team attacking Chen Yiming suffered heavy casualties, the robbers immediately increased the number of soldiers they deployed. Almost instantly, all the Marines were sent over. Downstairs of the building where Chen Yiming was, hundreds of Marines had gathered and began to rush into the building quickly. After everyone entered the building, Chen Yiming ordered into the intercom, "Everyone, start the attack and implement the encirclement plan." As soon as the order was given, the team members who had been hidden in the surrounding buildings by Chen Yiming immediately launched an attack. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. For a while, gunshots continued to ring out. "Oh no, we're surrounded!" The Marines who had entered the building just realized what was happening and started to panic instantly. "We are surrounded! What should we do? What should we do?" The team members immediately shouted through the walkie-talkie. The captain of the squad, who was still calm at this time, immediately said to his team members, "We will attack in the direction of the roof. As long as they dare to rush into the building, we will lose the advantage of encirclement." With the experience of the previous 2 teams, they became very cautious when attacking upstairs this time, for fear of triggering some strange explosion. But ideas are full, but reality is skeletal. How could they easily discover and deter the booby trap planted by Chen Yiming? Just as the team leader and his team members were almost climbing to the 5th floor, a team member stepped on the cement staircase, and the ground immediately collapsed slightly, and the mine buried under the staircase exploded instantly. Bang! The huge explosion was particularly loud in the stairwell. Even the uninjured team members' ears were ringing from the explosion. "What's going on? What's going on?" The captains of each team immediately stepped forward to check. There were 7 or 8 people lying on the ground in a circle, seriously injured or dead. A large hole had been blown out on the concrete floor in the middle. No one had expected that the booby trap was actually buried in the concrete floor. There were only more than 100 of them, but they couldn't stand such a fight. One hand grenade killed 7 or 8 people, and one landmine killed 7 or 8 people. If they waited until the roof, all the more than 100 people on their side would be dead. This gang of robbers was in a dilemma, not knowing whether to go up or not. This time, the entire robber group was completely defeated. The 3 mechas were destroyed by the opponent's desperate attack. The second mecha has now fallen to the ground. It is impossible to repair it because the sniper is holding it up. Although the third mecha split the cockpit armor of the opponent's mecha, it was also seriously injured and was surrounded by more than 100 soldiers. The more than 100 team members under his command were trapped in the building by Chen Yiming's team, unable to go up or down. If they had known that things would develop to this extent, they would never have come to rob. At this time, the leader of the robbers in the mecha almost hated Chen Yiming to death. If Chen Yiming and his team had not intervened, they would have already captured their target. "Brother, if you let us go, I will give you 50 million Blue Shield City credit points. What do you think?" The leader of the robbers hiding in the cockpit of the mecha said with gritted teeth. Although he was very reluctant to give it, his life was the most important thing now. As long as he could escape back to the gathering place, it was up to him to give it or not. Hearing the robbers say this, the captain of the one-armed mecha team immediately started shouting. Brother, they are notorious robbers and bandits, don't believe what they say. As long as you can help me eliminate these robbers, my brother's team will also give you 50 million credit points, plus another mecha. Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Their company of brothers simply doesn't have that many credit points, let alone spare mechas for you. Although we are robbers, we always keep our word. Even thieves have their own code of conduct. As long as you can let us go, I will give you 70 million credit points, plus a mecha. I can transfer the money to you now. When the leader of the robbers heard that the other party had also started to give a price, he immediately started to raise the price as well. At this point, Chen Yiming, who was standing on the roof, was a little confused. How did this fight turn into an auction? Why did both parties start bidding? Why should I believe what you said? Unless you transfer the money immediately, forget it. Chen Yiming shouted to the people below. Now, the captain of the team in the one-armed mecha began to get anxious. But there was no better way. Brother, this is what you said. Come over here now and I will transfer the money to you. The leader of the robber group heard Chen Yiming's agreement, and his eyes turned, and he immediately spoke out. I thought, as long as you dare to come over, I can control your people and take hostages. Chapter 27. No one left behind. But the next moment, the leader of the robber group was dumbfounded. He saw a drone slowly appearing in the sky, and under the drone, a storage card that could store credit points was tied with a rope. Transfer the money! Chen Yiming, standing on the roof, shouted loudly to the mecha below. At a height of 20 floors, even without the use of amplification equipment, the robbers below could hear it clearly. How can I transfer money? Brother, this is not fair of you. What if I transfer the money to you and you continue to attack me? The robber leader sitting in the mecha confronted the one-armed mecha and spoke loudly into a loudspeaker. Honest? Just now you said you would transfer the money to me now. Do you want to go back on your word? Then don't blame me for being rude. Having said that, Chen Yiming was ready to take action. No, don't do it. The key is that we are in the ruins of the city now. There is no network, and there is no way to transfer money to you. Then give me your storage card and I'll transfer the money to you. After hearing what Chen Yiming said, the leader of the robbers could only tie the memory card to the drone. He thought, even if I tell you the password later, there is no network here, and you can't transfer money. Soon, the drone brought a memory card to the roof. At this moment in the ruins of the city, others have no signal, but that does not mean that Chen Yiming has no signal. Then I saw the two drones that were originally on the galaxy take off quickly and then continue to rise. There is no signal in the city ruins because there are too many obstacles between the two places, so there is no signal. But after the drone climbs to a certain height, there is no obstacle between it and the blue shield city gathering place, so there is a signal naturally. Then the signal is transferred through the drone, and there is a signal on the ground. Chen Yiming got the robber's storage card, and then used the galaxy's car terminal to directly log into the blue shield city's credit point system and enter the password. Although the drone can be used as a relay to connect to the network in the gathering place, the signal strength is not very strong. After buffering for a while, a web page popped up, showing that the credit point balance was exactly 48 million. It would be a great idea to transfer the balance of 48 million directly into your own storage card. Chen Yiming threw the empty memory card directly downstairs and shouted into the intercom. Get started. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out, and Li Tiasua and others rushed out from different corners and rushed towards the building that was surrounding the robbers. At this time, Chen Yiming also began to attack from below from the roof. This sudden scene caught the robbers off guard. Boy, you are not trustworthy! Seeing Chen Yiming's men starting to attack again, the leader of the robbery group shouted loudly with red eyes. Ha! Who doesn't keep his word? Have you ever seen anyone talk to a robber? Beat him up hard. Seeing Chen Yiming's side starting to take action, the captain of the Brotherhood immediately laughed. At the captain's command, more than 100 soldiers of the Brother Company immediately pulled the triggers of their submachine guns. Da-da-da-da. The continuous sound of gunfire was even more frequent than the sound of firecrackers. Although the mecha had thick armor protection, the leader of the robber group was already beginning to feel overwhelmed. The endless stream of bullets hit the mecha's protective armor. The feeling inside the mecha was like sitting in a big clock with someone outside constantly ringing the clock. Damn it, kid, you better remember this. We'll see what happens next. Everybody retreat. The leader of the robbers said a harsh word to Chen Yiming's position and planned to evacuate. At this time, inside the building, Chen Yiming, who was cooperating with his team members to attack the robbers, saw through the screen of the wristband that the leader of the robber group was preparing to escape. How could Chen Yiming agree to that? Chen Yiming directly opened the combat backpack, and inside the backpack was Chen Yiming's black armor. Chen Yiming quickly put on his armor and began his death charge mode. A man with a sniper rifle walked down the stairs directly. When the members of the robbery group saw Chen Yiming just walking down like that, they immediately focused their fire on Chen Yiming. But the bullet hit the armor, and Chen Yiming was fine. All he saw was Chen Yiming pulling the bolt, and then he shot one kid after another. Everyone, come on! Go ahead! But soon those who rushed forward were called out one by one and sent directly down. He is a devil! Seeing his comrades around him dying one by one, someone finally couldn't bear the pressure anymore. He shouted wildly and fired indiscriminately with the submachine gun in his hand. Even his own teammates died under his gun. In less than 10 minutes, more than 100 robbers who were trapped in the corridor were killed without a single survivor. By the time Chen Yiming and his teammates reunited, the leader of the robber group had already fled far away with the remaining members. If you want to leave, you have to ask me if I agree. Looking at the surveillance footage on the wrist display, Chen Yiming said coldly. As soon as the words fell, he clicked a button on the control screen. The engine of the Galaxy started instantly, and then started the automatic driving, and came in front of Chen Yiming. Get in the car and chase them. Kill all those who dare to attack us without leaving a single one alive, Chen Yiming said as he jumped directly onto the Galaxy. The girls reacted quickly and followed Chen Yiming into the car. Switch directly to violent mode and step on the accelerator to the bottom. The 6 driving wheels instantly burst out with powerful power, and a strong sense of pushing back came, and the Galaxy rushed out with Chen Yiming and several women, leaving only the dazed people on the ground. Hurry, let's get in the car and catch up. Looking at the Galaxy rushing out, Li Tiesu immediately spoke to Sun Hao. Several people ran to the hiding place of the SUV, then quickly got in and chased after it. Although the 6-meter-tall mecha looks very impressive, its speed is actually not as good as that of an ordinary car. Soon, the robber group's mechas and the remaining dozens of team members were caught up by the Galaxy. Boy, I think you are looking for death. The leader of the robber group was completely furious. He raised the right arm of the mecha and fired a heavy rocket at the Galaxy. Because this type of standard mecha has close-range weapons in the left hand and heavy rockets or howitzers in the right hand. At the moment the rocket hits the body of the rocket, the launch trajectory of the rocket is directly displayed on the windshield of the Galaxy, as well as the best path that the vehicle should take to avoid the shells. Chen Yiming suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the Galaxy drifted sideways, barely avoiding the rockets fired by the mecha. Chapter 28: Eliminating the Robbers. Boom! The shell exploded directly behind the Galaxy, and even a deep hole was blown out on the ground of the ruined street. It's not that easy to run away. Chen Yiming stepped on the accelerator of the Galaxy again, and the Galaxy suddenly rushed forward and soon caught up with the fleeing team. At this time, the robber saw Chen Yiming chasing him, so he leaned half of his body out of the window and fired at the Galaxy with a submachine gun. Da-da-da. A series of bullets hit the ramming shovel on the front of the Galaxy, making a clanging sound. All the bullets were deflected by the ramming shovel and did not cause any damage to the Galaxy. Although all of the glass on the Galaxy was made of bulletproof glass, it could not withstand continuous shooting from a submachine gun. In a hurry, Chen Yiming drove the car with one hand and operated the motorcycle computer with his right hand. The heavy machine gun on the roof of the Galaxy, which had been lowered, immediately raised its muzzle, as if it had come back to life. A series of flashes of fire instantly appeared at the muzzle, and bullets were fired madly at the robber's car as if they were free. Buzz! The series of dense gunshots were so numerous that it was impossible to tell the number of them. Only a buzzing sound could be heard. The robbers who were desperately escaping in front had their car shot into a hornet's nest by a stun gun, and the driver inside was also shot into a sieve. After taking out one of the robbers' cars, Chen Yiming swiped across the screen with one hand, and the muzzle of the heavy machine gun immediately aimed at another off-road vehicle. In less than a few seconds, another robber's car was shot into a honeycomb. The robbers were now completely panicked. They ignored the captain's orders, abandoned the captain who was driving the mecha, and fled in their cars. "Come back, you bunch of bastards! If you dare to disobey orders, the Pantheon will not forgive you!" The robber leader who was driving the mecha shouted to the fleeing team members. But at this time, saving lives was the most important thing, and no one paid any attention to the captain. Seeing that the robber leader had no hope of escape, he stopped his mecha and faced Chen Yiming's galaxy. "Don't force me to die with you!" The robber leader shouted through the mecha's loudspeaker, while raising the mecha's right hand. At the same time, the heavy howitzer on the mecha's right hand was ready to fire at any time. Chen Yiming, who stopped the galaxy, was also thinking rapidly. The armor of the mecha was too thick, and ordinary guns could not penetrate it at all. The reason why he was able to hit the oil pipe of the mecha before was entirely because of the opponent's negligence, and he was a sneak attack, so he had the opportunity. But now, the mecha in front of him was in a completely defensive posture, and there was no chance to attack at all. Suddenly, Chen Yiming saw a huge cement slab on the side of the road not far away, inserted diagonally into the ground. Chen Yiming narrowed his eyes, stepped on the brake with his left foot, and stepped on the accelerator with his right foot. The engine of the galaxy roared like a wild beast. The four wheels at the back of the galaxy spun and rubbed against the ground crazily, but the front wheels remained motionless, firmly fixing the car in place. Only the rear of the car swung slightly back and forth. At this moment, the leader of the robbers locked the howitzer on the galaxy and chose to open fire. At the same time, Chen Yiming's left foot released the brake, and the galaxy quickly rushed towards the concrete slab slanted on the ground. Boom! An explosion sounded behind the galaxy. With the help of the shock wave of the howitzer explosion, the galaxy jumped directly into the air from the concrete slab inserted diagonally into the ground. At the moment when the galaxy leaped into the air, Chen Yiming let go of the steering wheel with both hands and quickly picked up the sniper rifle beside him. Bang! At the moment when the galaxy and the mecha passed by each other, the sniper rifle in Chen Yiming's hand fired, and a bullet went straight through the gap in the broken arm of the mecha and hit the driver's head inside. The robber leader's head was blown to pieces by the powerful impact of the sniper rifle. Driving a car, holding a gun, shooting, the whole scene is like a slow motion. Clang! A few seconds later, the galaxy, which had leaped into the air, landed heavily on the ground, making a sound of tires hitting the ground. Then, after rushing out for more than 10 meters, the galaxy came to a steady stop. The three women sitting on the galaxy watched Chen Yiming's fantastic operations and even forgot to scream. They just stared at Chen Yiming with their mouths open. After getting rid of the robber leader, the remaining deserters will be easier to deal with. With the aerial surveillance system, and by defeating the robbers one by one, it didn't take long before the entire robbery group was completely wiped out. Wait for Chen Yiming to drive the chariot back to the previous battlefield position. At this time, the captain of the Brotherhood had already walked out of the mecha. He climbed to the position of his lover Meijia's mecha cabin and tried hard to pry open the armor of the cockpit. However, the thickness of the mecha's protective armor was so thick that it was impossible to pry it off with human power alone. The captain of the band of brothers could only kneel helplessly outside the cockpit, saying, "I'm sorry," over and over again. Chen Yiming, wearing a black armor, walked out of the galaxy and went straight to the cockpit of Meijia's giant sword mecha. "Brother, let me try." Chen Yiming patted the captain of the Brotherhood and said softly, "It's useless. Dozens of us can't pry it open. If my mecha wasn't broken, I might have used a chainsaw to cut open the cockpit. But it's too late to say anything now." The company commander of the Brotherhood knelt there and spoke out. Chen Yiming ignored it and walked directly to the armor connection of the cockpit. He used his supernatural power to deform the screws, and then gently twisted them with his hands. The screws connected to the armor plate were unscrewed. While the captain was still in a daze, Chen Yiming picked up a piece of armor plate and threw it to the ground beside him, making a clanging sound of metal collision. Very good. The exposed driver had 2 metal pins pierced through the chest and abdomen. The pins went straight through the driver's body and were inserted into the seat at the back. At this time, the driver had already passed out due to excessive blood loss. Meijia, wake up, wake up!" Seeing the unconscious driver, the company commander of the brother company immediately stepped forward and shouted loudly. "Why are you shouting? Save her quickly. Hold on to her body, and I'll pull the pin out of the chair. Chen Yiming shouted loudly to the captain of the Brotherhood. The panicked captain finally reacted and immediately entered the cockpit of the mecha with Chen Yiming. The captain gently picked up Meijia's body, while Chen Yiming grabbed the pin from below with both hands. At this time, you must not pull the pin directly out of the injured person's body, otherwise it will cause the injured person to lose more blood, and then he will be completely beyond help. However, the pin was directly inserted into the driver's seat. Chen Yiming used the injured person's body to cover himself, and used his counting ability to make the pin thinner, and then he pulled the pin out of the seat. Hurry up, get back to the gathering place as soon as possible, there may still be hope of rescue. After the two men lifted the pilot of the mecha out, Chen Yiming spoke up. It's too late. The Blue Shield City gathering place simply doesn't have the ability to treat such serious injuries. Only large gathering places like Black Dragon City have such medical capabilities, the captain of the Brotherhood said in a low voice. Chapter 29 Speed. Then why not go to Black Dragon City? Half a month ago, a section of the only bridge leading to Black Dragon City was blown up, and now no one can pass through, the captain of the Brotherhood said in a frustrated tone. Maybe I have a way to get through, Chen Yiming said in a low voice. When the captain of the Brotherhood heard Chen Yiming say that there was a way to get through, he was stunned at first. Then he grabbed Chen Yiming's shoulders with both hands and said excitedly, Brother, please. As long as you can save Meijia, I am willing to do anything. Even if it costs my life. Find a piece of wood and secure the injured. We'll set off now. You lead the way, Chen Yiming said, and went straight to the 3 heavy trucks of the Brotherhood. He removed a protective cover in front of the truck and took out the signal transmitting base station from it. Watching Chen Yiming dismantle this thing from 3 trucks, the captain beside him asked in confusion. What is this? Why do you want to dismantle it? This? It's the eyes of the robbers. That's why I know what happened here and came to help, Chen Yiming said as he put away the signal base station. There is no need to say more. In this doomsday, anyone who can be the captain of more than 100 people is definitely not a fool. My dear brother, thank you so much this time. From now on, as long as you can use me, Wu Jixing, I will do anything for you, even if it means going through fire and water. The captain of the Brotherhood, Wu Jixing, clasped his hands together and said. The team members found a wooden board that was about the same size as the stretcher and fixed the injured Meijia on the board to prevent the injured from being injured again during the movement. After putting the wounded on the back seat of the Galaxy, Chen Yiming asked the women and Li Tiesua and others to go back first. Let me go with you. After all, I am a woman, and it will be more convenient for me to take care of the wounded, Jiang Tingting said at this time. Well, okay. Chen Yiming thought about it and agreed. Soon, after briefly explaining what to do next, Wu Jixing got on the co-pilot seat of the Galaxy, holding a paper map of the old world and a large square box in his hand. Brother Chen, this is where Black Dragon City is located. It takes 7 hours to get there from the Blue Shield gathering place. But if you take a shortcut from here, it will take about 4 hours, Wu Jixing said, pointing to a location on the map. Chen Yiming took the map and scanned it directly in front of the camera of the Galaxy car system. The entire map was directly stored in the car system. Brother Chen, this is too convenient. Chen Yiming's operation shocked Wu Jixing, who was standing by. He was the captain of a 100-man second-level team and had never seen such an advanced car as the Galaxy. Okay, let's go. Chen Yiming ignored Wu Jixing's shock, stepped on the accelerator, and the Galaxy drove in the direction marked on the map. After circling around the outskirts of the ruined city for nearly half an hour, the Galaxy finally got out of the ruins. After leaving the city ruins, unlike the barren plains in the direction of Blue Shield City, this side is full of endless hills. The low bushes, because of the crazy growth in the past 6 years of the end of the world, are particularly lush and green in this late summer season. The bushes are different from other forests. There is enough space between the big trees. Chen Yiming can control the drone to shuttle between the trees. The shrubs were so dense that the drone could only fly over them. The pictures taken were all green. But Chen Yiming knew that under the green shrubs, there must be various dangerous evolved beasts or lost and zombie beasts hiding. Along the way, Chen Yiming's Galaxy maintained a speed of 150 miles per hour. This speed is not too fast, but it is still easy to get rid of some dangerous evolved beasts. And at this speed, if something happens ahead, Chen Yiming will have time to slow down and brake. Mecha, wake up, don't fall asleep. We will be at the Black Dragon gathering place soon. Wu Jixing, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, called his lover's name over and over again. When people fall asleep, their immunity will decrease, their blood pressure will drop, and their body temperature will also drop. Only by staying awake can we increase the supply of oxygen and maintain the functions of the human body. So it is best not to sleep if you are seriously injured, as it would be dangerous if you fall asleep. Jiang Tingting, who was sitting in the back, was also using her hands to gently pat the injured person's cheeks, trying to make him wake up as soon as possible. Mecha, think about the hard times we went through. Think about our future. We still have to get married and have children. We also have to become stronger and defeat the zombies and evolved beasts to leave a safe place for our descendants. After the two people's continuous efforts, Mecha finally regained some consciousness. Although her eyes could not open, her mouth could move a little. He's awake, he's awake! Jiang Tingting said excitedly on the side. Just then, a roar of a wild beast was heard from the bushes. Oh! Then, a spotted leopard nearly 4 meters long jumped out from the bushes and flew towards the location of the galaxy. Oh no, it's a level 3 evolved leopard! Captain Wu Jixing saw the leopard's evolutionary level at a glance. Chen Yiming controlled the galaxy and turned it sharply. The body of the galaxy shifted to the side, and the tires made a hissing friction sound, which prevented the evolved leopard from falling directly on the galaxy. Leopards were very fast before they evolved, and after they evolved, they became even faster. The speed of the galaxy had reached 150 miles per hour. After the leopard failed in its attack, it leaped a few times and immediately chased in the direction of the galaxy. Damn, what a fast speed! Looking at the speed of the third-level evolved leopard, Chen Yiming was shocked, and then he stepped on the accelerator of the galaxy to the floor. This post-apocalyptic highway had not been maintained or repaired for many years. There were already cracks and potholes everywhere on the road. But at this time, Chen Yiming had no time to dodge the potholes, so he stepped on the accelerator and sped away. The 3-level evolved leopard was extremely fast. The speed of the car had reached nearly 200 miles per hour, but the 3-level evolved leopard was still able to follow closely behind the galaxy. If the galaxy was a little slower, the evolved leopard would definitely pounce on it. Chen Yiming stepped on the accelerator and stared at the road ahead, not daring to relax even a little. Chapter 30: Crossing the Bridge. While driving, Chen Yiming reached out and touched the large screen of the car system. What do you want to do? I'll help you. Wu Jixing, who was sitting next to him, looked at Chen Yiming driving and operating the computer blindly, and said with some concern in his heart, Turn on the automatic machine gun system and shoot the evolved beasts behind. Chen Yiming took back his hand that was controlling the computer and spoke directly to Wu Jixing. Under Wu Jixing's control, the heavy machine gun on the roof of the galaxy immediately turned its gun head and fired fiercely at the third-level evolved leopard that was chasing closely behind. Buzz buzz. A series of bullets sprayed out like a metal torrent. Ouch. The level 3 evolved leopard was shot continuously by heavy machine gun bullets, and its head was covered with scars, but it was not fatal. Feeling the pain, the evolved leopard jumped into the bushes on the side of the road and avoided the heavy machine gun fire. Suddenly, Galaxy's intelligence system warned with a mechanical voice. There is a sharp turn ahead, please pay attention to your speed. At the same time as the intelligence system prompted, a row of triangular indicators appeared in front of the car window, but this time the triangular indicators turned red, indicating danger. But at this time, how could Chen Yiming slow down? Behind the car was a level 3 evolved beast. Slowing down would mean death. Without paying any attention to the system's prompts, Chen Yiming still kept his foot on the accelerator. Before entering the curve, Chen Yiming swayed the car body left and right, causing the tires of the galaxy to slide against the ground. When the galaxy approached the intersection, it turned the steering wheel sharply and the entire galaxy slid into the curve as if its tires were greased. The fastest way to turn a car is not to pull the handbrake and drift, as that will only reduce the speed. The real rapid cornering is a level higher than drifting. The drifting phenomenon caused naturally by the centrifugal force generated when the car body turns is the fastest cornering. When the galaxy entered the curve, the speed was still above 160. Wu Jixing, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, felt his heart almost jump out of his chest. This was too exciting. Jiang Tingting, who was behind him, bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from making any sound and affecting Chen Yiming's driving. If she hadn't been in Chen Yiming's car before, Jiang Tingting would have screamed at this moment. At this time, the broken bridge mentioned earlier appeared on the galaxy's surveillance map. Wu Jixing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw the broken bridge on the screen and immediately shouted, "There is a broken bridge not far ahead. What should we do?" Chen Yiming, who was driving, heard the broken bridge and quickly glanced at the central computer. According to the three-dimensional map of the vehicle system, the total length of the bridge is about 2,000 meters. At a location in the middle of the bridge deck was collapsed by something, and the distance of the break is about 7 or 8 meters. After taking a look at the evolved leopard that was running side by side with the galaxy in the bushes, Chen Yiming made up his mind and drove the galaxy directly towards the broken bridge. The evolution leopard chased the ship all the way to the bridge, and it seemed that it was still unwilling to give up. It suddenly jumped out from the bushes and followed closely behind the galaxy. However, it was afraid of the heavy machine gun fire, so it kept a certain distance. "Damn it, life or death depends on this one time," Chen Yiming said as he pulled out a grenade from his waist. He used his teeth to pull out the safety ring of the grenade, then held the grenade in his hand and silently calculated the distance and time. When the galaxy was less than 500 meters away from the broken bridge, Chen Yiming directly released the handle of the grenade, waited quietly for 4 seconds, and when the grenade was about to explode in the last second, he threw the grenade directly in front of the galaxy. Bang! The next second, the grenade exploded directly under the galaxy. With the impact of the grenade explosion, the body of the galaxy generated an upward force, and the body was directly raised by more than 30 centimeters. At the same time, the galaxy also rushed out of the broken bridge. With the help of the rising force and the impact of the car's own speed, the galaxy directly jumped over the 7 or 8 meter broken bridge and landed smoothly on the other side of the broken bridge. The level 3 evolved leopard that was following closely behind also jumped high at this time. Buzz! The muzzle of the heavy machine gun instantly spurted out flames. The evolved leopard, which was leaping in the air, was hit directly in the body by a bullet from a heavy machine gun. Although the heavy machine gun could not cause much damage to the evolved leopard, what Chen Yiming wanted at this time was not the damage, but the impact of the bullet on the evolved beast. The broken bridge was originally 7 or 8 meters long, which was easy for a level 3 evolution leopard to jump over. But this time, the evolution leopard lost its leverage point in the air and lost its forward momentum due to the impact of the bullet. With a bang, the evolved leopard crashed directly into the pier of the broken bridge. Amid the evolved leopard's terrified roar, it fell straight into the river under the bridge, splashing a large amount of water on the surface. Seeing the leopard falling into the river, the people in the car were still a little frightened. They crossed the 7 or 8 meter broken bridge so easily, and at the same time used the broken bridge to get rid of the evolved beast. Chen Yiming, who was about to drive away, suddenly saw huge waves rising from the place where the evolved leopard fell into the water. The third-level evolved leopard was rolling desperately in the water, and a large amount of red blood was mixed in the water. Looking closely, there was a group of fish with sharp teeth surrounding the third-level evolutionary leopard. The length of the fish was only about 40 centimeters, but there were a lot of them, a dense group. After this fish mutated, Chen Yiming could not remember what species it was before the mutation. No one knows what species this fish is now, and now it has been given a unified name, piranha. This kind of fish will quickly gather as long as there are living creatures in the water. In less than a minute, it can eat a person until not even a bone is left. Wu Jixing, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, explained. Because there were still injured people in the car who needed emergency treatment, Chen Yiming no longer paid attention to the fight in the water, but stepped on the accelerator again and drove towards Black Dragon City. At the gate of Black Dragon City, there was a large group of people waiting to enter the city. After driving the galaxy to the city gate, Wu Jixing jumped directly from the co-pilot seat and walked towards the guards guarding the city. No one knew what the two men said to each other, but after a while, the guard at the gate followed Wu Jixing to the car. Well, after injecting the anti-corpse potion, we can go directly into the city. The guard at the gate took out 4 potions from his arms and handed them to a few people. Chapter 31 Negotiation. Damn, I didn't expect there is such a way to quickly enter the city. Although the few people were not injured or infected by the zombies, they were still injected with anti-zombie drugs in order to quickly enter the city. After entering the city, several people followed the signs and headed straight to the medical department of Black Dragon City. Black Dragon City is indeed a large gathering place with a population of millions. The entire 10-story building is the medical department, with large words, "Black Dragon City Medical Department," hung on the roof. As soon as the galaxy stopped at the door of the medical department, Wu Jixing jumped out of the car and rushed into the medical department. In the lobby of the medical department, there is an outpatient department window for registration and payment, and an emergency department window for rescue and emergency response. Wu Jixing quickly ran to the emergency department window and shouted, "Hurry up, help! There are seriously injured people outside." After hearing this shout, more than a dozen doctors rushed out of the emergency department and followed Wu Jixing out of the medical department. Several doctors pushed a stretcher and came to the side of the galaxy. When the doctors saw Meijia's injuries, they were all shocked. The 2 thick pins were stuck in her body, and the 2 penetrating wounds were enough to be fatal. Fortunately, the wounded were tied to a wooden board, which reduced their movement. Several people hurriedly carried the injured person to the stretcher. A young nurse pulled Wu Jixing and said, "Who is the family member of the injured person? Please pay the surgery fee quickly so as not to delay the next surgery." When talking about the surgery fee, Wu Jixing directly took out a box he had brought with him when he got in the car. "I don't have credit points in Black Dragon City. I can use supplies as medical expenses," Wu Jixing said, and opened the box. Inside the box, he saw black carbon rods as thick as fingers and as long as chopsticks. "What is this? You want to use it as medical expenses? I tell you, if you don't have credit points, don't waste our time here." Looking at the things in the box, the young nurse said with an unhappy look on her face. At this point, Wu Jixing on the side became a little anxious. He grabbed the nurse's hand and said anxiously, "These are nuclear fuel rods, which are in short supply in every gathering place. Why can't they be used to pay for medical expenses?" Being grabbed by a big man, the young nurse said unwillingly, "I don't know what this thing is. Isn't it just a carbon rod? Don't try to deceive me. Either pay the credit points quickly or bring out enough supplies. Otherwise, we can't perform the operation." After saying that, the young nurse walked directly back to the medical department building. What should he do? The supplies he brought could not pay for the medical expenses. Wu Jixing suddenly became at a loss. "Brother Wu, I just saw the material recycling department of Black Dragon City on my way. If you trust me, I will go and exchange the fuel rods for credits and come back later." "Okay, then I'll trouble you to shoot it again." Hearing what Chen Yiming said, Wu Jixing agreed immediately without any hesitation. "Tingding, please help take care of the wounded here. I'll be back soon." After Jiang Tingding got out of the car, Chen Yiming stepped on the accelerator, and the galaxy turned around on the spot and rushed towards the material recycling department of Black Dragon City. Black Dragon City itself is a large gathering place with a large population. At this time, there are many vehicles shuttling back and forth on the street. Whoosh! Almost like a gust of wind, Chen Yiming's galaxy directly overtook the vehicle next to it. "Fuck, are you looking for death or are you in a hurry to reincarnate? You're driving so fast in the city." The person who was overtaken cursed loudly in his car. But at this time, Chen Yiming had already driven the galaxy far away, and he couldn't hear what the other party was cursing. And even if he heard it, he didn't have the time to pay attention to such a person. Chi chi chi. There was a sound of tires rubbing against the ground, leaving a long black mark on the ground. The galaxy stopped steadily at the door of the material recycling department. The harsh sound of the tires rubbing against the ground attracted a crowd of onlookers. The 6-meter-long body of the galaxy cannot be compared with a large material truck, but compared with the off-road vehicles of some team captains, it is definitely a big guy. Coming down from the galaxy, carrying a box in his hand, Chen Yiming walked into the hall of the material recovery department under the gaze of everyone. At this time, in the hall of the material recycling department, there were many teams that had returned from outside and were selling their supplies. Chen Yiming found a window with fewer people, patted the man who was queuing to sell supplies, and said apologetically, "Brother, help me. Someone in our team is seriously injured and urgently needs to exchange supplies. Please cut in line." The people who were waiting to sell the supplies looked at Chen Yiming. Seeing Chen Yiming's anxious look, they did not say anything, but gave indirectly. Thank you, big brother. Chen Yiming clasped his fist towards the man and thanked him out loud. It's okay. It's common to get injured when working outside. In this situation, everyone will give way, the man standing behind Chen Yiming said with a smile. Soon, the person who was selling supplies in front finished counting the supplies, settled the credit points, and left. When it was Chen Yiming's turn, he put the box in his hand directly on the counter, then opened the box and let the waitress inside take a look at the contents of the box. The waitress sitting inside thought that there were only some valuables in the box, but after taking a look, she quickly stood up. Sir, please wait a moment. I will call our supervisor over right away. I can't make the decision about your thing. After the waitress said this, she hurriedly walked towards the supervisor's office. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came over with the waitress. Hello, sir, are you selling fuel rods? The male supervisor extended his hand politely and said to Chen Yiming. After shaking hands, Chen Yiming directly took out the box in his hand. Yes, that's me. Please come to my office to discuss in detail, sir. Arriving at the supervisor's office, Chen Yiming placed the box on the desk and sat directly on the chair opposite the desk. Since the other supervisor had come forward, the nuclear fuel must have been given great attention. So at this time, he must not show his inner anxiety. Sir, can you please allow me to inspect the goods first? Said the supervisor at the desk. When the box was opened, it was filled with nuclear fuel rods as long as chopsticks. They were neatly stacked in the box. When the male supervisor saw the box of fuel rods, his eyes widened. Yes, this is indeed a fuel rod. How many credits do you plan to sell it for, sir? Well, that depends on how much you offer. If the price is right, I'll sell it. If it's not, I'll take another look. Just like in a negotiation, Chen Yiming didn't know the other party's price in mind, so he didn't quote his own price. Both parties were trying to find out the other party's price in mind or bottom line. Chapter 32. The operation was successful. I know that this nuclear fuel rod is usually very difficult to obtain. Generally, large teams obtain nuclear fuel rods by exchanging them directly with the upper echelons of the gathering place, so I am not very clear about the price of this thing. To be honest, this kind of nuclear energy is a very scarce material in every gathering place. So as long as your offer is not too outrageous, I think I will definitely accept it. The male supervisor sat back in his chair and said aloud. It's too insincere for the supervisor to say that. Just tell me your highest price and I'll sell it if I can accept it. Look, the packaging of your fuel rod is broken. The uranium dioxide ceramic core has leaked out. If we want to use it, we need to repackage it. And judging from the packaging, it should have been obtained from the reserve warehouse of a nuclear power plant. Therefore, the most I can give you is 5 million credit points per kilogram. What do you think? You are right. These were indeed obtained from the warehouse of the nuclear power plant. These are only a part of it. But your price is a bit too low. I think other gathering places will give a more suitable price. I have some other things to do, so I will take the items away first. Chen Yiming said calmly, standing up and pretending to leave. When he heard that Chen Yiming was planning to sell the nuclear fuel to other gathering places, at that moment, the male supervisor even wanted to kill Chen Yiming and then keep all the nuclear fuel for himself. But then I thought, a team that can obtain nuclear fuel must not be an ordinary small team. Hey, Mr. Chen, don't be in such a hurry to leave. To be honest, the Black Dragon gathering area is in urgent need of this batch of nuclear fuel. If I can make this deal, I can at least move from the position of supervisor to the head of the logistics department. Therefore, I won't make a single credit point difference from you. The most I can give you is 7 million credit points per kilogram. And I believe this price is definitely the highest price among all the gathering places nearby. At the same time, Mr. Chen is doing me a favor. If you have any problems in the Black Dragon City gathering place in the future, you can come to me. I will definitely do it without hesitation. Seeing that the conversation had come to this, Chen Yiming did not bargain anymore. Although Chen Yiming appeared to be in no hurry, he was extremely anxious in his heart. Okay then, give me a Black Dragon City credit points storage card and store the credit points directly in it, Chen Yiming said, handing the box directly to the supervisor. The small box is not big, but the nuclear fuel rods inside weigh 20 kilograms, which is 40 kilograms. Finally, 280 million credit points were directly deposited into an anonymous storage card. When handing the memory card to Chen Yiming, the male supervisor also handed Chen Yiming one of his business cards. "Brother Chen, this is my personal business card with my contact information on it. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me." Supervisor Zhou Runlong walked Chen Yiming to the door and said with a smile on his face, "No, I'll have to rely on Manager Zhou for help in the future." Chen Yiming smiled and flattered Zhou Runlong a little. "No need to see me off, Manager Zhou. I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Chen Yiming went straight onto his own galaxy. Chen Yiming got in the car and shifted it into reverse gear. The galaxy was like a beast, its tires rubbing against the ground like crazy, and it reversed and rushed out. Then he drifted and turned around, and rushed out along the road. Watching Chen Yiming's 6-meter-long pickup truck leave, and the fully automatic heavy machine gun on the roof, Zhou Runlong felt a little relieved that he was not too greedy at the time. If he really robbed such a team captain, what would be the consequences? But Zhou Runlong didn't know that Chen Yiming only had 1 or 2 galaxy to hold on. They rushed all the way to the medical department of Black Dragon City. At this time, Meijia had been pushed into the operating room and was just waiting for the fee to be paid before the operation could begin. In the last days, we must be like in civilized society, where when a person's life is at stake, surgery can be performed first to save the person. Chen Yiming took the memory card and went directly to the cashier. At this time, Wu Jixing was waiting anxiously in front of the cashier window, waiting for Chen Yiming. After paying the surgery fee, he rushed to the operating room door with the payment slip. Doctor, the fee has been paid. Let's start the operation quickly." Wu Jixing took the payment receipt, handed it to the young nurse waiting at the door of the operating room, and said loudly. The young nurse waiting at the door of the operating room took the payment receipt, took a look at it, and then walked into the operating room with the payment receipt. After a while, the green light above the operating room came on, indicating that the operation was in progress. With injuries like Meijia's, the operation would definitely take a long time. The 3 people outside the operating room sat quietly on the chairs waiting. However, among the 3, Wu Jixing was like an ant on hot pan. He sat down, stood up, and walked around in circles in the corridor. In this way, the 3 of them waited outside for more than 4 hours. At this time, even the sky outside had completely darkened. The indicator light above the operating room finally went out. A young nurse came out of the operating room and said, "Family, the operation was successful. However, the patient is still in a coma and needs to be observed in the ICU for a while." Now Wu Jixing felt relieved a little. After all, the operation was successful, and he would be safe after the dangerous period after the operation. Sitting outside the glass window of the intensive care unit, Wu Jixing suddenly asked Chen Yiming, "Brother Chen, there is something I have always wanted to ask you. Why did you help us for no reason?" "It's not without reason. We've been robbed before, and they were all from the same organization called the Temple of the Gods. Helping you is also equivalent to helping myself, and destroying the enemy's power. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. This sentence is very classic, isn't it? And I seem to have made friends very successfully." Chen Yiming replied with a smile. "Ha ha, that's right. Brother Chen, I've made you my friend. From now on, Brother Chen's affairs are my, Wu Jixing's affairs. As long as Brother Chen opens his mouth, I will do whatever it takes, even if it means going through mountains of swords and seas of fire." Because in the intensive care unit, family members were not needed to accompany the patient. In the end, the 3 of them stayed outside the intensive care unit until late at night before leaving. We have to talk about the advantages of large gathering places. Not far from the medical department, there are various hotels and ghost houses. They randomly found a hotel and booked 2 rooms. Chen Yiming and Wu Jixing shared 1 room, while Jiang Tingting shared 1 room by herself. Chapter 33, Massive Purchase. Chen Yiming has already handed the anonymous storage card to Wu Jixing, so the person who can pay can only be Wu Jixing. When Wu Jixing swiped the memory card on the machine, the balance of credit points was displayed. Looking at the series of zeros, not only the cashier of the hotel was stunned, but even Wu Jixing was stunned. The first number started with a 2, then a 7, and after the 7, it was all zeros. 1,000, 100,000, 100 million, 270 million, minus the 10 million paid for Meijia's medical expenses, there was still a full 270 million left. Wu Jixing counted one by one, then turned around and looked at Chen Yiming in shock and said, "Brother Chen, how come there are so many credit points? They were all exchanged for the supplies, so what's wrong with that? But those materials are only worth 20 million at most. What's the matter with the extra money?" Wu Jixing looked confused. Wu Jixing had obtained nuclear fuel rods before, but the price he sold them to the Blue Shield gathering place was 1 million credit points per kilogram, which was more than 10 times the price. "Oh, I have a good relationship with the logistics manager Zhou Ralong, so the price is higher. Let's go back to the room and sleep." Chen Yiming didn't want to discuss the credit points in front of outsiders. After all, Chen Yiming knew the principle of not showing off one's wealth. But now it has been revealed, so Chen Yiming doesn't want to continue to worry about the credit points. Not long after Chen Yiming and his companions entered the room, the cashier at the counter quietly picked up the phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was connected, and a deep, somewhat angry voice said, "Who is it? Calling me so late at night? If there is no important information, you know the consequences." The lady at the cashier immediately picked up the phone and whispered, "Master, there are a few fat sheep in the store today. I sent the video to your phone, but the fat sheep has some relationship with Director Zhou Ranlong of the Materials Department." After that, there was no sound on the phone. After a while, the cashier was holding the phone nervously, and suddenly a man's low and slightly excited voice came from the phone. 270 million credit points, and it's an anonymous storage card. Well done, your contribution to the Pantheon will not be forgotten by the Pantheon. Go to the Pantheon headquarters tomorrow and receive 5 evolution liquids. This is the Pantheon's reward to you. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. The call was hung up while the cashier was excited. Large gathering places like Black Dragon City have trade exchanges with other nearby gathering places, exchanging what they have and what they need. Therefore, those who can stay overnight in the hotel of the gathering place are usually the teams coming from other gathering places to trade. Therefore, these cashiers have long been targeted by the people of the Temple of the Gods. After several people entered the room, Wu Jixing handed the anonymous memory card to Chen Yiming. "Brother Chen, you can't take these extra credit points no matter what I say," Wu Jixing said. "I just discussed the price with the director of the Material Recovery Department, so these credit points are still yours, and I can't take them." Just as the two were still trying to refuse each other, the screen on Chen Yiming's wristband lit up, indicating that a communication message had been intercepted. Chen Yiming subconsciously clicked the play message, and the voice of the cashier lady talking to the other end was heard. It was not until they finished listening to the intercepted recording that the two looked at each other. "What kind of force is this Temple of the Gods? How come there is the shadow of the Temple of the Gods in the gathering place of Black Dragon City?" Wu Jixing said in disbelief. "I don't know exactly what the Pantheon is, but I can say for sure that it's not a good thing. They actually use genetically evolved women to study the special genetic evolution of humans. People with special evolution are called superpowers. This hotel must have 1,000 connections with the Pantheon. Otherwise, how could a normal cash register system display the balance in the memory card? Just like the equipment rental company in the Blue Shield gathering place, cameras and signal base stations are installed in the equipment." Chen Yiming analyzed and said, "What should we do then? In the short term, as long as we don't leave the city, we should be safe. But if it takes too long, we don't know if they will secretly attack us in the gathering place." Chen Yiming continued to analyze. "Brother Chen, you are implicated because of my business. So you must use these credit points. At least buy some weapons with high lethality. Even if they target us, we will have a certain ability to fight back." This time, Chen Yiming did not continue to refuse, but took the memory card. The next morning, Wu Jixing arrived at the door of the intensive care unit of the medical department early to guard Meijia, while Chen Yiming drove directly and brought Jiang Tingting to the trading market in Heilongjiang. The trading market in Black Dragon City is much more prosperous than the trading market in Blue Shield. Several streets are within the scope of the trading market. Moreover, the things in the trading market are also varied and there is everything. What we need to do now is to modify the galaxy so that it will be safer when we return to the gathering place in Blue Shield City. But if you want to modify the galaxy, you must have a safe place. I found a merchant who specializes in renting warehouses in the trading market, and rented a large warehouse of 1,500 square meters for a month. After paying a rent of 100,000 credit points, I got the key to the warehouse. The warehouse was not too far from the trading market, only 2 streets away. After coming out of the warehouse, Chen Yiming first went to the weapons sales department of Black Dragon City. The weapons sales were exclusive to the official forces of Black Dragon City. Others could sell weapons, but they were not allowed to sell ammunition. When you enter the weapons sales department, you will see a wide variety of weapons. Bazookas and rockets, 200 pieces. Heavy anti-tank sniper rifles, 2 pieces, plus 1,000 rounds of ammunition. 2 heavy machine guns, plus 40,000 rounds of 18mm bullets for the heavy machine guns. Since the heavy machine guns have special ammunition boxes, these 40,000 rounds of bullets alone are enough to fill up Chen Yiming's pickup truck. Finally, Chen Yiming purchased a bunch of miscellaneous weapons, and only then was he satisfied. The purchase of weapons alone cost 180 million credit points. Even in Black Dragon City, which has a population of 1 million, this amount of credit points is a huge order. Finally, the weapons sales department dispatched a truck and filled the entire truck to the brim, barely enough to hold all the weapons and ammunition. Before leaving, the sales lady from the sales department took out her business card and handed it to Chen Yiming, saying in a coquettish voice, "Boss Chen, if you have large orders in the future, just give me a call. I can provide free door-to-door service." After saying that, she threw a coquettish glance at Chen Yiming. But at this time, Chen Yiming was in no mood to pay attention to the sales lady's seductive eyes. After sending the weapons and ammunition back to the warehouse, Chen Yiming continued his crazy purchase. These credit points were useless to keep. Only by turning the credit points into strength could he survive well in this doomsday. Chapter 34: Transforming the Galaxy Chariot. Next, Chen Yiming went to the trading market to buy some alloy steels, high-strength carbon fiber materials, and some electronic automation equipment. The most important thing is that there are 2 V12 super engines and a heavy-duty truck's 14-speed manual automatic transmission. These 2 V12 engines alone cost Chen Yiming more than 20 million yuan, and after adding up all the miscellaneous items, the credit points left in the storage card are less than 50 million yuan. In less than a day, Chen Yiming had spent almost all of the 200 million credit points. As for why Chen Yiming did not buy a mecha, it was because the mecha was a combat-type strategic weapon, and its speed was not faster than that of a car. So if he wanted to escape, he had to rely on a car. The chassis of the newly modified Galaxy needs to be enlarged in order to carry more weapons and ammunition. The length of the vehicle was changed to 10 meters, the width to 2.5 meters, and the height to 2.3 meters. The core engine uses only 2 V12 super engines, which can provide the Galaxy with stronger power. When combined with the 14-speed manual automatic transmission of a heavy truck, the engine power can be brought into full play. Of course, in order to match the core components of this powerful power, the shock absorbers and transmission systems of the entire vehicle also need to be remade. And every key component of the Galaxy needs to be modified. The design of the new car alone kept Chen Yiming busy until very late. When Chen Yiming brought Jiang Tingting to the hospital, Wu Jixing was still guarding outside the intensive care unit. "Brother Wu, it's getting dark. Let's go back first." Seeing that Wu Jixing was still standing there with no intention of leaving, Chen Yiming spoke. "Now that you are here, let's go back." Soon, several people left the medical department and came back to the hotel where they had stayed before. "Brother Chen, why are you still in this hotel?" Wu Jixing, who was following behind Chen Yiming, asked with some confusion. "Sure. Let's pretend we don't know about that. Staying here will let them know we're not leaving yet, which can lower their vigilance. So it's safest to stay here for the time being," Chen Yiming explained. The next morning, Wu Jixing continued to go to the hospital to look after Meijia, while Chen Yiming went to the warehouse alone to modify the new car. Jiang Tingting had nothing to do, so she was arranged to go to the hospital with Wu Jixing. In the following period of time, Chen Yiming went to the warehouse to modify the new car at dawn every day, and returned to the hotel at night. When he arrived at the warehouse, because there was no stamping machine, Chen Yiming could only use his special abilities to transform the alloy steel into a brand new car chassis bit by bit. Alloy steel is too hard. Even with the use of superpowers, the transformation speed is very slow, and it is also extremely energy consuming. It took Chen Yiming a whole morning just to bravely transform the 10-meter-long frame with his supernatural powers. At noon, Jiang Tingting came to the warehouse carrying a box of food. After a noisy lunch, Chen Yiming drove Jiang Tingting away and continued with his car modification plan. In the afternoon, we made more detailed modifications to the chassis, and then reinstalled the shock absorber and transmission systems. The transmission system still uses the previous Galaxy 6-wheel drive. The wheels are made of solid rubber tires. Although the use of solid rubber tires will lose a large part of the driving comfort, but this kind of tire can prevent the tire from being hit by bullets in combat, and has better safety. After modifying the chassis and transmission system, the next step is to install the engine and gearbox, and then use the Galaxy's car system to match and adjust the newly installed engine and gearbox. The maximum horsepower of a single V12 engine can reach 1,200, and the total output power of two engines can reach 2,400. In order to maximize the output power of the two engines, Chen Yiming also comprehensively upgraded the Galaxy's vehicle computer system. The original Galaxy's car computer system was an ordinary computer. After Chen Yiming's modification, 2 more CPUs and 2 graphics cards were added to the computer's motherboard, allowing for dual graphics card crossfire. The modified car computer has a total of 3 CPUs working together. CPU number 1 is solely responsible for the vehicle's engine and transmission control systems. CPU number 2 is responsible for the drone's monitoring system and 3D map modeling system. The completed holographic stereo map is processed by the dual graphics cards and then sent to CPU number 1 and CPU number 3. CPU number 1 can use the holographic map to adjust the optimal burst point and time of the engine and gearbox. The number 3 CPU is responsible for the car's automatic driving, driving assistance, and automatic lifting and opening of weapons. It can also determine which are fixed objects and which are moving objects based on the holographic map information transmitted by the number 2 CPU, and complete the automatic aiming system of the weapon. At the same time, the number 3 CPU also has a replacement function. If the number 1 CPU suddenly freezes, or fails, it can temporarily replace the number 1 CPU to work. This ensures that the car can continue to drive in any situation. In order to match the latest car machine system with more powerful computing power, the number of drones has increased from 4 to 8. Previously, only 2 drones could take off at a time, one in front to explore the way and one on the roof. Now, 4 drones can take off at the same time, one in front, behind, left, and right of the car, providing the vehicle with more comprehensive map information. Then there is the Galaxy's weapon system. At the rear of the vehicle, where cargo was originally loaded, it has now been completely replaced with a fully automatic weapons suite. 2 heavy machine guns are located at the rear of the vehicle and can be hidden inside the vehicle at ordinary times. They are one of the main weapons of the tank. On both sides of the Galaxy chariot, there are 2 rocket launchers. The newly modified rocket launchers can automatically load rockets, and combined with the automatic aiming system, they can quickly launch fire strikes on the enemy. These weapons are usually hidden inside the car when not in use. From the outside, the sharp-edged car body gives people a rough feeling. But no one would have thought that this car, which looks harmless on the outside, actually has a large number of weapons hidden inside. Chapter 35 Night Battle I. Finally, there is something that Chen Yiming is not very good at, that is rocket boosters. Since there was no rocket booster engine, Chen Yiming could only convert the rocket into a disposable booster. Disassemble the rocket completely, separate the propellant and explosive powder inside, fill the cylinder with propellant, and then equip it with an ignition device, and a simple rocket booster is complete. 8 rocket boosters were added to the back and under the chassis of the new Galaxy chariot. The rocket thrusters at the back can allow the Galaxy chariot to accelerate faster. The rocket boosters under the chassis can provide an upward force for the Galaxy chariot, and can also adjust the balance of the Galaxy chariot when it flies in the air by adjusting the jet angle of the booster. In pursuit of ultimate acceleration, Chen Yiming specially installed 2 nitrogen bottles on the tank, which can allow the engine to provide greater instantaneous explosive power during extreme acceleration. Looking at the newly completed Galaxy chariot, the modification is a bit too violent. Except for the car system, almost everything else is newly modified. Even the shell of the modified tank is made of carbon fiber, giving it a black beauty. On the 4th day after Chen Yiming modified the tank, Nei Jia, who was lying in the intensive care unit, woke up. On the 7th day, he was transferred from the intensive care unit to a normal ward. It took more than 20 days until the tank was modified. Arriving at the ward of the medical department, Wu Jiqing was peeling grapes for Meijia. Things like fruits, in the end times, have low yields and are very expensive. How do you feel? Chen Yiming greeted Meijia when he came to her bedside. Well, I feel much better. I can even get out of bed and move around. It's this guy who won't let me move no matter what and told me to take good care of myself. After all, I'm a genetic evolver, so as long as I recover, there won't be any big problem. Mika's face turned red as she lay on the hospital bed. Brother Wu, it's almost time. If we delay any longer, something unexpected might happen. If possible, we have to go. Chen Yiming pulled Wu Jiqing aside and said in a low voice. But... Having said that, Wu Jiqing did not continue speaking, but instead glanced at Meijia lying on the hospital bed. Seeing Wu Jiqing's expression, Chen Yiming understood what he meant. He said, That's why I asked you, how is Meijia doing now? If possible, let's go back to Blue Shield City first, and then continue to recuperate. If Mika doesn't participate in the battle, it should be fine. Tell me, what should we do next? That's good. Let Meijia be discharged from the hospital, and we will go back to the hotel. Then we will wait until the second half of the night and move overnight. Chen Yiming directly stated his plan. After a while, Wu Jiqing and Jiang Tingting, supporting Meijia, the four of them came out of the medical department. Seeing the super galaxy tank parked at the entrance of the medical department, Wu Jiqing couldn't help but be stunned. Brother Chen, with more than 200 million credit points, you only got this car? Wu Jiqing looked at Chen Yiming in disbelief. Get in the car. After several people got on the car, looking at the ordinary galaxy, which looked no different from an ordinary off-road vehicle, Wu Jiqing asked with some concern. Brother Chen, isn't this just an extended off-road vehicle? Will this car work? Whether it works or not, you won't know until you try it. Chen Yiming smiled mysteriously and didn't say much. After a while, they arrived at the hotel and, as usual, booked 2 rooms. I waited until the second half of the night, and at 2 in the morning, the alarm clock rang. Several people quickly put on their clothes. There was nothing to pack, so they hurriedly walked out of the hotel. As soon as Chen Yiming and his companions left the hotel, the cashier immediately picked up the phone and dialed. Beep. The phone rang several times before it was connected. Hey, hall master, the fat sheep suddenly left. What? Did they find something? That shouldn't be the case. Their whereabouts have been normal these days. They stay in the hotel every day. Okay, I got it. While the cashier was making the call, Chen Yiming and his companions had already left in the newly modified Galaxy Chariot. Although the modified Galaxy weighs more than 20 tons, its speed is not slow at all. He kept overtaking along the way and went straight out of the gate of Black Dragon City. There are very few people leaving the city at night at this time, so a car suddenly appearing out of the city would be particularly conspicuous. After leaving the city, Chen Yiming immediately activated the drone map monitoring system, while also stepping on the accelerator and moving forward quickly. Not long after the galaxy left the city, the car's computer showed that more than a dozen beams of light appeared on both sides of the road in front of the vehicle. I think those light beams are the light beams formed by the light from the car lights. However, at this time, Chen Yiming had no intention of retreating and directly started the second engine of the Galaxy Chariot. With the 2 engines with over 1,000 horsepower working together, the speed of the chariot began to soar rapidly. I felt a strong push on my back, and I saw the speedometer of the tank soar from 120 miles per hour to 200 miles per hour in less than 5 seconds. Fortunately, there is a drone map monitoring system, otherwise Chen Yiming would not dare to drive so fast at night. Just as the chariot was about to pass through the dozen or so beams of light, a tattered off-road vehicle was pushed forcefully to the middle of the road, and someone was ready to use this tattered off-road vehicle to block the road. When the road is blocked, basically all vehicles will choose to stop. This method has been tried and tested by the people of the Pantheon and has never failed. But this time, it didn't work for Chen Yiming. Instead of slowing down, Chen Yiming stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the speed soared to 240 miles per hour. Bang! With a shocking crash, The shabby off-road vehicle blocking the middle of the road was directly smashed into two pieces by the battering ram in front of the Galaxy. The scrapped off-road vehicle was smashed to pieces, with metal fragments flying everywhere. The people sitting in the car didn't feel much, they just felt the car pause and the car blocking the road was knocked away. But the people in the Temple of the Gods who were watching below were stunned for a moment. What on earth was that black shadow just now? How come the broken car blocking the road was knocked away in a flash? The team leader came to his senses and reacted immediately. He shouted to his teammates, "Quick, get in the car and chase them. That's a big fat sheep worth more than 200 million. We must not let it get away." As soon as the team leader's voice fell, everyone came to their senses, got into their own cars immediately, and chased after the enemy. From the drone's perspective, there is a beam of light in front of the road, and following behind are more than a dozen densely packed beams of light. At this time, Chen Yiming curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a creepy smile. "Hey, Brother Chen, why do you look so scary when you smile?" Wu Jixing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Chen Yiming and said. Chen Yiming did not answer Wu Jixing's question, but directly turned on a switch manually. Chapter 36 Night Battle, Part 2. After the switch was turned on, the roof cover at the back of the Galaxy tank flipped open to both sides. Two heavy machine guns slowly rose from inside. The driver of the vehicle that was closely following the Galaxy, under the illumination of the car lights, just happened to see the two slowly rising heavy machine guns. "What the hell is that?" Before the driver could react, the two heavy machine guns on the Galaxy opened fire at the same time. Buzz buzz. I saw a snake of fire spurting out from the muzzle of the heavy machine gun, which looked particularly eye-catching in the night. In less than a few seconds, the two off-road vehicles that were targeted by heavy machine gun fire were turned into sieves, and the crew members in the vehicles were also turned into sieves. Especially after the bullets modified by Chen Yiming, after the second burst, some bullets even shot through the off-road vehicle directly. The vehicles following behind were also hit. "Quick, quick! The armored vehicles go forward to clear the way, and the other vehicles should be careful to avoid the bullets." The members of the pantheon following behind immediately began to panic and began to slow down and dodge the bullets. After a flurry of movement in the convoy, two armored vehicles rushed up from the back of the convoy, stood in front of the team, and continued to chase Chen Yiming and his gang. At the same time, the heavy machine guns on the armored vehicles also launched an attack on the Galaxy. Da-da-da. A series of bullets hit the armor plate behind the Galaxy directly, making clanging sounds. "Humph, do you think that this is all we need to do?" Chen Yiming curled the corners of his mouth and turned on a switch again. Then I saw the covers on both sides of the Galaxy tank open, and 4 rocket launchers slowly popped out from the car. 4 rockets, trailing long flames, blasted towards the position of the two armored vehicles. "Hurry up and get out of the way, there are rockets." Before the driver of the armored vehicle could finish shouting this sentence, 4 rockets hit the armor of the armored vehicle directly. Boom, boom, boom. 4 explosions sounded in succession, and the flames produced by the explosions instantly illuminated everything around. In just this instant, one of the armored vehicles was blown into pieces. Although the other armored vehicle survived, its front guard plate was deformed by the rocket. Only then did Wu Jixing feel that the 200 million credit points were worth it. The combat power of this car was comparable to that of a 100-man team. And it was even safer. Since they encountered the robbers from the Pantheon, they did not participate in the battle. All of this was done automatically by the Galaxy chariot. And the other side was also a robber group of 100 people. Not only did our side suffer no losses, but the enemy lost 2 off-road vehicles and an armored vehicle. Wu Jixing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, stared at Chen Yiming with his mouth wide open for a long time before he sorted out his thoughts and said, "This car is worth 200 million credit points." But at this time, the group of robbers following behind were in complete chaos. Not only did our side fail to catch the fat sheep, but it caught the fat sheep off guard. "Wolf Pack Team 1, calling for support, Wolf Pack Team 1, calling for support. Fat sheep are hard to get, fat sheep are hard to get." A small leader in the Pantheon robber group picked up the walkie-talkie and started calling. After a while, a voice came from the intercom. "Wild Wolf Team 3 received. Please report your location so that Wild Wolf Team 3 can provide support." We are located 30 kilometers east of Black Dragon City. The fat sheep is escaping along the road. Please provide us with support as soon as possible. Team 3, receive this. Team 1, please continue chasing the fat sheep. Drive the fat sheep into the encirclement. Drive the fat sheep into the encirclement. Team 1 received. Soon, the short conversation ended, but the people in the pantheon did not know that their conversation had been intercepted by the galaxy in front. Their conversation, without missing a word, fell into Chen Yiming's ears. Humph, if you want to surround me, it depends on whether you have the strength to do so. Chen Yiming snorted coldly and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The galaxy chariot began to speed up again. Now, the pantheon robbers following behind began to get anxious. They had increased their car's speed to the fastest, but still could not catch up with the galaxy in front. Speed up, we can't let the fat sheep get away, that's 200 million credit points. The captain of the team, sitting in the car, roared into the walkie-talkie. Captain, I've stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, but I still can't catch up. A driver replied. You are useless. You are a bunch of useless people. I always tell you to take good care of the car, but you fail when the time comes. Seeing the galaxy getting farther and farther away, the captain of the Wolf Team 1 had no choice but to pick up the intercom and call. Wolf Team 1 calling Wolf Team 3, the fat sheep is running in your direction. Intercepted as soon as possible. Intercepted as soon as possible. At this time, more than a dozen beams of light lit up again in front of the road. However, this time, what blocked the road was a row of special roadblocks and spikes, plus a tree as thick as an arm, across the road. If it was an ordinary car, it would have been scrapped if it hit it directly, and the people in the car would probably be seriously injured if not killed. But these things have no effect at all on a tank weighing more than 20 tons moving at full speed. There was a cracking sound, and the thick tree was directly smashed into 2 pieces and flew out. The ground spikes on the ground were completely ineffective, and the tank ran over it directly, and the solid tires were not damaged at all. Seeing that Chen Yiming's chariot still did not stop, the captain of the third team immediately shouted, Everyone chase him! There is a broken bridge ahead, and he can't run far. Soon after, a team of vehicles also caught up from behind and joined up with the Wild Wolf Team 3. The 2 teams together had nearly 30 vehicles, chasing after the galaxy chariot. Brother Chen, there is a broken bridge not far ahead, what should we do? Wu Jixing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was so nervous that sweat was almost pouring out. He held the handle of the car tightly with both hands and asked. However, at this time, Chen Yiming did smile and said, Brother Wu, just wait and see the show. As Chen Yiming spoke, he began to operate the car computer with one hand. The 4 drones that were originally parked on the tank also took off immediately and circled in the sky together with the 4 drones that had already taken off. Suddenly, the laser headlights on the 8 drones all turned on, shining directly on the convoy that was chasing them from behind. The driver who was chasing closely behind was blinded by the laser headlights of the drone, and could not see the road ahead clearly. Don't slow down. There's a broken bridge ahead. Keep chasing. The driver, who was about to slow down, was yelled at by the captain. He stepped on the accelerator and continued to chase. Chapter 37 Roll Call. There were pursuers behind him and a broken bridge in front of him. Even Chen Yiming began to feel nervous at this moment. He stared at the road ahead. Boss, there's a broken bridge ahead. Do we still want to keep chasing? The driver following behind immediately reported when he saw that the galaxy had already rushed onto the broken bridge. Damn it, deliver the goods. There is a fat sheep ahead to lead the way, what are you afraid of? The team leader immediately shouted loudly in the full-channel walkie-talkie. At this time, Chen Yiming stared at the broken bridge ahead. When the chariot was about to reach the broken bridge, Chen Yiming turned on a switch again. The nitrogen system of the galaxy was instantly turned on, and the 2 V-12 engines were instantly overloaded, just like the roar of a beast, bursting out with powerful power. The rocket thrusters behind the tank were also turned on at the same time, and the 8 rocket accelerators instantly sprayed orange-red flames, and the speed of the tank began to soar again, directly breaking through 300 miles. The moment the tank reached the broken bridge, Chen Yiming immediately activated the rocket thrusters under the tank chassis and rushed directly out from the cliff. The convoy following closely behind the tank could not see the road clearly, so it simply followed behind the galaxy and continued to rush forward. However, those vehicles that had not been specially modified began to fall the moment they rushed out of the cliff. Bang! Bang! A series of collision sounds were heard, and one car after another crashed directly into the bridge pier on the opposite side, and then fell into the river under the bridge. By the time the vehicle behind reacted, the driver slammed on the brakes. "Brake quickly, brake!" The team leader, who realized something was wrong, shouted at the top of his lungs. However, they stepped on the brakes, and the vehicles that were not aware of the situation continued to rush forward, directly pushing down the vehicles in front of them that had stepped on the brakes. Finally, the last few cars at the end stopped reluctantly. The leader of the squad that had been following the team at the end took a look at the companions who had fallen into the river, then looked at the galaxy chariot that had leaped to the other side of the broken bridge, and immediately shouted loudly, "Retreat, retreat quickly!" But at this time, if they wanted to retreat, Chen Yiming would not agree. Chen Yiming turned off all the lights in the car, picked up the modified anti-tank sniper rifle, directly opened the sunroof of the tank, and stood up from the sunroof. At this time, it was dark on Chen Yiming's side, but on the Pantheon robber's side, it was brightly lit by the laser headlights of the drone. Before the vehicle behind could turn around, the sniper rifle in Chen Yiming's hand fired. Bang! With a gunshot, the driver of the vehicle behind had his head blown into a rotten watermelon by the impact of the bullet, and blood splattered everywhere in the car. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the driver of another car was shot dead. Now, the robbers were completely scared. They jumped out of the car one after another, and hid behind the vehicles, not daring to show their heads again. At this time, Wu Jixing, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, finally came to his senses. Flying over the broken bridge twice was really thrilling. Seeing Chen Yiming holding a sniper rifle and starting to call out names, Wu Jixing began to feel itchy. He picked up Chen Yiming's other heavy anti-tank sniper rifle and stood up from the skylight. Bang bang. 2 gunshots were heard in succession, and 2 more people from the Pantheon came down. But after firing, Wu Jixing was hit by the recoil of the sniper rifle, directly against the side of the sunroof of the tank. The recoil of the modified heavy sniper rifle was so strong that Wu Jixing was a little uncomfortable for a while. "Brother, what kind of gun do you have? Why is the recoil so strong?" "An improved anti-tank sniper rifle," Chen Yiming answered very calmly, but Wu Jixing next to him was not calm, because Chen Yiming was holding the gun and seemed to have no feeling at all. "Brother Chen, you have broken through to the 2nd level of Evolver?" Wu Jixing on the side said in shock. "Yeah," Chen Yiming answered, and shot another guy who just showed his head, and his head was blown to pieces. Bang bang bang. After a few gunshots, the robbers from the Pantheon were completely frightened now. They hid behind the vehicles and refused to show their heads no matter what. "Haha, this is so fucking cool." Having been suppressed all the way, the feeling of revenge, especially the feeling of completely defeating the opponent, made Wu Jixing roar loudly. But after firing a few shots, Wu Jixing began to feel frustrated again, because the robbers were hiding behind the vehicle and refused to show their heads, so he didn't know where to aim when he wanted to shoot. However, Chen Yiming on the side continued to fire one shot after another. "Hey, brother Chen, you keep shooting like this, can you see?" "Well, I can't see, but I know they are hiding there," Chen Yiming said as he showed the wristband screen to Wu Jixing. A bird's eye view was displayed on the screen, and one could clearly see where the members of the Pantheon were hiding in the car. Damn it! Wu Jixing on the side could only swear at the end. But watching Chen Yiming calling out names one by one, Wu Jixing couldn't help but say, "Brother Chen, you can't bully people like this. You are using high technology to fight them." "Brother Chen, lend me your high tech for a while, so I can bully them." "What kind of logic is this? I use something I made myself and that's called bullying. You say I'm bullying, and then you come and join in the fun." Helplessly, Chen Yiming had to hand the wristband screen to Wu Jixing, then sat back in the car and let Wu Jixing play alone. After taking the wristband screen, Wu Jixing had a lot of fun playing with it. Bang! With one shot, the bullet directly penetrated the steel plate of the vehicle and hit the person hiding behind the vehicle. You know, most of the vehicles in the apocalypse are modified. The thickness of the vehicle's steel plate is not ordinary. But Chen Yiming's modified sniper rifle and specially modified bullets can easily penetrate, and the power is not ordinary. This is because Wu Jixing is a second-level genetic evolver, otherwise ordinary people really can't control this kind of sniper rifle. It is estimated that the recoil alone may cause concussion. Bang! After another gunshot, the bullets went straight through the steel plates of the three vehicles, killing the last person in the pantheon. Wu Jixing opened his mouth in shock and came down from the skylight. Looking at Chen Yiming, he said, "Brother Chen Yiming, how did you modify this gun? It's amazing. There were 3 cars, but the bullet went right through them. This power is enough to threaten level 4 zombies and evolved beasts." Chapter 38, Transforming Mecha I. Okay, let's leave quickly after we're done. The smell of blood here will definitely attract a large number of zombies and evolved beasts, Chen Yiming said, and started the chariot again. In order to prevent the lights from attracting evolved beasts, Chen Yiming did not turn on the vehicle's headlights, and even turned off the drone's laser light. Fortunately, the drone's lens has low-light night vision capabilities, so it does not affect the vehicle's automatic driving function. After turning on the unmanned driving function, Chen Yiming sat directly in the chair and began to rest. Chen Yiming suddenly let go of the steering wheel with both hands, and Wu Jixing, who was standing beside him, was frightened and quickly shouted, "Brother Chen, drive carefully." "Don't worry, at night, it is more accurate than humans," Chen Yiming said, put the chair back, and began to rest. This. Just as Wu Jixing was stunned, he saw the steering wheel of the Galaxy turning back and forth, constantly avoiding something. But when he looked out from inside the car, it was all pitch black and he couldn't see anything clearly. Only on the car computer in the middle position is a map outlined by lines displayed, showing that the vehicle is traveling at high speed. Well, okay. After taking a look at the car computer, Wu Jixing had to shut his mouth. In the darkness, the Galaxy continued to move forward alone on the road until it was completely dark, and then it arrived near the gathering place of the Blue Shield. At this time, in the Brotherhood's base in the city, a red-robed man was leading a few of his men, and said arrogantly, "I have come to talk to you many times. There is no use for you to keep those mecha fragments. If you sell them to me, I can consider recruiting you all. Otherwise, you'd better not leave the gate of the gathering place." "What do you mean? Our captain is just going to recuperate and will be back soon. Who do you think you are? Are you threatening us?" Zhang Zhongling, captain of the Brotherhood squad, said angrily. "It's hard to say. How long have your captain and deputy captain been gone? A month, maybe? What kind of injury would take a month to come back? And you don't have the final say here alone. After all, you are just the captain of a small team," the red-robed man said viciously. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? I see you are a brave warrior, and I took you in out of kindness, but you are stubborn. So I won't pretend with you anymore." After saying that, the man in red robe waved his hand, and a large group of armed fighters ran in from outside and surrounded the people in the band of brothers. "How dare you? Don't you know that private fighting is prohibited in the city?" "Haha, did I have a private fight? As long as this matter doesn't get out, who would know about it? Even if the higher-ups in the gathering place find out about it in the future, they won't do anything to me. Moreover, do you think I would dare to do this without the tacit approval of the higher-ups?" said the red-robed man with disdain. "Capture all of them. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy." Just then, a sudden brake sound came from outside. TSK. The pitch-black Galaxy stopped directly at the entrance of the band of brothers' base. On the Galaxy, 2 heavy machine guns and 2 rocket launchers on one side were pointed directly at the red-robed man. At this time, Chen Yiming and Wu Jixing walked out of the chariot. "What? Do you want to start a war?" Wu Jixing, who got off the chariot, said in a cold voice. When Chen Yiming looked at the man in red robe, he felt that he looked very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Suddenly, Chen Yiming remembered the truck that the team had rented before. The owner of the equipment rental company was very similar to the man in red. These 2 people should be brothers. Coupled with the red-robed man's current behavior, Chen Yiming immediately had some guesses in his mind. The red-robed man saw that the person coming was Wu Jixing, the captain of the Brotherhood, who was a level 2 evolver. If a fight really broke out, he couldn't guarantee that he could keep all the opponents. And the person following Wu Jixing also looked very powerful. Thinking of this, he immediately changed his previous attitude and said with a smile, "Misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. Congratulations to Brother Wu on your safe return. After finishing speaking, the red-robed man waved his hand again and shouted, Let's go, let's retreat. But when he was leaving, the man in red robe turned around and looked at Chen Yiming intently, then left with his men without saying anything. After the man in red robe left, Zhang Zhonglin immediately rushed over with his men. Boss, you are finally back. If you hadn't come back, the morale of the brothers in the band would have been dispersed. Zhang Zhonglin immediately began to complain. Of course, some celebration was necessary, and although the wine was expensive, everyone still drank a lot. That night, Chen Yiming also drank a lot of wine. However, after experiencing the dangers of the end of the world, Chen Yiming would not easily trust anyone again. Feeling that he had drunk almost enough, he just lay down on the table and pretended to be drunk. I don't care who I am, I just don't want to drink anymore. In the end, 2 soldiers helped Chen Yiming into the room. A team-like band of brothers, with more than 100 members, would usually purchase an independent yard, where they could train, stay, and have a canteen and other complete facilities. The next morning, Chen Yiming came to the Brotherhood's warehouse, where 5 mechas were placed. One was Wu Jixing's chainsaw, and the other was Mei Jia's giant sword mech, which was severely damaged. The remaining 3 mechs were those of the pantheon robbers, and the cockpit of the giant shield mech was completely blown to pieces by the howitzer, which was the most seriously damaged. Among the 5 mechas, the one with the least damage was the giant sword mecha whose oil pipe was blown up by Chen Yiming's sniper rifle. It could be restored as long as the oil pipe was replaced and the hydraulic oil was added. Brother Chen, according to your instructions at that time, we have not dared to move these 5 mechas after they came back, and have kept them in the warehouse. Zhang Zhonglin stood beside Wu Jixing and spoke. Brother Wu, if you trust me, just hand over these mechas to me. I feel that the people who came outside today must have a certain relationship with the Temple of the Gods. Otherwise, how would they know that the mechas are here with us? Chen Yiming directly stated the origin of the red-robed man. After hearing what Chen Yiming said, Wu Jixing and Zhang Zhonglin also reacted instantly. No wonder that group of people came up and wanted to buy mechas, it seemed that they came prepared. After hearing what Brother Chen said, it's true. The day after we came back from that battle, the red-robed man sent his men to come once. Later, he sent people over every now and then, saying that he wanted to buy the mechas from the Brotherhood. I didn't expect that they came prepared. Zhang Zhonglin suddenly realized. Chapter 39, Transforming Mecha Part 2. Chen Yiming climbed directly onto the 3 mechas of the Temple of the Gods and began to inspect them carefully. After a short while, 3 signal locators were found inside the mecha. See, it's indeed the work of those people from the Temple of the Gods. Chen Yiming removed the signal locating device directly from the inside of the mecha, and then spoke out. Then what should we do? Wu Jixing asked. In this case, let's make good use of this locator. Brother Wu, let me modify these mechas. Send someone to guard the warehouse and don't let anyone in. You're alone, don't you need help? No need, I can do it by myself. Too many people will only cause more trouble. After Wu Jixing and others left, Chen Yiming directly blocked the door of the warehouse and began to carry out new repairs on the mecha. The standard ordinary mecha is more than 6 meters tall. Its main component and core is a rotor engine in the body of the mecha. The advantages of the rotary engine are small size, strong power, and high speed. It almost combines all the advantages that an engine needs. However, the rotary engine is not without its disadvantages, that is, it consumes a lot of fuel, has a short lifespan, and has a high maintenance cost. However, considering the functions of the mecha, only the rotary engine can provide sufficient power for the mecha. Finally, after a series of inspections, Chen Yiming discovered that the driving method of the mecha was particularly complicated. The mecha is controlled by keyboard, with a total of 108 keys, each of which represents an action. If you want to be proficient in controlling the mecha, you must remember what action each key on the keyboard represents, where each key is located, and use the keys you want to use to control the mecha to perform various actions. For example, if you want to control the mecha to take a step forward, you have to press the button that controls the thigh to make the mecha take a step. At the same time, you also have to swing the mecha's arms to control the balance of the mecha's center of gravity. It is equivalent to a button, representing a joint of the mecha. To make a simple movement, it requires the cooperation of every joint on the mecha, which is very difficult to control. In order to make the mecha more convenient to drive, Chen Yiming decided to make a new control system for the mecha. In his previous life, Chen Yiming happened to have experience in developing AI robots, so now he just had to write a control system, which he could still do. After replacing the oil pipe of the relatively complete giant sword mecha with a new one and filling it with hydraulic oil, Chen Yiming began to test various data of the mecha. If you want to write a mecha's control system, you must first collect various data about the mecha. For example, the weight of the mecha, the speed of the joints, and the pressure data are used to get the final data list. Then, based on the resulting data list, AI intelligent processing is performed to complete the corresponding actions. Chen Yiming was busy collecting data on the mecha in the warehouse. Even his meals were brought to him by Jiang Tingting or several members of the team. Every day, as soon as Chen Yiming finished his meal, he would drive a few people out of the warehouse and then continue his transformation project. After more than 10 days of hard work, the data of the mecha was finally collected. We started to compile the corresponding data based on the data of the mecha. The weight of the mecha, the speed of the joints, and the power output that the engine needs to provide when the mecha moves forward. Then, according to the speed of the mecha, different action angles and proportions are calculated. After a few more days of hard work, Chen Yiming completed a brand new mecha system. The new mecha operating system no longer has keyboard operation, but is replaced by 2 joystick controllers. The left joystick controls the forward, backward, left, right, and turn of the mecha. In order to combine the functions into one joystick, Chen Yiming added 2 small operating levers on the joystick, which can be used to perform subtle operations with fingers. The joystick on the right hand controls the aiming systems of the mecha and the attack systems of the arms. On the right-hand joystick, there are several different attacking actions. The driver only needs to lightly press the corresponding attack method, and the mecha will automatically complete the action. Although the cancellation of the 108-button operation makes the mecha lose some flexibility, it also makes the mecha's movement easier to understand and easier to operate. While test driving the newly written mecha operating system, Chen Yiming felt as if he had returned to the 1990s on Earth and was playing King of Fighters 98 in an arcade. He controlled the moving joystick and pushed it forward twice in succession, and the mecha started running quickly in the warehouse. However, the warehouse was too small, and after the mecha had just run a few steps, Chen Yiming had to release the joystick to stop the mecha. Then, gently flick the small joystick on the joystick that controls the direction of movement, and the mecha will immediately start turning. Pressing an attack button on the right joystick, the mecha's hands immediately gave a big bear hug to the air in front of it. If there is an enemy or an evolved zombie in front of the mecha will definitely hold the opponent tightly. He pressed another attack button, and the mecha's bear hug posture immediately changed to a violent slashing posture. The mecha held the titanium alloy giant sword in one hand and kept slashing forward. It was not until Chen Yiming released the button that the mecha lowered its arms and stopped attacking. Finally, Chen Yiming pressed the button for the last attack mode. The thermal weapons hidden in the mecha's arms, the super heavy machine guns, immediately popped out. At the same time, a large crosshair appeared on the screen of the mecha cockpit. As long as Chen Yiming pressed the attack button again, the mecha would immediately open fire, using the powerful lethality of the machine gun to tear apart everything in front of it. However, this was still inside the warehouse, so Chen Yiming couldn't do anything rash, so he could only put away his hot weapons. After a while, Chen Yiming finally took down the mecha and began to repair other damaged mechas. These 5 mechas, the axe mechas and the chainsaw mechas, all had their arms chopped off. By reattaching them and replacing the operating system, they can basically be repaired. Only Meijia's giant sword mecha was seriously damaged. The howitzer had caused some damage to the engine of the mecha, so the engine of the mecha also needed maintenance. The giant shield mecha that was attacked by Meijia's howitzer was completely scrapped at this time. The cockpit and engine of the mecha were already blown to pieces and completely lost their value for repair, so Chen Yiming simply dismantled them into parts for other uses. After all the mechas were repaired, Wu Jixing was allowed to come over and try to operate the mecha. After Wu Jixing and Meijia got on the mecha, they were completely confused. Where did the familiar 108 keys go? How did it become a joystick? Soon, Chen Yiming explained to the two the latest operating system of the mecha and the method of attack. Damn, Brother Chen, the operating system of this mecha is so easy to use. You know, every time I come back from driving a mecha, I feel like my fingers are no longer my own. This relaxing feeling is so great. Wu Jixing shouted loudly in the cockpit of the mecha. Although the area of the warehouse is not too large, its height is more than 10 meters, which allows the mecha to unfold its body inside. I saw 3 mechas moving back and forth flexibly in the warehouse. The scene was absolutely spectacular. Chapter 40. Fighting is like playing a game. Brother Chen, this feeling is so cool. Compared with those repetitive operations, this simple operation can definitely be used to manufacture mecha pilots in large quantities. Sitting in the cockpit of a mecha that looked like a fighter jet, Wu Jixing said excitedly. Well, there's no rush. I feel that this kind of mecha still has a lot of room for improvement. Otherwise, when it comes to upgrading, there will be too many mechas that will be eliminated, which will be a waste of resources. Chen Yiming thought for a while and spoke out. Can this kind of mecha be eliminated? If the word of this mecha spreads, I guarantee that within an hour, these 4 mechas will be sold out instantly. That's right, the mechas that I eliminated were considered upgrades for others. In this case, should I equip all members of the team with mechas? Chen Yiming thought about it briefly and decided to buy as many as possible. Even if not all the soldiers could be equipped, he would try to equip as many as possible. This would not only increase the combat capability of the team, but also increase the chance of survival. Brother Chen, how about we go out and try out the combat performance of the mecha? I can't wait any longer. Wu Jixing suddenly felt that this small warehouse was simply unable to display the full kinetic energy of the mecha, so he simply suggested trying outside. But there are 4 mechas here. Wu Jixing drives a chainsaw, Meijia drives a giant sword, and Chen Yiming drives an axe mecha, and there is still a giant sword mecha left in the warehouse. Finally, Chen Yiming called Li Tiesuo. Boss, I have never driven a mecha before. Can I do it? Li Tiesuo, who was called to drive the Li family's mecha, said with an unconfident look on his face. Haha, Brother Li, after Brother Chen's modification of the mecha, even a child can drive it easily. Come on up quickly. Wu Jixing, who was already waiting impatiently, urged. The 4 of them drove the mechas towards the outside of the city. When other teams on the road saw the huge lineup of 4 mechas, they immediately gave way. A team that can own 4 mechas is definitely a large team with the highest combat power in the Blue Shield City gathering place. Soon, the 4 of them drove the mecha out of the Blue Shield City gathering place and headed towards a nearby jungle where there were many evolved beasts. This mecha is so easy to operate. Compared with the previous 108 key machine, it not only moves faster and requires less effort, but it can also move backwards. It's simply perfect. Meijia, who was operating the mecha, said as she turned the mecha around and moved backwards. As for recuperation, ever since coming back from Black Dragon City, Meijia refused to lie in bed no matter what. There was nothing Wu Jixing could do but let Meijia do what she wanted. When several people saw Mika starting to perform fancy moves, the others were also busy and began to try various tricks to make mechas. Soon, the 4 men drove the mecha through a small village and came to the foot of a big mountain. This is the place closest to the gathering place, and where there are high-level evolved beasts. But there were too many trees on the mountain, so a few people had to create some bloody smell at the foot of the mountain to attract the evolved beasts out of the mountain. Several people took out the evolved beast's internal organs that had been prepared in advance, and threw them directly on the ground. After a while, I heard the roar of wild animals coming from the mountains, followed by a rumbling sound of the ground shaking. The 4 people looked at each other in the mecha, and then saw an evolved wild boar jumping out from the mountain. Then, behind this wild boar, a large group of evolved wild boars followed. It feels like this has disturbed the pigsty. This evolved beast doesn't pose much of a threat, but when this group of level 2 and 3 evolved beasts are put together, their attack power is definitely not to be underestimated. At this time, Chen Yiming controlled the mecha and pushed the joystick twice in succession, and the mecha immediately made a forward rush. When the mecha was about to come into contact with the wild boars, Chen Yiming immediately pressed the attack button. Then I saw the mecha swinging the axe in its hand and forming a circle around its body. The axe was turned at high speed, bringing with it a whistling sound. Any evolved wild boar that was hit by the axe was directly thrown away. Fuck, Captain, you're so awesome! This is the first time I've seen a mecha fight like this. Li Tiesuo, who was driving the giant sword mecha, said in shock as he watched Chen Yiming's mecha spinning and rushing into the herd of wild boars. Brother Chen, how did you do this? It's awesome. Wu Jixing on the side also asked. Chen Yiming, who was operating the mecha, answered. It's very simple, just use your movement and coordination to attack. Seeing Chen Yiming's mecha wielding a broad axe to kill the wild boars, Wu Jixing couldn't help it and rushed in wielding the chainsaw. But after Wu Jixing rotated the chainsaw and followed the mecha for a few turns, he could no longer hold on. At this moment, Wu Jixing felt that the sky and the earth were spinning. If the mecha operating system had not been improved this time, with a new automatic balance control, it is estimated that even the mecha would have fallen down by now. Vomit. No, Brother Chen, I can't hold on any longer. Wu Jixing released the joystick with both hands, leaned on the driver's seat, and gasped for breath to relieve his dizziness. Haha, I didn't expect that Brother Wu, a second-level genetic evolver, would actually get dizzy. Come and see my super invincible Hot Wheels. Li Tiesuo on the side shouted while imitating Chen Yiming, swung the giant sword into a circle, and rushed towards the wild boar. In just a moment, 7 or 8 of the dozens of evolved wild boars were knocked away by 4 mechas. Haha, it's so cool, it feels like I'm playing a game. Old G. Li Tiesuo shouted excitedly as he rushed into the herd of wild boars. What? Could it be that this gray planet also had King of Fighters 98 before the end of the world? At this moment, a larger wild boar rushed out of the woods, howling like crazy. Along the way, the wild boars directly hit some trees, creating a passage in the woods. The wild boar that rushed out of the woods was nearly 4 meters tall and more than 5 meters long, almost 6 meters. Level 5 evolutionary beast. Everyone be careful, that wild boar is a level 5 evolutionary beast. As soon as Wu Jixing shouted, Li Tiesuo's mecha was knocked to the ground by the huge wild boar. After the mecha was knocked to the ground, the giant wild boar had no intention of letting it go and continuously attacked Li Tiesuo's mecha with its fangs. Without time to think, Chen Yiming immediately turned the joystick violently, and the axe mecha rushed directly towards the giant wild boar. If the wild boar continued to attack, Li Tiesuo would be in danger. Chapter 41 Disadvantages. The moment he approached the level 5 evolved wild boar, Chen Yiming immediately activated a collision attack button on the mecha and pounced towards the level 5 evolved wild boar. Bang! There was a crashing sound, and the mecha directly knocked the wild boar over, but it did not cause much damage to the wild boar. The wild boar that was knocked over was much more agile than the programmed mecha. It almost flipped over and stood up from the ground. Looking at the axe mecha that hit him, anger instantly fell on Chen Yiming. The wild boar dug the ground with its hind hooves a few times, then quickly rushed towards Chen Yiming's mecha. Every time the wild boar stepped on the ground, Chen Yiming, who was sitting in the mecha, could even feel the ground shaking. Bang! The wild boar's fangs hit Chen Yiming's axe mecha hard. It happened in a flash, and Chen Yiming's reaction speed was not slow. At the moment when the wild boar's fangs pierced the mecha's thigh, Chen Yiming activated the mecha's attack again. The axe mecha swung a huge titanium alloy axe and chopped down at the top of the wild boar's head. However, the speed of the mecha was all achieved by the hydraulic system, and it was not even on the same level as the level 5 evolved wild boar. Before the axe could chop down, the mecha was knocked to the ground by the wild boar. Fortunately, Wu Jixing and Meijia also rushed over at this time and launched a fierce attack on the evolved wild boar together. Wu Jixing's mecha chainsaw started up, and the high-speed rotating chain drove the saw teeth to directly chop the wild boar's head. Feeling the pain, the wild boar suddenly raised its body and stepped back to avoid the chainsaw. However, there was already a huge wound on the top of the wild boar's head. The dark red blood gurgled out from the top of the evolved wild boar's head and dripped onto the ground. The smaller wild boars on the side hid directly behind the huge wild boar. Judging from the situation, those little wild boars were all the offspring of this level 5 evolved wild boar. It was after hearing the howling of the wild boar offspring that this level 5 evolved wild boar rushed out of the woods. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the level 5 evolved wild boar retreated, Chen Yiming and Li Tiesuo also controlled the mecha to stand up. The 4 of them took defensive postures, ready to meet the wild boar's attack at any time. No, this wild boar's movements are too fast and the mecha can't keep up with it at all. What should we do? Wu Jixing asked, directly asking the most crucial question. Looking at the situation in front of him, Chen Yiming thought for a moment, and then said, I will find a way to control the activities of the wild boar, and the others will attack. Will this work? Mika said a little worriedly. We have to do it now. If we turn around and run away, the attack of the evolved beast will be even more ferocious. This is the nature of wild beasts. After saying this, Chen Yiming pushed the operating lever twice in succession, and the mecha rushed forward violently. Chen Yiming's goal was to find a way to hold the wild boar's huge head so as to control its movements. When the wild boar saw Chen Yiming rushing towards it, it did not show any weakness and rushed towards Chen Yiming's axe mecha. Just a few seconds before the collision, Chen Yiming directly activated the mecha's embrace attack. The axe mecha opened its arms and pounced on the wild boar. Bang! With a dull thud, the two collided directly with each other. Fortunately, Chen Yiming's idea worked. The 6-meter-tall mecha held the wild boar's head tightly with its arms. Feeling its head being held by the mecha, the evolved wild boar immediately began to struggle desperately, shaking its head back and forth, trying to break free from the comfort of the mecha. The mecha's weight of 40 to 50 tons was not something that the wild boar could easily shake off. Chen Yiming was in the cab, holding down the attack button with his right hand, not daring to relax even a little. Quick, attack the wild boar's neck! Chen Yiming, who was hugging the wild boar, immediately shouted loudly. Seeing the opportunity to attack, Li Tiesuo and others immediately controlled the mechas and rushed forward. I can't bear it anymore, come and help me! Before Wu Jixing and others started to attack, Chen Yiming, who was sitting in the mecha, had been thrown dizzy by the wild boar. Sitting in the mecha felt like sitting in a rolling car, and it was difficult to even sit still. If it weren't for the comfortable seat belt, Chen Yiming would have been thrown off the seat by now. Seeing that things were not going well, Li Tiesuo immediately grabbed one of the wild boar's front legs from another direction. Wu Jixing was about to hold the wild boar's other front leg when Meijia stopped him and said, Wu Jixing, your chainsaw has strong attack power, you take charge of the attack. As Mika spoke, she hugged the wild boar's other front leg. Now, the wild boar was firmly held by 3 mechas and had no room to move. With the opportunity to attack, Wu Jixing immediately controlled the mecha and adjusted the power output of the chainsaw to the maximum. Buzz! The chainsaw was spinning at high speed, making a buzzing sound, and it stabbed towards the wild boar's neck. Oh! A series of tragic screams continued to come out of the wild boar's mouth. It was like the screams of a pig being slaughtered in the countryside, except that the sound was many times louder and more miserable. The screams resounded throughout the forest. The madly spinning chainsaw minced the wild boar's flesh and blood into pieces, mixed with blood and bone residue. Then the entire chainsaw was inserted into the wild boar's neck. The other groups of wild boars had already run away without a trace because of fear. Finally, after the chainsaw completely pierced through the wild boar's neck, the boar's screams finally subsided, until it finally fell to the ground, lifeless. Huh! It was not until the wild boar died completely that the few people breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha, so cool! After getting rid of the wild boar, Wu Jixing roared loudly. At this time, the racks on which the men were standing were already stained red with the wild boar's blood, making them look particularly bloody. Stop shouting! How are we going to get this wild boar back? Mika said from the side. Without the 108 key mecha, the actions are all programmed, and there is no way to do other actions. So this is also the disadvantage of joystick operation. Looking at the wild boar corpse on the ground, Chen Yiming thought that if the mecha could move freely like a human body, it would be perfect. Even in the battle just now, Chen Yiming felt that this feeling of not having micro-control was very inconvenient. Chapter 42 Sensation. But we also have to find a way to get back the huge wild boar corpse on the ground. In the end, there was no other choice but for Chen Yiming to temporarily open the program editor of the mecha and temporarily edit a grabbing action before he could carry the wild boar on his body. 4 people, driving their blood-covered mechas, walked back towards the gathering place of Blue Shield City. When the 4 men just walked to the city gate, the city guards saw the 4 mechas that were like evil stars and even forgot to check them. Especially when seeing the super huge wild boar hanging on the more than 6-meter high mecha, it can even drag on the ground when retreating. However, Chen Yiming and others did not want to disrupt the order at the city gate, so after receiving their license plates, they waited for 3 hours before entering the city. 5 level evolved beast, the guard guarding the city said stutteringly. Another guard who reacted faster immediately picked up the intercom and shouted, Report to the captain of the city defense team, we found a level 5 evolved beast. The person on the other end of the intercom heard the guard's report and immediately exclaimed, What did you say? A level 5 evolved beast? Oh, yes. There are 4 at the gate. Before the guard finished reporting, the other end of the intercom was in a panic. What? Level 5 evolved beasts, and 4 of them appeared at once? Upon hearing this, the captain of the city defense team was about to sound the city defense alarm. Captain, it's like this. There are 4 mechas carrying a level 5 evolved beast back and they are lined up at the city gate. This time, the city guards finally explained the situation clearly. Huh. I'm scared to death. After hearing the reason, the captain breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the captain of the city defense team immediately reported the matter again. After all, it was related to the 5th level evolved beast, so it was necessary to report it. Not long after, the headquarters of the Blue Shield City Gathering Place received this news. Lord City Lord, we received news from the city gate. Someone has hunted and killed a level 5 evolved beast. Should we send someone to take a look? Adjutant Luo Junwei from the operations department walked into the city lord's office and asked. Hearing about the level 5 evolutionary beast, City Lord Kajianjun was stunned for a moment, then he asked in confirmation. You said someone hunted down a level 5 evolutionary beast? Yes, Lord Mayor, that group of people are now waiting at the city gate for the safe time to enter the city. Deputy Minister Luo Junwei confirmed. Alas, what was supposed to come finally came. A level 5 evolved beast appeared near the gathering place. The city defense work will be difficult in the future. Deputy Minister, you have to be more careful. City Lord Kajianjun sighed, and then continued. Let's go and meet the team that can kill the level 5 evolved beast. It would be best if we can win them over. Even if we can't, we must build a good relationship in advance. Inside the headquarters of the gathering place, the city lord and others were rushing to the city gate, but at this time the city gate had already started to explode. The mechas of Chen Yiming and his 3 companions were all stained with blood, giving off a solemn and tragic atmosphere. The mecha squatting on the ground was carrying a huge wild boar on its back. The mecha squatting there was more than 4 meters tall, but the wild boar on its back was still dragging on the ground, which was enough to show the huge size of this evolved beast. According to the evolutionary characteristics of evolutionary beasts, each time they advance 1 level, their body length will increase by 1 meter. This evolutionary beast wild boar, which is more than 5 meters long and close to 6 meters long, is an evolutionary beast of the 5th level at the lowest. Now, a group of onlookers started pointing and talking. Oh my god, is this a level 5 evolutionary beast? The highest level evolutionary beast I've seen is only level 3. How powerful must this level 5 evolutionary beast be? That's right. Our team can only fight against 2 level 2 evolved beasts at most. We can't even fight against level 3 evolved beasts. But these 4 people are carrying a level 5 evolved beast. These 4 people are not the last remaining members of a large team, are they? Because at the city gate, someone suddenly carried the corpse of a level 5 evolved beast, and more people gathered around. Chen Yiming and others who were surrounded in the middle felt like monkeys in a zoo and felt very uncomfortable. Finally, the city lord's convoy appeared at the city gate, and a pair of warriors dispersed the crowd. A black, bulletproof jeep stopped in front of Chen Yiming's planes, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked out of it. This man was the city lord Kajianjun. Hello, I'm the city lord Kajianjun. May I know which team you belong to? After getting off the car, Kajianjun shouted loudly to the mecha carrying the evolved beast. At this time, Chen Yiming and others directly opened the cockpit of the mecha and jumped off the mecha. Hello, Lord City Lord. We are from the Brotherhood team. Chen Yiming and others walked forward and spoke. Hello? Is this the level 5 evolved beast you hunted? Where did you hunt it? It's in the Eternal Night Forest not far away, Chen Yiming replied. Upon hearing that it was the Eternal Night Forest near the gathering place, City Lord Kajianjun suddenly felt a chill on his back. The Eternal Night Forest was less than 40 kilometers away from the gathering place. If the evolved beasts attacked the gathering place, it would cause huge losses. It might even form a beast dynasty and completely destroy the gathering place. Thinking of this, Kajianjun immediately invited several people. I wonder if you have time to come to the headquarters to talk. I would like to ask you a question about this evolutionary beast. However, Chen Yiming did not agree immediately, but looked at Wu Jixing and the others. After all, here, only Li Tiesuo was considered his team member, and Wu Jixing was the real captain of the Brotherhood. Seeing Chen Yiming and the others still hesitating, City Lord Kujianjun continued, "Let me be honest with you. Human mecha technology has reached a bottleneck, and it is really difficult to break through this technology. But the evolution speed of the evolutionary beast has indeed far surpassed that of humans. For the safety of the gathering place, I want to know some questions about the evolved beasts, so I invite you to the headquarters to discuss it." Hearing what the city lord said, Wu Jixing also said, "Brother Chen, this matter concerns the safety of the gathering place. Let's go and take a look." This time, several people agreed. The four of them jumped back into the mecha and followed the city lord's convoy. They didn't have to wait outside the city and headed towards the headquarters of the gathering place. After the four men drove away in their mechas, a small climax of discussion broke out at the city gate. "See? Even the city lord came out to meet us personally. It's definitely not something that ordinary people can do to hunt down a level 5 evolved beast." "That's right. Did you see it? The tusks of the evolved wild boar are this long, at least more than 1 meter," one person said while gesturing. "You only looked at the evolved beasts. Didn't you see that the mechas were all stained with blood? The battle scene must have been very thrilling." Some of the returning teams that arrived later couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when they heard that someone had hunted down a level 5 evolved beast, and that it had just been picked up by the city lord. Chapter 43: Formation of a Women's Special Forces Team. Arriving at the headquarters of the Blue Shield City Gathering Place, in a large conference hall, Chen Yiming and 3 others sat on one side of a long table. "Everyone, I specially invited you here today because I want to learn about the issue of the level 5 evolved beast. If things are not handled properly, Blue Shield City may be in danger. At that time, it will not be a matter of a few lives, but tens of thousands of lives." Kujianjun, who was sitting on the other side of the long conference table, asked the question directly without any intention of hiding anything. "City Lord, just ask us if you have any questions. We will tell you everything we know." "Okay, I want to know where exactly you killed this level 5 evolved beast and how you killed it," Kujianjun asked directly. "We were originally going to test the mechas at the edge of the Evernite forest, using some wild animal entrails as bait." Chen Yiming and his companions described the entire incident in detail. After listening to the descriptions of Chen Yiming and others, the city lord Kujianjun couldn't help but support his chin with his hand and began to think. The Eternal Night Forest is only a few dozen kilometers away from the gathering place of Blue Shield City. If a large number of level 5 evolved beasts appear, Blue Shield City will be really exposed to danger. "Thank you for telling me this news. I just don't know if you are willing to join the Blue Shield City Defense Army. As long as you are willing to come, I guarantee that everyone will be at least at the captain level." Kujianjun thought for a while, and then began to win over a few people. This? Chen Yiming and the others looked at each other. Being under someone else's command was completely different from being the boss. Moreover, the city defense army was huge, and there was bound to be competition and intrigue among various forces. Although the few people did not refuse openly, Kujianjun also understood their intentions. He immediately took out a few business cards from his pocket and handed them to them, saying, "It's okay. It doesn't matter if you don't want to join the city defense army. This is my business card. If you have any problems in the gathering place, you can come to me. I will definitely help if I can." It must be said that the people who can become the city lords are the ones who play tricks. As long as the few people really find him for help in the future, then they will be considered to owe him a favor. Even if he does not join the city defense army, he can ask the few people to help him when appropriate. After leaving the gathering place headquarters, the mecha was first delivered to the Band of Brothers warehouse. "Brother Chen, can I discuss something with you?" Wu Jixing, who had just got off the mecha, spoke to Chen Yiming. "What's wrong, Brother Wu? If you have something to say, just say it directly. Why have you become so nagging?" Chen Yiming, who had just jumped off the mecha, looked at Wu Jixing, who was hesitant, and said with a smile, "It's like this, I want to buy all 4 mechas." Wu Jixing said tentatively. "Oh, so 2 of these 4 mechas originally belonged to you. Before in Black Dragon City, you also gave me more than 200 million credit points, So these 2 mechas are given to you, Chen Yiming said generously. Seeing that Chen Yiming was so generous, he actually gave all the mechas to him. Although there are 2 mechas here that belong to the Brotherhood, if Chen Yiming had not taken action at that time, the Brotherhood would probably have ceased to exist. Not to mention the 200 million credit points that came later. As long as Chen Yiming wanted to rob the thieves at that time, all the things would belong to Chen Yiming. Thinking of this, Wu Jixing was also very decisive. Brother Chen, if you hadn't intervened, all of us in the Brotherhood would have died in the ruins. As he was talking, Wu Jixing brought Chen Yiming to a corner of the warehouse. He pulled off a piece of canvas and found a pile of various precision lathes and other machines under the canvas, as well as 2 boxes from the original warehouse, which contained nuclear fuel rods. Then he continued, Brother Chen, these are the supplies we obtained from the ruins last time, and I think these supplies are just right for you. This? Chen Yiming was stunned as he looked at the 2 particularly familiar boxes. He didn't expect that there were 2 large boxes of nuclear fuel rods here. Brother Chen, don't refuse. You know we don't have the ability to go to Black Dragon City to sell these supplies. And these supplies are not worth many credit points in the Blue Shield City gathering place. If you refuse again, it means you look down on me, Wu Jixing. Okay. Since you said so, I will accept it without hesitation, Chen Yiming said with a smile. That's right. Soon, Wu Jixing found another heavy truck and loaded all the supplies into the truck. When we returned to the garage downstairs of Building 19 in the team community, Jiang Tingting had already prepared dinner. The captain is back, let's eat. Jiang Tingting quickly brought the food to the table and said with a smile. Why is the food so good today? There's even tofu. Where did you get it? Looking at the food on the table, Chen Yiming asked puzzledly. Captain, I have something I want to discuss with you. Tingting, what's wrong? If you have something to say, just tell me. When did you start playing these empty games? Chen Yiming just picked up the bowl and put it on the table and spoke. It's like this, I want those children in the refugee area to join the team, is that okay? Chen Yiming had never considered letting those weak girls join the team, but today Jiang Tingting suddenly brought it up, so Chen Yiming had to consider it. Can they do it? It's okay, they can definitely do it. Look at this tofu, it's made from the beans that Xia Shui took them out to collect outside the gathering place today, Jiang Tingting said anxiously. But have you discussed this with Li Shi and Lu Xiaoyu? What are their opinions? Chen Yiming didn't really have many ideas about those children. It wasn't a good idea to keep raising them like this. Sooner or later they would have to be self-reliant. He couldn't always rely on himself to raise them. I've said it before. We will form a women's special operations team. I will be the team leader, and she and Xiaoyu will be vice leaders. Don't worry, I will definitely not embarrass you. You have already discussed it, what else can I say? Chen Yiming said helplessly. So you agree? Yes, I agree. Yeah, that's great. I love you so much. Jiang Tingting happily kissed Chen Yiming on the face. At this point, Chen Yiming was stunned. What was going on? He was attacked by surprise. Looking at the dazed Chen Yiming, Jiang Tingting knew that she was too happy. Her little face turned red and she turned around and ran out of the garage. Chapter 44 New Home. After a while, Jiang Tingting came back with Xia Shui and a few children. Looking at Jiang Tingting who had returned, Chen Yiming said with a frown. Okay, it seems you have been prepared for this. Everyone stand at attention and say hello to the captain. Jiang Tingting did a good job and asked Xia Shui and several other girls to stand in a row. Hello, captain? The girls shouted in unison. Although these girls were still very thin and their clothes were tattered, they were no longer like when Chen Yiming first saw them, with only skin and bones left, and no strength to even walk. Okay. Chen Yiming didn't know what to do after being caught off guard by this sudden incident. As for these new members, Chen Yiming was too lazy to remember their names one by one, so he simply replaced them with a numerical code. Since you have become a member of the team, Jiang Tingting, you will be the captain of the Special Forces team from now on. Xia Shui, you are number 1. The rest will follow the formation, number 2, number 3. Starting tomorrow, you will have to intensify your training. I don't want to have to distract myself from taking care of you when I have to face the zombies. Seeing Chen Yiming's stern face, Jiang Tingting quickly said, Please rest assured, Captain, I will train them well. She was afraid that Chen Yiming would drive them away. "Captain, don't worry, we will train these female soldiers well. We have experienced battlefields, so training a few newcomers should be no problem." Lu Xiaoyu and Li Shi also helped. Looking at the women standing around him, Chen Yiming could only sigh and said, "Okay, sit down and eat. I'll look for a place tomorrow. This garage won't work." That night, the girls had no choice but to spend the night in the garage. Early the next morning, Chen Yiming came to the trading market in the gathering place, intending to find a larger place to stay. In the Housing Transaction Management Center of the trading market, various rental and sale information are posted on the wall poster on one side. Chen Yiming searched the poster for a while but couldn't find a suitable place. Just then, a man took a piece of advertising paper and pasted it directly on the poster. Out of curiosity, Chen Yiming took a look at the newly posted advertisement, which said that a single-family villa was for sale with a total area of 2,300 square meters. When Chen Yiming saw the advertisement, he was instantly attracted and quickly turned around to call the person who posted the advertisement. "Hey, brother. Sorry to bother you, but are you looking to sell your detached villa?" Chen Yiming grabbed the man and asked. "It's not me, it's our team that wants to sell this villa." "Excuse me, how much do you plan to pay for that villa?" "How about this, come with me to take a look at the villa. If you really want it, you can negotiate the price with our captain," the man said. Soon, Chen Yiming followed the man and came to the team community where they gathered. In the community, there was an area separated by a wall. "Well, this is the villa our team wants to sell." The man took Chen Yiming into the yard of the villa and pointed at the villa. The building area of the villa is about 400 square meters, with 3 floors. In the yard, there are all kinds of training equipment. But once you buy it, there is basically no need for any major changes. For Chen Yiming, he is very satisfied with this villa. Finally, after negotiation, the price was set at 19 million credit points. If it weren't for the previous battle in the ruins, where he extorted 47 million from the pantheon robbers, Chen Yiming really wouldn't have the money to buy this villa. Holding the key to the new villa, Chen Yiming returned to Building 19 of the team community, called Li Tiesua and others and the girls, and prepared to start moving. Some biological research equipment, and some miscellaneous items in the garage. While packing up, Chen Yiming found a bag of white translucent powder. It was a strange crystal extracted from the electronic equipment when the first generation of Galaxy was modified. Chen Yiming named it JS Metal Powder. Without thinking too much, Chen Yiming put the powder into his pocket and continued to pack his things. Li Tiesua and the others had almost finished packing. They had basic daily necessities and some fitness equipment. Although the sword equipment was heavy, it was no problem in front of the genetic evolutionist. It took most of the day just to pack up. After loading everything into the truck, the team set off towards their new home. The new home is also located within the team community, not too far away. After opening the door of the villa and looking at the spacious new home, everyone in the team was excited, especially the little girls, who were so excited that they shed tears. "Oh, we have a new home! We have a new home!" The girls hugged each other and shouted happily. In order to make life more convenient, the girls agreed to be arranged on the 3rd floor of the villa, while the boys lived on the 2nd floor. The large living room on the 1st floor would be the team's cafeteria in the future. Soon, everyone was assigned rooms. There were 4 rooms on the 3rd floor of the villa. Jiang Tingting and Xia Shui shared a room, while Li Shi and Lu Xiaoyu shared a room. The remaining 2 rooms were occupied by 8 girls, with 4 people sharing 1 room. The 2nd floor for the boys was more spacious. Chen Yiming lived in 1 room by himself, Li Tiesua lived in another, Li Jia and Sun Hao lived in another, and Wan Yong and Gao Bing lived in another. After their rooms were assigned, Li Tiesua suddenly approached Chen Yiming and said, "Captain, you see those girls' teams have names. Should we also give our team a name?" Naming has never been Chen Yiming's strong point. "Let's call your team the Men's Special Forces Team," Chen Yiming said perfunctorily. "Captain, you're taking it easy. You have to give it a resounding name. Also, what is the name of our entire team? We can't just call it the name of the squad," Li Tiesua asked again. "As for the name of the team, calling it Brothers is too old-fashioned. Why not call it the Galaxy Team? Just like the Milky Way in the sky, we will destroy the world and conquer the universe. Galaxy Team, this name is good and nice. In Li Tiesuo's ears, there were only the words, nice, and he couldn't understand Chen Yiming's intention at all. The name of the team was thus finalized. Moving is a tedious task. Although there doesn't seem to be much stuff, once you get busy, a short day will pass. In the evening, to celebrate the move to a new home, Jiang Tingting, Lu Xiaoyu and other girls, as well as Li Jie, all those who can cook came together to show off their skills. In addition, food ingredients are now relatively sufficient, and there is a lot of evolved wild boar meat. There was a table full of various delicacies, such as braised pork, stir-fried lungs, twice-cooked pork, and braised pork with pork belly. After the meal was ready, Li Jie shouted loudly in the living room on the first floor. "Dinner is ready, come down to eat." Chapter 45 New Individual Equipment I. The next morning, Chen Yiming asked people to bring several trucks of bricks and cement to build a large warehouse. In order not to expose his special ability, a brand new warehouse must be built. The warehouse has an area of more than 500 square meters and a height of 10 meters. The area of the warehouse is not too large, enough for Chen Yiming to use alone. After the warehouse was built and all the materials and equipment were moved into the warehouse, Chen Yiming found himself a little confused and didn't know how the team should develop next. Without the mechas and the new girls who have joined the team, they will not go out to look for supplies in the near future. Suddenly, Chen Yiming saw two boxes that looked particularly familiar. He opened the boxes and found that they were filled with nuclear fuel rods. Looking at these nuclear fuels, Chen Yiming had an idea. If the mecha could be equipped with nuclear fuel, would the mecha have unlimited endurance, greatly increasing its combat capability? But as soon as this idea came to mind, it was denied by Chen Yiming the next moment. Like the previous transformation of tanks, AI intelligence, and mecha programming, those were all things that Chen Yiming had been researching and developing for a long time in his previous life. However, Chen Yiming had never come into contact with nuclear power, and without technical information, it was impossible for Chen Yiming to create it out of thin air. Chen Yiming put the boxes containing nuclear fuel away separately, and then began to organize the various equipment in the warehouse. He picked up a gene spectrometer. These biological gene research equipment were originally obtained from the underground laboratory of the Temple of the Gods. They were also soaked by rain during the evacuation. Putting the genetic equipment separately in a corner, Chen Yiming began to repair these genetic research equipment bit by bit. He brushed his hands across the surface of the equipment, and his supernatural power penetrated the equipment, oxidizing and reducing the rust inside that was wet by the rain. Some of the more sophisticated electronic parts were repaired individually. After repairing the biological genetic equipment, the next thing to do was to deal with the miscellaneous mechanical equipment donated by Wu Jixing. Suddenly, Chen Yiming had an idea. Now that he no longer had mechas and could not develop nuclear-powered engines, that did not mean there was no way forward. I can try to develop more efficient genetic evolution drugs, or develop some smaller individual combat weapons. These are all directions to move forward. And individual weapons can also increase the chance of survival in combat. With the idea in mind, Chen Yiming decided to start his research from the smallest submachine gun. The existing gathering places use ordinary submachine guns with average firing rate and power. They can only kill ordinary zombies at level 1, and their power is much smaller for evolved zombies and evolved beasts at level 2. The most important features of firearms are great power, high lethality, high accuracy, fast rate of fire, and high tolerance. If you want to increase the power of a firearm, you need to think of a better way without changing the size of the bullet or increasing the amount of powder. Chen Yiming casually disassembled a standard submachine gun and looked at the small part structure on the table, then began the gun modification project. To increase the power of a gun, you can no longer use the energy-absorbing recoil loading method, but instead use the compressed air recoil method commonly used on Earth, which uses the instantaneous high pressure generated in the barrel when the bullet is fired. The instantaneous high-pressure air is then used to push the air into the air duct, and then the compressed air in the duct is used to push the bolt to load the bullet, thereby completing continuous firing. In this way, the air pressure of the bullet in the barrel at the moment of the bullet explosion can be reduced, and the problem of the energy being absorbed by the recoil when the bullet explodes can also be solved, thereby reducing the power of the bullet. But this still cannot achieve the goal that Chen Yiming wants. Suddenly, Chen Yiming thought of a way to increase the power of the gun without changing the bullet. That is to use electromagnetic acceleration technology to provide a boost to the bullet when it is fired. As long as the speed of the bullet becomes faster, it means that the power of the bullet has increased. After thinking of the solution, Chen Yiming immediately started to make it. To achieve the perfect acceleration, the bullet must be accelerated twice at the moment of firing. This will increase the power. If the acceleration speed does not match the bullet, the magnetic force may attract the bullet and reduce the power of the bullet. Chen Yiming wrapped a pure copper resistor wire around the barrel. When electrons pass around the resistor wire and collide inside the resistor wire, a strong magnet can be formed. The bullet can be accelerated by using the moment when the strong magnet is generated. With the help of special abilities, the production speed is fast. Including the electronic supercharger and other parts and equipment of this gun, it took less than 2 days to make an experimental gun. The new submachine gun, except for the electromagnetic device installed at the barrel, looks a bit thicker, but overall it is quite compact. With the matte black shell, the whole submachine gun looks very technological. Chen Yiming had placed a thickened steel plate against the wall of the warehouse. Behind the steel plate was a 2-meter thick sand wall to prevent excessive force from penetrating the wall and injuring people. In front of the steel plate was a target for testing the power of guns. After completing the safety precautions, Chen Yiming picked up the sample gun and started test firing. Bang! With a burst of fire, the bullet penetrated the target directly and hit the steel plate behind the target. When Chen Yiming arrived at the target position to check, there was only a black hole as thick as a little finger left on the steel plate. The bullet had already penetrated the iron plate and could no longer be seen. This power is many times greater than the power before the modification. If the bullet is modified again, then the power. Thinking of this, Chen Yiming modified the bullet again. It's the same principle as armor-piercing bullets. The bullet is filled with ammunition, and then another bullet is installed on top of the bullet. The bullet modification speed is very fast. A magazine of bullets can be modified in less than half an hour. Chen Yiming picked up the sample gun again, aimed at the target, and fired a burst of shots. Da-da-da. A series of bullets were fired directly. At this time, before Chen Yiming could step forward to check the power of the bullet, the door of the warehouse was pushed open from the outside. Li Tiesuo, Jiang Tingting and others rushed in directly from outside. "Boss, what happened? Why did we hear gunshots outside?" Li Tiesuo, who was exercising, said breathlessly. Seeing everyone's concerned expressions, Chen Yiming suddenly felt warm in his heart. Then he smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm researching new firearms. It's a good opportunity for you to come and see how powerful this gun is." Chapter 46 New Individual Equipment 2. When they heard Chen Yiming say that he was testing the gun, they felt relieved. When we arrived at the target position, we saw sand flowing out on the steel plate with a rustling sound. At this moment, several people instantly lost their composure. "Boss, are you sure this is the bullet hole you just made? This is a 50mm thick steel plate. The power is enough to kill level 3 or 4 zombies and evolved beasts," Lija said in shock. "That's right, the damage was caused by the new submachine gun in my hand," Chen Yiming said, holding up the submachine gun in his hand. When Sun Hao heard that it was the power of the firearm in Chen Yiming's hand, he immediately came up and said, "Really? Boss, let me try. There are not many bullets left. Each of you try firing 2 shots and see how it feels." Chen Yiming handed the submachine gun directly to Sun Hao and said, "Ah, just 2 shots," Sun Hao said with some complaint. "What? If you don't want to, just get out," Chen Yiming said, and kicked Sun Hao on the butt, kicking Sun Hao out. "Haha, this kid deserves a kick." Seeing Sun Hao being kicked out, several people burst into laughter. "Just laugh, and watch me use up all your bullets," Sun Hao said, and fired a few shots at the target. The people who were watching the effect on the side heard a few gunshots, and then saw a few tiny holes appearing on the steel plate. Then, not long after, a few grains of sand flowed out from the gun holes. It was just that Sun Hao only test-fired a few bullets, so the hole in the steel plate was not big. But it was enough to shock everyone. It looked like just an ordinary submachine gun, but the damage it caused was comparable to that of an ordinary sniper rifle. Moreover, judging from Sun Hao's shooting just now, the recoil of the gun was not too great, or even not large. After the last few people tried firing, they were still driven out by Chen Yiming. After closing the door of the warehouse, Chen Yiming continued to debug the electromagnetic acceleration device of the gun, adjusting the electromagnetic device to the optimal speed. After a few more experiments, the small battery in the gun ran out of power. Although the power of the firearm has been improved, it cannot last for a long time. The bullets will run out of power, which is not good. If you want to increase the power, you have to increase the battery capacity. But on the battlefield, it is very inconvenient to carry a battery. In order to make the battery more convenient to carry, Chen Yiming suddenly remembered his black armor. The battery is placed inside the armor in the shape of an armor. This makes it easy to carry the battery and increase defense capabilities. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Chen Yiming did what he thought. He reshaped the battery into the inner lining of the armor. Batteries were installed on the calf and back, and then connected in series through wires. Then install the steel armor on the outside of the battery, and the armor is completed. Finally, when making the helmet of the armor, Chen Yiming disassembled the walkie-talkie, optimized the system, and reinstalled it inside the helmet of the armor. This way, the whole team can talk more conveniently during the battle. At the same time, night vision goggles and anti-gas filters are installed on the helmet's mask. In this way, a complete set of armor is completed. It not only solves the problem of sustained combat of firearms, but also greatly enhances the combat capability of the team. The new type of armor not only has powerful defensive capabilities, but also can fight at night and adapt to more complex situations. The new armor is still made in matte black color, which can effectively absorb light at night and achieve stealth. The helmet of the armor is a large mask, which looks very handsome. Refer to the armor's shape on the cover of the book. The power supply method between the armor and the gun is also quite unique, which is the position where the hand holds the gun handle. As long as you wear armor and hold your hand on the gun handle, the two contact points will be connected, and the gun can be continuously powered. Chen Yiming walked out of the warehouse wearing brand new armor. At this time, everyone in the Galaxy team was doing physical training. The girls were holding a large wooden stake and doing sit-ups. While doing it, they were shouting, 1051, 1052. The men were doing push-ups in another area. They were carrying a big rock on their backs. Li Tiesuo, who was leading everyone to do push-ups, shouted, "If you are a man, use all your strength. If you can't even beat a woman, you are not a man." 1380, 1381. Judging from the situation, both sides are training while calling out orders. Chen Yiming walked straight to Jiang Tingting and said, "Ahem, everyone, pause the training." When Chen Yiming called for a stop, everyone stopped. Sun Hao, who was already panting from exhaustion, saw the armor Chen Yiming was wearing and his eyes immediately lit up. He got up from the ground and walked up to Chen Yiming and said, "Boss, where did you get this armor? It's so cool." However, Chen Yiming had long been accustomed to Sun Hao's character, which was a bad mouth. He did not answer Sun Hao, but continued, "I asked everyone to stop because of this set of armor." The newly developed firearm had to add a set of peripheral equipment due to battery capacity issues, so I also developed this set of armor. Everyone will measure their height, weight, and measurements in a moment, and record the data. I will give everyone a set of this armor. When they heard that everyone had such a set of armor, everyone cheered immediately. Tingding, after everyone's bodies are measured, you take the sizes and go outside to order 2 sets of clothes for each person. 2 sets of combat uniforms and 2 sets of training uniforms. I can't let my soldiers always wear such tattered clothes. It looks ugly," Chen Yiming said in a low voice, glancing at the girls. 5 days later, the custom-made combat uniforms and training uniforms were delivered to the villa, and the brand new weapons and armor were also all completed. The weapons are not limited to submachine guns, even assault rifles, heavy machine guns, and heavy sniper rifles have been upgraded and modified. Because this batch of newly modified weapons all use electromagnetic boost acceleration devices, a ray of electromagnetic blue light will appear at the muzzle every time they are fired. In addition, silencers are installed, which makes the sound very small, so they are uniformly named laser type. The laser silencer submachine gun has a firing rate of 17 rounds per second and a magazine capacity of 40 rounds. The advantage of this type of firearm is that it has a fast firing rate and relatively small recoil. The disadvantage is that it is also relatively weak in power. Laser silenced assault rifle, firing rate of 13 rounds per second, capacity of 40 rounds, emits blue light when shooting, can be used at both long and short distances, and has relatively large recoil. Laser silenced heavy machine gun, firing rate 40 rounds per second, ammunition capacity 200 rounds, advantages, super fast firing rate, huge power. Disadvantages, large recoil, the gun body is too heavy, ordinary people cannot use recoil to kill, only genetically evolved people can use it. Laser silenced anti-tank armor-piercing sniper rifle. Single shot, uses 28mm caliber armor-piercing bullets, can kill level 4 evolution beasts or zombies, and poses a certain threat to level 5 zombies and evolution beasts. Disadvantages, extremely strong recoil, can only be used by level 2 genetic evolutionists. Chapter 47, Exploring the core area of the city ruins. All the team members put on the same camouflage combat uniforms and brand new armor. On the right heart of the armor, there is a mechanically engraved galaxy with 2 bright silver characters, representing the galaxy team. Xia Shui and the new girls who joined the team were all equipped with laser submachine guns. The guns were also matte black in color, and they were carried on the back of the armor, matching the color of the armor and complementing each other. As for Jiang Tingting, although she is usually a quiet girl, she actually chose a heavy machine gun as her main weapon, and also carried an assault rifle on her back. From a distance, she looked like a real war machine. There is also Li Tiesuo. Based on his combat habits, Chen Yiming specially made a protective shield for him to serve as the team's tank and help the team members resist attacks from zombies or evolved beasts. Each of the remaining team members is equipped with a laser-silenced assault rifle. The last one is Chen Yiming, who carries a super heavy laser anti-tank sniper rifle. While serving as the team commander, he can also assist the team and provide remote support. Looking at the fully equipped team, Chen Yiming was still very satisfied with his results. In order to make these equipment, Chen Yiming spent a lot of credit points. Especially in terms of bullets, in order to match the powerful kinetic energy of the firearms, the bullets are made of synthetic titanium steel. The hardness of the bullets is extremely high, which greatly improves the power of the firearms. At the same time, in order to enable the team to attack quickly, 2 troop transport armored vehicles were specially modified. The main function of the armored vehicle is to carry combatants, so it is not equipped with weapons. Instead, it has 6 doors on both sides and a rear opening door. The number of passengers is 10. When a battle occurs, the combatants can quickly get out of the armored vehicle and respond quickly to join the battle. Finally, there is a large cargo transport vehicle. When you go out to explore for supplies, you can bring back the spoils. In this way, 2 armored personnel carriers, a large truck, and the Galaxy, a total of 4 vehicles of the Galaxy team headed straight towards the city gate. After leaving the Blue Shield City gathering place, we headed towards the city ruins. This city ruins, before the apocalypse, was a large city at the provincial capital level. In the core area of the city, there is a large high-tech industrial park. And Chen Yiming's main goal this time is to sweep away the things in those high-tech industrial parks. The precision machining machine tools in the high-tech industrial park, various high-tech research and development areas, and the hard disk data in the computer are all Chen Yiming's main targets. Because the target this time was the core area of the city ruins, we set out early. It was not yet noon when the team arrived at the city ruins. Chen Yiming, wearing a battle armor, spoke into the microphone inside the helmet. All members of the team, stop the car and take a temporary rest. Hurry up and replenish your food. Once we enter the ruins of the city, there will be no time to eat and rest. We must find a suitable safe place before dark. Following Chen Yiming's order, the convoy began to slowly stop at the side of the road, and everyone immediately opened the visors of their helmets. When we went out to fight, we only had vegetarian biscuits and a bottle of mineral water. Everything was done to save time. 15 minutes later, the team set off again. As the team's main combat vehicle, the Galaxy led the way in front of the convoy. 2 modified troop transport armored vehicles were in the middle, and the cargo trucks were at the rear. If an unpredictable danger occurred, the trucks could be abandoned at any time, and the driver's somehow could be picked up, so that the team could evacuate quickly without turning around. Soon, the team passed through the outskirts of the city ruins and entered the central area directly. At this time, all the weapons on the Galaxy tank were already in the open state. Two super heavy machine guns were mounted on the roof of the tank. On both sides of the tank, 4 rocket launchers were also extended. 4 drones kept circling in the sky, observing the dynamic situation near the team at any time. Once the zombies were discovered, they could respond quickly. Dodging large zombie hordes and other combat teams along the way, we finally arrived at our target location, the Haihe Road High-Tech Industrial Park in Jiahai City. This is a virtual address. Any similarity is purely coincidental. The High-Tech Industrial Park is not a small community as imagined, but the entire area of Jiahai City. The area of the industrial park is very large, much larger than that of an ordinary county town. On both sides of the street, there are high-rise buildings and office buildings with more than 100 floors. However, after all these years, no one has taken care of them, and the appearance of the buildings has lost its former glory and turned gray. On the street, the galaxy, relying on its own powerful power, directly knocked away the vehicles blocking the road and forcibly created a passage on the street. But compared with the tall buildings on both sides of the street, it seems extremely small. Suddenly, a large factory area was discovered in the drone surveillance footage of the galaxy. On the gate of the factory area was a plaque that read Jiahai City Super Photonic Computer Service Center. When Chen Yiming saw the big words, Super Photonic Computer Service Center, he became excited instantly. On Earth before the time travel, supercomputers provided computing services for many industries at the same time. The hard disks inside stored all kinds of world-class advanced scientific and technological information. However, in the factory area of the Super Photon Computer Service Center, there are countless zombies wandering around. Judging from the size of the zombies, there are many level 5 zombies, and there may even be level 6 zombies. Damn it, I can't care about that. I'll just go and take a look at this situation first. Thinking of this, Chen Yiming said directly to the microphone of the armor, "Open the full channel call. All team members, enter combat status and be ready to fight at any time." As he spoke, Chen Yiming turned the steering wheel and the galaxy rushed towards the factory area. Before the team arrived at the supercomputer factory, the zombies inside had already heard the noise outside and rushed towards the team with roars. The sight of that densely packed swarm of zombies makes one's scalp tingle. Abandon the truck. The driver immediately gets into the armored vehicle, uses the armored vehicle as cover, and fires with all his strength. Seeing the zombies rushing out of the factory gate, Chen Yiming immediately gave the order. However, the girls, who were participating in a battle for the first time, seemed to be frightened out of their wits. Before the zombies got close to the convoy, someone started shooting indiscriminately. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Now, as soon as someone opened fire first, the entire team became a little uneasy, especially when facing such a densely packed and countless swarms of zombies. Who could remain calm and composed and deal with it calmly? Damn it, who is shooting randomly? Wait until the zombies get closer before firing to save bullets. Seeing the chaos in the team, Chen Yiming immediately shouted loudly into the microphone. Chapter 48, Fierce Battle. Damn it, who is shooting randomly? Wait until the zombies get closer before firing to save bullets. Seeing the chaos in the team, Chen Yiming immediately shouted loudly into the microphone. However, as soon as Chen Yiming finished shouting, he realized that something was wrong. The zombies rushing out of the factory began to fall in droves. Sometimes, a bullet could penetrate the heads of several zombies in a dense crowd, causing them to fall in a line. At this moment, Chen Yiming remembered that the team's guns were all modified laser type. The power was many times greater than that of ordinary firearms. This distance would not reduce the power of the bullet at all. As long as your shooting skills were accurate enough, the power of the submachine gun was comparable to that of an ordinary sniper rifle. Everyone aim at the zombies' heads, don't attack randomly. Chen Yiming immediately changed the order and asked the team members to aim at the zombies' heads. Among the zombies, a level 3 armored zombie waved its huge fist and rushed towards the convoy. The ordinary zombies nearby were directly knocked away by the armored zombie. However, the third-level armored corpse had just rushed out of the factory gate not far when it was hit by a blast of bullets and turned into a hornet's nest, becoming deader than dead. Seeing the third-level armored corpse being shot dead, the team's morale became even stronger. Li Tiesua rushed out of the armored vehicle, put his shield on his back, picked up a heavy laser machine gun, and fired wildly at the corpses. Come on! Da-da-da. Li Tiesuo was shouting madly while firing a heavy machine gun. As if infected by Li Tiesuo's passion, veteran team members who had experienced battles rushed out of the armored vehicles one by one, stood in a row, and kept shooting at the zombies. Although all the guns of the entire team are equipped with silencers, it does not mean that the guns will be silent after the silencers are installed. Despite such intensive and continuous shooting, the zombies in the factory were completely alarmed. The howling of zombies instantly attracted more zombies, which surrounded the Galaxy team's location. Groups of zombies appeared from all directions. If the team continued to stay in this position, they might be surrounded by the zombies. Everyone, get in the cars and get ready to rush into the factory to find shelter, Chen Yiming shouted loudly into the microphone. At the command, the squad's combatants immediately split into two groups. The first group immediately ceased fire and turned to enter the armored vehicle. After the first team entered the armored vehicle, they continued to attack from the window to provide cover for the second team. Then the second team members immediately put away their weapons and turned to enter the armored vehicle. After all the team members entered the armored vehicles, Chen Yiming drove the Galaxy and rushed straight to the location of the zombies at the factory gate. The weight of the Galaxy was more than 20 tons. The ordinary zombies were just like straws in front of the Galaxy, and they were directly crushed by the zombies. The second-level zombies mixed in the zombies were also directly knocked away by the Galaxy. He led the team straight through the crowd of zombies and into the factory. Chen Yiming's target was the office building not far from the factory gate. As long as he occupied the office building, he could use the wall of the office building as a cover. However, just as the Galaxy rushed into the factory gate, a giant zombie over 6 meters tall came out from behind the office building. Bang! Bang! More than 6 meters tall as a 2-story building, every time the giant zombie moved, the ground would shake slightly. The zombie's heavy footsteps were 2 or 3 meters away with each step, and they moved very fast. However, the team's chariot had just rushed through the factory gate, and was still a certain distance away from the office building. At this time, Chen Yiming directly opened the skylight of the Galaxy and crawled out from the skylight carrying a super-heavy sniper rifle. Even though the team was only 200 meters away from the level 6 zombie, every time the Galaxy chariot moved forward, it crushed ordinary zombies, making the car very unstable and shaking continuously. Bang! With a gunshot, Chen Yiming's laser anti-tank sniper rifle finally opened fire. The 28mm caliber bullet had a huge recoil. Even Chen Yiming's second-level genetic evolution physique couldn't help but shrug his shoulders back. However, the bullet did not hit the level 6 zombie, but directly hit the office building behind the zombie. The powerful force of the bullet directly pierced a large hole in the wall of the office building, as thick as an arm. Oh! It seemed that Chen Yiming's shot angered the level 6 evolved zombie. The evolved zombie put a sturdy arm in front of him as a shield, then bent his waist slightly and rushed towards the direction of the Galaxy team. The zombies moved very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed out dozens of meters away. The zombies along the way were directly knocked away by the level 6 evolved zombies. The violent scene of the level 6 zombie made Chen Yiming tremble with fear. If this zombie crashed into the Galaxy, it would directly break the Galaxy apart. Chen Yiming's hands moved very fast, and he immediately pulled the bolt of the sniper rifle. A shell slipped out of the barrel and fell into the tank through the skylight. Then Chen Yiming pushed the bolt hard, and the sniper rifle was loaded with bullets. Bang! The sniper rifle opened fire instantly. This series of actions was extremely smooth, without any delay. Oh! The level 6 zombie let out a crazy roar, as if it felt pain. At this moment, a huge hole appeared on the arm of the level 6 zombie that was used as a shield. Dark purple corpse blood was oozing out from the wound on the arm. Under the attack of the sniper rifle, the zombies began to become more crazy. After a roar, they rushed towards the team at a faster speed. Fuck! Seeing the zombies moving faster, Chen Yiming cursed loudly. But his hands did not slow down. He quickly pulled the bolt and loaded the bullet. Bang! This time, the bullet hit the level 6 zombie's head directly. The level 6 zombie that was charging madly suddenly lost control of his body, fell directly to the ground, and slid forward for a distance before stopping completely. However, in such a large factory with so many zombies gathered, how could there be only one level 3 zombie and one level 6 zombie? It was just that these two zombies were closest to the factory gate and rushed in first. After this level 6 zombie fell, the howling sounds of countless high-level zombies could be heard again in the factory. The howling sounds of high-level zombies were different from those of ordinary zombies. The howls of ordinary zombies are just like hoarse roars, but the roars of advanced zombies are extremely penetrating, hitting the heart directly, making people feel terrified when they hear them. These howling sounds were like death warrants, and Chen Yiming's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Chapter 49, Gain Buff. Everyone, full speed ahead, follow me! Chen Yiming shouted, stepped on the accelerator of the galaxy to the bottom, and rushed towards the factory's office building. When Chen Yiming was driving the galaxy for the final sprint, more zombies rushed out from behind the office building. Among the zombies, there were many level 2 and 3 zombies, and there were even 3 level 6 zombies. Charge, don't stop! Chen Yiming shouted loudly into the microphone. However, among these 3 level 6 zombies, there is a special level 6 zombie. This level 6 zombie only had one arm, the left hand. At the shoulder of the right arm was a small gun-like object, which emitted a green fluorescent light. What kind of zombie is this? When Chen Yiming saw this special zombie, he immediately had a bad feeling. Chen Yiming had never seen this kind of zombie before. Even the zombies in the blue shield gathering place were not explained in the data. When Chen Yiming saw this special zombie, he immediately had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, a fist-sized ball was ejected directly from the right shoulder of the level 6 alien zombie. The ball was not launched very quickly, and it was emitting a bright green light. It was shooting in a parabolic trajectory towards the direction of the convoy. Instinctively, Chen Yiming turned the direction sharply and avoided the ball emitting green fluorescence. The moment the ball landed on the ground, an explosion occurred, forming a huge green smoke that quickly spread around. When the smoke was about to come into contact with the hull of the galaxy, a hissing sound came from the surface of the car body and specks of white smoke emerged. The moment he saw the white smoke rising, Chen Yiming instantly realized that this green fluorescent ball had extremely strong corrosive effects. All team members stop shooting. This green smoke is poisonous. Close the car windows immediately. Chen Yiming, who was rushing in the front, immediately shouted loudly into the microphone. Fortunately, the team was not far from the office building. Almost in an instant, the team arrived in front of the factory office building. In front of the office building, there was a staircase leading to the building. However, Chen Yiming did not have time to get out of the car and walk up the stairs. Instead, he stepped on the accelerator and the galaxy chariot rushed directly up the stairs, smashing the glass door of the office building's entrance hall, and then rushed directly into the office building. Then, the 2 armored troop carriers following behind the galaxy also rushed in, knocking things in the lobby of the office building into the air. After stopping the car, Chen Yiming immediately rushed down from the galaxy and ran quickly towards the stairs. While running, he shouted, "Everyone, hurry upstairs. The first floor is not safe." It must be said that a company that owns a super photon computer is very powerful. The office building alone is more than 30 stories high. If Chen Yiming was not a second-level gene evolver, these 30 floors would be enough for Chen Yiming to climb for a while. Chen Yiming climbed to the roof and looked down from the roof. The area around the office building was already filled with countless zombies, with an estimated number of as many as 1,000 or 2,000 zombies. The 6th-level alien zombie was found from the crowd of corpses. At this time, the zombie fired another spherical shell. The fluorescent sphere exploded directly on the 4th floor of the office building. The green mist spread rapidly, corroding any part of the building that came into contact with it. In just a few seconds, the decorative glass on the surface of the building was corroded and shattered, exposing the inner wall structure. If this alien zombie is allowed to continue attacking, it will not be long before the office building is corroded by the highly corrosive fog, becoming too fragile and may even collapse in the end. Without time to think, Chen Yiming raised his heavy anti-tank sniper rifle, aimed the crosshairs at the head of the alien zombie through the scope, and then gently pulled the trigger. Bang! A 28mm caliber bullet was fired from the barrel of the sniper rifle and directly penetrated the head of the alien zombie. Through the sniper rifle's scope, Chen Yiming could see that the blood flowing from this alien zombie was actually green. The green blood sprayed on the ground, and even the ground began to emit bursts of white smoke. This shows how corrosive this zombie's blood is. At this time, the members of the Galaxy team had already climbed to the 10th floor, found a seat near the window, and began shooting frantically at the zombies outside. All of a sudden, the corpses under the office building began to fall down in groups. Bang! Bang! Chen Yiming was on the rooftop, also firing continuously, specifically picking out the high-level zombies of level 5 and 6 in the group of corpses for sniping. At this moment, something strange happened again. A low roar was heard in the factory behind the office building. The roar didn't sound loud, but it felt like it struck the soul. Although the sound was not loud, it felt like it was clearly heard. Then, after the roar, the zombies surrounding the office building suddenly became more frantic, as if they had received some kind of order, and even their movements became much faster. They rushed into the office building even more frantically. "Report to the boss, the ammunition is almost used up, what should we do, boss?" Li Tiesuo, who was guarding the stairs to block the zombie invasion, shouted loudly into the intercom of the armor. "How many bullets are left?" "Reporting to the boss, I still have 400 rounds of bullets in my heavy machine gun, and my brother's rifles have probably less than 300 rounds of bullets left," Li Tiesuo replied loudly. "Female Special Forces team, how much ammunition is left?" Chen Yiming asked on the intercom. After waiting for about 5 or 6 seconds, Jiang Tingning replied on the intercom. "Report to the boss, the Women's Special Forces team has a total of about 1,500 bullets left, so the ammunition is still sufficient." "Okay, take a few people with you to support the Men's Special Forces team and help them defend the stairs. They don't have much ammunition left," Chen Yiming commanded on the intercom. After arranging the tactics, Chen Yiming began to worry again. What Chen Yiming was worried about was not how much ammunition was left, but what was going on with that special zombie's roar. At this time, Chen Yiming put down the sniper rifle in his hand and started operating the screen on his wrist, controlling the drone to fly towards the factory building to find out what kind of zombies made that sound that could make all the zombies go crazy in an instant. This is simply a Halo-like gain buff. If we can't get rid of that zombie, it will be a big trouble sooner or later. Chapter 50 Sniper. As the drone got closer to the factory, the drone's images appeared on the wristband screen. Behind the factory's office building is a large row of factory buildings. This type of factory building is not a simple steel structure like ordinary factory buildings, but a tall concrete building that looks very solid. The drone circled around the rows of factory buildings and did not find any special zombies or any special situations. How come there is nothing? This shouldn't be the case. The sound came from the direction of the factory. Thinking of this, Chen Yiming still controlled the drone without giving up and flew around the row of factories again. But this time, Chen Yiming lowered the flying altitude of the drone and searched more thoroughly. At this moment, Li Tiesuo's voice came from Zhang Jia's earphones. "Boss, think of a solution quickly. These zombies are too crazy. We have already pulled them to the 20th floor, but the zombies are still rushing up like crazy." After hearing Li Tiesuo's report, Chen Yiming knew that it must be that special voice that was causing trouble, making the zombie group even more crazy and bloodthirsty. "Hold on, give me some time," Chen Yiming said on the intercom. Suddenly, Chen Yiming saw a man in a white work suit sitting on a chair and eating something in the drone's image. However, the white work suit was already stained with blood and became filthy. How come there are still people alive in this factory? Chen Yiming was puzzled and pointed the drone camera at the man. As the drone camera zoomed in, it became clear that the person sitting on the chair was also a zombie. This zombie looked like an ordinary zombie, wearing clothes from before the apocalypse. But this zombie's behavior was completely different from the other zombies. It was sitting on a broken chair, eating rotten meat that it had gotten from nowhere, and its clothes were covered with dirty blood from the rotten meat. While eating, the zombie's scarlet eyes kept looking towards the factory's office building, revealing a hint of excitement. Seeing the zombie's every move, Chen Yiming felt his back soaked with cold sweat. He felt a sense of fear not only for this unknown zombie, but for the whole world. What does it mean that zombies have wisdom and the ability to command other zombies? The previous zombie tide was just the zombies gathering together instinctively to attack human shelters for food. But what about the zombies now that they have a leader? Can they deliberately attack some weak shelters and kill all the humans in the shelters? Now, Chen Yiming had no time to think about more things. The main goal now was to destroy this special zombie. Only by destroying this zombie could the zombies under the office building return to normal. However, in order to destroy this special zombie, Chen Yiming faced a situation. It's not a question of how far away the zombie is, but that the zombie is hiding behind the factory building and Chen Yiming has no way to aim at it. And judging from the appearance of the factory, there must be a lot of things inside. No matter how powerful the sniper bullet is, it is estimated that it is difficult to penetrate the two walls of the factory and then accurately kill this special zombie. How to kill this special zombie has become the most important problem now. Chen Yiming was on the rooftop, holding up a heavy sniper rifle and shooting at the special zombies in seconds. Although he had the drone footage and knew the approximate location of the zombies behind the factory was too large, so Chen Yiming could not accurately determine the exact location of the zombies. Helplessly, Chen Yiming had to find a way to bypass the factory and snipe from other positions. Standing on the roof and looking down, I saw a steel drainage pipe that went straight to the first floor. Chen Yiming put the sniper rifle directly behind his back, then flipped over from the roof to the outside of the wall. He grabbed a drain pipe on the wall of the building with both hands and slid down the drain pipe quickly. When the height was about to reach the bottom of the building, Chen Yiming tapped lightly on the wristband screen. The Galaxy, which was originally parked in the lobby on the first floor, started up instantly. It accelerated and reversed, and the chariot ran over the zombies and rushed out of the building. Then it rushed towards the direction where Chen Yiming was. When the chariot arrived at the position below, Chen Yiming let go of the drain pipe with both hands and jumped onto the roof of the Galaxy. He went directly into the Galaxy chariot through the skylight on the roof. With a step on the accelerator, the Galaxy made a path through the zombie swarm and went around to the back of the factory. But when the chariot just rushed out of the zombies and had not yet bypassed the factory building, the zombie hiding behind the factory building seemed to have discovered something. After a fierce roar, the zombies that were besieging the office building turned around in an instant and chased after Chen Yiming's chariot. At the same time, Chen Yiming saw on the computer screen of Galaxy that the special zombie had stood up from its chair and was running away to the other side of the factory. Although this special zombie looked the same as an ordinary zombie, it moved very fast and was very agile. It hid in the factory and refused to meet Chen Yiming. Although the chariot was fast, it was huge in size. In the factory area, it was difficult for it to catch up with the special zombie for a while. Damn, there are actually zombies that are so afraid of death. Seeing that this special zombie actually knew how to escape, Chen Yiming, who was driving to chase it, was so angry that he laughed. After chasing around the factory area for several rounds, Chen Yiming suddenly thought of a solution. When the tank passed a ladder outside the wall, Chen Yiming climbed out directly from the skylight, and then climbed up to the roof of the factory along the ladder outside the factory. After setting up the gun on the roof of the factory, Chen Yiming controlled the Galaxy chariot to start automatic driving, chasing this special zombie around the factory area. Suddenly, at the corner of another row of factory buildings, a sneaky zombie came around from the corner, then lay down in the corner and stared at the Galaxy chariot. However, the zombie did not notice Chen Yiming lying on the roof. Bang! With a gunshot, this special zombie had no time to react before the bullet blew its head into a rotten watermelon, making it deader than dead. The moment this special zombie fell, the group of zombies that were madly chasing the Galaxy chariot suddenly stopped as a whole and began to stand there in a daze. After a while, a few high-level zombies smelled the scent of living people in the air, and then they followed the direction of the scent and walked towards Chen Yiming's position. Chapter 51 Night Raid. At this time, the team members who were hiding in the office building, no longer threatened by zombies, also rushed out of the office building. Da-da-da. The submachine gun fired continuously, and the zombies, which numbered less than 1,000, began to fall down in large numbers again. At this time, Chen Yiming also stood up from the roof of the factory. Bang! With a gunshot, a level 5 zombie in the crowd of zombies had its head blown open and then fell to the ground. Click! There was the sound of a bolt being pulled, and the sniper rifle was loaded again. Bang! Another high-level zombie was killed. Boss, that level 6 armored corpse is mine, don't fight with me for it. Li Tiesuo shouted loudly and rushed forward with a heavy machine gun. However, before Li Tiesuo could finish his words, another gunshot rang out, and the bullet made a big hole in the head of the level 6 armored corpse, and then the corpse slowly fell to the ground. At this time, Chen Yiming asked, "What's wrong? What did you say just now?" Soon, without the control of the special zombies, the zombie group was quickly cleared out by the team. Looking at the zombie corpses all over the ground, with no living zombies left, everyone relaxed immediately. However, the countless corpses of zombies mixed with black blood made the girl, who was participating in a battle for the first time, vomit. The girl relaxed, opened the mask on her armor, bent down and vomited. Vomit. Seeing this kind of scene during his first battle, Chen Yiming did not blame the girls. Instead, he ordered Li Tiesua and others to move the zombies to one side for disposal. Ordinary zombies can just be dragged aside and piled up. However, those advanced zombies need to be dealt with separately. Especially the special zombie that can control zombies and the zombie that can fire corrosive bombs. These two zombies are of great research value to the study of virus evolution. While the other soldiers were cleaning up the zombies' bodies, Chen Yiming went straight to a factory location. At this time, the door of the factory was open, and various electronic equipment were densely placed inside. In the middle of some electronic equipment was a super huge generator set, which was used as a backup power source for the supercomputer. This generator set is not what Chen Yiming wants most for the time being. I looked around at several small townhouses, and found that they were mostly used to serve supercomputers, as well as fiber optic base stations and other miscellaneous equipment. Finally, Chen Yiming went straight to the super large factory building at the back. However, at this time, the steel gate of the factory was locked, and ordinary people could not get in. But this little problem was too simple for Chen Yiming. He placed his palm on the electronic door lock, and the supernatural power began to mobilize quickly. The lock tongue that locked the door was directly melted by the supernatural power, changing its original shape. Then Chen Yiming gently pushed the door, and the heavy steel door was easily pushed open. Inside the warehouse, there were rows of server units and hard disk units. On the shell of the server units, there were large characters written, Deep Sea Number 1 Super Optical Computer. These things may not even be as good as scrap iron for others. Scrap iron can be used to make defensive weapons such as knives, but this service is not as good as steel. However, for Chen Yiming, these things were like treasures. As long as he could repair the damaged hard drive of the supercomputer, he could read the high-tech data in the hard drive. At the same time, he could also use his supernatural powers to repair the super optical computer. He could even copy and learn the production method of the optical computer. Chen Yiming almost drooled as he gently stroked the chassis of the super photon computer server. But then, a very important problem was placed in front of Chen Yiming, that is, how to transport such a large super photon computer. Based on their current team's situation, they could not transport it even if they were asked to transport it 10 times. At this moment, Li Tiesuo's voice came from the headset in the armor. "Boss, the zombie bodies have been dealt with. What should we do next?" "Okay, wait for me, I'll be right there." When Chen Yiming came out, the zombies outside had been classified and sorted. The ordinary zombies were thrown into a pile. There were dozens of high-level zombies, all laid flat on the ground. "Boss, these high-level zombies can be sold for a lot of money when they are transported back to the gathering place. At least it will be enough to cover the cost of the ammunition we consumed this time," Lija said from the side. "It's not enough, it's far from enough. Our ammunition consumption will be even greater in the future," Chen Yiming said. "So much ammunition is not enough? Boss, you are going to empty the arsenal of Blue Shield City," the chatterbox Sun Hao said from the side. "I plan to move the team's base here. How much ammunition do you think I will need?" "What? Jianghai City had a population of more than 10 million before the apocalypse. Even after more than 6 years of the apocalypse, the team has been constantly exploring the ruins, and the remaining zombies are close to 5 million. Building a team base in the ruins, boss, you are not kidding." Gao Bing, who had just finished organizing his equipment, spoke out in shock. Even Jiang Tingting and others came over when they heard that Chen Yiming planned to set up his base in the ruins of the city. "Boss, are you really planning to place our base in the ruins of the city?" Lu Xiaoyu asked again with some disbelief. "There is such a plan, but not now." Everyone was relieved when they heard Chen Yiming say that they were not going to build a base in the ruins right away. As long as they did not build a base in the ruins now, everything would be fine in the future. "It's getting late, everyone, hurry up and prepare defensive measures, we'll stay here tonight." As he spoke, Chen Yiming began to arrange personnel to conduct a thorough search inside the office building, clearing out all the fish that slipped through the net in the building. This office building would be used as the team's temporary base. At the same time, they found several abandoned vehicles in the factory and blocked the factory gate, leaving only one road open for traffic, so that they could leave themselves an escape route in case of special circumstances late at night. There were 3 people on night watch. They stood at the staircase entrance on the 10th floor of the office building, one looking ahead, one looking behind, and one guarding the staircase entrance. At night, it was the turn of Gao Bing, Lu Xiaoyu and number 3 from the female special forces team to stand guard. Gao Bing, come and take a look, what is that? Lu Xiaoyu from the female special forces team suddenly called out to Gao Bing. What is that? Gao Bing came to the window and looked outside. In the dark night, I saw 2 pupils floating in the air, like shuttles, approaching the office building little by little. And the glowing pupils became clearer and closer. Almost subconsciously, Gao Bing immediately shouted at the top of his voice. Zombie attack! Chapter 52, City Lord visits. Outside the gathering place, even when the team is resting at night, they all sleep in their clothes to prevent any emergencies. When Gao Bing shouted, Chen Yiming was the first to rush out of the tent. What's wrong? Chen Yiming rushed out and ran directly to the window and asked. At this moment, all members of the team were awakened from their sleep and rushed out with weapons in their arms. Where are the zombies? The team member who rushed out later ran over and asked loudly. Boss, look there, Gao Bing said as he pointed out the window. Outside the window, I saw a pair of glowing eyes like shuttles floating in the air, staring at the office building motionlessly. Chen Yiming turned on the night vision function on his armor mask and saw clearly. Outside the office building, a cat over 5 meters long was crouching, ready to attack at any time. It might be because Gao Bing suddenly shouted that it didn't rush to attack. This evolved beast can only be said to be a feline at present. After evolving, it is impossible to tell whether it is a cat or a tiger. Putting the heavy sniper rifle on the window, Chen Yiming fired directly. Bang! After firing a shot, Chen Yiming put away his sniper rifle, patted Gao Bing on the shoulder, and said, Continue to stand guard. Call me if you need anything. After finishing speaking, Chen Yiming turned around and said to the team members who had just rushed over. The matter has been resolved, go back to sleep. TSK, after all this fuss, it was just a false alarm. The team member who arrived later said this, and then returned to the convertible to continue sleeping. Have a peaceful night. The next morning, Chen Yiming got up early and went directly to the main computer room of the Deep Sea No. 1 super optical computer. Although he couldn't move the entire super optical computer away, Chen Yiming could still search the data in the hard drive. Following the host line of the Deep Sea No. 1 super optical computer, Chen Yiming first found the memory server of the optical computer. This memory server is a crucial step. The functions of the memory server and the hard disk server are different. The memory server is equivalent to the memory bar of a home computer, while the hard disk server is equivalent to the hard disk of the computer. Only after finding the computer's memory server can we then find the corresponding technical information based on the memory data and determine which separate server it is stored in. The memory server needs to store real-time data with the photon computer, so it is the server closest to the computer core, so it is easier to find. Chen Yiming quickly found a memory server next to the host. At this time, the memory server was similar to the used electronic parts at the spare parts station, and was also in a damaged state. After connecting the various data cables of the server to the Galaxy's onboard computer, Chen Yiming began to use his special powers to quickly repair the memory server. Soon, a small part of the data was repaired and displayed on the Galaxy's optical computer. However, the Galaxy's onboard computer was just an ordinary computer, and its computing speed was incomparable to that of the Deep Sea No. 1 super photon computer. The complicated data calculations caused the Galaxy's computer to enter a full-load computing state, and the computer's cooling fan also began to run at full speed, making a buzzing sound. Fortunately, the computer of the Galaxy was modified by Chen Yiming, and it had 3 CPUs operating simultaneously, so it barely did not crash. After a while, some data from the memory server was solved. On the Galaxy's computer screen, some data codes and some codes indicating the data storage location were displayed. What Chen Yiming is looking for now is the technology storage server for some new energy, or heavy weapons. As long as the server storing the technical data is found, the server can be moved back to the gathering place and slowly studied. After checking the connection codes in the server bit by bit, I finally found the words Nuclear Power Plant Construction Project in a connection code. It turns out that the nuclear power plant in Jiahai City was technically developed in Jiahai City before it was built, so the hard drive of the Deep Sea No. 1 supercomputer contains the technical information of the nuclear power plant. As for whether the technology will be leaked, supercomputers are not affordable for individuals. Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, these supercomputers were all state-owned. Nuclear power plants are also state-level projects, so there is no need to worry about the leakage of technical information. But no one expected that the end of the world would suddenly break out one day, and these technologies would become available to others. However, Chen Yiming's Galaxy team just happened to have 2 boxes of nuclear fuel rods. When he saw this technical connection code, Chen Yiming was instantly tempted. Following the connection code, I found the code of the hard disk storage server number 00124. With the server code, Chen Yiming began to look for storage server number 00124. Finally, in a corner of the computer room, he found hard disk server number 00124. The next thing was easy to solve. Just remove server number 00124 from the supercomputer array and then seal this supercomputer room again. Although a supercomputer is not even as good as scrap metal to other people, Chen Yiming would still be heartbroken if something else broke in and destroyed the things inside. After sealing the computer room of Deep Sea No. 1, Chen Yiming led his team, pulled 2 servers and the corpses of high-level zombies, and began to return to the gathering place. However, due to the team's limited transportation capacity, they only took the bodies of a few high-level zombies, and the rest were all piled up in an abandoned warehouse. Back at the villa compound in Blue Shield City, it was already getting dark. But this couldn't stop Chen Yiming's enthusiasm for technology. In the warehouse, Chen Yiming directly connected the 2 servers to the Galaxy's onboard computer and immediately entered a frantic state of study and work. Nuclear power generation technology is a kind of super energy. Many people know the basic principle, which is that the fission of nuclear fuel, uranium, generates high temperature, and then the high temperature is used to heat water to boil. The boiling water vapor then drives the impeller to drive the generator set to generate electricity. Chen Yiming is now working hard on nuclear power, with the goal of making nuclear power plants small enough to be installed on mechas, so that the mechas can have a longer endurance. Therefore, the traditional nuclear power method needs to be advanced. Just when Chen Yiming was concentrating on studying nuclear power technology information, someone knocked on the warehouse door. "Come in. Boss, the city lord said he has something important to discuss with you and is waiting for you in the hall," Li Tiesua said. "City lord? It's so late, what does he want to see me for?" Chen Yiming was a little confused, but he still put down the work in his hands and walked towards the living room of the villa. Chapter 53 Nuclear Power Research. "Hey, how come City Lord Ke has time to come here?" In the living room of the villa, as soon as they met, Chen Yiming smiled and said, "After all, the other party is the City Lord, and face should be given." "Haha, Brother Chen, I'm sorry to bother you so late. I really have something to talk to you about. I heard that you hunted down level 6 evolved zombies in the city ruins?" When Ke Jianjun saw Chen Yiming coming over, he immediately stood up and said with a smile. Not to mention anything else, although Chen Yiming's team has a small number of people, they just hunted a level 5 evolved beast not long ago, and killed a level 6 zombie today. This strength is not comparable to that of ordinary teams. "Well, we killed a few of them, and they are probably still in the truck," Chen Yiming said calmly. After hearing Chen Yiming say how many zombies he had killed, it was Ke Jianjun's turn to get upset. "What? There are not just one level 6 zombie, but several," Ke Jianjun said in shock. "Yes, there are 4 level 6 evolved zombies in total. 2 of them are special zombies. Brother Chen, to be honest, I came here today because of the matter of the level 6 zombies. As you know, the current genetic evolution potion is only at level 1 at best. So I want to purchase the corpse of your level 6 evolved zombie and use it to research more advanced genetic evolution potions." Ke Jianjun directly stated his purpose and objective. Genetic medicine is also a means for humans to fight zombies and evolved beasts. As long as there are more advanced genetic evolutionary medicines, humans can give birth to more advanced genetic evolutionists. Chen Yiming thought about it briefly, then said, City Lord Ke, I can give you the corpses of the zombies, and even provide you with more advanced evolved zombies. But I have one request, that is, you must give me a copy of the research results, and I must also have the priority to purchase the latest genetic evolution potion. Well, although I am the mayor of the gathering place, I do not have the right to make the final decision on this matter. Let me go back and hold a meeting to study it. If possible, I will give you a reply tomorrow. What do you think? Jianjun thought for a moment, and then spoke out. Okay, I'll wait for your results tomorrow. Okay, then we'll see you tomorrow. After seeing Jianjun off, Chen Yiming returned to the warehouse and took a look at the biological gene research equipment piled in the corner. It seemed that he could not only think about researching weapons in the future, but also keep up with the research on biological evolution. The road ahead is long and arduous. Turning his gaze back, Chen Yiming continued his research on nuclear power. Suddenly, Chen Yiming, who was studying the construction and principles of nuclear power, clicked on a file in a corner and found that it contained some experimental data on nuclear fusion power generation. Nuclear fusion power generation is several levels higher than nuclear fission technology. When Chen Yiming saw the experimental data of nuclear fusion, he immediately decided to continue to develop this controllable nuclear fusion power generation device. If you want to make nuclear power plants smaller and micronized, you must get rid of the high temperature of nuclear fission and reduce the cooling equipment of the power plant. However, without high temperature water, the impeller of the generator cannot be driven, so only controlled nuclear fusion technology can be used. Nuclear fusion is when lighter atoms combine to form heavier atoms and lose mass. According to the relativity principle of mass, E equals mc2, the lost mass will be converted into energy. 1 kilogram of nuclear fusion reaction can release S2n power of energy. That is, 1 kilogram of nuclear fusion reaction can provide electricity for a city for up to 1 month. The energy released is very huge. Among the reaction materials of nuclear fusion, apart from some seed radiation, the main substances are water vapor and water, which is a very effective light source. And the reaction materials of nuclear fusion can be said to be inexhaustible, which are the isotopes of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium, which are simply the substances after the decomposition of water molecules. Chen Yiming stayed in the warehouse, studying information until very late, and only returned to the villa when he was too sleepy. The next morning, before Chen Yiming woke up, Jianjun came to his house again. Haha, Brother Chen, we held a group meeting last night. As for your request, there's no problem in giving priority to the finished gene evolution liquid. But we also spent a lot of money to research this research result, you see. Having said that, Jianjun, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, did not continue speaking, but waited for Chen Yiming's attitude. Lord Ke, from what you said, it's good that you spend a lot of money on research, but these level 6 zombies are not easy to deal with. Especially among these 4 level 6 zombies, there is a special commanding zombie. I think you should know the value of its research, Chen Yiming said. What? Command-type zombies? Upon hearing about command-type zombies, Jianjun immediately stood up from the sofa with a look of shock on his face. Yes, that's right. Okay, we agree to your terms. But the commanding zombie must be handed over to us. At this point, Jianjun thought for a moment, and continued. You also know that the current mecha technology has reached a bottleneck, and the level of human evolution is far lower than that of zombies and evolved beasts. Now that zombies are evolving again, the living space for humans will become smaller and smaller. So I hope that when the gathering place is in trouble and you have the ability, you can help as much as possible. Well, I will definitely help if I can. But I also have something I want to ask you for help, Chen Yiming said with a smile. The two reached an agreement on the deal. Not long after Jianjun left again, Chen Yiming also set off again. Chen Yiming drove the galaxy and took all the nuclear fuel rods to the Black Dragon City gathering place. His purpose was to purchase some machines for researching controlled nuclear fusion. This time, Chen Yiming did not bring any team members with him, but went on the journey alone. When the galaxy chariot approached the Black Dragon City gathering place, Chen Yiming called Zhou Runlong. Hello, who is this? Zhou Runlong answered the phone in a flat tone. Brother Zhou, it's me, Chen Yiming. After Chen Yiming finished speaking, the person on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, and then said loudly, Oh, it's Brother Chen. You haven't called me since the last transaction. I wonder what's the matter with you calling me this time? Brother Joe, you have such a bad memory. Didn't I tell you during the last transaction that I still have some nuclear fuel? I wonder if Brother Joe is still interested. Really? That's great, Brother Chen. I want all the fuel rods you have. Let's just quote the last transaction price. What do you think? Zhou Runlong on the other end of the phone was excited when he heard that there were still nuclear fuel rods. Chapter 54, Deterrence. When I arrived at Zhou Runlong's office door, there was a small sign hanging on the door that read Director of Logistics Department. Ding ding ding. Chen Yiming knocked on the office door. Come in, Zhou Runlong said in the office. Seeing that the person who came in was Chen Yiming, carrying 2 large boxes in his hands, Zhou Runlong immediately stood up from behind his desk and greeted him with a small smile. Hey, Brother Chen, you're finally here. Come, sit down and have a glass of water, Zhou Runlong said as he poured Chen Yiming a cup of hot water. Congratulations, Brother Zhou, you have been promoted to Director of the Logistics Department. No, this is all thanks to Brother Chen. If it weren't for that critical batch of nuclear fuel, I wouldn't have the chance to become the Director of the Logistics Department. Zhou Runlong placed the water cup in front of Chen Yiming, then sat aside and spoke. Brother Zhou, I won't beat around the bush. These 2 boxes contain nuclear fuel rods. This is all the stock our team has now. Chen Yiming placed the boxes directly on the desk and spoke out. Seeing Chen Yiming take out 2 boxes of nuclear fuel at once, Zhou Runlong was instantly tempted. The value of these nuclear fuels is at least 600 to 700 million credit points. Thinking of this, Zhou Runlong's eyes turned, and then he said, Brother Chen, you have to wait for me for a while. I have to make some adjustments to such a large amount of funds. Humph, as the head of the logistics department, it takes time for you to mobilize credit points. It's just a matter of you signing a few words. No problem. But Brother Zhou, I want to purchase some equipment in Black Dragon City and would like to ask for your help, Chen Yiming said. When Zhou Runlong heard Chen Yiming talking about purchasing equipment, he thought, that would be a good opportunity for me to delay time. He patted his chest and promised, just come to me. I guarantee you the lowest price. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Zhou. Chen Yiming smiled and took out a list of equipment and materials from his pocket. Things like particle colliders for controlled nuclear fusion and particle switches are not available in ordinary trading markets, so it is a good opportunity to find Zhou Runlong directly. The list given to Zhou Runlong contained hundreds of machines and equipment. If it was the cost of the equipment, it would be worth at least tens of billions of Black Dragon gathering points. But Chen Yiming also knew that it was impossible for the Black Dragon gathering place to have such a complete range of equipment, so he deliberately wrote more. When Zhou Runlong saw the tens of billions of purchase list, his mouth suddenly opened wide, and he stuttered. Chen, Brother Chen, your team wants these. The total value of these equipments is at least more than 10 billion credit points. Moreover, we may not have so many equipments in our Black Dragon gathering area. Oh, that's okay. I'll just take as many as you have. If the credit points are not enough, I can call the headquarters to airdrop supplies to offset it, Chen Yiming said calmly. Faced with Chen Yiming's attitude, Zhou Runlong was completely unsure. What do you mean by airdropping some supplies? Where on earth are you from? Brother Chen. Excuse me, may I ask, your team is? Zhou Runlong asked tentatively. We are from the Galaxy team, and I am just a small team leader. But you don't have to worry about our team's strength and financial resources. As long as I confirm the coordinates, the headquarters can carry out the airdrop operation in outer space. As Chen Yiming spoke, he operated a few times on the wristband screen and then turned the screen to Zhou Runlong. What was displayed on the wristband screen was a high-altitude remote sensing image, and the entire appearance of the Black Dragon City gathering place could be vaguely seen through the clouds. At this time, Chen Yiming manipulated the screen a few more times, and the view on the screen quickly zoomed in until the picture was locked on the Material Logistics Department of Black Dragon City. Even the people moving outside the logistics department could be seen clearly. This time, Zhou Runlong was completely stunned. Chen. Brother Chen, is this a satellite map? Zhou Runlong asked in shock and disbelief. Well, you know. Chen Yiming smiled, either saying yes nor no. When appropriate, keep a little mystery and let the other person imagine it. Wait a moment, Brother Chen. I will go to the warehouse to arrange supplies for you. Don't worry, as long as the gathering place does not restrict the sale of items, I will arrange them all for you, and they will definitely be at the lowest price. Where is the warehouse? How about I drive you there? When Chen Yiming turned on the autonomous driving function of the galaxy and drove it automatically towards the material warehouse in the distance, Zhou Runlong was shocked again. Especially when he saw Chen Yiming's careless operating error that led to the revealing of all the weapons of the galaxy. The words, automatic aiming, appeared on the galaxy's central computer. Zhou Runlong secretly felt lucky that he had not had time to take action. If the other side were all equipped with this level of equipment, our people would probably be killed in minutes. The two of them rode on the galaxy and arrived at the supply warehouse in Black Dragon City. The warehouse was very large, and right next to it were the Black Dragon City's defense troops. The close distance was to prevent anyone from making a surprise attack and snatching supplies. After entering the warehouse compound, Zhou Runlong went straight to the warehouse manager and handed the list of supplies that Chen Yiming wanted to the manager, asking the manager to prepare the supplies. Brother Chen, wait a moment. What you want is too special, and it will take them a while to find it. How about we take this opportunity to go to the shooting range and practice shooting? Zhou Runlong suggested, pointing to the shooting range nearby. How could Chen Yiming not know what Zhou Runlong was up to? He smiled and said, Your shooting range is not good. It's easy to hurt people. How could that be? The targets at the shooting range are all made of 5mm thick steel plates. And there are also 50mm special protective steel plates at the back. How could it hurt anyone? In fact, sometimes, only by properly demonstrating your strength can you truly intimidate your opponent. Seeing Zhou Runlong's disbelief, Chen Yiming took out his super heavy anti-tank sniper rifle from behind. Then he said, I'll use this first, but you have to add 2 more layers of protective steel plates at the back, otherwise I'm afraid the bullets will hit the residential area. The two got out of the car, and Chen Yiming followed Zhou Runlong with a heavy sniper rifle on his back. As soon as they walked to the shooting range, they were stopped by someone. If Zhou Runlong hadn't taken out his ID, the two wouldn't even be able to enter the shooting range, especially since Chen Yiming brought his own weapon. After a short while, the soldiers rearranged the shooting range according to Chen Yiming's request. Zhou Runlong took the sniper rifle handed over by the soldier and said, Brother Chen, this sniper rifle is the latest anti-mech sniper rifle developed by our Black Dragon gathering. It can directly shoot through the 8mm thick protective armor of the mech. However, Chen Yiming just smiled and said nothing. What is an 8mm thick steel plate? I will let you see what a sniper rifle is later. Chapter 55 Gunfight. Seeing that Chen Yiming did not respond, Zhou Runlong raised his sniper rifle and aimed at the target 200 meters away. Bang! With a gunshot, a flame spurted out from the muzzle of the sniper rifle, and the bullet was fired directly, hitting the center of the bullseye. Brother Zhou is a great marksman, Chen Yiming praised from the side. Brother Chen, come and try the feel of this sniper rifle. Zhou Runlong handed the sniper rifle to Chen Yiming. Taking the sniper rifle, Chen Yiming shook the gun in his hand, then raised his hand and fired a shot. The movements were smooth and fluid, without any delay. Even aiming was completed in an instant. Haha, Brother Chen's shooting skills are not bad either. Come on, Brother Chen, let's go and see how powerful this gun is. Zhou Runlong's face was full of pride when talking about this new sniper rifle. The two of them took the shooting range's tram directly to the target shooting position. The 5mm thick steel plate target had a bullet hole as thick as a thumb in the very center. Looking at the bullet holes on the target, Chao Yunlong felt content in his heart. The action was quite cool, but it was a pity that he didn't hit the target. When the two men walked around the target and looked at the protective steel plate behind the target, one bullet directly inserted into the back of the other bullet, and the two bullets were strung together and directly inserted into the protective steel plate behind. This, Brother Chen, is a sharpshooter. 2 bullets actually passed through one bullet hole and hit the same position. How amazing! Zhou Runlong said in shock again. In the few hours he spent with Chen Yiming today, Zhou Runlong had gotten used to being shocked. Every time Chen Yiming made a move or did something, Zhou Runlong was extremely shocked. No, it's just luck. It's just right, I'll try my gun and see how powerful it is, Chen Yiming said with a smile. In fact, Chen Yiming also knew that Zhou Runlong also wanted to see how powerful his gun was. The two men came to the shooting location again, and Chen Yiming raised the heavy anti-tank sniper rifle in his hand. Bang! Chen Yiming's sniper rifle is equipped with a special silencer, so the sound of the gunshot is quieter. Zhou Runlong, who was standing by, didn't feel anything special when he heard the sound of Chen Yiming's sniper rifle. The sound was much quieter than the latest sniper rifle developed by Black Dragon City. I guess the power was not that great. Brother Chen? Don't you want to let me try your gun? Zhou Runlong on the side also wanted to try it. Well, Brother Zhou, it's not that I don't want to let you try the gun. The minimum requirement for using this gun is to be a level 2 evolver. Ordinary people simply can't withstand such a powerful recoil. And this gun has fingerprint recognition. No one except me can use this gun, Chen Yiming explained. Is that so? Then there's nothing we can do. As the two talked, they came to the target again. At this time, the 50mm protective steel plate behind the target has been penetrated by the bullet, and both layers of protective steel plates have been penetrated. Judging from the location of the bullet hole, there is also a big hole on the concrete wall not far behind the two layers of steel plates. The bullet was shot directly into the residential area outside the wall. Looking at the steel plate that was shot through, Zhou Runlong was so shocked that he was speechless. This. Finally, it was Chen Yiming who spoke first. Brother Zhou? Didn't you say this was special protective steel? Why is it so soft? This invisible pretense is the most deadly. Now? Zhou Runlong was completely confused. What do you mean by so brittle? Even if it is ordinary steel, this is 50mm thick, and there are two layers, your gun shot through it. I'm afraid you are from an alien planet. When did the weapons on the Grey Planet become so awesome? Hurry, see if anyone is hurt. Chen Yiming on the side continued. This time? Zhou Runlong finally came to his senses, thinking to himself. Fortunately, he didn't do it. The handheld weapons are so powerful, and the weapons on the tanks will blow the mecha into pieces. Zhou Runlong came back to his senses and quickly said, Yes, let's see if anyone is hurt. It would be bad if someone is hurt. In fact, after seeing the power of this sniper rifle, it is not important whether it hurts anyone or not. What is important is that Zhou Runlong knows that he must not become an enemy of Chen Yiming. Otherwise, disaster may come from the sky while he is sitting at home. A team that can possess such powerful weapons must be very strong. Especially the airdrop capability that Chen Yiming mentioned before, Zhou Runlong was completely scared. Although the strength of the Black Dragon City gathering place is also considered a large force in this area, it does not have the ability to drop ultra-long-range airdrops. What if the next time they drop a nuclear bomb instead of supplies, they will not be able to cry? Zhou Runlong called the soldier nearby, gave him a few simple instructions, and then came into Chen Yiming's galaxy tank. Brother Chen, the power of your gun is too strong, Zhou Runlong, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat of the galaxy tank, said with envy. At this point, Chen Yiming also realized that he had acted enough, and it would be a bit fake if he continued pretending. I am at least the captain of a small team. This gun is the latest product developed by our headquarters and was just distributed to me recently. I was really careless just now and almost hurt someone, Chen Yiming said calmly. Well, you are not showing off. It is more annoying than showing off. The captain of a small team is equipped with such a powerful weapon, then what is your captain like? What kind of weapons will the captain of your team be equipped with? Brother Chen, I want to discuss something with you. What's the matter? Chen Yiming asked knowingly. That's right, can you sell this gun to our Black Dragon City gathering place? Don't worry, we will definitely not let you suffer any loss. This matter? Chen Yiming pretended to ponder for a moment, then said, I definitely can't give you this gun. Once my gun leaves my side, the headquarters will locate and destroy it. But... At this point, Chen Yiming paused for a moment and did not continue. He deliberately left the audience in suspense. Hey, Brother Chen, don't worry, I will definitely not let you suffer any loss. But what is it? Just tell me quickly. I can apply for a few of these sniper rifles from the headquarters and sell them to you as an ally. But the supplies purchased this time. Thank you so much, Brother Chen. I will definitely give you the lowest price for your material purchase this time. I estimate it won't cost much, 100 million credit points will be enough. I just don't know when the sniper rifle can be delivered, Zhou Runlong said anxiously. How could Chen Yiming not understand Zhou Runlong's thoughts? He just wanted to buy a few sniper rifles, send them back to the gathering place to disassemble them, and then imitate and manufacture them. Therefore, this sniper rifle in my hand, which has no confidentiality measures, must not be sold. Even if I want to sell it, I must take strict confidentiality measures before I can sell it to the other party. Chapter 56 Controlled Nuclear Fusion Startup. Soon, all the materials Chen Yiming needed were ready, including 10 truckloads of high-precision instruments. Brother Chen, it's not easy for you to transport so many supplies. How about I help you transport the supplies back? I just don't know where your team is stationed. I won't bother you with this, Brother Zhou. The headquarters is too far away. We are currently on the coastal front to contain the zombies and sea beasts. Moreover, these equipments are prepared for our logistics team. The materials produced can be used to support the front line. As for the headquarters, it was simply made up by Chen Yiming. How could Zhou Runlong be allowed to participate in the transportation? Then I can help you deliver the things to your team, Zhou Runlong said unwillingly. Is that so? Okay then, Chen Yiming said, and directly opened the map on the wristband. The location marked on the map was exactly the core internal area of the city ruins. When Zhou Runlong saw the map that Chen Yiming took out, he was instantly confused. Other teams or gathering places all look for safe places to stay, but how come a logistics team like you ran into the core of the city ruins? Moreover, there is a broken bridge on the road between the ruins and Black Dragon City. If you take a detour, who knows how much more dangerous it will be. Hey, Brother Zhou, you are kidding me, right? How come your base is located in this position? Our logistics team's main purpose is to collect various combat supplies. The headquarters sent us here to quickly establish a production base, so this location is just right for quickly collecting supplies. Forget it, Brother Chen. I really can't help you with this, Zhou Runlong said with a sigh. After Zhou Runlong left, Chen Yiming started to worry again as he looked at the 10 large trucks in the warehouse. How to transport so many supplies was another huge problem. From the Black Dragon City Gathering Place to the Blue Shield City Gathering Place, you have to pass a broken bridge. Is the galaxy still okay? With the help of rocket thrusters, it can float in the air for a short distance. But how many rocket thrusters are needed to drive those large trucks weighing 50 to 60 tons? The method of using rocket thrusters is simply not feasible. The best way is to build a simple and fast bridge. With a solution in mind, Chen Yiming returned to the trading market in Black Dragon City and began to purchase materials on a large scale. The main items he purchased were some steel plates and some electronic control units. The steel plate is used to build a simple bridge for large trucks to pass through. The electronic control unit can control the large trucks to achieve an automatic driving state. Otherwise, Chen Yiming alone would not be able to drive so many vehicles at the same time. Fortunately, these modifications are relatively simple. Connecting the autonomous driving control unit to the computer on the Galaxy can achieve the autonomous driving function through wireless signal transmission. That night, Chen Yiming prepared everything that needed to be prepared. The Galaxy chariot led the way, and 10 trucks and a specially modified truck followed closely behind the Galaxy. Taking advantage of the night, the convoy left the Black Dragon City Gathering Place in a mighty manner. However, no one could have imagined that such a large convoy was controlled by only one person. Because Chen Yiming left so suddenly and it was late at night, not many people noticed him, so the journey was very smooth. When the convoy arrived at the broken bridge, one of the trucks came directly to the broken bridge. A giant steel plate more than 20 meters long was quickly extended from the carriage. After the steel plate is fully unfolded, it begins to fold rapidly to form a W shape. By folding, the steel plate can bear the maximum amount of weight. The folded steel plates were laid directly on the broken bridge, and the convoy began to pass over the steel plates one by one. After all the vehicles had passed the broken bridge, Chen Yiming directly put the steel plates back onto the special trucks, and then the convoy started on its way. The next morning, when Zhou Runlong came to Chen Yiming's warehouse, the warehouse was already empty and there was no trace of Chen Yiming at all. Chen Yiming returned to the Blue Shield City Gathering Place and began a new study on controlled nuclear fusion early the next morning. The villa's warehouse was now filled with various mechanical equipment. The large particle generator and particle accelerator have been docked, and a blast furnace has been filled with fuel and is beginning to ignite. As the temperature in the blast furnace gets higher and higher, the quartz sand in the furnace begins to melt little by little and finally turns into liquid glass. 10 days later, a glass ring with a diameter of more than 10 meters was made in the warehouse. From the outside, this glass ring looks a bit like an oversized donut, except that the inside of the glass cover is a vacuum. At this time, Chen Yiming was sitting in front of a computer, constantly confirming various data. Drop. The particle generator is ready. Drop. The particle accelerator is ready. Drop. The particle track confinement device is ready. After the system completed the inspection of all equipment, Chen Yiming began to attempt the first ignition of controlled nuclear fusion. It's not like what is shown on TV, where there is no need for a countdown before the fire can be ignited. Chen Yiming directly pressed an ignition button and the reactor started immediately. The particle generator quickly breaks down the fuel into particles, which then enter the particle accelerator and are pushed into the annular glass cover. Slowly, the particles begin to be accelerated again inside the annular glass cover. When the particles are accelerated to a certain speed inside the glass cover, they emit an orange-yellow light and form a halo inside the glass cover. Outside, however, things were in complete chaos. Because the nuclear fusion reactor requires a huge amount of electricity when it is started, a large number of indicator lights in the nuclear power plant in the Blue Shield City gathering place began to alarm, and the power output of the nuclear power plant began to increase rapidly, reaching the total installed capacity of the nuclear power plant. Moreover, the power consumption is still growing. At the same time, other places within the gathering area began to experience large-scale power outages or voltage reductions. What's going on? Why is the power consumption suddenly increasing so rapidly? The power manager of a nuclear power plant shouted loudly to the staff. We don't know either. Do we need to cut off the power output? The staff member answered with a confused look on their faces. The electricity was suddenly consumed at a very fast rate, and they didn't know what was going on. It's not needed for now. Group 1 should go and stabilize the normal operation of the nuclear power plant and appropriately increase the power output. Group 2 should go and find out the cause of the incident. The power plant cannot work at this overload for a long time, otherwise there will likely be problems. The person in charge of the power plant quickly ordered. However, Chen Yiming was unaware of what was happening outside and was concentrating on watching the working status of the nuclear fusion reactor. Within the annular glass aperture, high-speed particles are emitting electric snakes that hit the annular glass cover. Just when Chen Yiming thought that the nuclear fusion reactor had started successfully, an even thicker electric snake hit the annular glass cover directly. There was a click and the sound of glass breaking was heard, and a long crack appeared directly on the circular glass cover. Chapter 57, Supergiant Mecha Eye. Chen Yiming, who was operating a computer, looked in the direction of the sound and saw cracks on the glass cover. He immediately realized that something was wrong. In a flash, Chen Yiming's left hand directly cut off the power supply of the nuclear reactor. However, Chen Yiming was still a little slow, as the reactor had already entered the startup state. The power supplied to the working nuclear fusion reactor was cut off instantly, and the number of electric snakes inside the glass cover suddenly decreased. However, the reactor had already been ignited and was beginning to work normally. The atoms were colliding with each other at high speeds, and the nuclei were weakening and releasing energy. The energy released was then converted into electrical energy through the converter. Since nuclear power reactors can generate their own electricity, they no longer need to rely on external forces to maintain themselves, and can operate normally relying on their own electricity. Fortunately, the nuclear reactor that has just been ignited has not yet reached its peak power, and is still in the accumulation stage. There was a loud bang, and the entire circular-shaped glass cover shattered. At the moment of the explosion, the warehouse was filled with lightning-like electric snakes. The electric snakes only lasted for a few seconds before completely disappearing. The soldiers who were training hard outside suddenly heard an explosion in the warehouse, and then saw sparks coming out of the warehouse wall. They all looked at each other, and almost subconsciously, everyone rushed towards the warehouse. When Li Tiesuo, Jiang Tingting and others rushed into the warehouse, they saw Chen Yiming lying on the ground, his face gray and black, his body twitching from time to time. Not far away, there was broken glass all over the ground, and some explosion fragments were flying everywhere. Boss, what's wrong with you? Seeing Chen Yiming's appearance, Li Tiansuo rushed up directly, picked up Chen Yiming's body from the ground, and shouted loudly. At this time, the others also gathered around and surrounded Li Tiansuo and Chen Yiming. Moha Yahaki haha, it's okay, it will be fine in a while. Chen Yiming, who was called at this time, had a numb and stiff tongue, and even his speech was not clear. Chen Yiming knew his own situation, and with the help of his body as a level 2 gene evolver, he withstood the shock of high-voltage electricity. However, his body was still a little out of control for a while, and he needed to take a break. But Chen Yiming knew his own situation, but Li Tiansuo and others didn't. Seeing Chen Yiming's appearance, Li Tiansuo immediately became anxious. He rushed out of the warehouse holding Chen Yiming and was going to take Chen Yiming to the medical department for treatment. After such a delay, Chen Yiming finally felt better. He broke free from Li Tiansuo's embrace, sat on the ground and said loudly, "I'm not a glass boy. Why are you holding me so tightly?" Although he was able to speak after a while, his tongue was still a little lisp. At this time, the team members following Li Tiansuo heard what Chen Yiming said and immediately burst into laughter. I just saw that you were injured and was worried for a moment." Li Tiansuo scratched his head and said in a naive manner. Although it was talk and laughter, Chen Yiming was still very moved by Li Tiansuo's actions. It's okay, let's all go. There was just a little accident, but everything is fine now." Chen Yiming, who had recovered from the paralysis caused by the electric shock, stood up from the ground, brushed the dust off his buttocks twice, and then spoke. "Boss, are you really okay? Stop talking and start training. Whoever doesn't train well will not get a share when the new equipment is developed," Chen Yiming said with a smile. After hearing what Chen Yiming said, everyone ran away to continue training. They knew very well who their boss was. Just talking about the newly developed armor and weapons, they were not something that ordinary people could produce. After the crowd dispersed, Chen Yiming walked back to his warehouse. Looking at the broken glass all over the floor, Chen Yiming began to pack up his equipment. Although the startup of the controlled nuclear power reactor failed this time, the cause of the failure was found. It was mainly because the glass container was not strong enough to withstand the high-speed movement of the atomic nuclei inside, and the high-intensity electric shock was also one of the reasons for the damage to the glass. But glass is different from other materials. The molecular structure of glass is too hard. Even if Chen Yiming uses his supernatural power on the glass, he can only break it into molecules and cannot reassemble it to change its shape. The broken glass on the ground is collected, screened, and put into the blast furnace to be heated and reshaped. When the temperature inside the blast furnace reaches a certain level, the liquid glass in the blast furnace is released and poured into a mold. At this point, Chen Yiming could use his special powers to reshape the liquid glass and change its shape. After the glass cooled and reshaped, a new annular glass cover was created. However, the glass cover made this time was much smaller than before. The diameter of the circular glass cover was only 5 meters, more than half the size of before. Looking at the newly made glass cover, if the glass cover is to be able to withstand the high temperature of the reactor, and at the same time withstand high-intensity electric shocks, the hardness of the glass must be up to standard. In order to test the strength of the glass, Chen Yiming simply picked up a sledgehammer and hit the glass cover with the hammer. Chen Yiming himself is a second-level evolver, and the strength of one hand is as strong as 500 kilograms. In addition, Chen Yiming holds the hammer with both hands, and the glass cover shatters. Bang! Crash! The tempered glass cover shattered into small particles and scattered all over the ground. Just like that, remake it, then break it down, then remake it again. In order to research stronger glass, Chen Yiming didn't know how many pieces of glass he had broken with his own hands. He even raised the temperature of the blast furnace to 2000 degrees, which is higher than the normal steelmaking temperature, just to remove impurities in the liquid glass. More than a month had passed, and the team members were training hard every day to improve their physical fitness, while Chen Yiming was still immersed in his research. On this day, another circular glass cover was made. After enduring a blow from Chen Yiming's hammer, it was still intact, with only a white spot left on the surface of the glass. However, how could Chen Yiming be satisfied with this level? Chen Yiming intended to use this controllable nuclear power reactor as the core of the mecha. If it did not have sufficient resistance, even if it was installed on the mecha, others could easily destroy it. As long as the glass cover of the reactor is broken, the enemy doesn't even need to attack again. The driver will be instantly electrocuted into charcoal by the instantaneous high voltage released by the reactor. Chapter 58 Supergiant Mecha Part 2. Finally, Chen Yiming took out his laser-heavy sniper rifle and shot at the glass cover, and the glass cover turned into broken glass on the ground again. After a period of research, Chen Yiming suddenly thought of a phenomenon on Earth, which is Rupert's tears. Glass in the shape of a teardrop, like Rupert's tear, can protect against the attack of gun bullets. And that kind of glass is just made of ordinary glass. If we replace it with our latest developed special tempered glass, what hardness can it achieve? But Rupert's tear is in the shape of a solid water drop, which takes advantage of the fact that a circle can bear the force together. In order to demonstrate this principle, the shape of the circular glass cover must reach the ultimate standard. This time, Chen Yiming made it with extra care. Every part of the circular glass cover was meticulously crafted to the exact standard. Aiming the sniper rifle at a random point on the glass cover, Chen Yiming fired again. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The circular glass cover only made a crisp impact sound and was not damaged at all. Under the lens of the ultra-clear amplitude camera, the circular glass cover, with its pure circular shape that can share the dispersed force, instantly dispersed the force of the sniper bullet to the entire body. The circular glass cover only trembled slightly for a few times, and then returned to normal. Due to a previous explosion, some equipment was damaged to some extent, so it also needed to be repaired. Next, redocking and adjusting all devices. After all equipment was debugged and connected, Chen Yiming started the reactor again. When Chen Yiming pressed the start button of the reactor again, chaos broke out outside. A large area of the gathering area began to lose power, and the power supply station of the nuclear power plant was also in a state of panic. He was looking at the sudden surge in power consumption. It happened once 2 months ago, and the power directly reached the peak of the nuclear power plant, almost causing the nuclear power plant to collapse. Now this situation has happened again. Is there any way to let people survive? The staff who were monitoring the machine data at the nuclear power plant felt very distressed, but they still had to report to the manager immediately. Manager, electricity consumption has begun to rise sharply again, and is almost approaching the total installed capacity of the nuclear power plant. The staff member immediately reported loudly. What? The power consumption has started to increase. What's going on? Check and find the cause. The person in charge who heard the report again scolded him. The cause was not found last time, and this phenomenon has started again in the past 2 months. While everything outside was in a mess, Chen Yiming was still concentrating on his reactor. Inside the glass cover, an orange-yellow circle of light formed, and then arcs began to appear. Finally, the arcs became stronger and stronger, turning into electric snakes. As the reactor startup time became longer and longer, the nuclear power plant in Blue Shield City finally reached the limit of its power supply. Just when the person in charge of the nuclear power plant was hesitating whether to cut off the power output of the power plant, the reactor was finally started up and no longer needed to rely on external power supply. Looking at the power plant's instrument indicators, which instantly returned to normal, the nuclear power plant's chief executive wiped the sweat from his forehead. Damn, it's finally back to normal. At this time, the miniature nuclear fusion reactor in the warehouse was also started. Inside the annular glass cover, countless electric arcs and snakes kept jumping between the central atomic nucleus aperture and the glass cover. After the power supply was cut off, the reactor could still work on its own. It finally started successfully. However, this 5-meter diameter micro-reactor was still too large to be used on the mecha, and the mecha needed to be specially customized. You should know that the current basic type of mecha is only 6 meters tall in total, and it is simply unable to accommodate a nuclear reactor with a diameter of more than 5 meters. In order to match the size of the reactor, Chen Yiming had to design a new type of mecha. Before traveling through time, Chen Yiming had experience in developing AI robots, and later repaired 4 mechas. Therefore, Chen Yiming was also confident in the structural design of the new mecha. In order to match the size of the reactor, the height of the new mecha was directly increased to 17 meters. Although the height of the mecha has been increased to 17 meters, the nuclear fusion reactor is installed in the abdomen, and the shape of the mecha is similar to that of a short and fat man. The bloated figure and big belly are like a big beer belly. The new mecha no longer uses a rotary engine, but instead uses nuclear fusion power generation, so the entire power system must be replaced. The previous hydraulic system has been changed to an electronic control system. However, this giant mecha with a height of 17 meters is definitely heavyweight. In order to reduce the weight of the mecha as much as possible, Chen Yiming added a large amount of carbon fiber and thermoformed steel materials into the mecha when designing it. However, according to the calculation of the drawings, the weight of several of these latest models is at least about 45 tons. Each joint of the mecha is driven by one or several large servo motors to move the joints. In order to drive this heavyweight mecha, the drive motor is a key and must have sufficient power. Ordinary servo motors cannot withstand such a large force. After a few more days, when the design drawings of the mecha were completed, Chen Yiming used all of the team's remaining credit points to purchase materials for manufacturing the mecha. The warehouse, which was already full, could no longer hold all these things. Chen Yiming had no choice but to expand the warehouse. Because of its huge size, it is no longer suitable for joystick-type operating systems. Moreover, the 108-key keyboard operation makes it extremely difficult to control the center of gravity balance of the mecha, so the control system of the mecha must also be redesigned. Chen Yiming used the new control system to collect brain waves to control the mecha. As long as he thought about how the mecha should move, the brain waves would be collected by the brain wave collector and transmitted to the computer processing center of the mecha. After being processed by the processing center will convey instructions to the joints of the mecha, and the mecha will perform corresponding operations. At this moment, Chen Yiming was sitting on a specially made chair. This chair would be the cockpit seat of the new mecha in the future. On Chen Yiming's head, there were dozens of fingernail-sized brain wave sensing patches to collect brain waves. On the computer screen in front of Chen Yiming's chair, a three-dimensional man drawn with lines was performing various actions: squatting, standing up, walking, running, jumping, and chopping. Basically, Chen Yiming would try all the movements that the human body could do, and then analyze and edit the data formed by the brain waves. As long as the mecha's movement database was perfected, this brainwave sensing operating system would be completed. Chapter 59, Supergiant Mecha, Part 3. The core of the mecha, the controlled nuclear fusion reactor, has been completed, and the core control system has also been completed. Now only the mecha's drive system remains, which is still in production. In order to make the joints of the mecha look less bulky, Chen Yiming replaced the original single servo motor with multiple small linked servo motors. In the linkage state of the small servo motor, the power output is completely different from that of the large servo motor. The small servo motor has a higher speed and a faster response speed, and the linkage mode makes the future installation and maintenance more convenient. Even if a motor is damaged during combat, other servo motors can continue to work, allowing the mecha to continue to maintain its combat capability. After more than 10 days of assembly, a new generation of mecha was finally born in the warehouse. At the same time, Chen Yiming's physical strength was constantly being consumed and recovered due to the continuous use of his supernatural powers, and his genetic evolution level had also evolved to level 3. The strength of one hand was more than 700 kilograms. The newly manufactured mecha was lying flat in the warehouse, and even the lying mecha was more than 6 meters high, comparable to the height of a commissioned mecha. In order to allow the mecha to come out of the warehouse, the door of the warehouse was directly demolished, and half of the wall was demolished. After everything was ready, Chen Yiming operated on the wristband screen and directly opened a protective hatch on the upper part of the mecha's chest. At this time, because the mecha is in a lying position, the seats in the cockpit are also in a lying position. From the open hatch, Chen Yiming climbed into the cockpit of the mecha by holding the handrails. He lay on the chair, fastened his seatbelt, and then put on the brainwave control helmet of the mecha. Under the control of Chen Yiming's brain waves, various mechanical indicator lights inside the mecha began to light up and flash continuously. Drop. System starting. About 10 seconds later, another system prompt sounded. Drop. The system startup was completed and the Galaxy No. 1 mecha was started successfully. Because the mecha uses controlled nuclear fusion reactor technology, it only needs to be started once the mecha's system is started. Unless the fuel is insufficient and the reactor is shut down, or the mecha is killed on the battlefield, or the mecha needs to be repaired and upgraded, it may need to be shut down. Otherwise, the mecha never needs to be shut down and can be in standby mode all the time. After the system was started up, the vision screen in the mecha cockpit began to light up. The large screens are seamlessly connected to surround the entire driver's seat, creating a 360-degree view without blind spots. Moreover, the large screen will rotate according to the driver's helmet, accurately determine the driver's main line of sight, and magnify the objects the driver wants to see. Chen Yiming, who was sitting in the cockpit, was thinking about the action of turning over the mecha in his mind. After his brain waves were captured by the radio wave capture in the helmet, they were immediately transmitted to the central computer, and then the central computer began to process the signal. With almost no delay, the mecha began to execute Chen Yiming's operations, just like a human body that had been magnified countless times. It supported its body with its arms and turned over on the spot. Although Chen Yiming was driving the mecha carefully, the height of the warehouse was only 10 meters. Bang! When the mecha turned its body over, its arm accidentally touched the ceiling of the warehouse. With a loud bang, a huge skylight was opened directly on the ceiling of the warehouse. At this time, snowflakes were floating in the sky outside, falling from the broken roof of the warehouse. What? It's snowing? Time flies so fast. When I first traveled to the Grey Planet, it was just summer, and now snowflakes are falling from the sky. Chen Yiming, sitting in the cockpit, sighed and talked to himself. The mecha turned over and climbed out using both hands and feet. At this time, the team members who were training in the yard heard a loud noise and saw a big hole in the roof of the warehouse. Just when everyone was a little confused, a super huge mecha crawled out from the side door of the warehouse. Now, everyone was dumbfounded. This mecha is too big, Sun Hao said in a daze, holding a wooden stake used for training. It's really big, Li Tieso on the side also said. As for the female members, they all stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths hanging open, not knowing what to do. At this time, the mecha finally crawled out of the warehouse. He stood up nimbly, and his 17-meter height shocked everyone again. The 2-meter-high courtyard wall could not block the 17-meter-tall mecha at all. Not only were the members of the Galaxy team shocked, but even the other people in the team community were also shocked. What is that? How can a mecha be that big? What model of mecha is that? Who knows which team is stationed in the villa? I really want to join their team. If we have this mecha in charge, it will definitely be much safer to go out to fight and collect supplies. A person outside the wall spoke out. In a short while, the outside of the villa wall was already full of people watching the excitement. The news that a giant mecha appeared in the villa spread like wildfire. At this time, Chen Yiming was sitting in the cockpit of the mecha, watching everything that happened outside. However, those people were just watching outside the wall, so Chen Yiming was too lazy to pay attention to them. In the yard of the villa, Chen Yiming was testing the mecha and trying to perform various different movements. With each movement of the mecha, the servo motor inside the mecha will emit a humming sound when the rotor rotates. And the faster the mecha moves, the faster the motor rotor speeds, and the louder the sound. While Chen Yiming was still testing the mecha, his communicator suddenly rang. The caller was the mayor of the Blue Shield City gathering place, Jianjun. Picking up the phone casually, Chen Yiming was the first to speak. Hello, City Lord Ke, how come you have time to think of calling me? Haha, Brother Chen, I am really amazed by you. I can see your mecha that is more than 10 meters long even when I am sitting in the office. Brother Chen, do you have time? Let's have a drink together, Jianjun said on the other end of the phone. City Lord Ke, forget about drinking. If you have something to say, just tell me directly. Then I'll tell you straight out, I want to buy your mecha privately. Well, you can't afford this, brother, Chen Yiming simply said. The cost of this mecha is not much for Chen Yiming, just a few 100 million credit points. But considering the technical content of the mecha, the value must not be too cheap. Chapter 60 Departure. How is that possible? An ordinary mecha costs only tens of millions. Even if your mecha is a little bigger and the price is several times higher, I still have several 100 million credit points. Lord Ke, please don't worry about my mecha. The manufacturing cost alone is close to 4 billion credit points, Chen Yiming said lightly on the phone. What? 4 billion credit points? So expensive? Jianjun said in surprise when he heard Chen Yiming's offer. Okay, let's talk about the mecha later. The genetic medicine we are researching has achieved certain results, but we are running out of high-level zombies. I wonder when Brother Chen will bring back some high-level zombies. Jianjun thought about it and attributed the high price to Chen Yiming not wanting to sell the mecha, so he asked for such a high price. So he changed the topic to the zombie issue to resolve his embarrassment. That's easy. I'll send it to you in the next few days. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yiming controlled the mecha to open the cockpit hatch. At the same time, the body of the mecha slowly squatted down, and a ladder stretched out directly from the cockpit and extended directly to the ground. As soon as Chen Yiming got out of the mecha, the team members immediately surrounded him. Captain, is this mecha the latest weapon of our team? Li Tiesua stepped forward and asked. That's right, but we don't have enough materials right now to provide everyone with one. So I decided that our team will start looking for supplies tomorrow. Before Chen Yiming finished speaking, everyone in the team cheered. Even the girls who didn't like fighting started cheering. Captain, when are we going to set off? The quick-talking Sun Hao immediately interrupted. Everyone take a good rest today, and we will set off tomorrow. When they heard that they could finally take a break, everyone burst into cheers again. After boring exercise every day, I can finally take a break today. Next, Chen Yiming said something that made everyone excited. No one is handing out 10,000 credits. Go to the market and buy whatever you want. After taking the credit card, everyone disappeared in a flash. Especially the girls, who were constantly training every day, even had calluses on their hands. They ran to the trading market in Blue Shield City. Watching everyone run out, Chen Yiming smiled and put away the card with empty credit points. Because this time, Chen Yiming planned to build the team's base directly in the core location of the city ruins, and did not plan to come back. So it was useless to keep the credit points in the Blue Shield City gathering place, so he just let the team members go out and buy them happily. In the trading market of Blue Shield City, the members of the Galaxy team were directly divided into two groups, one group of boys and one group of girls. Ting, why do you always look at men's clothes? Li Shi, who was choosing clothes, spoke up. No. Nothing. It's just that the weather has gotten cold, and our captain is still wearing that thin set of clothes, so I was thinking of buying him a set of warm clothes. Jiang Tingting's face turned red. Oh, our Tingting is blushing. Tell me the truth, have you fallen in love with him? Lu Xiaoyu on the side also said jokingly. Oh, stop talking. I'll ignore you if you continue. Tingting, don't you know what kind of personality our captain has? He's just a blockhead. You have to take the initiative, otherwise he will never understand. Oh, it's not what you think at all, Jiang Tingting said, her face becoming even redder. At this moment, Li Shi suddenly saw a coat made of animal skin. The fur of the coat was snow white, and it had a high standing collar, which looked very handsome. Tingting, I think this coat is pretty good. Our captain will look very handsome in it, Li Shi said. Hearing Li Shi's words, several women looked over. Wow, why didn't I notice it just now? This suit is perfect for our captain. Tingting, what do you think of this? Lu Xiaoyu asked Jiang Tingting. Yeah, it's really nice. I just don't know how much it costs. In the afternoon, when the girls returned to the team, Jiang Tingting was holding the white fur coat in her hands. Chen Yiming, who was resting in the villa, saw the girls coming back first and asked in confusion. Why did you come back so early? Well, you guys chat, we're leaving first, Lu Xiaoyu said, dragging everyone else away. Only Chen Yiming and Jiang Tingting were left in the villa's living room. Before she could say anything, Jiang Tingting's face suddenly turned red, and she blushed and whispered, Here, this is the clothes I bought for you. After saying that, Jiang Tingting put the clothes on the coffee table in the living room and ran away with a red face. Looking at the white fur coat, Chen Yiming was also stunned. What are these people doing? Chen Yiming picked up the coat and put it on. It was a perfect fit. The coat should be made of the fur of evolved animals. It is of high quality, strong and warm. Not long after putting his clothes on the bed in the living room, Chen Yiming felt sweaty. He quickly took off his clothes and hung them up in the room. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, just as the sky was getting light, Chen Yiming and his team began to get busy. All the supplies had to be loaded onto the trucks. Fortunately, when we bought supplies at the Black Dragon City gathering place last time, we brought back 10 trucks. In addition, the team already had a freight truck, so it was enough to transport all the supplies for the team. Chen Yiming drove the Galaxy No. 1 mecha and led the way in front of the convoy. When the team arrived at the city gate, the soldiers guarding the city were a little dumbfounded. The gate of the gathering place of Blue Shield City was only a dozen meters high, and it was specially raised because mechas often passed through it. But in front of this 17-meter-high giant mecha, the city gate looked so small, like a child's toy. In order not to destroy the city gate, Chen Yiming had to lie down in the mecha and crawl through the city gate. It felt like crawling through a dog hole. However, when Chen Yiming controlled the mecha and flexibly drilled out of the city gate, the soldiers on the side were even more stunned. They had been guarding the city gate for so long, and countless mechas had passed by the city gate, but none of them were as flexible as this giant mecha. The guards thought that such a large mecha would be more clumsy in its movements, but they didn't expect it to pass through the city gate so easily. Looking at the team marching away, a dozen large trucks covered with tarpaulins and the Galaxy chariot, the guards could only envy them. Chapter 61, Regaining the Old Force's Eye. The Galaxy team left the Blue Shield City gathering place and headed towards the city ruins. At a heating station near the central area of the city ruins, a group of more than 30 girls were loading coal into a truck with shovels. "Sisters, it's almost time to go. The rest can come next time. With this coal, we won't have to suffer from the cold in winter, and we can use the extra to replace our equipment," the big sister in the lead shouted. And the leader was Lin Mingqiu, whom Chen Yiming rescued from the laboratory in the Temple of the Gods. "I got it, big sister." The women who were working loaded a few shovels of coal into the truck before finishing their work. Then they threw the shovels directly onto the truck, reached out and grabbed the railing quickly, and climbed onto the truck. As the truck's engine started, an off-road vehicle and a truck drove out of the yard of the heating station and drove along the road towards the exit of the city. At this time, another team, with 17 or 18 off-road vehicles and 5 large transport trucks, had just entered the city from outside the ruins. Behind the team, there was also a mounted mecha. "Boss, we found a truck and an off-road vehicle in front of us, driving towards us." A soldier sitting in the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle spoke into the walkie-talkie. "What? It seems that today is really a day to make money. Prepare to intercept." Song Pengfei, who was driving the mecha, immediately shouted loudly into the walkie-talkie. Lin Mingqiu, who was driving a heavy truck, also noticed the team that suddenly appeared in front of him. Judging from the size of the team, the number of people in the team was estimated to be around 200. In order to avoid trouble, Lin Mingqiu decided to take a detour. After all, in this end times, some teams are teams, while some teams may turn into robbers at any time. Under the temptation of interests, it is common for big fish to eat small fish. "Everyone, pay attention. There's a large team ahead. We need to take a detour at the intersection ahead." Lin Mingqiu gave orders while driving the truck and picking up the walkie-talkie. "Boss, they took a detour." At this time, a man sitting in the passenger seat saw Lin Mingqiu leading the vehicle into a small road and immediately reported loudly. "Chase them, we can't let them run away." Song Pengfei, who was driving the mecha, immediately shouted loudly. At this time, Chen Yiming also drove a mecha and led his team into the city ruins, heading towards the direction of the factory discovered before. Although the giant mecha is huge, its movements are very smooth. Especially on the 2 big feet of the mecha, there are 4 huge tires. When the mecha moves forward quickly, it is like roller skates, and the speed of movement is not slow at all. At this moment, the drone monitoring information of the galaxy was transmitted on the large screen of the mecha. From the information, a team of 100 people was frantically chasing a truck on a small road. The truck was also swaying back and forth frantically. If there was a car trying to overtake from the side, the truck would directly hit it frantically. As a result, the large team behind could not catch up for a while. But judging from the situation, it is only a matter of time before this truck is intercepted. Because the galaxy did not receive the signal from the base station, as long as it was not the pantheon taking action, Chen Yiming was too lazy to pay attention to such things, but continued to lead the team towards the target location. After all, it is better to have less trouble than more. At this moment, the mecha that fell behind fired a grenade directly at the rear of the truck. In an instant, the tires of the truck were blown up and could not continue to move. Seeing that the truck in front could no longer escape, Song Pengfei, who was driving the mecha, turned on the megaphone and shouted with a loud laugh. "You are quite capable. You can keep running this time. Come on, capture them all." Following Song Pengfei's order, more than 100 to 200 members of the team rushed out of the car, each holding a submachine gun. Lin Mingqiu's group only had a few dozen women, so how could they possibly be a match for Song Pengfei? It didn't take long for all the members of this small team of dozens of people to be captured. I really didn't expect that it was actually a bunch of women. It seems that my brothers are blessed tonight. Haha, Song Pengfei said as he directly opened the cockpit of the mecha. After hearing what Captain Song Pengfei said, the entire team immediately started to cheer. Long live the boss, thank you boss. However, it would have been better if Song Pengfei didn't open the cockpit of the mecha. When Chen Yiming saw through the monitoring screen that the pilot of the mecha was Song Pengfei, his eyes instantly turned red. Before, the reason why Chen Yiming and his team had not left Blue Shield City was because they had not yet taken revenge. In order not to harm innocent people, Chen Yiming has been enduring and strengthening himself. Now, meeting in the ruins of this city, Chen Yiming was instantly furious. He did not expect that the brothers who once followed him would actually engage in this kind of robbery. Everyone continued to head towards the target location. I'm going out to do something. After Chen Yiming gave the order, he controlled the armor and rushed towards the fork in the road. The mecha's body is 17 meters tall and 5 meters wide, even wider than the road surface. The street lamps that were built on both sides of the road were kicked away by the fast-moving mechas, and they were unable to stop the mechas from moving forward. Even when encountering some buildings blocking the road, the mecha would directly reach out and grab the main body of the building, and use its hands and feet to directly cross over the building. It was like a supergiant in Lilliput country, stepping on those buildings casually. On Chen Yiming's side, the mecha rushed all the way, making a huge noise, which instantly attracted the attention of Song Pengfei and others. Boss, what is that? A team leader under Song Pengfei was immediately confused. The mecha, when did it become so big? And looking at the movements of the mecha, it is so flexible, just like a person, it can control its own body at will. Everyone, prepare for battle immediately. Seeing that things were not going well, Song Pengfei immediately gave a loud order. He himself was driving the mecha and quietly retreating. Chen Yiming, who was driving the Galaxy No. 1 mecha in pursuit, saw the whole scene. Want to run? Humph, I'm afraid you don't have a chance this time. Chapter 62, Regaining the Old Forces, Part 2. The Galaxy No. 1 mecha took a step and jumped directly from a 3-story building, and chased the mecha driven by Song Pengfei frantically. Everyone open fire immediately! Song Pengfei, who was running away, did not forget to give orders to the team, using team members to intercept the Galaxy No. 1 mecha. The team members who received the order immediately opened fire at the Galaxy No. 1 mecha. But the defense of Galaxy No. 1 cannot be broken by ordinary weapons. The special steel plate has a high bearing capacity, so even ordinary rockets cannot penetrate it. In order not to hurt his former subordinates, Chen Yiming chose to avoid those ordinary soldiers as much as possible. The Galaxy No. 1 mecha bypassed the crowd and chased after Song Pengfei's mecha. While chasing, he shouted loudly, I am Chen Yiming, everyone get out of my way! Chen Yiming's shout stunned the soldiers below for a moment. Just when everyone was about to stop, Song Pengfei immediately shouted in the team channel. Everyone, keep attacking! Chen Yiming is already dead. He is not Chen Yiming at all. Song Pengfei, you didn't expect that I, Chen Yiming, was still alive. I treated you as a brother at the beginning, but I didn't expect that you would secretly harm me in order to compete for the position of the leader. Today you can't escape even if you have wings. Chen Yiming shouted loudly while chasing him. Chen Yiming's former subordinates could still recognize his voice, and some of them chose to stop directly. Impossible. I scratched your chest with the zombie's claws. How could you resist the infection of the zombie poison? You are lying. Song Pengfei, who was being chased, shouted loudly while controlling the mecha to escape desperately. Just after shouting this sentence, Song Pengfei realized that he had said the wrong thing out of nervousness. Almost instantly, all the soldiers who were attacking the Galaxy stopped their weapons and threw them directly to the ground. Everyone, pick up your weapons immediately. Your relatives are in my hands. If I can't go back, they will all die. Seeing that everyone stopped, Song Pengfei directly used his last killer weapon and threatened his soldiers' families. Song Pengfei, you villain, I didn't expect you to be so insidious. The Galaxy No. 1 mecha swooped down and flew over the team's heads. Then, the moment it landed, it rolled on the ground to reduce the impact force between the mecha and the ground, then stood up and continued to chase after Song Pengfei's mecha. Just as the Galaxy No. 1 mecha just stood up, Song Pengfei fired the howitzer on the mecha again, and fired at Galaxy No. 1. Almost subconsciously, Chen Yiming wanted to dodge the grenade attack. But the next second, Chen Yiming remembered that many of the soldiers behind him were his former subordinates. If he dodged the grenade attack, the soldiers behind him who had no protection would suffer heavy casualties. Chen Yiming overcame his subconscious actions and forcibly took the attack from the howitzer. Boom! There was a sound of explosion, and the Galaxy No. 1 mecha was shot in the thigh, causing a ball of fire to explode. Seeing that the Galaxy No. 1 mecha was shot in the leg, Song Pengfei immediately laughed arrogantly and said, Chen Yiming, since you have survived, you should find a dog hole to hide well, but you came here to die. Since you want to die so much, I will grant your wish today. Just as Song Pengfei was speaking, the Galaxy No. 1 mecha took another step and chased after Song Pengfei. Guazao, it's still unclear who will die today. After approaching Song Pengfei's mecha, Galaxy No. 1 raised his sturdy arm and punched the mecha. Bang! Song Pengfei's armored mecha was knocked over by a punch. It fell to the ground and slid for more than 10 meters before stopping. Song Pengfei, who was sitting in the mecha, was hit by the powerful impact of the mecha and felt dizzy. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, along with 2 teeth. How is it possible? How can a mecha be so flexible? This is impossible. Song Pengfei, who was knocked down, couldn't believe the result. Bang! A howitzer fired again, and a firework exploded on the chest of the Galaxy No. 1 mecha. Although the defense of the Galaxy No. 1 mecha is strong enough, Chen Yiming, who is sitting in the cockpit, still feels very uncomfortable. Damn it, Song Pengfei, you are dead today! The angry Chen Yiming directly controlled Galaxy No. 1, grabbed Song Pengfei's mounted mecha, and threw him over his shoulder. This attack contained almost all of Chen Yiming's anger during this period of time. The power of the Galaxy No. 1 mecha was instantly fully opened, smashing the equipped mecha to the ground. Boom! The mecha weighing more than 20 tons was thrown to the ground, creating a large hole in the ground. Debris flew everywhere. Just as Chen Yiming was about to continue his attack, the protective armor of the cockpit of the mecha opened directly. Song Pengfei, who was sitting in the cockpit of the mecha, had blood all over his face and a ferocious expression as he shouted loudly, Chen Yiming, if you have the guts, kill me! If you kill me, all their relatives will die. All of them will die. Ha! Song Pengfei's face was covered in blood, and he smiled grimly. Don't think I dare not kill you! The Galaxy No. 1 mecha directly tore off the hatch of the mounted mecha and grabbed Song Pengfei out from inside. To deal with such a villain, you must be more ruthless and heartless than him, and then he will be afraid. Otherwise, you will only be led by others. Song Pengfei, who was caught in the mecha's hand, felt the mecha's giant hand getting closer and closer, and even heard the sound of bones in his body breaking. Now, Song Pengfei was completely scared. No, Chen Yiming, you can't kill me! There are rules in the Blue Shield City gathering place. Teams cannot fight each other. You can't kill me. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? You're still trying to scare me at this time? Outside the city, which team has ever followed this rule? Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. No, the relatives of those soldiers are still in my hands. As long as I die, they will all die. They were your former subordinates, don't you care? Seeing that the rules no longer worked, Song Pengfei immediately took out his last trump card. Now, Chen Yiming was in a bit of a dilemma, and the arm that was controlling the mecha couldn't help but relax a little. Although those soldiers were not his real subordinates, they were once subordinates of the original owner of this body. Can he really ignore them? Chapter 63, Establishing a Base. Well then, you release them all and I'll let you live. Okay, but I have to choose the exchange location. Also, you can't drive this mecha. If you drive this mecha, I would rather die than let them go. The power of the galaxy frightened Song Pengfei, and he directly put forward his conditions. Okay, I agree to your conditions, Chen Yiming said. At this moment, the conversation between the two was heard by the members of those teams, especially Chen Yiming's former subordinates, who all rushed over. Boss, you can't agree to him. He will definitely play tricks. A team leader who used to be under Chen Yiming immediately stepped forward to stop him. Why, Wan Kui, it's only been a few months and my words don't work anymore. No, boss, that's not what I meant. Just as Wan Kui was about to explain himself, Chen Yiming interrupted him and said, If you don't mean that, just listen to me. After dealing with Song Pengfei, Chen Yiming, wearing armor, walked out of the mecha. That set of pitch-black steel armor gives people a sense of technology. Chen Yiming walked out of the mecha and directly ordered the team to release Lin Mingqiu and others. Release all the hostages. I'm really sorry. These team members were once my subordinates. But for some reason, they were taken advantage of. I'd like to apologize to you here. Chen Yiming walked in front of Lin Mingqiu and spoke to her. Seeing that things had taken a turn for the better, Lin Mingqiu finally felt relieved. If Chen Yiming hadn't suddenly appeared, then their ending tonight would be. You don't have to apologize, this is not your fault. I also heard your conversation just now. They were just threatened, and it's not their fault. If there is any fault, it is only his fault. Lin Mingqiu pointed at Song Pengfei, who was held in the mecha's hand, and said aloud, Wan Kui, organize the team and pick out the former members. As for the others, give them a car and let them go. Chen Yiming didn't want to use the people Song Pengfei recruited later. Those people were Song Pengfei's confidants, and they would betray him sooner or later if he kept them. Moreover, Chen Yiming plans to make his team an elite one in the future, so he doesn't care about the number of people. Soon, under the command of Wan Kui, the team had less than 50 former members left out of the original 200-plus members, and the rest were newly recruited fighters. Looking at the team of less than 50 people, Chen Yiming asked in confusion, Why are there only so few people? Boss, since you died. Pa. Since you left, Song Pengfei has killed many brothers in order to eliminate dissidents. Some brothers have no relatives or concerns, so they simply choose to quit the team. Only people like us are forced to stay here. Wan Kui explained. After dismissing the remaining more than 100 people, Chen Yiming prepared to lead his team members to continue heading towards the target location. At this time, Lin Mingqiu brought dozens of female team members and walked towards Chen Yiming. Why haven't you left yet? Seeing that Lin Mingqiu had not left yet, Chen Yiming asked in confusion. I want to join you with my team. Lin Mingqiu's words surprised Chen Yiming, because Lin Mingqiu had never chosen to join Chen Yiming's team before. Seeing Chen Yiming's puzzled look, Lin Mingqiu continued. After this incident, I have completely figured it out. In this end times, it doesn't mean that as long as I am willing to work hard and dare to fight, I can lead my sisters to live well. Only by following the strong can we live better. You saved me once before and let me go without saying anything. And this time, you saved our entire team again and agreed to let us go without asking for anything. So you are not a person who bullies the weak with a gun. My sisters and I will follow you and will definitely not be treated unfairly. That is why I chose to join you. Chen Yiming thought for a moment and said, Okay. After all, it's not good if the team is made up of only men. It's also a good choice to have more women to adjust the situation. After all the supplies were restocked, the team started to head towards the target location again. As for the extra 100 people, Chen Yiming directly gave them a few cars and asked them to go back to report the news. Soon, Chen Yiming and his men met up with the team members, and then continued towards the target factory. When I came to the factory again, there were already a lot of zombies wandering inside. After clearing the zombies again, the team occupied the factory's office building. Using the factory's office building as a base, the team quickly began to set up various defense measures. 4 heavy machine guns were set up at the 4 corners of the roof. Downstairs, a simple wall was built around the office building as a temporary defense measure. In the office building, Chen Yiming detained Song Pengfei in a room on the 2nd floor. Wan Kui, arrange personnel to guard the place 24 hours a day. 1 person will be on duty, 4 hours at a time. Chen Yiming instructed Wan Kui. Boss, can 1 person do this alone? What if? It's okay. Song Pengfei's hands and feet are tied with chains. 1 person is enough, Chen Yiming said. Although Wan Kui didn't know what Chen Yiming was going to do, he guessed that Chen Yiming must have his own intentions. After arranging people to guard, Chen Yiming prepared to start planning the defense construction of the base. First of all, the first step is to build defensive measures around the office building. After all, There are so many people in the team, and they need to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate every day, so the office building is the most suitable location. Then, it is the defense construction of the supercomputer room. And this supercomputer room is the main purpose of Chen Yiming's choice to build a base here. If you want to develop your team quickly, technology is an essential part. Only with powerful high-tech weapons can you survive in the apocalypse. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are only level 5 zombies and evolved beasts in the core area of the city ruins. But this is just a small borderland. Like the center of the Dark Forest Mountains, there are countless more advanced evolved beasts. After passing through the Dark Forest, there is an endless sea of corpses. Therefore, only by speeding up the pace of advancement can we face more powerful enemies in the future. Chen Yiming drove the mecha and directly removed a large piece of concrete wall from the building nearby. He cut the concrete wall into large squares to use as bricks, and then stacked them up to use as a wall. Before dark, a 3-meter-high and 2-meter-wide wall was built around the office building. Soldiers could stand on the wall and walk back and forth for patrol. Chapter 64: Eliminating the Traitor. At night, Chen Yiming arranged his team to conduct night patrols, and specifically instructed that the window on the second floor where Song Pengfei was imprisoned must be patrolled once every 10 minutes, no more and no less. After arranging the night watchman, Chen Yiming returned to his room. Chen Yiming's room was on the 3rd floor, just above the room where Song Pengfei was imprisoned. The night passed quickly without any unexpected events. The next morning, Chen Yiming got up early and drove the mecha to continue building defense measures for the base. This time, not only was the wall of the office building expanded to more than 4 meters high, but even the photon computer room was surrounded by a tall wall. It has to be said that with the assistance of the Galaxy No. 1 mecha, the fortifications were built extremely quickly. In just 2 days, the defensive wall was almost built. Although it is a temporary defensive wall built with construction cement boards, it is sufficient to defend against ordinary zombies. At night, the entrance hall of the office building was used as the team's cafeteria. Nearly 100 members of the team, both new and old, were queuing up in the hall to get food. A bowl of wild vegetable corn porridge, a pile of pickles, and a small piece of cooked evolved beast meat. These meals, for the prosperous times, can be said to be very ordinary, but for the end of the world, it is a very sumptuous dinner. Everyone held their own bowl, sat in front of a desk, and ate delicious wild vegetable corn porridge. Especially for those new members who joined the team, this small piece of evolved beast meat was more delicious than any other delicacy. They ate it in small bites, fearing that this delicacy would be finished too quickly. After driving the Galaxy for a day, the constant shaking in the cockpit made him tired not only mentally but also physically. After dinner, Chen Yiming returned to his room early to rest. At night, after the 2 soldiers who were responsible for guarding Song Pengfei handed over to each other, they took a look at the surrounding situation, and then the soldier directly opened the door of the room where Song Pengfei was imprisoned. "Boss, don't make a sound, I'm here to save you." After the soldier walked into the room, he immediately took out the key to the chain from his pocket and opened the chain on Song Pengfei. "Six, brother, good job. If I can successfully escape this time, you will be the deputy captain of the team in the future." Seeing that someone finally came to rescue him, Song Pengfei immediately began to paint a rosy picture for the soldiers who rescued him, promising all kinds of benefits. "Thank you, boss." "Don't thank me yet, just open the chain for me." After 2 days of observation, Song Pengfei also found out the situation of the night watchman outside. Basically, there would be patrols every 10 minutes. As long as he took advantage of these 10 minutes and climbed over the wall, he would be able to escape. The 2 men who had unlocked the chains waited in the room until the patrol officers passed by, then they quickly climbed out of the 2nd-floor window. At this time, Chen Yiming was sleeping soundly. The screen on the wristband on his wrist suddenly lit up, making a beeping sound, accompanied by bursts of vibrations. Chen Yiming, who was awakened, immediately looked at the screen on his wrist. At this moment, on the screen, 2 people had already climbed over the defensive wall of the base and were quietly fleeing into the distance. Seeing the scene on the screen, Chen Yiming's mouth curled up slightly. Finally someone took the bait. But I didn't expect it to be so early. Could it be that he couldn't help himself on the 2nd day? Chen Yiming picked up the sniper rifle beside him, opened the window, jumped down from the 3rd floor, and chased after the 2 people who were fleeing. Under the cover of night, Chen Yiming followed the two men like a hunter in the dark, all the way out of the base. Chen Yiming had no mercy on this traitor. After chasing him for a certain distance, he raised the heavy sniper rifle in his hand and aimed directly at the traitor's head with the help of night vision goggles. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Although the sniper rifle is equipped with a silencer, the sound of the sniper rifle can still be heard from far away in this quiet night. Fortunately, at this time, they were far enough away from the team's base, so the gunshots could not be heard that far. The two people who were running ahead suddenly heard a gunshot. The traitor Lao Lu's head was blown to pieces by the bullet. In the moonlight, Song Pengfei saw that Lao Lu, who was standing beside him, had his head blown to pieces. Song Pengfei didn't even look at the old man who saved him. He immediately dodged and hid behind a building, then continued to run in another direction. Seeing that Song Pengfei was still running away, Chen Yiming immediately stood up and chased after him. Chen Yiming is a level 3 evolver himself, and with the help of night vision goggles, his speed is many times faster than Song Pengfei. In almost no time, Chen Yiming caught up. "Stop or I'll kill you if you run. You dare not kill me. If you dared to kill me, you would have done it long ago," Song Pengfei, who was being aimed at by the gun, said confidently. While they were talking, Song Pengfei raised his hand and shot Chen Yiming. Bang! Bite! The bullet hit the armor directly and then fell to the ground. Chen Yiming was fine. Song Pengfei was stunned on the spot. What? How could this happen? While Song Pengfei was still in a daze, Chen Yiming flew over and threw Song Pengfei to the ground. Song Pengfei, who had only primary genetic evolution, was 2 levels behind Chen Yiming in strength. Song Pengfei was knocked down and had no chance to resist. Chen Yiming carried him back to the team's base like a chicken. After locking Song Pengfei back into the room, he hung the key to the chain directly on the wall outside the door. After the next shift of guards arrived, Chen Yiming returned to his room to rest. It was as if Song Pengfei's escape had never happened. In the next few days, Chen Yiming continued to build fortifications, while the traitor who was killed disappeared in the name of transfer. More than 10 days later, the defensive fortifications of the garrison were finally completed. The defensive wall is more than 10 meters high, and there is a heavy machine gun mounted on the wall every few meters, which is enough to resist some large zombie tides. During these 10 days, 2 more traitors were discovered and tried to secretly rescue Song Pengfei, but they were secretly killed by Chen Yiming. "Boss, the defensive fortifications have been completed these 2 days. Why haven't we seen Xiaolu and the others come back?" Wang Kui found Chen Yiming and asked. After taking a look at Wang Kui, Chen Yiming directly turned on the wristband screen and played the footage of the traitors trying to rescue Song Pengfei. "They will never come back." Chapter 65 Hostage Exchange. When Wang Kui finished watching the scene on the screen, he didn't know what to say. He could only take a deep breath and return the wristband to Chen Yiming. Seeing Wang Kui's depressed look, Chen Yiming patted Wang Kui on the shoulder and said, "Okay, those people are not worth your sadness. Let's go, it's time to figure out how to exchange the soldiers' relatives back. If you want to exchange hostages safely, and you can't drive the mecha, and you have to kill Song Pengfei, it can be said that this is not easy. With a villain like Song Pengfei, he will definitely use some tricks." Finally, Chen Yiming decided to split his troops into 2 groups. The newly arrived 50 people would escort Song Pengfei to exchange hostages. The Women's Special Forces team and Li Tiesua and others who had been following Chen Yiming were responsible for hiding on the side. If a fight broke out, they could provide quick support. Moreover, the Special Forces equipment was all made by Chen Yiming himself. The armor has strong defensive capabilities and the weapons are powerful enough to have unexpected effects at critical moments. The remaining dozens of women led by Lin Mingqiu were responsible for staying behind to guard the station to prevent any special circumstances from occurring during their absence. The next morning, Chen Yiming drove the Galaxy Chariot and escorted Song Pengfei towards the gathering place of Blue Shield City. When it was about 10 kilometers away from the Blue Shield City gathering place, the communicator could receive the signal from Blue Shield City. "Contact your people and be prepared to hand over the hostages," Chen Yiming said, handing the communicator directly to Song Pengfei. After taking the communicator, Song Pengfei directly dialed the number. About 10 seconds later, as soon as the call was connected, Song Pengfei immediately said, "Hello, Palace Master, this is Xiaofei, save me." As soon as Song Pengfei mentioned the word Palace Master, Chen Yiming immediately thought of the pantheon. Palace Master? What does that mean? Could it be that this matter has something to do with the pantheon? Xiao Fei? What's wrong? What happened? Palace Master, I have been captured and require to be exchanged for the soldiers' relatives. We can designate a place for the exchange. Okay then, let's meet at Shaonan village near the dark forest in an hour. After deciding on the meeting place, Chen Yiming immediately rushed to the designated location. An hour later, in Shaonan village, Chen Yiming saw the people Song Pengfei had called over. A man in a red robe led a group of masked men in black. Chen Yiming recognized them the first time he saw them. They were indeed the group from the Temple of the Gods. Birds of a feather flocked together. The low-class people gathered together. Chen Yiming, wearing a black battle armor, pushed Song Pengfei directly off the galaxy chariot. He grabbed Song Pengfei with one hand and said, "Where are our people?" When the red-robed man saw Chen Yiming's black armor, his eyes narrowed and he instantly recognized Chen Yiming. The man who attacked the underground laboratory was also wearing black armor. Although the two men had never met, the man in red robe was certain that the person who attacked the underground laboratory was definitely Chen Yiming. The man with the red flower waved his hand, and immediately more than 50 people came out from the room behind. After all the hostages were escorted out, the man in the red robe said, "You can release them now." Release the hostages. Shouldn't it be fair? How do I know who those hostages are? So what do you think is fair? I will lead Song Pengfei, and we will exchange hostages at the same time. Hearing Chen Yiming's request, the red-robed man immediately said, "Haha, okay, I'll do as you ask. Wan Kui, take the hostages and get them into the armored vehicles immediately to avoid any accidents." After Chen Yiming gave a brief explanation, he escorted Song Pengfei and walked towards the other side little by little. At the same time, the man in red robe also ordered his men to release the hostages. Little by little, Chen Yiming passed by more than 50 hostages. When all the hostages arrived at the team and began to enter the armored vehicles, Chen Yiming also escorted Song Pengfei to the team of the pantheon. At this time, the red-robed man Jia Jiaosun did not rush to take action, but instead wanted to recruit Chen Yiming. "Boy, you are quite courageous. You actually dared to attack the underground laboratory of our pantheon alone? As long as you are willing to join our pantheon, I can forgive your past. What do you think?" At this time, the hostages were still entering the armored vehicles, so Chen Yiming was not in a hurry to take action. He pretended to negotiate with the other party and asked, "What benefits can I get from joining the pantheon?" "Benefits? By joining the Temple of the Gods, you will have the opportunity to become a person with special abilities," Jia Jiaosun in a red robe said as he rubbed his fingers. An orange-yellow flame immediately appeared on Jia Jiaosun's fingers. "Is this a superpower?" This was the first time Chen Yiming had met other people with superpowers since he traveled to the Grey Earth planet, and he was very surprised. Seeing Chen Yiming's surprised look, Jia Jiaosun in red robe immediately showed a smug look and said, "You can say that, but we call him a person with special abilities. People with special abilities are people with special abilities. How about that?" Chen Yiming glanced in the direction of his team. At this time, the last hostage had already entered the armored vehicle. "It's really tempting," Chen Yiming said, and took out a dagger from his waist and cut Song Pengfei's throat. Seeing Chen Yiming suddenly take action, Jia Jiaosun in red robe immediately shouted loudly, "Boy, you dare!" While shouting, Jia Jiaosun waved his hands vigorously, and two huge fireballs flew towards Chen Yiming. Almost at the moment when Chen Yiming took action, the teams on both sides immediately began fighting. Da-da-da. The sound of gunfire was like Chinese New Year's firecrackers, and Qin began to design frantically. Faced with the two huge fireballs that suddenly attacked, Chen Yiming had no intention of retreating at all, and the dagger directly cut Song Pengfei's throat. Song Pengfei, whose throat was cut, never dreamed that Chen Yiming would dare to attack in their team. He stared at Chen Yiming with his eyes wide open, and then his body slowly fell down. The two fireballs also fell on Chen Yiming at this time, just like two balls of gasoline, wrapping up Chen Yiming's entire body. In an instant, Chen Yiming turned directly into a fireman. But at this time, Chen Yiming still did not choose to retreat, but took out the heavy sniper rifle from behind. Seeing Chen Yiming holding the sniper rifle behind him in the flames, Jia Zhaosun immediately raised his red robe. Bang! After a gunshot, Chen Yiming began to retreat quickly. As for whether the red-robed man was hit, it was no longer important at this time, because at this time, the screen inside the armor helmet was showing a red warning. If the flames are allowed to continue burning, the armor may be damaged by the high temperature at any time, and may even ignite the high-energy batteries inside the armor. Chapter 66, Fierce Battle. Chen Yiming retreated quickly while using his hands to release his supernatural powers and sense the flames on his body. On the surface of the armor, there is a special liquid attached. This liquid is like a phosphorus liquid. It can burn at high temperature in the air, and the temperature is terrifyingly high. Although Chen Yiming's special ability could not control the flames, it could control the liquid formed by the substance. His hands quickly slid across his body, concentrating all the liquid attached to the surface of the armor into the palms of his hands, forming 2 burning fireballs. Then he swung his hands vigorously and threw 2 fireballs towards the red-robed man Jia Zhaosun. At this time, Jia Zhaosun used his robe to cover himself. Although the bullet did not hit him directly, the cyclone created by the bullet that passed through quickly left a wound on Jia Zhaosun's face. Jia Zhaosun, who had just dodged an attack, was shocked to see Chen Yiming throwing the flame he had released back to him. He quickly used his robe to catch the flame again. The moment the flame touched the robe, it quickly extinguished and disappeared. The battle between the two was over almost in an instant. Boy, I am the master of playing with fire. It is just a foolish dream to think of using my fire to attack me. Jia Zhaosun, who caught the fire with his robe, said in embarrassment. The secret group of the pantheon will attack and capture all of them. Following Jia Zhaosun's order, a special team of more than a dozen people rushed out from the house behind the pantheon again, holding something similar to a rocket in their hands. The members of the Galaxy Rangers Special Forces also rushed out from their hiding places. Each of them was wearing armor and holding a laser submachine gun, firing in the direction of the Temple of the Gods. The power of the laser submachine gun is much stronger than ordinary weapons. In almost an instant, dozens of people from the pantheon fell in a pool of blood. The thunderous counterattack from the Galaxy team made Jia Zhaosun furious, and he almost shouted, "Use my secret weapon! I want to keep them all here, and not let any of them go." Then I saw members of the Pantheon's secret group carrying something like a rocket launcher, and quickly firing a dozen rockets into the sky. After the rockets reached a certain height, they exploded directly in the sky, forming puffs of green smoke. After the green smoke in the air combined with the air, it began to turn into blood-red gas, rapidly descending in the air and covering the entire battlefield. No, the smoke is poisonous. Wang Kui, lead the team, protect the hostages and evacuate first. Almost in an instant, Chen Yiming realized that something was wrong and immediately ordered Wang Kui to evacuate. But Captain, what are you going to do? No problem, just follow the order. Chen Yiming turned around and roared at Wang Kui, which frightened Wang Kui so much that he shrank his neck and immediately led his team to evacuate the battlefield. At this time, the smoke in the sky was almost approaching the ground. Chen Yiming shouted directly into the intercom in the armor. Special Forces members, activate the armor's poison mask function. At this time, all the people on the Pantheon side had already put on their gas masks and were holding their weapons ready to charge. Kill! Chen Yiming roared in his armor, carrying the sniper rifle and wanting to aim at the red-robed Jia Zhaosun again, but he found that Jia Zhaosun had already hidden in the rear of the team, and his figure could not be seen at all. The large amount of green and red gas in the sky blocked the drone's camera, and Chen Yiming couldn't find where Jia Zhaosun's people were for a while. In desperation, Chen Yiming could only randomly select a member of the Pantheon's dark group and shoot him in the head. Those members of the Pantheon did not have the protective armor like the Galactic Force, and more than a dozen of them were shot dead almost immediately after the encounter. Seeing the casualties on their side, the people of the Pantheon became bloodthirsty and fired their submachine guns continuously in the direction of the Galaxy team. However, the members of the Galaxy team wearing armor were not afraid of bullets at all. When the bullets hit the armor, they would bounce directly to the ground without causing any damage. During the period of stalemate between the two sides attacking each other, the Pantheon lost dozens of fighters again. How could they fight? The weapons and equipment of both sides were not even on the same level. Almost in an instant, the more than 200 members of the Pantheon were directly defeated and began to flee in all directions. Now, the special forces of the Galaxy team became more motivated and started chasing with laser submachine guns in hand. The entire Xiaonan village was not big, but it was small. Before the end of the world, there were only a few hundred households. At this time, Jia Zhaosun saw that the situation on the battlefield was not good, so he had already taken off his red robe, changed into the clothes of an ordinary soldier and fled. Chen Yiming led the Galaxy Rangers special forces to search almost the entire village. Although they found and killed many members of the Temple of the Gods, they did not find Jia Zhaosun. "Boss, we searched the east but didn't find anyone," Li Tiasuo reported. "Captain, there is no one in the west," Jiang Tingting said. After hearing the report from his men, Chen Yiming thought for a moment and decided not to continue the pursuit. If they were tricked by the enemy again, the people they rescued would be in danger. "Collect the troops and retreat." At this moment, a soldier's voice was heard on the intercom. "Boss, it's bad. Captain Wang Kui has been poisoned." While the wartime report was being made, Wang Kui's screams could be heard from time to time on the intercom. Hearing this, Chen Yiming instantly felt that something was wrong. The thing he had been worried about had finally happened. "How is Wang Kui now?" "Captain Wang Kui, there are ulcers all over your skin, and thick fluid keeps oozing out. No one dares to move now. The skin on the ulcerated areas will fall off if touched." The anxious voice of a soldier was heard on the walkie-talkie. "This must be another biological weapon developed by the Pantheon. There is definitely no antidote for sale out there. What should we do?" "Galaxy, activate the autopilot system and return to the base at full speed." Following Chen Yiming's order, the Galaxy tank quickly took over the driving system of the armored vehicle and rushed at full speed towards the base in the ruins. "There is no other way. We can only return to the base as soon as possible and find a way to treat the poisoned people." Along the way, all the vehicles of the entire team were moving forward at a high speed, raising a trail of dust on the road, just like a dirt dragon flying close to the ground. Chapter 67 Biochemical Virus. The team did not dare to delay for even a moment. After entering the ruins of the city, the Galaxy chariot led the way, knocking away obstacles and zombies on the road, clearing a path for the vehicles behind. As soon as he arrived at the team's factory base, Chen Yiming jumped directly from the Galaxy and came to the armored vehicle where Wang Kui was. When he opened the door of the armored vehicle from the outside, the scene inside the car made Chen Yiming stunned. At this time, there were more than a dozen people in the armored vehicle, all of whom were infected with the virus. There were wailing sounds coming from inside the vehicle. At this time, Wang Kui's condition was so serious that he was about to go into shock. However, the pain from the wounds on his body prevented him from falling into a coma. He could only wailing softly. "Boss, how are they?" Li Tiasuo walked over and asked. "Seal off this place. No one else is allowed to approach the armored vehicle. All Special Forces members, female Special Forces, go check other vehicles to see if there are any infected by the virus. Male Special Forces come and carry the infected people, and put them in a separate room." After arranging the work, Chen Yiming specifically reminded. "Attention, during this period, no one is allowed to take off the protective mask of the armor." Soon, a simple stretcher was made and the infected people began to be transferred one by one. As soon as Chen Yiming's hand touched Wang Kui's body, a large piece of rotten flesh fell off, revealing the tender flesh with blood inside. Just this slight touch made Wang Kui wail again. But there was no other way. He couldn't let these people infected by the virus continue to stay in the armored vehicle. Chen Yiming hardened his heart, grabbed Wang Kui's shoulders and pulled him out of the car. Although everyone tried their best to avoid contact between Wang Kui's skin and other objects, he still slightly touched some things. Ah! Amidst a burst of wailing, Wang Kui's body was finally placed on a stretcher. There were 11 infected people in total. All of them were in the same armored vehicle as Wang Kui and they were infected by each other. In order to prevent other people from being infected, Chen Yiming had to clear out a warehouse to accommodate these infected people. The skin of these infected people has ulcerated all over their bodies. The skin will fall off with just a slight touch. In order to reduce the pain of the infected people, they can only cut off their clothes. Then use a bracket to cover the quilt on them to prevent the quilt from coming into contact with the ulcerated skin. After settling the infected people, Chen Yiming extracted some festering skin fragments from the cut clothes. With these fragments, Chen Yiming walked straight to the warehouse next to the machine room. Inside the warehouse are various mechanical supplies that the team brought with them when they set out, including genetic research equipment. Putting the skin fragments under the microscope, Chen Yiming used his supernatural powers to sense the virus cells while observing them with his eyes. The virus strain looks like a furry ball under a microscope, but despite its cute appearance, it actually has a strong corrosive effect. This strain looks somewhat similar to the zombie virus strain, and can resist the human immune system and travel freely in the human body. However, this virus is more contagious than the zombie virus and can be transmitted through contact. However, the development of a virus vaccine cannot be completed in a short period of time. Chen Yiming's current goal is to find a substitute that can inhibit the virus as soon as possible. Otherwise, when his vaccine is developed, even if the infected person does not die, he will be tortured to death by the virus. The virus strain has certain similarities with the zombie virus, and the Pantheon has been using the zombie virus to develop people with superpowers. Place the strain in a culture dish containing an anticorpse agent, and observe the status of the strain. Soon, through dual observation under a microscope and with supernatural powers, Chen Yiming discovered that the virus's activity quickly decreased in the anticorpse agent. Although the anticorpse agent cannot completely kill the virus, it can reduce the activity of the virus, which is also good news. As soon as Chen Yiming walked out of the laboratory, Jiang Tingting came over. "Captain, our team's food reserves are running low. What should we do? Didn't we prepare a lot of food for the winter when we set out? How come it's gone so quickly?" "Captain, we did prepare a lot of food for the winter, but at that time our team only had a dozen people. Now the team has suddenly become 150, so the consumption has naturally increased." "Oh my God, my brain! How long can the current food supply last?" Chen Yiming slapped his forehead and asked. "Based on the current situation, it can last about 3 days." 3 days, just 3 days? Okay, I'll find a way to solve it. On the one hand, there is the development of vaccines, and the infected are waiting for the vaccine to save their lives. On the other hand, there is the food problem. Without food, the entire team will starve. Both problems are imminent. There was no other choice. Chen Yiming had to choose between the two and solve the most urgent problem of food first. Because it is already early winter, it is too late to collect wild vegetables, and the best way is to purchase them with supplies. Fortunately, I still had a lot of credit points left from the last time I sold nuclear fuel in Black Dragon City, which can come in handy this time. In an emergency, Chen Yiming immediately returned to the warehouse and started making several heavy sniper rifles. The laser sniper rifle produced this time was only intended for sale, so Chen Yiming imposed strict restrictions on anti-disassembly and confidentiality measures. The laser sniper rifle for sale has no screws on the entire gun body, and is a complete whole. And once it is violently disassembled, the electromagnetic launch system will instantly overload. The electromagnetic coil wrapped inside the barrel will generate instantaneous high temperature, dissolving all the internal parts of the gun into a pile of scrap metal. Fortunately, there were all kinds of materials in the warehouse, and Chen Yiming only took more than half an hour to make 4 heavy sniper rifles. Boarding the Galaxy No. 1 mecha, taking the Galaxy tank and a dozen heavy cargo trucks, Chen Yiming set off in a hurry. Nearing Hailing City, Chen Yiming called Zhou Runlong again. "Hey, brother Chen, you finally have time to call me. I miss you so much." As soon as the call was connected, Zhou Runlong on the other end of the phone said with a smile on his face, "Brother, are you thinking about me or those sniper rifles?" "Ha ha ha, brother Chen, you are teasing me again. I am your brother, but I am waiting for your sniper rifles." Chapter 68, Dumbfounded. In the office of the director of the resources department, Zhou Runlong was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Looking at the giant mecha that was 17 or 18 meters high outside the window, he was shocked. "Brother Chen, is this the combat equipment of your logistics department? What about the combat equipment of your front line?" "Oh, brother Zhou, forget about the frontline equipment. I can't even get it if I want to. This mecha was distributed to us by the headquarters because of the 6th or 7th level zombies that evolved in the ruins." Chen Yiming sat on the sofa and continued to show off his ability to deceive people. Only when you elevate yourself to a certain status will others respect you more and dare not play tricks on you. No, brother, isn't it okay to just ask? Brother, you'd better not ask. This mecha uses controlled nuclear fusion technology, which can be regarded as having unlimited endurance. This mecha can exchange for half of the Black Dragon's city gathering place. Chen Yiming seemed careless and deliberately leaked some of the mecha's high-tech technology. Zhou Runlong thought he had heard wrong, and asked in surprise, "What technology does the mecha use?" Controlled nuclear fusion, even before the apocalypse, had not been developed. And this mecha is only so small, how can it have controlled nuclear fusion technology inside? Seeing that Zhou Runlong still didn't want to believe it, Chen Yiming didn't care at all. After all, the purpose of this visit was just to purchase some food, and by the way, sell the sniper rifle to Zhou Runlong in exchange for more weapon manufacturing materials. Brother Zhou, I'm not here to sell mechas this time, so don't pay attention to my mecha. This is the sniper rifle that I promised to sell to you, and I brought it to you, Chen Yiming said as he put the suitcase he was carrying on the table. When he opened the suitcase, he saw 4 laser-heavy sniper rifles neatly placed inside. The barrels were thicker than those of ordinary sniper rifles and looked very powerful. Looking at the matte black texture, Zhou Yunlong's attention was instantly attracted to the sniper rifle. Taking out the sniper rifle from the box, Zhou Runlong was like a child who had obtained a favorite toy. He took aim, looked outside through the scope, and pulled the bolt to try out the gun. Brother Zhou, please don't shoot. Seeing Zhou Runlong's action, Chen Yiming quickly called out. The lowest standard for the use of this sniper rifle is that it can only be used by a second-level genetic evolver. If an ordinary person is shot, even if he does not die, he will be crippled by the recoil. What's wrong? Zhou Runlong asked puzzledly, not knowing what was going on. Brother Zhou, the standard for using this sniper rifle is that you must be a level 2 genetic evolver at the very least. If an ordinary person uses it, they will be crippled by the recoil, or even killed. What? That's serious. After hearing Chen Yiming's explanation, Zhou Runlong was immediately frightened and broke into a cold sweat. He quickly put the sniper rifle back into the box, and at the same time did not forget to turn off the safety of the gun. After closing the box again, Zhou Runlong said, Brother Chen, you didn't come here just to give me a gun this time, did you? Brother Zhou really guessed it right. I plan to purchase some raw materials for weapons and ammunition, as well as some food. After all, our logistics team also needs to resist some ordinary zombies. If we use all these advanced weapons, the costs will be too high. As Chen Yiming spoke, he also found a reason for himself to purchase weapons materials. These are all small matters, leave it to me. Just these 4 guns, brother, how many credit points do you think it will cost? These 4 guns are defense equipment specially approved by me and the headquarters. So you can decide on these 4 guns, brother. Just think of them as gifts for Brother Zhou as weapons for self-defense. Chen Yiming said with a smile, and at the same time asked for a favor of some size. This is so bad. How about this? I will get you a truckload of vegetables from the logistics department later, as a return gift to you. Brother Chen, please don't refuse. Soon, the transaction was completed. Chen Yiming left the Black Dragon city gathering place with a large pile of weapons, materials, and several carts of food and vegetables. As soon as Chen Yiming left, Zhou Runlong immediately came to the headquarters of the gathering place with a box. Uncle San, let me show you these laser sniper rifles. I just got them from. Arriving at the headquarters of the gathering place, Zhou Runlong told everything about what happened between him and Chen Yiming. Zhou Changping, the uncle Zhou Runlong mentioned, was one of the 3 leaders of the gathering place. If there was no such relationship, Zhou Runlong, as an ordinary person, would not have been able to take the position of the general manager of the material recovery department. Xiaolong, what use can these guns have? They are just a little more powerful. Zhou Changping took a look at the sniper rifle in the box and did not think that the gun could be that powerful. Uncle San, I guarantee with my life that once you see the power of this gun, you will be absolutely shocked. Seeing that his third uncle Zhou Changping was somewhat reluctant to believe it, Zhou Runlong finally persuaded Zhou Changping to the experimental shooting range of the operations department. After a second-level gene evolver fired a shot, the bullet directly penetrated 3 50mm thick protective steel plates, and then embedded itself on the third protective steel plate. Seeing Zhou Runlong making 4 50mm protective steel plates, Zhou Changping initially thought that Zhou Runlong was being mysterious, and didn't take it seriously at all. But when Zhou Changping saw the power of the bullet, he was stunned. If this weapon could be distributed as a conventional weapon, then the combat capability of his team would be greatly improved. No, it should be doubled or multiplied many times. Hurry, Xiaolong, put away all the weapons and follow me to the Weapons Research and Development Department. Zhou Changping came to his senses and immediately put away the box containing the sniper rifle, and pulled Zhou Runlong towards the Weapons Research and Development Department. In the Weapons Research and Development Department, a large group of so-called experts were stunned when they saw the laser sniper rifle. Because there was not even a screw on the sniper rifle, they could not find a way to disassemble it. If there are no screws, then we have to disassemble it violently. There are 4 guns in total. Looking at the confused experts, Zhou Changping became a little anxious. But how could someone else easily break the weapon that Chen Yiming made himself? The moment when experts used a hydraulic press to crush the outer shell of the gun. I saw the barrel of the laser sniper rifle begin to heat up and then turn red. Then, even the back of the gun turned red. Finally, the good gun turned directly into a pile of scrap metal. The confidentiality measures are too strict. The entire gun is a one-piece shell and cannot be disassembled. There are also technical anti-theft confidentiality measures inside. Once the gun is damaged, it will become a pile of scrap metal. How can the technology be cracked? Chapter 69, Deep Sadness in the Heart. Chen Yiming, who was driving the mecha away, controlled the mecha to cross the broken bridge in one step and move towards the base. In the lobby of the base, Li Tiesuo, Lin Mingqiu, Jiang Tingting, and a few young soldiers were warming themselves around a fire. Captain Li, when do you think the boss will be back? Brother Wang and the others are still being tortured in the warehouse. A little soldier asked. I don't know either. It was already afternoon when the captain left. Maybe he should be able to come back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Li Tiesuo didn't know where Chen Yiming had gone, and said uncertainly. Why? Just then, bursts of engine sounds were faintly heard outside. When Chen Yiming rushed back to the base, it was already pitch black. Only a few lights were visible on the top of the base's building. Before Chen Yiming got out of the mecha, Li Tiesuo and others had already rushed out of the lobby of the residence. Looking at the people rushing out of the hall, Chen Yiming got off the mecha and asked them, Why haven't you guys slept yet? Chen Yiming got off the mecha and asked them, This. Although Li Tiesuo knew in his heart that he wanted to fight, he just hesitated and couldn't speak clearly. Lin Mingqiu, who was standing by, then said, Isn't this just to show my concern for why you haven't come back yet, boss? It's okay. I'm back safely. You guys go to sleep now. I'll arrange for someone to unload the supplies tomorrow. What about you, boss? Jiang Tingting asked. As for me, I still have to study the biological virus as soon as possible and try to develop a vaccine as soon as possible. After Chen Yiming finished speaking, he headed straight towards the research room. Although the anti-corpse agent can temporarily slow down the activity of the virus, it is not a cure, so further research is needed. When it comes to writing code, editing programs, or other mechanical things, Chen Yiming can be said to be an expert, but when it comes to biological research, Chen Yiming is a complete novice. In order to obtain scientific and technological knowledge about biology, Chen Yiming could only search in the server of the deep-sea photonic computer. Reconnect the memory server of the photon computer, then turn on the onboard computer of the Galaxy Chariot, and search for the strings of codes in the server. In Chen Yiming's eyes, those strings of obscure codes looked like strings of words. Most importantly, all these research and development data are stored in the server of the deep-sea photonic computer. Following the code, Chen Yiming directly found the hard disk server that stored the data from the server array in the computer room. In the midst of constant repairs and learning, the sun quietly rose from the horizon. At this time, Li Tiesuo and other team leaders were leading the team members to classify and store the supplies that Chen Yiming brought back last night. Sister Tingting, where did our boss get so much food? Lin Mingqiu, who was unloading the truck, wiped the sweat off her forehead and asked. That I don't know either. The boss never tells us a lot of things and he handles everything by himself. Jiang Tingting picked up a bag of corn and walked along the gangway from the truck, speaking as she went. After unloading the goods, Jiang Tingting led people to prepare breakfast for the team. This time, because the number of soldiers increased, the number of people who cooked also increased. In addition to some female soldiers, relatives of soldiers who had little combat ability also took the initiative to participate. Because it was breakfast, it was relatively simple. A big pot of corn and wild vegetable porridge, and some stir-fried vegetable side dishes. The soldiers had not eaten these vegetables for a long time. This spicy cucumber is so juicy. I haven't eaten cucumber in a long time. A young soldier picked up a piece of cucumber from the plate, put it in his mouth, and said while eating, "Yeah, it would be great if this wasn't the end of the world. I haven't eaten vegetables for 3 or 4 years. And the taste of bitter melon. I hated it before the end of the world. I didn't expect it to taste so good now." No one knew which words touched the deep sadness in everyone's hearts. The soldiers who were eating put down their bowls and chopsticks at the same time and began to wipe their tears. Suddenly, Jiang Tingting found that Chen Yiming was not among the people sitting and eating, so she stood up, picked up a lunch box, and packed some food. "Sister Tingting, why are you still getting food?" Lin Mingqiu asked from the side. "The boss hasn't eaten yet. I'll pack it and send it to him. Take me with you." Perhaps they couldn't stand the sad atmosphere. Lin Mingqiu and several other girls put down their bowls and chopsticks and followed Lin Mingqiu out of the hall. When the girls carried their lunch boxes and followed the cleared path to the laboratory, Chen Yiming was sitting in front of a gene separator, doing some virus analysis. Chen Yiming was so focused that he didn't notice the women sitting next to him carrying lunch boxes. As the humming sound of the machine subsided, Chen Yiming opened the hatch of the machine and took out a test tube filled with light red liquid. This light red liquid is the original virus extracted from the infected person's rotting skin. Holding the virus concentrate, Chen Yiming just turned around and saw several women standing there. Almost instantly, Chen Yiming's anger rose. This was a biological virus research laboratory specially built for infected people. Even in the laboratory, Chen Yiming did not dare to take off his armor. However, these women had no protection at all. They just stood there and watched Chen Yiming conduct his research. "Who let you in? Didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to enter my laboratory?" Chen Yiming yelled directly at the women. Jiang Tingting, who was waiting on the side, thought that Chen Yiming would be happy to eat the food she brought after finishing his research. Unexpectedly, what she waited for was Chen Yiming's thunderous anger. I saw that you didn't go to eat this morning, so I specially ordered food for you," Jiang Tingting said a little aggrievedly. However, Chen Yiming directly knocked the lunch box in Jiang Tingting's hand to the ground, and then continued to roar. Eat, all you do is eat all day long. Don't you think about anything else besides eating?" Jiang Tingting had never suffered such grievances since she was a child. Even after the end of the world, she relied on her innate awakening of supernatural powers to not only support herself, but also her 8 students. After being yelled at by Chen Yiming, tears started to flow uncontrollably. Chapter 70 Cry 1. Seeing Jiang Tingting's red eyes, Chen Yiming couldn't help but soften his tone and continued. "Don't you know that this is a virus laboratory? This virus has a super strong ability to infect. Even I have to wear protective armor when doing research. You came in without wearing anything. What if you get infected with the virus?" "Oh, forget it. You can't go back to the collective residence now, so just stay in the laboratory," Chen Yiming said as he helped Jiang Tingting wipe away her tears. After wiping them, she noticed that she was wearing armor and her fingers were covered with protective armor, so she couldn't wipe away her tears at all. There was only a teardrop on the tip of her finger. After appeasing several women, Chen Yiming continued his research. The reddish virus stock solution was placed in a culture dish, and experiments began with various drugs. Because it is the end of the world, there are not many types of medicine stored in the team. They are just some simple anti-inflammatory drugs and some antibiotics stockpiled before setting off from the gathering place. In each culture dish containing the virus stock solution, Chen Yiming would put some different types of drugs and observe the activity of the virus strains in the virus stock solution. Suddenly, in one of the petri dishes, the color of the reddish virus solution began to change. The reddish color in the liquid began to sink. Finally, all the red sank to the bottom of the petri dish, and the virus solution on top turned into clear water. Pick up the changed culture dish. There is a small label on it, indicating that the drug added to the dish is an antiviral drug belonging to penicillin. Drop the virus stock solution onto the glass slide and then observe it under a microscope. At this point, the virus has completely lost its activity, and the outer shell of the virus has been dissolved, revealing the core inside the virus. The exposed core of the virus is quickly corroded and destroyed by antibiotics. Seeing this, Chen Yiming knew that his experiment was close to success. Add new virus stock solution into a new culture dish, then add antiviral drugs and continue to observe the virus's response. But this time, the virus did not lose its activity. How could this happen? How come the same medicine lost its effect this time? Did I forget something? Chen Yiming sat in the chair, carefully recalling his previous experimental process, but he didn't think of anything different. Suddenly, Chen Yiming remembered that during the previous experiment, his fingers accidentally touched the virus liquid. Fortunately, he was wearing armor, so it was not a big deal. Could it be that the virus also reacts with metals? Chen Yiming never stopped doing this experiment from early morning to nightfall. While Chen Yiming was still immersed in the experiment, the women beside him were already starving. In the morning, they just couldn't stand the sad atmosphere, so they didn't eat much and went out. But after arriving at the laboratory, they didn't eat lunch or dinner, which made them very hungry. At this time, Chen Yiming, who had failed in the experiment continuously, suddenly remembered a detail that he had never paid attention to. That was that before the experiment, he had wiped Jiang Tingting's tears. But now, in order to test his guess, Chen Yiming came to Jiang Tingting. "Tingting, can you please help me?" "What is it?" "I will definitely help if I can." "Cry." Hearing Chen Yiming's request, not only Jiang Tingting was dumbfounded, but even Lin Mingqiu and other girls beside her were also stunned. "Cry a little, what kind of request is that? Is this what a man should say to a woman?" "Boss, you can't bully our Tingting just because she likes you. Even if you are the boss, you can't bully people like this." Lu Xiaoyu on the side couldn't stand it anymore and said out loud. "That's right, boss, you can't bully people like this." Lin Mingqiu continued. "Oh, I'm not. This is for the experiment." But I can't cry," Jiang Tingting said somewhat aggrievedly. "Think about the unhappy and aggrieved things that happened to you in the past." When talking about grievances, Jiang Tingting recalled the shock and grievance she had received that day in the underground laboratory. Tears flowed out involuntarily. With tears in his eyes, Chen Yiming immediately picked up a small bottle to collect the tears. Sure enough, after the tears were injected into the virus stock solution, the outer shell of the virus strain in the virus stock solution was quickly dissolved, and then slowly lost its activity and sank to the level of the culture dish. The experiment has achieved a breakthrough, and the side effects of tears on the human body can almost be eliminated without the need for experiments. The experiment was successful. Come on, Tingting, stop crying. Jiang Tingting, who had been reminiscing about the sad past, was immediately amused when she heard Chen Yiming say that he was crying for a while. Pucci. Boss, how can you be like this? What do you mean by crying for a while? Oh, cry for a while, these tears are not enough. Seeing Jiang Tingting suddenly laugh out loud, Chen Yiming began to get anxious. In the end, they had no choice but to take Jiang Tingting to the warehouse where the infected people were housed. When Jiang Tingting saw the infected people lying on the hospital beds with their skin and flesh rotting and falling off, her kind nature as a woman made her cry. At this moment, not only Jiang Tingting, but even Lin Mingqiu, who always considered herself strong, couldn't help but shed tears. But in the end, only Jiang Tingting's tears contained a special element that could kill the virus strains. Other people's tears had no effect at all. But anyway, these infected people received effective treatment. In just over a day, the infected patient's condition was under control and the skin stopped festering. The next step was to wait and continue to recover. When Chen Yiming returned to his room exhausted, he had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Even with his body of a genetically evolved person, he could not endure it mentally. He fell on the bed and fell asleep. Chen Yiming slept for more than 20 hours. In the middle of the night, Chen Yiming was awakened by hunger in his deep sleep. He got up from the bed and found that he had not taken off his armor. But now Chen Yiming felt that he was almost starving to death, so he had no time to take off his armor. When I arrived at the team's cafeteria, I found some unwashed cucumbers and some carrots. Chapter 71, Tide of Corpses. He picked up a cucumber, rubbed off the thorns on it with his hands, and took a bite. In just 3 or 2 bites, the cucumber was finished. After eating a cucumber, although I was still hungry, I felt much better in my stomach. Finally, Chen Yiming found some leftover corn porridge in the big pot in the kitchen. After eating a bowl of corn porridge, he felt refreshed. After solving the stomach problem, Chen Yiming returned to his room and continued to sleep. The next morning, Chen Yiming started working again. In the computer room of the super photonic computer, Chen Yiming was repairing the computer's components one by one. Like an ordinary computer, it is a computer that has a CPU and other accessories installed on a circuit board, and then it can complete calculations. But a device like a photon computer is like a three-dimensional Rubik's Cube. There are countless lines inside, which can reach the desired location in the shortest possible distance. This is completely the difference between a two-dimensional route and a three-dimensional route, which are not at the same level at all. As the wires were repaired one by one, Chen Yiming also understood the hardware principles of the photonic computer. The photonic computer is called photonic because the internal circuits are all superconducting optical fibers. The electrons convert the signals into optical signals, which are then recognized by the sensors and analyzed into data, thus greatly improving the computer's computing speed. After connecting the energy source of Galaxy No. 1 mecha to the photon computer, the computer with sufficient power was successfully started up. The Deep Sea No. 1 photonic computer started up very slowly, with a series of data streams flashing by. It took more than 10 minutes for the computer to start up completely. With such advanced hardware, why is the computer booting so slowly? Chen Yiming was very dissatisfied with the computer's startup speed. When Chen Yiming opened the computer's background, he found the root cause of the problem directly. Although the hardware of the photon computer is very advanced, the internal program logic is very backward. Compared with the computer system on Earth, it is like the difference between a linear equation and an nth-order equation. They are not at the same level at all. The computing system of a photon computer is like a primary school student, who can only recognize 0 and 1, and does not recognize other numbers at all. However, the computer system on Earth can recognize more combinations, such as 0, 1, 11, 10, 0, 0. The more combinations it can recognize, the faster the computing speed will be. But the hardware of computers on Earth, compared with the hardware of photonic computers, is like the difference between a tractor and a supercar. In comparison, the computer on Earth is like installing a supersystem on a tractor, which can fully unleash the performance of the tractor. The super photon computer on Earth is like installing a copycat system on a supercar, which greatly limits the speed of the supercar. In order to increase the operating speed of the photonic computer, Chen Yiming had to rewrite the operating system of the photonic computer. After rewriting the computer's operating system, the photon computer's operating speed exploded in seconds. The computing speed per second directly exceeded 100 trillion times. This amazing computing speed surprised Chen Yiming. You have to know that the background computing programs of the supercomputers on Earth are designed and developed by hundreds of software components, and the computing speed of the computers can only barely reach 100 trillion times. The computer system software written by Chen Yiming is only slightly better than the home computers on Earth, but the computing speed has taken off. The difference in hardware is simply a world of difference. By the time Chen Yiming walked out of the computer room, more than 10 days had passed. As soon as I walked into the lobby of the base, Li Tiesua just came back from training outside. "Tiesua, how are Wang Kui and the others' injuries?" "Boss, Wang Kui and the others have recovered well. Especially Wang Kui, who is a primary gene evolver. He will probably be able to walk in a few days." "That's not bad." Just as the two were talking, a rapid alarm sounded, and at the same time the alarm lights on the base building lit up. "Something happened. Let's go out and take a look." As Chen Yiming walked, he turned on the wristband screen. From the screen, countless zombies had gathered around the base. At this time, the team members who heard the alarm stopped training and rushed towards the base building. "Everyone, emergency assembly." With Chen Yiming's order, more than 100 soldiers assembled in less than a minute. By the time the soldiers climbed up the protective wall of the garrison, the zombies were only a few hundred meters away from the garrison. But without Chen Yiming's order, everyone refrained from opening fire. When the zombies were still more than 100 meters away from the gathering place, Chen Yiming shouted loudly, "Open fire!" After receiving the order to fight, countless bullets immediately poured towards the direction of the tide of zombies, and the continuous gunfire merged into one. At this time, Chen Yiming had already boarded the Galaxy No. 1 mech. The Galaxy Number 1 mecha rushed out of the base and headed straight towards the group of zombies. The giant mecha, which was more than 10 meters tall, waved its hand in the zombie swarm, and a large number of zombies were knocked over directly. No zombie could resist a light wave from the Galaxy Number 1 mecha. Suddenly, Chen Yiming found a very strange figure among the group of corpses. When all the zombies were attacking the team's base, there was actually one zombie quietly retreating, forming a stark contrast to the other zombies. There must be something fishy about this zombie. Without saying a word, Chen Yiming drove the mecha and chased after the retreating zombie. After chasing for a few steps, the zombie saw the mecha chasing towards him, so he no longer hid his body and ran out. Looking at the zombie running wildly, this is no ordinary zombie, this is a genetically evolved one. It is impossible for an ordinary person to run so fast. Damn, there's definitely something wrong with this guy. When Chen Yiming was driving the mecha and was about to catch up with this guy, the zombie made a sharp turn and went into a building beside the road. It's not that easy to escape. Chen Yiming operated on the wristband screen, and the 4 drones in the sky immediately focused their cameras around the building. Chapter 72, Demolition Professionals. The genetic evolver disguised as a zombie was quietly climbing out from the other side of the building, using the building as a cover and escaping in another direction. However, this genetic evolutionist did not notice that there were 4 drones hovering above his head in the sky. His every move was seen clearly by Chen Yiming. The reason why Chen Yiming did not chase him too closely and pretended not to notice the genetic evolver's escape was that he wanted to follow his escape route and find the organizer behind him. The genetically evolved being was seen running around several buildings and then continuing along his original escape route. He ran for another 10 kilometers until he was out of the central area of the city ruins and stopped next to a building on the outskirts. At this time, Chen Yiming saw all of this, but did not act in a hurry. After waiting for about half an hour, 7 or 8 off-road vehicles drove in from all directions and stopped next to the building. Feeling that the other party's people should have gathered, Chen Yiming drove the Galaxy Number 1 mecha and quietly moved towards the other party. Chen Yiming's goal was to destroy the enemy's vehicles as soon as possible so that they would have no means to continue escaping. As the Galaxy mecha approached, the huge figure was discovered by the people in the building, and they rushed out of the building and tried to drive away. Judging from the attire of these people, Chen Yiming could tell at a glance that they must be from the Temple of the Gods. But at this time, Chen Yiming would not give them any chance to escape. Bang! With a loud bang, Galaxy Number 1's big feet directly crushed an off-road jeep. Bang bang. There were several loud noises in succession, almost one by one, as if they were stepping on toys. In just a dozen seconds, the 8 off-road vehicles were directly stepped on into discus. Now, without any means of escape, the crowd immediately scattered in all directions and began to run for their lives. But it was too late to escape at this time. 2 machine gun brackets popped out from the shoulders of the Galaxy mecha, and 2 micro machine guns were aimed quickly and automatically on the brackets. Da-da-da. A series of machine gun fire rang out, and among the dozen or so people who were fleeing, 2 unlucky ones were immediately hit by the machine guns and died. Seeing that the situation was not good, the others hid behind the cover. Boom! The Galaxy mecha took a step forward and directly kicked down a wall of the building. A genetic evolver was hiding in the thick wall when the wall suddenly collapsed and smashed him into the ruins, leaving no trace of his body. After dealing with one genetic evolver, Chen Yiming chased after the next enemy. Another punch was thrown, and the huge fist of the Galaxy mecha directly smashed into a 6-story residential building. Then, with a sudden force, the huge power of the mecha directly overturned the main body of the building above the 3rd floor, leaving only the lower 3 floors. The genetic evolver who was hiding on the 1st floor was instantly blocked by the falling construction debris. Then, the Galaxy mecha climbed up to the only 3 floors left and jumped directly. How could the ordinary floor slab bear the weight of 30 tons? It collapsed instantly. Another genetic evolver was buried alive. It only took a dozen minutes for the Galaxy Number 1 mecha, like a professional demolition worker, to tear down anything that blocked its path, leaving the escaping genetic evolvers with no place to hide. Suddenly, a genetic evolver could no longer bear the pressure from the Galaxy mech. He rushed towards the Galaxy mech with a bomb in his arms, looking crazy. Boom! The bomb exploded, and the genetic evolver holding the bomb was blown to pieces. As for the galaxy mecha, only a small black mark was left at the foot by the explosion, and nothing else was hurt. Originally, Chen Yiming planned to capture a genetically evolved person alive and find out how they did it, not only to control the zombies to attack their base, but also to move freely among the zombies. However, after capturing a genetic evolver, the evolver directly bit the poison in his mouth. Chen Yiming saw that there was no chance to interrogate him, so the genetic evolver vomited blood and died. After dealing with these dozen genetic evolvers, Chen Yiming drove the galaxy mech back towards the base. At this time, thousands of zombies had gathered around the team's base, and were frantically attacking the base's defensive walls. Chen Yiming drove the mecha and rushed in from the back of the zombie group. With a sweeping kick, the zombies fell down one by one. With the addition of the Galaxy No. 1 mecha, the battle situation was immediately stabilized. Once the defensive wall was in danger, the Galaxy No. 1 mecha would arrive immediately. There was no need for any fancy attacks. The huge mecha would crush a bunch of zombies even if it just rolled on the ground. In front of the Galaxy mecha, those level 5 or 6 evolved zombies didn't even have the room to resist. They were almost grabbed and torn hard, and the evolved zombies' bodies were torn directly in half. At this time, the body of the Galaxy mecha had already been stained with zombie blood, and there were still bits of zombie flesh hanging on the mecha's protective armor. From a distance, it looked like a butcher who killed people without blinking an eye. The battle lasted less than an hour, and more than 30,000 zombies were completely wiped out. "Captain, what's going on? How come so many zombies suddenly appear around our base?" Lin Mingqiu was holding a laser-heavy machine gun in her hand, with a little zombie blood on her face, looking like a tough woman. "Boss, the power of this mecha is too strong. Without this mecha, the team's base may not be able to be defended," Li Tiesuo said with a sigh after the battle. "This incident must be related to the pantheon. I just found a few genetic evolvers who can move freely among the zombies, but the zombies did not actively attack them. This is very unreasonable, and I feel that the sudden riot of zombies this time must be related to them." Chen Yiming told everything he had just seen and what had happened, including his own guesses. Chapter 73: Improving the Construction of the Resident Base. "This damn pantheon only knows how to do such despicable things," Jiang Tingting on the side said angrily. "Boss, but what should we do next? We can't always be on the defensive like this passively," Li Tiesuo said. After taking a look at the surrounding buildings, Chen Yiming said, "The Temple of the Gods, I will uproot it sooner or later. But now is not the time. The defense capability of the team's base is too poor, and it is not suitable for active attack. Moreover, there are too many obstructing buildings around the base, and the zombies are not discovered until they gather in front of it, so I decided to demolish all the surrounding buildings. Without the line of sight blocked, the people from the Temple of the Gods would have no chance to cause trouble even if they wanted to." They got to work as soon as they said it. The soldiers who had just finished the battle were still clearing the zombies outside the defense wall, while Chen Yiming continued his work as the demolition team leader. The Galaxy No. 1 mech came to a building several dozen stories high and dismantled the wall on one side of the building bit by bit. When only the load-bearing wall was left, the Galaxy No. 1 mech punched the load-bearing wall. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard in the distance, and a building more than 10 stories high collapsed directly. Then, a mushroom cloud of dust rose into the sky. In a pile of construction debris, the Galaxy No. 1 mecha crawled out from underneath. "Damn it, I was careless. How could such a tall building be so fragile that it fell down with just one punch?" Chen Yiming, who was driving the mecha, said in the cockpit, feeling a little dizzy. But he didn't think about it. The weight of the mecha itself was more than 40 tons. The instantaneous explosive force of this full-strength punch was even more than several hundred tons. The load-bearing wall of the building was mainly borne by the upper and lower structures, and could not withstand the impact from the side, so it was directly broken. Although the dust did not fall on his body inside the mecha, Chen Yiming still subconsciously controlled the mecha, patted the dust off his body, and then continued the demolition work. 10 minutes later. Boom! A building collapsed, followed by a cloud of dust rising into the sky. The team members who were cleaning up the zombies were stunned when they saw the collapsed building. This boss was born at the wrong time. If it was before the end of the world, the demolition efficiency would have made him a billionaire. In just 3 days, tens of thousands of buildings within a 5-kilometer radius around the base were directly demolished and leveled. Building debris was everywhere. Li Tiasuo, Jiang Tingding, Lin Mingxiu, from today on, the three of you will be responsible for leading the team and moving back all the construction waste outside. Chen Yiming stopped the mecha and spoke to the three of them. Boss, what are you doing with so much construction waste? Lin Mingxiu asked with some confusion. In fact, not only Lin Mingxiu was confused, but Jiang Tingting and Li Tiasuo were also confused. It was just that Lin Mingxiu asked the two people's doubts first. Of course it is useful. After these building materials are crushed, they can be used for construction. And while they are being transported, they will not delay the soldiers' physical exercise. It can be said that it kills 2 birds with 1 stone. For the next period of time, in the team's base, a large crusher was working non-stop, crushing the construction debris that had been brought back into smaller particles, which were then remade into cement materials to expand the base's defensive wall. The team's construction was proceeding in an orderly manner, and Chen Yiming began to have some free time again. Next to the photon computer room, in a warehouse with a large amount of supplies, Chen Yiming started new research, which was a fully automatic bullet production line and a new controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Otherwise, every time you start the super photon computer, you need to use the mecha's external power supply to start it, which is too troublesome. And now the weather is getting colder, the team's base also needs to build heating facilities. With a controlled nuclear fusion reactor, the electricity generated can not only supply the super photon computer, but also meet the team's heating needs. As for the weapons of the team, Chen Yiming can rely on his own special abilities to make them, which can meet the needs of the team. Moreover, the process of making weapons is extremely complicated, and it is not possible to quickly establish a production line in a short time. However, bullets are a material that is continuously consumed. If Chen Yiming relies on himself to make them all, then Chen Yiming will not have to do anything else except making bullets. The entire team would consume at least thousands or tens of thousands of bullets in just one battle. If it was a large-scale battle, it would take Chen Yiming more than half a month to produce tens of thousands of bullets, even if he worked day and night. The production process of bullets is relatively simple, which is to add gunpowder to the shell. The only difficulty is to add gunpowder inside the bullet so that the bullet can be recharged to achieve a stronger penetration effect. A new controlled nuclear fusion reactor is built in a warehouse not far from the supercomputer room. Since there is no space restriction, the new reactor is much larger than the reactor on the mecha. It has a diameter of nearly 20 meters and a height of 5 or 6 meters, occupying most of the space in the warehouse. Fortunately, this warehouse is specially used to store nuclear fusion reactors, so there is no problem. 3 long cables pass through the underground. One is connected to the supercomputer room, one is connected to the production warehouse for fully automatic bullet production, and the last one is connected to another idle warehouse. Chen Yiming plans to build a large electric heating boiler in this warehouse to heat the building at the base. Controlled nuclear fusion reactors require a large amount of electricity when they are started. Chen Yiming drove the mecha to the side of the reactor warehouse. A thick cable extended from the mecha and connected directly to the warehouse. Press the start button of the reactor, and the particle generator inside the glass cover of the reactor will start working, injecting deuterium and tritium particles into the glass cover of the reactor. As the particles continued to accelerate in the glass cover, and then collided inside the glass cover, countless electric snakes kept flashing between the particles and the glass cover. An ion is collected by the collector, and then more electrons are collected. Get cash by reading books. Follow the WeChat official account, and you can get cash by reading books. When the number of electrons produced reaches a certain level, the controlled nuclear fusion reactor is started. Chapter 74 Skynet System. Chen Yiming cut off the connection between the mecha and the the reactor began to operate relying on the energy it generated, while also supplying electricity to supercomputers and production workshops. Having a base with nuclear power is equivalent to having a core. The fully automated production workshop was powered on and controlled by a photon computer. The raw materials for making bullets were put into the production workshop, and golden bullets were produced continuously. As for the heating supply of the base, in order to solve the problem of adding water to the boiler, Chen Yiming specially made a drilling rig and dug a deep well in the boiler room warehouse. It not only solved the problem of adding water to the boiler, but also solved the problem of the team having difficulty drinking water. Finally, when the second heavy snow of winter came, heating was finally connected to the base. It's so comfortable. There's even hot water for taking a shower. I never dreamed that I could live this kind of life after the apocalypse. Li Shi, Lu Xiaoyu and other girls who were washing their faces were chattering in the team's collective bathroom. Yes, I haven't taken a shower in a long time. It feels so good to be clean. Hey, Lin Mingxiu, what are you doing? Don't touch me. Jiang Tingting, who was attacked by Lin Mingxiu, said shyly. We are all women, what are you afraid of? So, can we just wait for the boss to come? Lin Mingxiu teased. Jiang Tingting's face was already a little flushed in the bathroom, which was already agitated. Now that Lin Mingxiu was teasing her, her face became even redder. Bah, this is the women's bathroom, there's no way the boss could come in. Besides, even if the boss came in, you would be seen too, Jiang Tingting said with a blushing face. It's okay. My life was saved by the boss, and he saved me twice. I am destined to be the boss's person in this life. I can give everything to the boss. What's the harm in taking a look at my health? Lin Mingxiu said nonchalantly. Chen Yiming was unaware of the cigarette scene in the bathroom. At this time, Chen Yiming was still busy in his warehouse. Now the base is in the ruins, constantly transporting construction debris and searching for some reusable materials, and the distance of each trip is getting farther and farther. Increasing the communication range of radio has become an essential thing. However, it was impossible to build a separate communication tower on the ground, so Chen Yiming could only continue to use drones to enhance the radio communication range. The newly developed small drone uses ultra-thin carbon fiber solar photovoltaic panels on its wings, which can continuously generate electricity under the sun. Although it cannot make the drone have unlimited flight time, it can greatly extend the flight time of the drone. In order to save more power, the functions of the drone have been reduced a lot, and it only has the functions of taking pictures and being a signal relay station. Chen Yiming made small drones one by one. Then, on the roof of the warehouse, an extra-large drone automatic charging apron was also completed. There were 30 drones parked on the apron. After these 30 drones took off, Chen Yiming placed another 30 drones on the apron. 3 waves of drones took off in succession, with a total of 90 drones taking off. Reading benefits follow the public account, and win cash/points by reading books every day. As long as the drone in flight detects that the battery level is less than 30%, it will automatically return to the apron for charging. After the battery is fully charged, the drone will take off immediately, and then other drones with insufficient battery will return to charge, forming a cycle. Moreover, each drone has its own unique number, and through the calculation of supercomputers, drones can form a huge communication network in the sky. As long as there are enough drones, the signal can be extended to farther places. Soon, as the drones flew farther and farther, the signals were transmitted through each drone and all the way to the photonic computer. After the images from each drone are transmitted back, the photon computer integrates the images to form a larger, more complete and more integrated picture. This function is like a panoramic image of a car. Several cameras capture the images around the vehicle and then integrate them into one picture. You can even see what is under the car. However, the processing method of the photon computer is more advanced and more complicated. It is necessary to analyze the images of a total of 90 drones in the sky and then form an overall picture. At the same time, the position of the drones must be controlled, and the drones must be mobilized if the picture is not taken enough. Looking at the map on the screen, Chen Yiming called this system the Skynet system. Chen Yiming held the intercom and said, "Call Li Tiesuo," while watching the surveillance video on the computer. At this time, Li Tiesuo, who was leading his team to search for usable supplies more than 10 kilometers away, suddenly heard Chen Yiming's voice through the intercom system in his armor. "Boss? Why are you out too?" Li Tiesuo suddenly heard the voice and thought that Chen Yiming was also nearby. "There is an old-time shopping mall in front of your left. You can lead the team over there to see if the supplies are still there. But be careful, there are zombies in the mall. There are zombies in the mall." Hearing Chen Yiming's command, Li Tiesuo looked around in confusion, but did not see Chen Yiming. Just as Li Tiesuo was still looking for Chen Yiming's voice came from the intercom in the armor again. "Don't look, you can't see me, I'm in the base." After teasing Li Tiesuo, Chen Yiming switched the screen of the Skynet system again. This time, the screen displayed on the computer was the team's base. And the camera, by coincidence, was aimed directly at the collective bathroom on the 10th floor. Jiang Tingting and a few others were chatting and laughing while enjoying the feeling of bathing, but they were unaware that they had already been exposed. Looking at the girls playing around on the screen, Chen Yiming suddenly felt his nose getting hot, and 2 streams of blood flowed down his nose. Oh, these girls don't even know to draw the curtains when taking a bath. This is really not suitable for children. This is not suitable for children, Chen Yiming said as he took a closer look twice before turning off the screen on the computer. At the same time, computer technology is used to set the window at this position to not display the image. After finishing everything, Chen Yiming let out a long sigh. Don't watch this kind of scene again, otherwise my body can't bear it. After turning off the monitoring screen of the Skynet system, Chen Yiming began to repair the super photonic computer and all the hard disk storage servers of Deep Sea No. 1. After all, these servers store all kinds of high-tech information. After the servers are repaired, all this high-tech information will belong to Chen Yiming. Chapter 75, The Second Generation of Galaxy Mecha. The computer room of the Super Photon computer covers an area of more than 10,000 square meters. There are thousands of servers alone. It is impossible to repair them in a short time. Among the memory servers, Chen Yiming first selected and chose some technology servers that could be used now and could be implemented to be repaired first. These data are of no use to Chen Yiming for the time being, so he simply skipped them. Suddenly, there was AI artificial intelligence data, experimental data on the framework design of airplanes, cars, and ships, and another one was neural connection research experimental data. As soon as he saw the data of these experimental projects, Chen Yiming was immediately interested. In his previous life, Chen Yiming was a leader in the research and development of AI artificial intelligence. If he could learn a little about the artificial intelligence of the gray planet world and combine the advantages of both, he believed that his artificial intelligence could become more humane. Moreover, the frame design of aircraft, automobiles, and ships is also very important. Including the transportation of materials, personnel, and participation in combat, powerful tanks are needed to participate. Therefore, the frame design of the vehicle body can use lighter materials and more reasonable methods to make the tank stronger. In addition, the data from the neural connection experiment was what Chen Yiming valued the most. If the neural connection system can be applied to the mecha, the operation of the mecha will be more flexible. You can even use the mecha as your own body to fight. Immersed in experimental research, Chen Yiming began to study day and night. The data in AI is too huge to be understood in a day or two, so Chen Yiming's first research project is neural connection. This neural connection system uses a very novel method. It can simulate what is sensed into brain signals based on data sensors, and then transmit them to the brain through nerves. Before the end of the world, the main research direction of this system was to be able to install flexible prosthetic limbs for people with physical disabilities. But Chen Yiming now doesn't think so. Chen Yiming wants to install this system on the mecha. Prosthetic limbs can be made by operating on the human body, connecting the nerves in the body with electronically simulated data lines, so that the prosthesis can be directly controlled. But for a mecha, you can't just amputate below the neck and then transplant the head onto the mecha. So Chen Yiming could only think of a way to break through this limitation. The best way is to use some device to transmit the brain signals simulated by the neural connection system directly to the brain nerve surface in the human body, so that the brain can receive the signals without connecting the two. Chen Yiming had no idea how many times he had experimented with the nerve signal transmitter. If the signal strength was too high, the nerve system of the experimental mice would be damaged by the strong voltage, and then they would be paralyzed. However, the current intensity of the analog signal is too low. There is a layer of skin and bones between the signal generator and the main nerve of the brain, so the brain cannot receive the analog signal at all. Chen Yiming grabbed his head with both hands, and his hair, which was not too long to begin with, was directly grabbed into the shape of a chicken coop. How many frames of signal strength are suitable? Chen Yiming shouted madly, throwing the experimental equipment in his hand directly onto the table. Suddenly, as Chen Yiming moved violently, a small paper bag fell out of his pocket. The substance in this paper bag is what Chen Yiming extracted from the electronic equipment when he first repaired it. This substance was named JS1 metal by Chen Yiming. It is a white translucent powder with the property of accelerating electrons. When Chen Yiming was repairing the photon computer, he also extracted a lot of this substance. However, Chen Yiming didn't pay much attention to it at the time. He collected the substance and threw it aside. He picked up the paper bag and opened it. Looking at the white translucent powder, Chen Yiming suddenly had an idea. The analog signal transmitter burned out the mice's nervous system because the signal was too strong. If the signal was too weak, it would not reach the computer's nervous center. So is it possible to use this powder to speed up the signal emitted by the simulator's signal transmitter, so that it can pass through the cerebral cortex more quickly and reach the central nervous system with a relatively low signal intensity? This can prevent the signal strength from being too high and damaging the nervous center. Do it when you think of it. Chen Yiming immediately disassembled the signal simulation transmitter of the nerve connection system. In the transmitter, various densely packed electronic components were arranged on the circuit board. Electronic devices that incorporate JS1 materials can increase the speed of electrons by dozens of times. In order to match this JS1 material, the entire signal transmitter needs to be remade. After a series of debugging, a brand new signal transmitter was produced. The mice used in the experiment were equipped with the nerve connection system. The mice showed no adverse reactions at all. Chen Yiming patted the sensor with his hand. There was no object touching the white mouse, but the mouse in the cage jumped up immediately as if it was patted by someone. The experiment lasted for more than a week, and the mice wearing the neurotransmitters did not experience any adverse reactions. Next, we can conduct experiments using real human bodies. The human brain nerves are much stronger than those of mice, and their ability to self-repair is also stronger. Especially for genetic evolutionists, even if they use this nerve connection system for a long time, there should not be any big problems. Without specifically looking for other people to carry out the experiment, after modifying the Galaxy No. 1 mecha, Chen Yiming did it himself. After the nerve connection system was activated, in an instant, Chen Yiming felt that the entire mecha was like a part of his body, and every position had a familiar feeling. Combined with the brainwave collection operating system, it feels like I am this mecha. Not only are the movements more flexible, but there is also a sense of blood connection. Controlling the newly upgraded Galaxy mecha, he walked a few steps in the yard of the base, and suddenly jumped. The mecha weighing more than 40 tons did a somersault on the spot. The flexibility of the mecha was simply unimaginable. The soldiers who were carrying construction materials at this time saw the giant mecha that was 17 meters tall, and could even do somersaults on the spot. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? This giant mecha can actually do somersaults? I am not dreaming. Putting down the bricks in their hands, everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief and spoke out. Chapter 76, Eyes Shining. With the neural connection system, the entire mecha is like a second body, and the control of every force, the control of the force point, and even the energy mobilization of the mecha have all become more handy. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Chen Yiming's mind. If the mecha could also drive, then the size of the chariot would have to be very huge. According to the height and proportions of the mecha, the height of the chariot that the mecha can drive must be at least more than 10 meters. As for the width and length, according to the proportion, the minimum width is about 14 meters to accommodate the 5-meter wide body of the mecha. Then, based on the width and height of the chariot, the minimum length ratio must be 30 meters. This 30-meter long queue looks like a giant truck to ordinary people, but it looks like a small SUV to mechas. At the same time, the mecha's own weight is more than 40 tons, so the body of the mecha used as a combat vehicle must also have sufficient bearing capacity. Not only does it have to bear the weight of the mecha, but it also has to bear its own weight. At the same time, it also needs to be equipped with more mecha external equipment and weapons, so the strength of the material must also keep up. Suddenly, the Skynet system responsible for monitoring sounded an alarm. Alert, abnormality detected, alert, abnormality detected. Chen Yiming had no way to deal with this galaxy system that only knew how to send simple alarms. After all, artificial intelligence that was too smart had not yet been developed. When he opened the surveillance footage of the Skynet system, he saw a large team of hundreds of people desperately fleeing. Judging from the team's clothing and vehicles, they should be the Blue Shield City Gathering Area's front army. Chen Yiming had met the person leading the team before. Behind the team, there were countless evolved beast wolves. Judging from the size of the wolf pack, there were at least several hundred wolves, chasing the large team in front. Adjutant Luo, the wolves are chasing us too closely. Our convoy is carrying all the food and can't move fast at all. What should we do? Should we dig out some of the food? A young soldier spoke to Adjutant Luo Junwei. No, the purpose of our coming out this time is to exchange these foods. What will happen to the citizens of the gathering place without these foods? Luo Junwei directly rejected the soldier's idea. What should we do? Should we fire a flare to see if anyone comes to support us? The young soldier asked again. Luo Junwei refused again without even thinking about it. If the team coming to support is a small team, firing flares will not have any effect at all, and may even harm others. But if a large team comes, even if the wolf pack is wiped out, the next to be wiped out may be their own people. Therefore, flares must not be fired unless it is absolutely necessary. Everyone in the team listen up, move forward at full speed. As long as we rush into the city ruins ahead and there are buildings to block us, we will have a chance of survival. Luo Junwei held the walkie-talkie and gave orders loudly. As if they had heard the hope of life, the team advanced faster, and with billowing smoke, they entered the ruins directly from the south of the city ruins. Everyone, maintain formation and don't get left alone. Also, pay attention to blocking the wolves in the rear. As the team moved forward, Luo Junwei did not forget to speak into the walkie-talkie again and gave instructions. Seeing this situation, Chen Yiming's eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately decided to take action. It wasn't that Chen Yiming was such a saint and had too much compassion. It was that Chen Yiming had his eyes on the group of evolved beast wolves behind the team. In this end times, meat is very hard to come by. Chen Yiming had long wanted to go hunting in the dark forest, but he was delayed by the construction of the team's base, so he had not set out yet. Reading benefits follow the public account, and win cash/points by reading books every day. Today was a good day. Not only could we hunt the wolves, but we could also save some people. It was like killing two birds with one stone. If the people we rescued didn't know how to be grateful, Chen Yiming wouldn't mind hunting them down along with the wolves. Putting down the mecha tank he was studying, Chen Yiming put on his armor and shouted loudly into the intercom. All Special Forces members, assemble immediately. Although Chen Yiming's galaxy team now has more than 100 people, the real core of the combat power is still the dozen or so people who followed Chen Yiming at the beginning. As for those who joined the team later and had no armor protection, Chen Yiming simply looked down on their fighting strength. Soon, in just a few minutes, all the Special Forces members who were building the base wall immediately put down their work and ran to their rooms. When these Special Forces members came out of their rooms, each of them was wearing black armor, carrying laser weapons on their backs, and standing in a row in an orderly manner. The captain of the men's Special Forces team is Li Tiesuo, and the captain of the women's Special Forces team is Jiang Tingting. The only difference is that there is an additional deputy captain, Lin Mingqiu. Get in the car and get ready to go. At Chen Yiming's command, the Special Forces members moved quickly and directly boarded the armored troop carrier. The second-generation Galaxy Mecha led the way, the Galaxy tanks followed behind, and in the middle were two troop transport armored vehicles. A small team of 3 or 2 vehicles rushed to the south of the city ruins. Luo Junwei, who was leading the team to escape, had a frown on his face. As expected, after entering the city ruins, there were various buildings on both sides of the road, so the wolves could not attack the team from the side, greatly reducing the team's combat pressure. However, after entering the city ruins, because the south side of the city ruins is the dark forest mountains, there are relatively few people coming here, and there are also many obstacles on the road, which slows down the team's progress a lot. Although there were no attacks from evolved beasts on both sides, the rear of the team was under greater pressure. Just when Luo Junwei was getting extremely anxious, a loud bang suddenly came from the front. Chen Yiming drove the mecha and directly pushed down the building that was blocking the road. The posture was simply to kill gods and Buddhas. In the billowing smoke and dust, the Galaxy Mecha walked out directly from the dust. Seeing the huge mecha, Luo Junwei was filled with ecstasy. Back then in Blue Shield City, Chen Yiming's giant mecha was widely circulated, and City Lord Ke Jianjun even wanted to buy it. Luo Junwei immediately picked up the intercom, switched to the public channel and shouted loudly, "Brother Chen, help me!" When Chen Yiming heard the voice coming from the public channel, he was stunned. The voice sounded very familiar, but Chen Yiming couldn't remember who it was. However, the purpose of his leading the team here was to deal with the wolves behind. Chen Yiming would take action without him saying anything. Chapter 77, A Strong Team. Chen Yiming controlled the second-generation galaxy mech, swaying his body left and right, dodging the vehicles under his feet like he was playing roller skating. Luo Junwei was shocked as he watched the giant mecha flying over his head. It was incredible that such a huge mecha could move so flexibly. The galaxy quickly bypassed the team below and rushed directly into the pack of evolved beast wolves. The protective armor on the mecha's arms opened, and two heavy machine guns popped out from inside, like two rays sweeping towards the wolf pack. Those evolved wolves that were only level 4 or 5 couldn't stand the heavy machine gun fire on the mechas and fell to the ground wailing. Some unlucky ones were shot in the head and died. Almost in an instant, the wolf pack suffered heavy casualties, and dozens of evolved wolves were killed by mechas. At this moment, a wild wolf's roar suddenly came from behind the wolf pack. After a wolf howl, the attacking wolves suddenly stopped and looked around. Immediately afterwards, there was another wolf howl. The wolves stopped attacking and immediately began to retreat, gathering towards the position of the Wolf King in the rear. Sitting in the mecha, Chen Yiming followed the direction of the wolf pack's retreat and saw a Wolf King that was about 7 meters tall, with a black-gray stripe on its back and pure white fur on its head and abdomen. It stared at Chen Yiming's mecha with cold eyes. The fierce light in its eyes made people shudder. The evolved beast Wolf King crawled on the ground, tensed his muscles, and then suddenly exerted force with his hind legs and pounced towards the galaxy mecha. The 7th-level evolved beast Wolf King, with its heavyweight body and explosive power, pounced on the mecha and directly knocked over the galaxy mecha. Boom! With a loud bang, the galaxy mecha fell directly to the ground. The Wolf King's hunting instinct made it bite the mecha's neck. However, the mecha's thick armor was so thick that the Wolf King's teeth could not break through it. While biting, the Wolf King used his sharp claws to scratch the chest of the mecha, causing sparks to fly. Chen Yiming, who had recovered from the violent shock of the mecha falling to the ground, was no pushover. He controlled the galaxy mecha, grabbed the Wolf King's neck, and started fighting with the Wolf King at close range. Watching the mecha fighting the Wolf King from a distance, Luo Junwei suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If the Wolf King launched a full-scale attack at the beginning, his team would never be able to escape from the dark forest. The fighting power of this Wolf King is simply terrifying, Luo Junwei said as he patted his chest with his hand. The other soldiers of the Blue Shield City gathering area were also feeling frightened like Luo Junwei. Damn it, bastard! Chen Yiming and the mecha roared. The galaxy mecha grabbed the Wolf King's neck tightly with both hands, and the heavy machine guns on both arms opened fire at the same time. But the bullet hit the Wolf King's skin just like hitting a steel plate, sparks flying everywhere. Chen Yiming, who was really angry, was also roaring madly and firing his heavy machine gun continuously. The Wolf King, who was held tightly by the mecha's hands, could no longer withstand the continuous shooting from the heavy machine gun. He finally became scared and wanted to escape. It's too late to run now. Chen Yiming controlled the energy mobilization of the mecha, concentrating all the power of the mecha on his arms, and held the Wolf King tightly with both hands and refused to let go. Chapter 78 Covet. My condolences, Brother Luo. Living in this damn doomsday, life and death are inevitable. The dead are gone, but we still have to live on with strength, right? Chen Yiming comforted. Luo Junwei took a deep breath of fresh air, suppressed his emotions, and then said, No matter what, I still want to thank Brother Chen for saving my life. I, Luo Junwei, will repay you handsomely in the future. After sending Luo Junwei away, Chen Yiming led the team to take back all the wolf pack bodies and handed them over to the team's logistics department to cut up the bodies. After the wolf skin is peeled off and processed, it becomes a high-quality thermal insulation material. The wolf meat is also cut into strips and taken outside to be frozen. A layer of water is sprinkled on the outside of the frozen wolf meat to form an ice film, which can effectively prevent the meat from rotting and drying out. In the past few days, the defensive wall of the garrison has finally been completed. The 15-meter-high wall is even higher than the city wall of a small settlement. The city wall was built, but it still lacks some defensive weapons. In the warehouse, a super-heavy laser machine gun was made by Chen Yiming. The super-heavy machine gun was more than 2 meters high, taller than an average person. The entire set of heavy machine guns had a fully automatic aiming device that could be linked to the station's photon computer. Controlled and analyzed by a photon computer, the heavy machine guns will automatically open fire once a group of zombies is detected. With a firing rate of 200 rounds per second and 20mm caliber bullets, it is definitely the nemesis of zombies. Even airplanes in the sky can be shot down easily. The newly built defense wall surrounded the entire factory. The large wall was 15 meters high and 5 meters thick, and 2 small cars could pass side by side. In addition, 12 newly made super laser heavy machine guns were evenly distributed on the wall. With these defensive weapons, as long as there is enough ammunition, even a small zombie tide can be resisted. If it is a large zombie tide of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions, it is hard to say. However, this kind of large-scale zombie tide rarely appears in the area north of the dark forest, so there is no need to worry too much. That afternoon, in the dark forest on the south side of the city ruins, a team of over 100 people walked out of the forest. This group of people are fully equipped, even armed to the teeth. Third brother, use your ability to identify the smell. Which direction are the wolves heading? The man in charge of the team was named Fu Jiyang, and he spoke to his team members. The one called the third brother sniffed the air and confirmed. Boss, the wolves must have entered the ruins of the city a few days ago. The smell has faded a lot. Humph, those people have been chased by the wolves for so many days. I believe both sides must be injured now. Keep chasing them. Fu Jiyang waved his hand, and the team continued to advance towards the ruins of the city. The team advanced not far before arriving at the battlefield where the wolves were being slaughtered. Boss, there is a strong smell of blood here. The wolves must have been slaughtered. Look, there is still frozen blood here. The third brother pointed at a bloodstain on the ground and said, They were able to slaughter all the wolves. This group of people is quite powerful. After this mission, brothers can eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. The beauties in Tianyang City are also at our disposal. Ha! Fu Jiyang said with a laugh. The team followed the smell of blood all the way to outside the galactic team's base. As soon as this group of people entered the 5-kilometer safe zone of the base, the Skynet system sounded an alarm. At first, Chen Yiming thought it was another team that happened to pass by, so he didn't pay much attention. When this group of people began to move towards the base little by little, Chen Yiming immediately became alert. Arriving in front of the tall city gate, the third man in the team said, Boss, why don't we retreat? Such a tall wall cannot be built by ordinary forces, and it is in ruins. If a fight breaks out. Having said this, the third brother did not continue speaking, but everyone understood what he meant. Humph, what powerful people can there be in a region with backward evolution? Besides, in today's battles, weapons only play a supporting role. Without the support of a strong and responsive body, no matter how many people there are, they are just sitting ducks. After Fu Jiyang finished speaking, he walked directly towards the city gate of the Galaxy base. Hello, I'm Fu Jiyang, captain of the Triumphant Hunter Brigade of the Tianyang City Ability Alliance Union. Ask your manager to come out and talk to me. Fu Jiyang shouted loudly towards the gate of the base. The Ability Alliance Guild? Chen Yiming had never heard of this name before. But Tianyang City, Chen Yiming thought about it carefully. From his memory, he knew that Tianyang City was located in the south of the Dark Forest Mountains. Before the end of the world, it was a large city with a population of tens of millions. And these tens of millions of people were only local residents. If we count the migrant workers, the population limit of the city would be close to 100 million. I am the captain of the team. I wonder what brings your team to my small place. Chen Yiming stood on the gate tower on the city wall, and replied loudly. The height of the Galaxy team's gate tower is much higher than the city wall. In order to facilitate the entry and exit of giant mechas, the height of the gate tower is a full 25 meters. Fu Jiyang walked to the gate of the garrison, and found that the wall was not a thin layer. Instead, it was 5 meters thick and there were heavy machine guns mounted on it. It would be a waste to give such a powerful defensive base to people in the low-level evolution zone. If my team could have such a good base, it would definitely be able to develop rapidly, Fu Jiyang thought in his heart. However, before he knew the opponent's strength, Fu Jiyang did not choose to take action. Instead, he said, Our team accepted the mission to clear the evolved wolves in the Dark Forest. We tracked them all the way here. I wonder if your team has found any traces of the wolves. Follow the official account, and you will receive cash and points. Sorry, we didn't find any traces of wolves. Your team should look somewhere else. Chen Yiming did not want to have any interaction with these aggressive teams, so he simply said that he had never seen a wolf pack and wanted to end the conversation. But Fu Jiyang didn't want to leave just like that. Hello, our team has been tracking wolves for a long time and now has insufficient food reserves. I would like to use some advanced evolution potions to exchange for some food. Captain, please give me some help. Before Chen Yiming could say no, Fu Jiyang continued. Captain, don't rush to refuse. I know you are short of resources here. These genetic evolution potions of mine are all advanced evolution potions. The area north of the Mirkwood Mountains does not have the ability to produce this kind of potion, so please consider it carefully, Captain. Now, Chen Yiming was in a bit of a dilemma. In the team, several captains such as Li Tiesua and Jiang Tingting have already reached the level of second-level genetic evolvers. If they want to improve further, they must take advanced genetic evolution potions. Chapter 79. The whole group was wiped out before they could react. However, the genetic medicine developed in cooperation with the Blue Shield City Gathering Place has not yet produced any results. After careful consideration, Chen Yiming decided to let the other party come in first. Okay then, but only 3 of you can come in. Hearing Chen Yiming nod in agreement, Fu Jiyang smiled and thought, as long as I can get into your team, you weaklings can be manipulated by me. Second brother, fourth brother, you two come in with me. Third brother, your ability is more inclined towards tracking, so you just stay outside. Once you hear me send a signal from inside, you will immediately start attacking. After Fu Jiyang finished whispering the order, the second and fourth brothers, and the 3 of them walked into the camp. As soon as they walked through the gate, they saw strips of frozen meat hanging in the middle of the yard, covering the entire yard. So much meat! The fourth brother who was following was so stunned when he saw the frozen meat all over the yard. Snap! Fu Jiyang, who was walking in the middle, slapped the fourth brother on the back of his head. He moved his lips slightly and whispered, Fourth brother, can you be more capable and stop embarrassing us in the advanced gene evolution zone? But, Lao Si thought, even if it was a high-level genetic evolution song, I have never seen so much meat. Although he thought so, under the pressure of Fu Jiyang, Lao Si did not continue to refute. Walking into the team's resident hall, there was a long table in the middle. At one end of the table was a sofa chair. This was Chen Yiming's special seat for eating. Today, he just happened to turn the team's restaurant into a reception room. On the chair was a white wolf skin. The 3 of them felt as if they had walked into a bandit den in a mountain village. Seeing a wolfskin cushion suddenly appear on the chair, Chen Yiming was also stunned, but he didn't care. He just sat on it, and then greeted a few people and said, Everyone, please sit down. Tingding, go get some good wine to entertain our distinguished guests. After entertaining several people and sitting down, Chen Yiming spoke to Jiang Tingding behind him. The 3 of them followed Chen Yiming's gaze and noticed Jiang Tingding. Although Jiang Tingding was dressed conservatively, she still had a beautiful figure and exuded temptation. Her charming face was so delicate that it made everyone's heart flutter. After a while, Jiang Tingding, Lin Mingqiu, Xia Shui and other women came, each carrying a plate of cooked wolf meat and bottles of fine wine from before the end of the world. Seeing so many beauties appearing in an instant, the second and fourth brothers were itching to rush over right away. However, when they saw the soldiers guarding nearby with live ammunition, they had no choice but to give up the idea. After placing the food and drinks on the table, the women retreated again. Since you have come from far away, please forgive me for the poor hospitality. Let's talk while we eat. Chen Yiming stretched out his hand and said with a smile. After saying that, he picked up a piece of meat from the plate, put it in his mouth and started eating. It's no wonder that the meat of this evolved beast is more tender and chewy than the meat of ordinary animals. Paired with a sip of pre-apocalyptic white wine, the taste is simply beautiful. Chen Yiming had been repairing the server of Photon computer these days, so he was a little hungry, and then he started eating with big mouthfuls. Hey! Why don't you guys eat? Seeing that they had no intention of picking up their chopsticks, Chen Yiming asked in surprise. Let's not eat this for now. Let's talk about business first. Fu Jiyang took a look at the steamed meat on the plate, trying not to drool, and spoke out. Humph, you are quite cautious. It doesn't look like you are here to negotiate a deal. Since you are so cautious, just watch for now. Oh, wait a moment. I've been busy all day and haven't eaten yet. Let me eat a few bites to fill my stomach, Chen Yiming said, and brought all the plates in front of several people to himself, and then began to eat with big mouthfuls. Chen Yiming tore off a large piece of meat with big bites, then took a sip of wine. His mouth was full of oil while eating, and the people who were watching were almost drooling. Although they were all in the high-level genetic evolution zone, being in the high-level genetic evolution zone did not mean they could eat meat as much as they wanted. Meat food was still considered high-level food in the high-level genetic evolution zone. Chen Yiming, who was eating, could even hear the sound of several people secretly swallowing their saliva. Finally, Fu Jiyoung couldn't help it and said, "Captain, we are here to discuss a deal with you, not to have a meal with you." Chen Yiming, who was sitting in the first seat, wiped the oil stains on his mouth with his hand, and then said, "Yes, let's talk about the deal. Use the advanced gene evolution liquid in exchange for food, right? Then you take out the things and let me check the goods. Of course there is no problem with inspecting the goods, but don't you let us see them first?" Fu Jiyang's tone started to become a little cold as he spoke. "You have already inspected the goods, don't tell me you didn't bring them. Have you inspected the goods? When did we inspect the goods?" the fourth brother said. "Didn't you see the frozen meat all over the yard?" Chen Yiming's tone also began to turn cold. Seeing Chen Yiming's attitude turn cold, Fu Jiyoung slammed the table with both hands, and then shouted, "Boy, I think you are not willing to accept my toast. I asked you to order some food because I am giving you face. Be careful or I will kill you all." After Fu Jiyang's action, the soldiers on guard on both sides immediately pointed their submachine guns at the few people. "Humph, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink for me. I want to see how you drink for me," Chen Yiming said coldly. Seeing Chen Yiming's attitude completely cold and the guns pointed at him and others, Fu Jiyoung laughed out loud. "Haha, kid, you don't know yet, this kind of weapon has no effect on genetic evolutionists above level 4. And our level, I'll scare you to death, we are level 5 genetic evolutionists." "Humph, your information may be a little outdated. A mere level 5 genetic evolver dares to shout in front of me." After Chen Yiming finished speaking, he made a slight movement of his finger, signaling the soldiers to capture a few people. "Keep pretending, everyone knows that this weapon has no effect on advanced genetic evolutionists." However, just as Fu Jiyang was thinking this, a low sound came from the weapon in the hand of a soldier next to him. Puff! The laser submachine gun with a silencer directly hit Fu Jiyang's left leg. The bullet penetrated the leg bone and shot out from the other side of the thigh. "What? How is this possible? What kind of weapon is this?" Before Fu Jiyang could react, there were several more gunshots, and all of them were shot in the legs. The 3 of them were wiped out before they could even react. "Ah!" The 3 people falling to the ground, covering their legs, made sounds like wolves howling. "It's so annoying! Shut up! Whoever makes another sound will be killed." Chen Yiming, who was sitting in the first seat, spoke to the soldiers on both sides. As soon as the words fell, the people who were wailing held back their shouts instantly. The man in front of them was so kind in the last second, but unexpectedly, he was so cruel in the next second. At this moment, Fu Jiyoung was almost regretting his decision. Who on earth did he offend? Even in the advanced gene evolution zone, there were no such powerful weapons. Chapter 80 Take All. People like Fu Jiyoung only bully ordinary people. In the advanced evolution zone, he is only slightly better than the lower level people. Otherwise, how could he cross the dark forest to rob others for a little profit? Looking at the 3 people lying on the ground covering their legs, Chen Yiming said calmly, "Don't say I don't give you a chance. Take out the advanced gene evolution potion and I will give you a chance to live." As soon as he heard the words, "Advanced gene evolution potion," Fu Jiyang's face turned ugly again. "Why no potion?" Seeing Fu Jiyang stuttering, Chen Yiming's expression became even uglier. "What? No medicine? No. Yes, that is, I need to notify the team outside the pharmacy to send the potions over." Fu Jiyang's eyes turned, and he thought of a way to transmit the signal. But Chen Yiming could guess what Fu Jiyang was up to. "Well then, have your people bring the medicine in." Okay, I'll ask them to send the medicine over right away, Fu Jiyang said, taking out a remote control-like device from his pocket and pressing the button. The third brother, who was guarding outside the station gate, saw the alarm light in his hand light up and the alarm sounded at the same time. He immediately shouted and rushed towards the gate with the soldiers. However, Chen Yiming had already made arrangements. Before the members of the triumphant team rushed to the door, the gate of the base was automatically opened. Seeing the gate open, the leader shouted even more excitedly. "Brothers, charge! The boss and his men must have taken over the base." In the middle of the yard, 2 rows of armored vehicles were parked directly on both sides of the gate. At the end of the armored vehicles, there were several soldiers wearing black armor, holding weapons in their hands, aiming at everyone. Before the third brother could react, Li Tiesuo shouted loudly, "Put down your weapons! You won't be killed if you surrender your guns." "What? We came in here to attack, and you asked us to surrender without killing us," the third brother shouted without even thinking. "Brothers, do it!" As the voice fell, both sides opened fire almost at the same time. Da-da-da. Puff, puff, puff. 2 different kinds of gunshots mixed together, but the results were completely different. As for the Galaxy team, although the level of genetic evolution is not as high as that of the Triumph team members, their equipment completely makes up for these shortcomings. The bullet hit the black armor, making only a ding sound, then a spark, and the bullet was directly bounced away. On the other hand, the bullets hit the Triumph team's bodies and created holes right away. Hearing the gunshots outside, Fu Jiyang, who was lying on the ground, immediately came to life and shouted, "Go ahead!" Just when Fu Jiyang was about to take action, Chen Yiming suddenly put on a set of black armor. But at this point, there is no choice but to take action. Fu Jiyang clapped his hands together, and a light wave was emitted from the palm of his hand, which spread out instantly. Wherever the light wave passed, anyone who came into contact with the light wave would instantly become stiff and stand there in a daze. At this moment, Chen Yiming knew something was wrong the moment he saw the light wave. The moment he came into contact with the light wave, Chen Yiming fell directly into an illusion. Chen Yiming felt that he suddenly appeared in an empty environment. All around him was a dense sea of corpses and blood, and countless zombies were rushing towards him. What an amazing special ability! It's actually an illusion. Chen Yiming immediately protected his head with both hands and activated his special powers. Inside the brain nerves, there is an unknown substance molecule that can cause people to have hallucinations, just like a powerful psychedelic drug. Even without the help of external forces, people with supernatural powers will constantly imagine the most terrifying things in their hearts. In just a moment, Chen Yiming used his supernatural powers to control the psychedelic component so that it no longer took effect. At this time, the second and fourth brothers also started to take action at the same time. I saw the nails on the second brother's hands immediately grew to more than 20 centimeters and looked very sharp. The fourth one grew a pair of wings behind him and flew towards Chen Yiming. Before he could finish his words, Chen Yiming raised his arm and fired a shot. The muzzle of the laser-heavy sniper rifle fired a 28mm bullet directly into the chest of the fourth brother. The bullet had such a strong impact and was so close that a big hole was directly punched in the chest of the fourth brother. This is because the fourth brother is a 5th-level genetic evolution expert. If he were an ordinary person, the power of the bullet would be enough to blow his body in two. Looking at the fourth brother who was shot dead just after flying up, Fu Jiyang roared, "I will kill you!" While roaring, Fu Jiyang was about to rub his hands again. Bang! Another gunshot was heard. Before Fu Jiyang could use his special ability again, a bloody hole appeared on his head. He was deader than dead. Now, Lao Er was the only one left in the hall. He had crawled to Chen Yiming's feet, ready to attack him. But the next second, the black muzzle of a gun was pointed directly at his forehead, and the second brother immediately became scared. "Have mercy, don't kill me, don't kill me. You can ask me to do anything, please don't kill me." With a gun pointed at his head, Lao Er immediately put away his special powers and begged for mercy with tears and snot. "Give me a reason not to kill you," Chen Yiming said in a low voice as he looked at the second brother who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. "Don't kill me, I'm useful. I can kill zombies. I'm a level 5 genetic evolver. I can kill zombies below level 5. It's useless. I can slaughter level 5 zombies in droves. You are of no use to me. No, I am useful. I am still useful. I know where the Triumph team's supplies are hidden. I can take you to find them. There are gold, silver, treasures, and everything else. After saying this, the second brother looked at Chen Yiming's expression and saw that there was no change. He continued, There is more. Let me think about it. There is more. I remember it now. Yes, it rings true. There is also high-level gene evolution liquid in it. There is a lot, as many as 6 bottles. At this moment, the gunfire outside also stopped. Li Tiesu walked in from outside and reported, Boss, all the people outside have been dealt with. The rebels were shot and killed directly. 33 people surrendered. Upon hearing Li Tiesuo's report, the second brother, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly felt a chill on his spine. That was a team of more than 100 people, and all of them were genetically evolved. They were all defeated in just a few minutes. Their fighting power was too strong. Chapter 81 Mecha Tank. However, Chen Yiming had not figured out what to do with these people who surrendered, so he could only keep them under guard for the time being. Okay, I understand. All those who surrender will be gathered in the warehouse for custody. Okay, boss. After Li Tiesuo responded, he turned around and left to arrange things. After dealing with the Triumph Hunter team's issues, Chen Yiming returned to his room. Lying on his big bed, Chen Yiming began to think about what his future path should be. Zombies and evolved beasts have been constantly evolving. Currently, the area north of the Dark Forest is only a low-level genetic evolution area. As you go south past the Dark Forest Mountains, the level of evolved beasts and evolved zombies will become higher. The current situation of the base is completely supported by his own supernatural powers. Without these powerful weapons, he would have no ability to survive in this doomsday. But today, those 3 people with special abilities almost got into trouble. The sudden hypnotic ability that could make people fall into the environment, and the sharp nails, and the special ability to grow wings on the back. All of these made Chen Yiming a little envious. Just as Chen Yiming was thinking, there was a knock on the door of the room. Ding ding ding. Come in, the door is not locked. Jiang Tingting and several other girls came in with a bunch of things in their hands. What's the matter with you? Looking at the women, Chen Yiming asked with some confusion. Boss, our Tingting loves you so much that she made a piece of clothing especially for you. Come and try it on. Lin Mingqiu teased first. At this time, Chen Yiming was in no mood to try on clothes. He said perfunctorily, Oh, leave it there. I'll try it on myself later. Boss, this is your fault. Our Tingting made this especially for you. You should at least try it first. It is made of the leather of the 7th level evolved beast Wolf King. We spent a lot of effort, and used a stamping machine to barely cut it. Give it some face. Hearing what Li Shi said, Chen Yiming didn't want to be so disappointed. He went forward, picked up the clothes, and put them on. Get cash by reading books. Follow the WeChat official account, and you can get cash by reading books. The hem of the clothes was very long. It was a windbreaker. It was made of the gray part of the Wolf King's back and the white fur on his belly. The gray and white windbreaker looked particularly majestic and domineering on Chen Yiming. The girls stared at it. Boss, you look so handsome in this windbreaker. If you carry that sniper rifle on your back, you will definitely be the god of war in the apocalypse. Lin Mingqiu on the side exclaimed in amazement. The boss is the god of war, or rather the god of war. I believe that sooner or later the boss will be able to lead the team to destroy the zombies all over the world, bring peace to the world, and become the new leader of mankind, Li Shi said from the side. I'm not as great as you say, Chen Yiming said with a smile. I don't know what others think of me, but in my heart, boss, you are the greatest. Boss, how about you just accept me in? Lin Mingqiu said as he reached out to unbutton his coat. And I. Li Shi and Lu Xiaoyu also joined in. Only Jiang Tingting was shy and didn't say anything. Although Chen Yiming has lived 2 lives, he is still a novice and has never experienced such a situation. I'm very satisfied with this dress. I'm going to rest now. You should go out first. Chen Yiming pushed the women out of the door almost by pushing and dragging them, and then slammed the door shut. Leaning against the door, Chen Yiming felt his heart pounding. This woman was too scary. Even when he encountered a high-level zombie, he had never been so embarrassed. "Boss, we also made a quilt for you and will deliver it to you in the evening. Do you want us to warm your bed?" Lin Mingqiu continued to tease outside the door. "You little bitch, you even dare to tease the boss. I tell you, if I can't control myself one day, I will eat you all." Chen Yiming in the room fought back. "Okay then, we'll be waiting for you, boss." After replying outside, the girls left with smiles on their faces. Chen Yiming, who was leaning against the door, patted his chest. These girls are finally gone. What happened to these girls today? Did they take the wrong medicine?" Back in the house, Chen Yiming took a closer look at the windbreaker. It was really nice. The furry texture was also very comfortable to touch. After taking off his windbreaker and hanging it on the hanger next to him, Chen Yiming lay down on the bed and began to rest. The next day, Chen Yiming began to continue the work he had not completed before and built a suitable tank for the mecha. The width of the mecha tank is set at 15 meters and the height is 12 meters. The length of the whole vehicle is an astonishing 50 meters. In order to make the frame strong enough, the materials used are all high-purity steel that has been repeatedly refined. The overall weight of the tank is over 300 tons. In order to bear the weight of the tank, the tires can only be replaced by tracks with stronger load-bearing capacity. The shock absorption between the tracks and the tank has a travel distance of more than 3 meters. As long as the pit is not too deep, the tank can pass through it directly as if it were flat ground. In terms of power, it still uses controlled nuclear fusion technology. The super-powerful kinetic energy and endurance allowed the tank to always maintain a high-intensity travel speed. The tank is also equipped with a laser-type heavy machine gun and a Gatling-style multi-barrel shooting system, which can fire at a rate of 3,000 rounds per minute. There are more than a dozen heavy machine guns around the tank, and once they open fire, it is like a steel storm. At the same time, Chen Yiming also specially configured a simple photon computer for the mecha tank. At the same time, he copied the central control system on the previous Galaxy tank into the photon computer and used it as the core control computer of the mecha tank. Finally, and most importantly, the mecha tank is the super obstacle clearing device in front of the tank. The obstacle clearing machine is hung in a V shape in front of the tank, which can push all obstacles to the sides of the tank, allowing the tank to pass quickly. At the same time, a cannon hammer impactor is specially installed at the connection of the obstacle clearing machine. If you encounter a large building obstacle, or the street is too narrow for the tank to pass through, you can activate the cannon hammer impact device. The principle of the impactor is similar to that of the excavator's hammer on Earth, which is that it can shatter objects in front of it through a fast and powerful impact. After this mecha-specific chariot was built, all the supplies collected by the gathering place over the past few months were basically consumed by Chen Yiming. But it was worth it. This huge chariot could accommodate more than 100 members of the team, and could also carry a lot of daily necessities. It was simply a mobile combat fortress in the end times. Chapter 82 Demolition is also addictive. Because of the huge size of the tank, a multi-layer partition design is also adopted. The 20 meters in front of the chariot, except for the cockpit and a co-pilot cabin of the mecha, the rest is divided into 3 layers, which can accommodate more people. The height of each layer is more than 2 meters and close to 3 meters, which is enough for people to stand upright. The 3-story design has more than 200 seats. Each seat is very spacious, so even if you are wearing armor, you can sit comfortably on the chair. There are 2 hooks on the back of the chair that can be used to place weapons. In the middle, a 10-meter space was separated, which mainly contained the tank's controlled nuclear fusion reactor, the tank's main control computer, and the tank's defensive weapons. The last 20 meters is a huge cargo box that can be used to load goods. Don't underestimate this 20-meter length, because the chariot is 15 meters wide and an astonishing 12 meters high. If the rear cargo hold is filled with goods, it can fill 12 large trailer trucks. The chariot was huge in size and its internal structure was extremely complicated. It took Chen Yiming more than 2 months just to build this chariot. Looking at this giant chariot, Chen Yiming was still very satisfied. After some operation on the wristband screen, a small door on the side of the chariot opened, and then a ladder emerged from underground and extended to the ground. Climbing up the ladder into the chariot is like walking into a luxury cruise ship, with every detail exuding a luxurious sense of technology. After carefully checking the mecha tank from top to bottom and confirming that there were no problems, Chen Yiming pressed the start button of the tank. Because it is nuclear-powered, it only needs to be started once, and then the tank will always be in standby mode and will never shut down. As for the fuel of nuclear power, it is to use water to decompose hydrogen, and then use hydrogen to decompose the chemical elements deuterium and tritium. Water might be difficult to obtain for other people, but for Chen Yiming, it is too easy. The tank's air conditioning system alone can condense a large amount of water by using a condenser to condense the moisture in the air. What's more, the tank is also equipped with a water tank for domestic water, so in terms of fuel, Chen Yiming doesn't have to worry about depletion at all. After the tank's controlled nuclear fusion reactor is started, the noise produced is not loud, with only slight sounds of electronic equipment running. Chen Yiming sat in the co-pilot cabin of the tank, which was specially used to drive the vehicle without driving a mecha. The driving method of the mecha tank is also very simple. A power-assisted electronic steering wheel is used to control the direction of the vehicle. Another is the power operating lever of the tank to control the power output of the tank. Another one is the chariot's braking system. There is a pedal under the feet, which is the same as the brake position of an ordinary car. You just need to step on it with your foot. Chen Yiming pressed a shift button on the operating lever with his hand, then slowly pushed the power operating lever forward, stopping the operating lever in the first gear position. The tracks of the tank began to rotate slowly, driving the tank forward. The huge track plates of the tank made a loud clacking sound and vibration when they came into contact with the ground. However, the tank had a powerful shock absorption system that could easily filter out the vibrations generated by the track. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yiming shifted the gear to second gear, and the tank began to accelerate forward. Just as Chen Yiming was about to shift to third gear, he heard a loud bang coming from the front. Instinctively, Chen Yiming stepped on the brakes and stopped the chariot. Chen Yiming leaned half of his body out of the car window, trying to look down. After seeing this, Chen Yiming couldn't help but slap his head. I saw a warehouse more than 3 meters high, which had been directly knocked down by the tank. If the brakes had not been applied in time, the tank would have pushed the warehouse into a flat ground and crushed it. He quickly reversed the tank. This time, Chen Yiming, who had experience, carefully pulled the operating lever backwards and shifted the vehicle to the first reverse gear. As the tank slowly backed up, the huge roadblock in front of the tank was pulled out from the warehouse that had half of it collapsed. Boom! Another loud noise was heard. Chen Yiming, who was in the chariot, didn't feel anything, but the other team members who were not in the chariot felt the ground shaking. 2 consecutive loud noises attracted all the members of the team. Then I saw a huge chariot, with its rear end directly hitting the outer wall of a large warehouse. Damn, when did the boss get such a big thing in the backyard? It would be so cool if I could drive it for a spin outside. Sun Hao couldn't help but swear, staring at the chariot with stars in his eyes. What are you thinking about? How could the boss give you this car to drive? Even if he gave it to you, could you drive it? But now that the boss has this chariot, the previous galaxy should be able to be driven by us, Li Jia on the side said. Look, there are more than a dozen heavy machine guns on the tanks. I think even an ordinary small gathering place cannot withstand this kind of firepower. Gao Bing also interrupted. But the size of this chariot is a bit too big. There are probably not many roads in the city that can accommodate this chariot, Lu Xiaoyu said. While everyone was still discussing, they saw the chariot began to move forward. At a turning point due to the large size of the chariot, the side of the chariot hit a warehouse again when turning. Boom! The walls collapsed, and clouds of smoke and dust rose up. Seeing such a powerful scene of the tank, everyone couldn't help but cover their foreheads with their hands. This boss was addicted to demolition. He just demolished the buildings 5 kilometers outside the base, and now he started to demolish inside the base. Fortunately, there is nothing important in these idle warehouses. Looking at the crowd watching outside, Chen Yiming blushed and simply ignored the collapsed warehouses. He pushed the operating lever, shifted to the third gear, and drove towards the gate of the base. Fortunately, the gate of the garrison was built to be quite large in order to facilitate the passage of mechas, and it is 20 meters wide. As the chariot approached the gate of the base slowly opened. After leaving the gate of the base, Chen Yiming began to speed up the tank, pushed the operating lever, and pushed it directly to the end, and the gear stopped at the 10th gear position. After receiving the command from the cockpit, the tank's main control core computer immediately mobilized a large amount of energy and sent it to the tank's engine. The 4 huge track wheels immediately delivered powerful power, driving the tank to move forward rapidly. Since the buildings outside the base were all recently demolished, the ground was not particularly flat yet. Under the powerful power of the tank, billowing smoke and dust were rolled up, following the tank as it accelerated forward. Chapter 83 Doomsday Caravan. Soon, the chariot passed through a 5-kilometer flat area, and outside were various buildings in the ruins of the city. The 15-meter wide vehicle body, calculated based on the ordinary 2.5-meter wide lane, requires a large highway with at least 6 lanes and auxiliary roads to allow the tank to pass. However, Chen Yiming chose the narrowest 2-lane road and drove the mecha vehicle straight into it. The 2 lanes, including the roadside, have a total width of only about 10 meters. The width of the chariot was 15 meters, and the clearance in front was even wider than the chariot, about 20 meters wide. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge vehicle body plunged into the path. The buildings on both sides of the road were directly pushed down by the ramming shovel and smashed to the sides. After crashing into several houses in succession, the chariot's impact force was finally exhausted and its forward speed slowed down. At this time, Chen Yiming activated the impact function on the tank. The impactor drove the obstacle-clearing device at the front of the vehicle and rushed forward quickly. Any obstacles that blocked the chariot were smashed to pieces along the way. Even reinforced concrete could not withstand this powerful impact. It was a narrow path before, but after the chariot passed, it turned into a wide road. The soldiers who were watching at the gate of the garrison broke out in sweat again. This boss must have been a professional demolisher in his previous life, and he loved to cause destruction so much. Not long after, the tank appeared on another street and drove towards the base. The extremely fast speed of the car directly poked up the mud in the flower bed in the middle of the road, splashing it everywhere. It was not until the entrance of the garrison that Chen Yiming braked and stopped the chariot. The people who were watching at the door had their faces covered with dust raised by the chariot. Ahem. Ugh. Pooh! Everyone retreated while brushing off the dust. Only after the smoke and dust had dissipated did Chen Yiming open the door of the chariot and walk out. With mecha tanks, the team can attack or defend, and even if they can't hold on, they have a way to escape. Next, Chen Yiming was going to develop the team's strength, which was to obtain as much advanced gene evolution fluid as possible, or to develop a formula for the medicine himself. Chen Yiming loaded the supplies that the team had searched for in the ruins, selecting some that were useless to him but very useful to others, with the fuel station accounting for the majority. Chen Yiming's goal this time was to first go to the Blue Shield City gathering place to see the progress of the research on the advanced gene evolution fluid that the 2 parties were cooperating on, and at the same time to see which materials in the gathering place were cheaper and which were more expensive, and investigate the prices of the materials. The second stop is the Tianyang city mentioned by Fu Jiyoung. While completing the transaction, they can also look for the Triumph Hunter team's treasure trove of supplies. That's right, Chen Yiming's goal is to do business. The team now has a certain ability, so in addition to collecting supplies in the ruins, the fastest way to make money is to do business. Earning the price difference between the 2 gathering places not only solves the shortage of supplies in the gathering places, but also earns a lot of profit. That night, Chen Yiming led the team, prepared all the things they needed to carry, and loaded them all into the car. Because most of the materials were consumed in the making of the chariot, the cargo box of the chariot was only less than 1/3 full, and most of them were barrels of fuel. Early the next morning, Chen Yiming led his team towards the gathering place in Blue Shield City. This time, Li Tieso and Lija, along with some members of the female Special Forces team, were left at the base. Li Tieso is a reckless and aggressive person, while Lija is a more thoughtful person. Their personalities complement each other perfectly. At the same time, several female Special Forces members and some ordinary soldiers were left behind to assist the 2. The base is the rear base of the team, and Chen Yiming doesn't want his hometown to be taken down by others while he is away. In the mecha tank, Chen Yiming was sitting in the stance compartment of the Galaxy Mecha, while the mecha was sitting in the cab of the Galaxy Mecha tank. The steering wheel designed specifically for the mecha is more than 2 meters in diameter, and the operating lever is even taller than a person. In this way, Chen Yiming controlled the mecha and drove the chariot towards the gathering place of Blue Shield City. In this way, Chen Yiming led the team and became a caravan in the end times. Sister Dingding, the inside of this chariot is so big, just like a castle. Several female Special Forces members gathered together and chatted. Sun Hao, Wan Yong and Gao Bing were surrounded by ordinary soldiers. Brother Sun, your armor is so cool. We don't know when we will be qualified to wear this armor, a soldier said enviously. Brother, you don't have to be envious. As long as you train hard and are loyal to the boss, sooner or later, you will be able to wear this armor like us. Sun Hao raised his head and said proudly. However, Sun Hao forgot to open the helmet mask of the battleship, so other people couldn't see his pretentious face at all. Wan Yong and Gao Bing looked at Sun Hao with disdain when he failed in his attempt to show off. When the chariot was about to arrive at the gathering place in Blue Shield City, Chen Yiming used the wristband screen to make a call. Soon, the call was connected. Haha, Brother Chen, you finally have time to come to the gathering place. Where are you now? Let's have a drink, I'll treat you today. Ku Jianjun on the other end of the phone said with a smile. Brother Ku, the gate of your gathering place is too small and my car can't get in. It's very inconvenient. Let me treat you today, Chen Yiming said with a smile. What's the matter, Brother Chen? Do you look down on my small gathering place? Your car must be so big that it can't even get through the city gate. As soon as he said this, Ku Jianjun remembered that Chen Yiming had built a 17-meter-high mecha, and when he left the city, he still climbed out of the city gate. Thinking of this, Ku Jianjun changed his words and said, Could it be that Brother Chen you are? Yes, Chen Yiming said with certainty. After the two chatted for a few more sentences, they both hung up the phone. When the chariot arrived at the gate of Blue Shield City, Ku Jianjun and his men were already waiting at the gate. When everyone saw the huge size of the mecha tank, their jaws almost dropped to the ground in shock. The 12-meter-high car body looked like a moving castle from a distance, which was simply too shocking. Even Ku Jianjun was no exception and said in shock. But after talking for a long time, he didn't say anything else. In the end, he could only say, with such a large size, it really can't enter the city gate. Chapter 84 Basic Situation of Major Cities. Ku Jianjun stared at the luxurious interior decoration of the chariot with his eyes wide open. Brother Chen, you really make me envious, Ku Jianjun said with envy as he sat on a chair next to the dining table. Brother, you are joking. Brother Ku is the lord of a city. That is something that people envy. The two men complimented each other for a few words, and then the food was served on the table. A large plate of steamed wolf meat, with some dipping sauce and some stir-fried vegetables. Chen Yiming picked up the wine glass, filled both of their glasses, and then said, Brother Ku, I toast you. I wish Brother Ku better health, and that the gathering place will become bigger and bigger, and more glorious. Haha, thank you, Brother Chen. Brother Chen's team is getting stronger and stronger. In this doomsday full of scars, they are rampant. They clinked glasses and soon finished several drinks. I wonder what brings Brother Chen to the gathering place. After a few drinks, Ku Jianjun was a little confused and took the lead in bringing the topic back to the main point. Brother Ku, I really have something I want to ask you. Chen Yiming put down his chopsticks and said seriously. Don't worry, I will tell you everything I know, brother. Brother, do you know the situation in Tianyang City? Tianyang City, I know a little bit, but not much. Tianyang City is south of the Dark Forest, and the genetic evolution level there is relatively high. Of course, not only humans, but also zombies and evolved beasts are at a relatively high level. Moreover, the geographical location of Tianyang City is at the edge of the advanced evolution zone and close to the dark jungle, so people who leave our low-level evolution zone all like to gather in Tianyang City. What materials are abundant in Tianyang City, and what materials are scarce? Chen Yiming asked again. Hearing Chen Yiming's question, Ku Jianjun instantly understood Chen Yiming's intention. Anyone who can become a city lord must have a good brain. Ku Jianjun thought about it carefully, and then said, Brother Chen, with your ability, doing business is definitely a very good choice. Let me tell you this. When the major cities were first established, they were all gathered together by people who had fled when the apocalypse had just broken out. Therefore, the managers of the major cities were basically divided into several teams to jointly manage, including my Blue Shield City gathering place. Just like me, although I am the mayor, there are some things that must be decided in meetings. So this also leads to frequent disagreements in the development and management of the city. The security issues and daily maintenance of the gathering city require a lot of manpower. The most important point is that the leaders are mutually restrained. No one is willing to send a large number of their own people abroad, so as not to be cleared out by others. Therefore, this also led to the fact that the income sources of major cities were basically maintained by taxes. It was rare to gather enough people to go out for business, especially for long-distance business. Even if several leaders jointly sent people, they could not solve the problem of who would be the leader of the team. Brother Ke, why don't you transfer your own team out to build your own base outside? Chen Yiming asked puzzledly. Brother, when it comes to city management, you are an outsider. If I withdraw my own team, let's not talk about whether others agree or not. As for my team of 2,000 men, if they dare to go out there like you, they won't even be able to resist once they encounter a tide of zombies. I might as well just continue to be my city lord. Also, you can choose not to scheme against others, but you also have to be careful not to let others scheme against you, Ke Jianjun said with a smile. Chen Yiming has never been interested in the intrigues in city management. Instead of spending time on intrigues, he would rather find ways to enhance his own strength and develop some high-tech weapons. Brother Ke, I'm grateful for your advice. The two chatted for a long time, and Ke Jianjun generously pointed out all the disadvantages of the gathering place one by one. At the same time, Ke Jianjun did not hide anything he knew about what materials were produced in each area. Before leaving, Ke Jianjun suddenly said, Brother Chen, I have told you everything I know. I don't ask for anything else, but I only ask that when the Blue Shield City gathering place is in trouble and you have the ability, you can lend a hand to the Blue Shield City gathering place. Brother, on behalf of the ordinary people of Blue Shield City, I would like to thank you, Brother Chen. Brother Ke, you are a good city lord who cares about the citizens of this city. It's a pity that you were born at the wrong time and caught up with the end of the world. Don't worry, if I have the ability one day, I will definitely not stand idly by. Also, Brother Chen, before I leave, I have one more thing to remind you. When you are outside, be careful. Some robbers may not necessarily be robbers themselves, but may be certain powerful organizations in the city. Thank you for the reminder, brother. Chen Yiming clasped his hands and said. After seeing Ke Jianjun off, the supplies on the tank were unloaded, and bags of various medicinal herbs and ginseng were being loaded onto the vehicle. Medicinal herbs and ginseng are local specialties of Blue Shield City. However, these things cannot be used as food or as weapons, so these medicinal herbs are not valuable in Blue Shield City. However, once these things are transported to those super large gathering places, the price will be different. These medicinal herbs and ginseng are all tonics, and they are the favorites of the upper class. Especially for those large teams, how can they never get hurt when they go out to fight, so the price of those medicinal herbs is not cheap. However, the cargo box of the tank was too large, and it took the loading team of 50 people 2 hours to fill the box. By the time the goods were loaded, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Chen Yiming didn't waste any more time and started the chariot and headed towards the dark forest. Since the chariot was fully loaded with goods, the speed was not very fast, only less than 90 miles per hour. The nearly 20-meter wide giant obstacle course on the chariot almost completely occupied the 6-lane road in both directions. Along the way, all the other oncoming vehicles, seeing this huge chariot, took the initiative to avoid it, fearing that they would be hit. Finally, before dusk, the tank arrived at the G11 highway. The G11 expressway, the main highway through the dark forest, was built before the end of the world to make it easier for people on both sides to cross the dark forest mountains. In the end times, this road is still the main highway through the dark forest. However, robbers often appear on this road, so most teams would rather take some small paths in the forest than take this road. However, Chen Yiming's chariot was too large. If he wanted to take the small road, he had to clear the trees on both sides of the road, which would greatly slow down the chariot's movement. Therefore, taking this continent was the most appropriate choice. The tank drove onto the G11 highway, and after driving for some distance, it stopped at an abandoned service station. Because it is too dangerous to cross the dark forest and mountains at night. If you encounter a herd of beasts, it will be very troublesome. Night Battle Number 85. There weren't many zombies in the abandoned service area. They had basically been cleared out by people who had been there before. Chen Yiming drove the chariot, cleared some scrapped vehicles on the server, and used the shovel on the front of the chariot to clear a place for parking and rest. Because the tank is fully equipped, there is no need to set up a tent or anything, you can do it inside the tank. Even people are not needed to stand guard at night, just turn on the sky eye system and use drones to conduct reconnaissance around. At night, a bright six-pointed star hangs in the sky and the moonlight shines on the earth. The parking lot in the service area was exceptionally quiet, with only the faint chirping of crickets being heard occasionally. At this time, a beam of light appeared on the distant horizon. The light moved very quickly, and within a few minutes, it approached the service area. When passing the fork in the server area, the SUV suddenly turned and rushed directly into the parking lot of the service area. Bang! It seemed that the driver failed to control the speed due to excessive speed, and the SUV crashed directly into a lamp post on the roadside. Puffs of white smoke could be seen coming out from the engine. The driver of the SUV pushed open the door and got out of the car with blood all over his face. The driver looked around and then walked towards Chen Yiming's mecha vehicle. However, when the driver came near the tank, he found that the chassis of the tank was 3 meters above the ground. He then circled the tank, but could not find the door of the tank. He could only knock on the tracks of the tank and shout loudly, "Is there anyone? Help me!" At this time, Chen Yiming saw everything about the man through the drone's camera. However, how could an off-road vehicle suddenly appear in this wilderness at night? Chen Yiming, who was sitting in the tank, did not open the door, but used the drone's recording function to play the image in reverse. In the picture, the off-road vehicle began to retreat rapidly, and after retreating for more than 10 kilometers, it met up with a large team. After staying in place for a while, the entire team began to retreat. Seeing this, Chen Yiming smiled. This person clearly set out with the team, but now he comes here alone. No one would believe him if he says there is no problem. Attention, Special Forces members, put on your armor and be ready for battle at any time. Chen Yiming walked out of the co-pilot cabin of the tank, speaking into the walkie-talkie as he walked. Putting down the walkie-talkie, Chen Yiming put on his armor, and then operated on the screen on his wrist. A small door on the side of the tank opened, and a ladder extended from the bottom, directly reaching the ground. "Who are you?" Chen Yiming, who walked out of the chariot, asked. "There's someone here, it's great, please save me." The driver, whose face was covered in blood, immediately said excitedly when he saw the tank's door open. "Save you? What's wrong with you?" Chen Yiming asked in pretended confusion. "There are robbers ahead. Our team was robbed and I am the only one who escaped. Please save me," the man said. Then he knelt down on the ground and began to kowtow. "Humph, you are quite dedicated, young man. If I hadn't had my doubts before and hadn't watched the footage recorded by the drone, I might have been fooled by you. But now... Robbers? Oh no, there are still a lot of supplies in the tank. Let's go quickly," Chen Yiming said loudly while pretending to run away. Seeing Chen Yiming turning around and trying to run away, the man kneeling on the ground almost suffocated to death. "Why the hell don't you play by the rules? I have prepared a lot of lines before." Seeing that Chen Yiming was about to return to the chariot, the man kneeling on the ground became anxious and immediately got up from the ground, then shouted loudly, "Brother, don't leave in a hurry. I know that the robber group has little ammunition. As long as you can fight back, I guarantee that you can get a lot of supplies." Chen Yiming did not ask the man how he knew the robbers did not have many bullets. If he had asked this question, the man would have been exposed. "Are you serious?" Chen Yiming asked with pretended excitement. "Really? Everything I said is true. They have been chasing me before, and I guess it won't be long before they can come here," the man said, trying hard to suppress his inner excitement. He was so smart that the man praised himself a little in his heart. "Okay, then let's wait for them for a while," Chen Yiming said, and operated his wrist, and then the chariot door was closed directly. "What's going on?" "No, the robbers are coming soon. Shouldn't you take me into the chariot to deal with them? But why did you close the door?" The man subconsciously touched the high explosive bomb in his pocket and asked anxiously. "No, the robbers are coming. Why don't you get into the tank?" "It's okay. The robbers are out of bullets. I can deal with them by myself," Chen Yiming said stupidly. The man had been arguing with Chen Yiming for a long time. The more the man wanted to get into the chariot, the more Chen Yiming disagreed. At this moment, bright lights appeared in the distant sky. Brother, there are too many people here, let's hide in the car. The man looked at Chen Yiming and said anxiously. At this moment, after Chen Yiming operated his wrist for a while, he saw more than a dozen heavy machine guns immediately rising above the tank, with the muzzles pointing towards the direction where the light came from. While the man was still in shock, Chen Yiming grabbed the man's neck. Brother, what are you doing? We are a group of people. The man who was grabbed by the neck struggled hard. Humph, who is in cahoots with you? If it wasn't for you to send out a signal to lure them out, do you think I would be playing dumb with you? What? You know everything? As soon as the man finished speaking, Chen Yiming exerted force in his hand and directly strangled the man's neck. He took out the bomb from the man's pocket and then threw the man's body aside. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yiming operated his wrist again, and the door on the side of the chariot slowly opened. Special forces, everyone go out and hide in a concealed place. Be ready to outflank the enemy at any time. Following Chen Yiming's order, more than a dozen special forces rushed out of the tank, then dispersed in all directions and hid in a dark corner. As soon as the special forces team members finished hiding, the robbers group arrived in front of them, rushing towards the parking lot from the road. Chapter 86, Delivered to the Door. As soon as the robbers approached, the laser-type heavy machine guns on the tanks opened fire instantly. The two off-road vehicles in front of the robbers were directly shot by more than a dozen heavy machine guns, and were directly turned into a hornet's nest. However, the off-road vehicle, which was hit like a hornet's nest, was knocked over to the side of the road by the vehicles behind it, and the team behind continued to charge. Hundreds of off-road vehicles, under the fire of heavy machine guns, charged forward madly like a desperate suicide squad. When the team's vehicle was about to reach the mecha tank, Jia Jiaosun, who was wearing a red robe, took out a remote control from his arms in an off-road vehicle behind the team and gently pressed the button on the remote control. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the bomb that Chen Yiming had casually dropped next to the tank exploded. The flames of the explosion instantly illuminated the entire parking lot, and even blew a deep pit in the ground. Damn it, these bastards didn't even let their own people go. Chen Yiming said this, but he was still afraid in his heart. If he hadn't been more careful at the time and let that guy sneak into his tank, the consequences would have been so great that Chen Yiming couldn't even think about it. Seeing the explosion outside the chariot, Jia Jiaosun in red robe couldn't help but curse inwardly. You useless piece of shit, you can't even handle this. Everyone, attack with all your might. Use the rocket launcher. Then, Jia Jiaosun took out a walkie-talkie and shouted loudly. At the command, the soldier sitting in the back seat of the tank immediately picked up the rocket launcher and leaned half of his body out of the window. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 7 or 8 rockets were fired in succession, leaving long tails of flames at the mecha vehicle. Boom boom boom. Several explosions sounded in succession, leaving only a few black marks on the armor plate of the tank. Apart from these black marks, there was nothing else wrong with the tank. How is this possible? Jia Jiaosun's eyes almost popped out when he saw that the chariot was fine. How can we fight this battle? Their defense is like a tortoise shell, we can't break through it, and we can't get in. At the same time, the enemy's attack power is very strong, and people on our side are dying every minute. This is not robbing others, this is actually courting death. Jia Jiaosun came to his senses and immediately shouted loudly on the intercom. Retreat, retreat quickly. Although Chen Yiming was not a bad person, he was not a saint either. If an enemy dared to rob his chariot, even if you were kind enough to let him go, he would still hold a grudge against you. So Chen Yiming had no intention of letting such people leave alive. At the same time, after all the other vehicles rushed into the parking lot, Chen Yiming began to give orders. Everyone, prepare to attack. If anyone dares to attract my attention, I will kill them all. At this time, around the parking lot, Special Forces members wearing black armor rushed out from the dark corners. Jia Jiaosun, who was in the off-road vehicle, was so frightened when he saw the soldiers in black armor coming out from the dark corner. The last time, when exchanging hostages, Chen Yiming's team was wearing this kind of armor. They even used their trump card of biological weapons and barely escaped with their lives. I watched with my own eyes as the car was loaded with supplies. I didn't expect that when I was preparing to do something big, I would encounter the galactic team again. Without having time to think, Jia Jiaosun took off his red robe, changed into the clothes of an ordinary soldier, and escaped from the car. He came into the wrecked SUV that had been riddled with bullets, smeared a handful of blood on the bodies of the other dead in the car, then smeared it on his own body, and began to pretend to be dead. The special forces rushed out from the darkness, holding laser submachine guns, and fired at the robbers. Puff, puff, puff. The laser submachine gun with a silencer, although not very loud, is more powerful than ordinary firearms. In particular, the armor-piercing bullets equipped on the submachine gun can easily penetrate the iron plate of the off-road vehicle. The off-road vehicle driven by the fleeing members of the robber group was almost turned into a hornet's nest in an instant. Coupled with the dozen laser heavy machine guns on the mecha vehicle, the robber group could be said to be attacked from both sides. Now all the members of the robber group panicked, and wanted to escape from this place as quickly as possible. For a moment, cars were crowded and crashed. The drivers of several cars wanted to escape first. The two exits of the parking lot were not wide to begin with, and there were scrapped cars blocking the road before. Several cars were crowded and crashed into each other, blocking the exit of the parking lot. "Damn it, what are you robbing for? You can't get out now." The driver of a car climbed out from the car window and ran away while shouting curses. Before the driver could run far, a sniper bullet hit his head and instantly blew it into a rotten watermelon. Then, under the influence of inertia, his body fell out directly. The exit of the parking lot was blocked, and the robbers became even more panicked. They drove their SUVs directly into the concrete guardrails and tried to escape. Some people even abandoned their vehicles and fled. As these hundreds of people fled, more than a dozen people from Chen Yiming's side intercepted them, but a few lucky ones still managed to escape the parking lot. "It's too late to escape now." Chen Yiming opened the car door and went directly into the driver's cab of the tank. He entered the mecha from the cab, then controlled the mecha to get out of the tank and started chasing after those who were fleeing. No matter how fast those people were running away, they were just relying on their legs. How could they outrun a large mecha? Even those who found shelter could not escape the tracking of the Sky Eye system in the sky, and were eventually found out one by one. At this time, Jia Zhaosun was lying in a shabby SUV, pretending to be a dead man, his body twisted in a shape, covered in blood. The special forces outside were constantly searching for survivors. From time to time, someone passed by the vehicle Jia Zhaosun was in. Jia Zhaosun felt that his heart was about to jump out, beating rapidly. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Boss, I found a strange red robe." Hearing this voice, Jia Zhaosun felt his heart twitch. "Red robe?" Hearing someone shouting, Chen Yiming walked over. The moment Chen Yiming picked up the red robe, he thought of someone. That was the red-robed man in the Temple of the Gods. "Damn it, I haven't bothered you yet, but you dare to come to my door." Chen Yiming gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. "Search for me, even if I have to dig 3 feet deep into the ground. I can't let a single living person go. I don't believe you can hide underground." Chapter 87. Well, I want your life. Not long after, all the members of the Special Forces team came back. "Boss, no living people were found," Wang Ying said. "Boss, all those who escaped have been killed and their bodies have been brought back," Gao Bing also reported. It was not easy to find a person in the middle of the night even with lights on, especially with hundreds of bodies piled up like a hill, making it even harder to distinguish. At this time, Chen Yiming's eyes rolled, and he whispered a few words to the people. Then he shouted loudly, "Everyone get in the car, the bloody smell here is too strong, it will definitely attract evolved beasts or zombies, retreat quickly." As soon as Chen Yiming finished speaking, everyone boarded the chariot. Then, the chariot slowly moved and retreated in the direction it came from. Under the powerful power of the tank, the vehicles blocking the exit of the parking lot were overturned to both sides of the road, and the tank was directly put on the highway. About half an hour after the chariot left, a squirrel about 1 meter long came over, attracted by the smell of blood in the parking lot. This squirrel, which was only at the first level of evolved beast, was unaware of the danger. It was constantly rummaging among the corpses, pushing a corpse and trying to drag it out. At this moment, a ball of fire suddenly appeared and directly hit the squirrel that was foraging. In an instant, the squirrel was directly enveloped by flames and burned by the high temperature. The squirrel only lasted a few minutes before it fell to the ground lifeless. At this time, a man covered in blood was seen raising his head from the pile of corpses, looking around, and then crawling up. After walking a few steps, Chen Yiming and others walked out from the shadows nearby. I didn't expect you to be so good at hiding. You could actually hide among the corpses without moving. Chen Yiming, who walked out, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Humph, you've seen through me. Tell me, how can you let me go? Jia Zhaosun snorted coldly, and then spoke out. In Jia Zhaosun's eyes, as long as he paid enough, nothing was impossible. Let you go? I think you've been drunk. You asked your men to seize my team, used underhanded tactics to plot against me, and killed so many relatives of my men. How could I let you go? Why are you pretending to be a good guy? In this damn apocalypse, nothing is impossible as long as the price is high enough. 10 billion, I'll give you 10 billion credit points to buy my life, how about that? In the eyes of others, these 10 billion credit points may be enough to last a lifetime, or even to enjoy a lifetime of luxury. But in Chen Yiming's eyes, these 10 billion credit points really don't have much weight. Compared with your own life, your brother's lives, and the lives of your loved ones, those 10 billion are nothing. Seeing that Chen Yiming was not moved by the 10 billion, Jia Zhaosun continued. If 10 billion is not enough, then 20 billion. Plus 10 bottles of high-level gene evolution liquid. You know, high-level gene evolution liquid is not comparable to the low-level stuff in the Blue Shield City gathering place. As long as you can let me go, you can name the price. I'll set the price. Well, I want your life, Chen Yiming said, and pulled the trigger in his hand. Bang! The sound of a sniper rifle rang out, and a big hole was shot directly into Jia Zhaosun's head. His body fell straight back and fell to the ground. After getting rid of Jia Zhaosun, Chen Yiming led the Special Forces team members back to the tank and continued to retreat. After all, the smell of blood here is too strong and can easily trigger a beastly trend. Soon, Chen Yiming drove the mecha tank and retreated hundreds of miles before stopping the tank to reorganize and rest. Nothing unexpected happened at night. The next morning, Chen Yiming controlled the mecha vehicle and continued to head towards the target location, Tianyang City. When passing by the service area where the battle took place last night, the bodies in the parking lot had disappeared. Instead, there were pieces of scattered bones. Among the bones, there were even many skulls of other beasts, mixed in. It can be imagined that a fierce battle must have taken place in the parking lot of the service area last night, and the losing party has left their bodies here. Less than 100 kilometers after passing the service area, the tank entered a forest. The road began to rise and fall, and on both sides of the road, there were towering trees several dozen meters high, retreating rapidly. That afternoon, the chariot directly crossed the 600-kilometer dark forest and arrived at Tianyang City. The population of Tianyang City is many times more than the tens of thousands of people in the Blue Shield City. It is even more than double the population of the Black Dragon City. It is really a metropolis with a population of hundreds of thousands, close to 1 million. Because the size of the mecha tank is too large, it can only be temporarily placed outside the city. At the entrance of the city gate, a long queue of people were waiting to enter the city. A man named Zhang was following the flow of people in the queue, moving towards the direction of Tianyang City little by little. Just when Chen Yiming and others arrived at the city gate, they saw the person in front of them holding something similar to a mobile phone in his hand. He swiped it on the instrument next to the city gate, and an electronic voice came out from the instrument. Drop. If the check-in time is met for 2 hours, you will be allowed to pass. The actions of the people in front of them made Chen Yiming and others dumbfounded. What was going on? Shouldn't they first get the time number plate from the guards? How could they let them pass just by swiping it? Soon, the people in front of them were allowed to pass after scanning the instrument. When it was Chen Yiming and others' turn, the guards stopped them directly. Please refresh the timer. You will be allowed to pass only after the countdown reaches 2 hours, said the guard who stopped Chen Yiming and others. Brother guard, where can we get their timer? Li Shi, who was beside Chen Yiming, took the initiative to step forward and asked. When the city guard saw that it was a beautiful woman, his attitude immediately changed. He said with a smile, "This should be your first time in Tianyang City. Timers like theirs need to be exchanged with credit points. Not far away, there's a place that specializes in exchanging supplies for timers. From now on, as long as you come within 3 kilometers of Tianyang City, the timer will automatically count down, and as long as the time is 2 hours, you can directly enter the city." Sure enough, When a beautiful woman shows up, everything becomes easier. The guards in the city explained where to exchange the timer, how to use it, and what the newcomers need to pay attention to after entering the city. After finally exchanging more than a dozen timers and several credit point storage cards, Chen Yiming and others waited in line for another 2 hours before being allowed to pass.